Our story begins with a young man remembering his father telling him that he should live for the clan, that he should desire nothing for himself, and remain by his brother's side like a shadow. The scene then reveals a breathtaking sight, a knight fighting alone against the most powerful commander on the continent. A long-haired man found it all quite interesting, as if it were only to be expected. The young man kneeling on the ground was named Cyan Vert, while the long-haired man was called Boris. Boris laughed idly. Cyan demanded to know who had ordered Boris to do something like this. Was it the emperor? Boris did not answer. Instead, he remarked that the rumors about Cyan were true, calling Vert the Mist Assassin. The Mist was an organization opposed to the Knights, and Boris intended to eliminate Vert quickly. Cyan felt no fear, and declared that nothing would remain of Boris. Boris replied that it would be better if Vert used his secret power. Cyan thought he needed to escape somehow and reveal the real culprit to his brother. Since Boris had erected a magical barrier, Cyan Vert decided he would simply destroy it. Suddenly someone appeared and told Cyan that it was enough. Cyan was startled, remembering his father's words. His brother was an extension of the clan, and he should live for the clan. Ashel Vert's success would also be his own, and there stood Cyan Vert's brother. The one responsible for everything was Ashel Vert. Ashel approached his brother, assuming he was confused. Cyan stood there, stunned, trying to understand what was happening. Ashel told him he had played his role very well, but now he wanted to lift the burden from Cyan's shoulders. Cyan did not understand and asked if he had done something wrong. Ashel thought he was joking and revealed that, with that strange mist, Cyan was nothing more than a mere assassin. He did not even seem human anymore. Ashel considered his brother a sinner. Cyan was outraged and confused. The struggle for imperial succession, the incursion against the demonic army, the war to unify the continent. Cyan had helped his brother achieve all of it. Serving his brother had been his entire life. He refused to be cast aside like a dog. He no longer cared about his own life. He would use everything he had at that moment to destroy Ashel, unleashing an overwhelming amount of mana. Everyone was left speechless. Cyan thought Ashel's decision to kill him out of fear was utterly foolish and disgraceful. Naturally, Ashel did not take that well, and they began to fight. Cyan knew that if he could strike Ashel even once, he would not be able to regenerate. However, Boris made his move. Ashel was not alone. Ashel pierced Cyan through with his sword, revealing that he had known from the beginning that Cyan was a demon. He had never trusted his younger brother. Pulling the sword free, he kicked Cyan to the ground like trash and turned his back on him. Cyan lay there lamenting, unable to believe that this was his end. What a foolish life it had been. Yet he rose again, burning with hellish fury, but he failed to strike Ashel from behind. Suddenly, Cyan heard someone shout, calling him young master. He woke up in shock as a girl asked how long he planned to keep sleeping. He recognized her. Her name was Emily. He could not understand why she was there. He had not seen her in 20 years, and she looked exactly the same as when he last saw her. He recognized the place. It was his bedroom from when he was younger. Then it dawned on him. He had become a child again. Emily asked if he did not want to train. Cyan was utterly confused. The scene then shifted to the Vert Duchy. He was certain he had traveled back in time, 27 years into the past, 1 year before entering the academy. Every year, the duchy held a training session. Duke Vert, his father, attended the event, making it a grand occasion. Cyan's opponent was Kranz Vert, essentially his half-brother. His mother was Margareth Urzeth, the wife of Cyan's father. In the end, Kranz always received more attention. Cyan was the bastard son. He was beaten badly in that fight and became a laughingstock. After that, his father stopped paying attention to him. Even Emily had asked him to give up. Now remembering everything, Cyan picked up the rapier and found it heavy, realizing his strength was the same as it had been back then. It was no illusion. He had truly returned to the past. Kranz continued to provoke him, but Cyan saw an opportunity to change the future. The Duke began the match, and Kranz charged at him. Smiling confidently, Kranz tried to strike, but he was far too slow. Cyan swiftly dodged. Kranz grew furious, yet Cyan quickly forced him to drop his rapier and kicked his leg. Kranz fell to the ground in pain. Margareth was worried. Cyan remembered how Kranz used to mistreat him at that age. The oppression had even continued at the academy. He wanted to cut the evil at its root. In this life, he would forge his own path. Kranz was defeated. The Duke summoned Cyan, and even cleared his schedule to see him. Cyan was assigned a high-ranking knight named Yulkin as his escort. Margareth looked furious, and Cyan rather enjoyed it, even asking her if Kranz was alright. She was outraged by his boldness, and called him a monster. Margareth believed bastards should not be treated well, insulting his mother and saying he should be out on the streets begging for food. She crossed the line, and Cyan felt the urge to kill her. At the same time, he thought it would be better to make her suffer. He calmly informed her that he would be attending the academy alongside Kranz. She did not understand what he meant. Cyan then remarked that if she wished for her son to keep all his limbs intact, she had better be careful. Furious, she tried to slap him, but Yulkin stopped her, stating that the Duke was in a hurry and could not be kept waiting. The two continued on their way. Cyan loved every moment of it. In the end, even the Duke's wife could not command the night. Soon after, Cyan entered his father's study and greeted him. His father's name was Willius Vert. He invited his son to sit. Willius was the great great feudal lord of Volius, though the world knew him by another name. Willius was called the Guardian of the Continent, the hero who had held back the demonic invasion for many years. He possessed immense magical power and ancient wisdom, bearing tremendous responsibility until his death fighting the army of the Demon Kingdom. Willius sought peace for the continent. However, Cyan's memories of Willius were different. Cyan had lived his life serving others, like a fool. Willius recalled seeing Cyan dodge the sword earlier. Noticing how the boy had looked directly at the sword's path, he wanted to know how his son had learned to wield a blade. Cyan explained that he had not learned from anyone. He had simply practiced alone every night. Willius had never seen Cyan show interest in fencing before, and told him he should not hide his abilities. Cyan excused himself by saying he did not want to attract attention. Willius was truly surprised by his son's performance, though he felt Cyan's actions after Kranz fell were unnecessary. Cyan believed his father was testing his abilities, so he explained that he simply wanted to prove to himself that he was better than Kranz, even if they shared the same blood. Willius liked the boy's answer. He had not known Cyan was so talented, and he was delighted, believing that one day Cyan would become an excellent and reliable support for Ashel. That caught Cyan off guard. He had no intention of becoming Ashel's aide again, especially seeing how obsessed his father was with Ashel. In any case, his father wanted to reward him for the duel, and said he would grant him whatever he asked. Cyan, determined to ruin everything Ashel tried to accomplish, made his request. The scene shifted to Emily, who stood there jaw-dropped. Cyan had asked to be sent to the front lines. Nothing was decided yet, but Emily thought he had completely lost his mind. She warned him that the place was filled with terrifying, malevolent demonic beasts. Valius, the western fief of the Ushif Empire, was the only place on the entire continent referred to as the front lines. The Lamea Valley was known as the Vanguard, a brutal battlefield against demons that had raged for hundreds of years. Though Cyan's father initially opposed the idea, he gave him a condition. Cyan would have to prove himself worthy of going to Lamea Valley within a month. Cyan did not know what criteria his father would use to judge him worthy, but he resolved to increase his physical strength as much as possible. He still retained the battle instincts he had before his regression, and he also possessed a small amount of magic. All he needed to do was train. Suddenly, a girl burst into his room, shouting his name. It was Alice. She began shaking him, demanding to know if he had gone insane. She had heard about the request he made to their father, and believed that defeating Kranz had gone to his head. She dragged him to the rooftop, and the scene shifted to the two of them standing there. She declared that she would allow him to go to the front lines if he could endure her attacks for 3 minutes. Poor Cyan thought she was going too far. In any case, she asked whether he was after the family title. That was when he understood why she was acting that way. But he had no interest in the title. They drew their swords. Cyan felt that the day had become completely chaotic. Alice was incredibly fast. He managed to block her strike, leaving her shocked. She was going all out against her 7-year-old brother. She was stunned. He was using a light blade while she wielded a longsword. She assumed it had been luck, and concluded that he simply had good intuition. Cyan, however, was worried. As she launched multiple strikes at him, he blocked every one of them. He then placed his sword right in front of her face, surprising Alice. But her blade was also dangerously close to him. He stepped back. That could have ended badly. He might have been injured, and she could have died. The mist swordsmanship he once mastered was designed to kill swiftly. Fighting without killing was difficult for him. He lacked sufficient strength, and just wanted the 3 minutes to end. They were both nearing their limits. Alice suddenly called upon the power of earth and wind, alarming him, and used water blade magic. Cyan concluded that his sister truly intended to kill him. Alice refused to lose at any cost. He charged at her, trusting that Yulkin would intervene, and just as he expected, Yulkin appeared. The night quickly separated them, scolding Alice for going too far against her 7-year-old brother. Cyan felt relieved. Alice soon realized what she had done, and apologized, saying she had lost her temper because she was worried about him and did not want him going to the front lines. Cyan understood his sister's feelings. Alice was elite among elites. She had earned perfect scores at the Royal Academy, where the most talented children in swordsmanship, magic, and other disciplines gathered. Cyan also thought she was beautiful. She was even called a child of God. From a young age, she had trained in swordsmanship, and many believed she would one day become the guardian of the continent alongside Ashel Vert. However, she eventually died after joining the Knights of Light. Cyan had missed his sister dearly, and this time, he would not let her die. Alice then remembered that Yulkin was the Duke's guardian knight, and had supposedly left for war. Yulkin explained that he was currently assigned to protect the young master by order of the Duke, though he was not supposed to reveal that, as it was confidential. Cyan had already sensed Yulkin's presence since leaving his father's office. He had been watching everything in secret. Suddenly, Cyan fell asleep in his sister's arms. The scene shifted to the next day. Alice had returned to the academy. She had only come home to visit their parents before graduation. Cyan was doing push-ups, trying to strengthen his body. 10 was his limit. He remembered how confident he used to be in his strength and felt a pang of nostalgia. Emily arrived, saying that Alice had sent him a package, but it smelled terrible. It was hellhound blood, which he had asked Alice to obtain. It was a rare item found only in Lamia Valley, though it was also sold on the black market. Most people believed demon blood was poisonous because of its stench, but in truth, it increased the strength and mana of whoever consumed it. Very few people knew that. Emily could not understand why he would drink something like that. Cyan gulped it down in one go, recalling Emily's terrible cooking and thinking this was no worse. In the end, he was pleased to be growing stronger. He then told Emily he was going out for a walk. He headed to a place he had not visited in a long time, taking advantage of the fact that Yulkin was busy writing reports. Cyan clearly remembered that when Ashel received a divine revelation from the god of light, Lumendel, it was said that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in the mountains. Cyan had not believed it at first, but it was a place where mana flowed in high concentration, and he soon confirmed it was real. At that moment, only he knew of it. Determined to undermine his older brother in any way possible, he began to act. He opened a passage and noticed that it differed from the last time he had been there. It was an ancient temple that had once served the god of light, Lumendel, before the land's history was erased due to the emergence of the demon god of war 300 years ago. Its location in the mountains just behind the castle seemed utterly random. There, he found what would one day belong to Ashel. In the year 999 of the Foundation era, humanity finally defeated the demonic army in Velius. The demons had been far stronger than humans, but humanity discovered ancient relics known as divine weapons, which allowed them to achieve victory. One of those relics was Duran Dark, a sacred sword blessed by the god of light, Lumendel. That sword had been the greatest factor in humanity's victory, and also the reason for Cyan's death. Somehow Cyan believed Duran Dark was connected to his regression. He touched the sword, but nothing happened. Annoyed, he kicked it, his mood souring. He decided he would do what he came for and leave. Then he noticed something at first glance that appeared to be the sword's shadow, but that was impossible. It was not a shadow. Where there is light, there must also be shadows. It was actually a hidden path leading to another chamber beyond the altar of light. He entered, and was delighted to see his own sword, the demonic blade Karam. The moment he grabbed it, an overwhelming energy began to surge. Cyan greeted it as if saying hello to an old friend. The blade had not yet awakened, but even so, he felt a familiar sensation and an urge to kill something. Then he heard the sword's voice asking if he was not afraid, wondering whether he understood what it meant to awaken the blade. Cyan Vert simply believed that the sword belonged to him at that moment. The demonic blade made it clear it was too late for the boy to regret it. From now on, Cyan's body belonged to it. The boy did not look frightened. He grabbed the sword by the neck, noticing it felt different. The sword itself was shocked, unable to understand how he could even touch it. Cyan wore a Machiavellian smile and declared that the sword belonged to him. The feminine figure manifested by the blade tried to push him away, demanding to know who he was. She asked if he was the successor and sensed Eru's aura within him. Cyan confirmed that he was Eru's successor. Since her former master had returned, he ordered her to kneel immediately. Kairam, however, judged him to be nothing more than a child and refused. Without hesitation, they began to duel. Cyan realized there was no other way, and he would never allow her to dominate his body again. Using his control over the demonic sword, he forced Kairam to the ground. He questioned why she would not simply accept him. She accused him of being arrogant. Cyan used the demonic sword control once more, pinning her down and asking if she intended to keep resisting. Eventually, she yielded. After he exerted control again, she finally began addressing him as master. His objective complete, Cyan assumed he should return. He had been gone from the castle for too long. Kairam expressed that it had been a long time since she had breathed fresh air, and felt such a refreshing sensation. She asked for her master's name, and he introduced himself. She could not believe that Eru had chosen a child like Cyan. He explained that this had happened in his previous life. The sword did not understand, so he clarified that he had already died once. Cyan then approached the sacred sword that would one day belong to his brother. It was still dormant. He told Karam that the sleeping blade would wait 20 years before awakening. Karam assumed he was trying to predict the future. Suddenly, Cyan cut off a piece of the sword's hilt, leaving Karam utterly confused. With a sinister grin, he remarked that he might be able to have some fun with that in the future. The scene shifted to a carriage arriving. The day had finally come, and Cyan could hardly believe it. He greeted the Duke. Willius asked if his son still intended to go to the front lines, declaring that he would not interfere with his decision. Cyan assured him that his heart already resided on the battlefield. Yulkin then presented a magical scroll. Cyan was curious about what was happening. Suddenly, monsters emerged from the scroll. A hellhound, a low-ranking creature. Cyan concluded that his father had carefully prepared a proper test. The Duke wanted the boy to take responsibility for his choices by proving his resolve and passing the challenge. Earlier, Yulkin recalled Cyan asking to spar with him. Cyan explained that only 3 days remained before the deadline of his promise to his father. He wanted to experience a real battle. Yulkin suggested he ask Kranz instead, but Kranz always fled whenever he saw Cyan. Seeing the situation, Yulkin agreed. Cyan thanked him, but he had another favor to ask. With a devilish gaze, he ordered his guardian not to inform his father about their duel. It was an order. Suddenly, he charged at his knight with full force. Yulkin blocked the strike, but was astonished. It was far too heavy for a mere child. Cyan was also incredibly fast. He leapt, and Yulkin barely had time to block again. Their clash was intense. After yet another blocked attack, Cyan realized he truly could not defeat Yulkin. He thanked the knight for helping him train. Yulkin, impressed, told the boy he had done well. Cyan Cyan had grown tremendously and would surely overcome whatever challenges lay ahead. The scene shifted to Cyan fighting a hellhound charging toward him. Without hesitation, he slashed the beast. He knew he lacked the raw strength to engage in prolonged combat with monsters, so he had to finish it quickly. He leapt into the air, hurled his blade, and impaled the hellhound, astonishing everyone present. Willius approved of what he saw. Cyan, however, disliked the waste. He could have filled several bottles with that monster's blood, but he could not do so in front of others. The Duke applauded his son and declared that he would see him on the front lines. Cyan thanked his father. Karam then questioned him, asking whether she looked like a mere kitchen knife. Cyan assured her she was indeed a demonic sword. Karam demanded that he use her. She needed blood to grow stronger and begged for just a sip of the hellhound's blood. Cyan told her not to worry. He would wield her soon. Soon after, ogres appeared nearby. The Duke ordered a defensive line to be formed and commanded the soldiers to eliminate the ogres immediately. The troops used their magic to immobilize the creatures before launching a coordinated assault. The ogres stood no chance. Cyan observed everything from horseback. Emily accompanied him and thought he was being cruel by bringing her into such a dangerous environment. Cyan, however, felt a strange nostalgia being there. The Duke asked how he felt. Cyan pretended to be nervous. Willius warned him not to lower his guard. Cyan promised to remember that, but he knew that on the front lines, anything could happen. Battles often lasted 3 or 4 consecutive days, each with its own strategic details, relying on capable knights to repel the monsters attempting to breach the lines. Cyan had his own tent, positioned farther from the main battlefield, making it relatively safer. However, with the guards so disciplined, it was difficult for him to secretly feed Karam. He noticed Emily trembling. The Duke had told them they never knew when death would come. Cyan thought she should return home, but she refused, insisting he could not manage without her. Surrounded by monsters, who else could care for her young master, if not her? She then reminded him it was time to eat. She had forgotten the cloak he had requested. Cyan was astonished. She treated him, her master, in a strangely casual manner. Later, he placed a doll resembling himself in his bed, believing the disguise would suffice. Emily awoke and asked if he planned to train there. He confirmed it, worried he had disturbed her sleep. She said the Duke would surely be proud. Cyan prepared to leave and instructed her to stay alert. If anyone asked, she should say he was asleep. With nighttime security reinforced, slipping away would not be easy. He activated the third movement of dense mist, moving at incredible speed. He remembered that countless monsters roamed nearby. This was the perfect place to feed his sword. Drawing Karam, who could already smell the heavy scent of blood, she told her master she could barely restrain herself and urged him to cut something immediately. Cyan began slicing through monsters, using the storming mist advanced technique. He pierced a hellhound and extracted some of its blood, drinking it with delight. Both he and the sword felt overwhelming satisfaction. Cyan decided they should continue training. The night was long and monsters were plentiful. Karam grew increasingly excited. The scene then shifted to a carriage traveling along the road. A man warned a young girl that the front lines were dangerous and they should turn back, but she refused to be treated like a child. She was the royal princess of the empire, and she intended to help her father no matter what. Her subordinate looked awkwardly at her, unsure how to respond. Then she remembered that she had heard the youngest son of Duke Vert was also on the front lines, and he seemed to be about the same age as that girl. The royal princess had not expected that. The subordinate explained to the royal princess that the Duke's son had volunteered. She also thought the princess should try to befriend him, but the royal princess considered that foolish and said she was going to get some sleep. Even so, she still wanted to know the Duke's son's name. The subordinate then informed her that it was Cyan Vert. The scene shifted to a harpy being cut down. It was Willius, who was worried about whether there were many injured. He was informed that everyone was fine, and thus the battle came to an end. Cyan appeared, sheathing his sword and sighing. The Duke wanted to know how he felt about living on the front lines. Cyan simply told his father that he was learning a lot. In the end, Willius assumed the boy wanted to return, thinking he had endured for a long time and feeling proud of his son. Cyan was stunned by that. He hadn't expected it. Willius then turned his back and said he wanted to talk to Cyan the next day. It was the first time Cyan had seen his father act so kindly. The scene then shifted to a worm emerging from the ground. Cyan Vert was fighting it. They only appear in the deeper parts of the valley. Karam judged that her master was having difficulty and asked him to let her handle it. Cyan felt that the demonic sword was looking down on him, but she explained that it wasn't like that, and that once she was finished, she would return control to him. The worm immediately regenerated from any wound. Cyan realized Karam was right. He had already been there for a month. He had drunk a lot of beast blood, but he felt it wasn't enough. Seeing he had no other choice, Cyan accepted Karam's request. The ninth form of the intense mist was used, the manifestation of the demonic sword. She unleashed numerous slashes against the worm, trying to tear the creature apart, ultimately destroying it with a technique. The scene then shifted to the Duke and his soldiers discovering a creature Cyan had killed. Noticing that the beast hadn't been dead for long and sensing the powerful mana, they began to suspect that a demon had done it. The Duke declared that if it was a demon, they could not ignore it. They should inspect the area and burn the corpses. Willius examined the cuts. They looked familiar, yet at the same time it felt like deja vu. Then Ilkham found something the Duke needed to see. It was a death worm. The Duke wondered who could have killed such a creature in that state. Willius began to suspect it might have been the organization. In the end, it had all been the work of the manifestation of the demonic sword, which allowed Karam to dominate Cyan's body so she could use her true powers. If he lowered his guard, she could take over his body forever. Just using her to defeat a monster left him stressed. Still, he ended up drinking its blood, which was beneficial for him. He stood up, feeling pain throughout his body. When Karam said she understood everything, she declared that he only had the appearance of a child. He neither acted nor spoke like one. He endured her remarkably well, as if he were proficient at it, as though he had trained for at least 30 years, possessing mist sword techniques. She also remembered him saying he had died once. At that moment, Karam was certain he was a regressor. Cyan was completely unsettled. After all, he had already told her that. However, Karam was indignant because he had never properly explained. Cyan was too lazy to elaborate. Karam also judged that killing someone like Cyan would be extremely difficult. If she had to guess, she believed he had been killed by the wielder of Duran Dark. Assuming he had been betrayed, Cyan wanted to know how she reached that conclusion. Karam thought so because he had looked at the holy sword as if it were a piece of trash, so she was certain he sought revenge. In any case, she wanted him to keep something in mind. If she caught him slipping, she would devour him. At that moment, Cyan flicked the demonic sword, telling her to know her place. He was no fool. In the end, Karam didn't change at all. Cyan left and noticed a commotion among the soldiers. Emily saw that Cyan was awake, and he asked her if something had happened. She informed him that high-level monster corpses had appeared. Cyan was taken aback, thinking they had found the worm. Emily commented that it had been a long time since they had seen something like that. Cyan asked if there was anything else. She didn't understand, so he clarified that he wanted to know if the soldiers had said anything more. Suddenly, Yulkin appeared, informing Cyan that the Duke wanted to see him. Cyan felt screwed. He hadn't taken care of the corpses. He didn't understand why the soldiers had shown up out of nowhere. He had wanted to enjoy a peaceful life before going to the academy, but his plan was falling apart. The scene then shifted to him greeting the Duke. Willius welcomed his son and asked him to sit. Cyan wondered what excuse he would invent if his father asked about the monsters. The Duke then asked what the boy had been doing the previous night. Cyan simply replied that he had gone to bed because he was tired. After hearing that, Willius found it strange, because the traces he had seen on the monsters resembled his son's sword techniques. Still, he thought he might be overthinking it. Cyan then asked why his father was asking, since it was hard to believe a mere boy had killed a giant worm. His father did not answer. The Duke was certain the boy had heard about what had happened the previous night. He made it clear that they were paying attention because it seemed like the work of a secret assassin organization called the Mist. Cyan listened as his father explained that the organization had existed since ancient times. Their objective was unknown, but they assassinated nobles under the excuse of purification. They were known for leaving black mist wherever they passed. One day, that organization disappeared. They hadn't been seen for 3 years. The gigantic worm from the previous night had been covered in that black mist, something left behind by Eru, the god of shadows, the deity worshipped by the mist. That was their source of power. If the Duke's theories were correct, the mist had killed the worm and the other beasts. Cyan was astonished, as his father's investigation was completely accurate. In any case, Willius told his son to be careful, and said he would notify the Empire so that an official investigation could begin. Even so, the boy didn't know whether his father would believe him. The Duke himself didn't think it was possible that the boy was involved. Then he asked where the boy would be going that day. The boy replied that he had heard His Majesty would be paying a visit. Willius confirmed it and said he had a favor to ask of the boy. The scene then shifted to a soldier blowing a trumpet, announcing that His Majesty had arrived. Willius bowed to greet him, but the king told him not to do that, since they were friends. Then he saw Cyan, who was also bowing. Cyan introduced himself to the king, who was surprised that the boy was in such a dangerous place. That was the favor Willius had asked of Cyan, to present himself as his son. In his past life, he had always been confined to the mansion whenever the emperor visited his father. Now he realized he was gradually earning his father's trust. At that moment, the king declared that he would like to introduce someone as well. A girl stepped out of the carriage, announcing that she was the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. Her name was Arin Severus. Cyan remembered her as the tragic 5th princess. Willius had also informed Cyan that he should attend to Princess Arin for a day, which left the boy completely confused. The Duke told him not to be surprised, explaining that all he needed to do was accompany the girl. They were the same age and would see each other again at the academy. Cyan remembered seeing her at the academy in his past life. The Duke hoped the two of them could become friends. It wouldn't be bad to have a friendship with someone from the Empire. In any case, Cyan wanted none of it. Still, he understood his father's intentions. The Duke wanted the boy to have a friendship like the one he himself had with the Emperor. But in the end, Arin was not the right person for that. They couldn't be friends. Cyan simply knew what would happen in the future. It irritated him deeply, yet he had to obey. Suddenly, Arin asked why the river was so red. Cyan told her that it was the River of Blood. It was a current that flowed throughout the valley of Lamea. There was no natural reason for it to be red. It was that way because wounded beasts would leap into the river, and their blood would mix and flow with the water. It turned red due to the decomposition of mana. Arin was completely shocked to hear that. Cyan also told her that the beasts drank that water. She found it horrifying, and asked what lay at the end of the river. He explained that it was the demon realm, where demons lived. He deliberately secretly tried to scare her a little, finding it amusing. Suddenly, a light appeared. The princess grew curious, and Cyan informed her that the light signaled approaching beasts. She became frightened, while the Duke ordered that His Majesty be protected. However, the Emperor declared that he did not need such treatment. He wasn't there for a stroll, and was already growing bored. Willius accepted it. The Emperor joined the battle against the beasts. The Duke then called Cyan to fight as well. Aaron was astonished to learn that the boy also fought. He confirmed it and told her to stay behind, suggesting she hide. In truth, she wanted to go with him. Cyan couldn't understand it since they were the same age. She thought it would be fine to accompany him. He pointed out that they weren't going to a playground, but she was stubborn, so he called Yulkin, who informed the Princess of the Empire that he would replace the royal knights and escort her. Seeing Cyan's guard, she thought it was reckless and disliked how she was being treated. Cyan, in his cold manner, made it clear to the insufferable girl that because of her stubbornness, several knights might die. He asked whether she would take responsibility for the lives lost. Frightened, she decided to turn back, and Cyan left with the others. A massive creature appeared and invaded the area. Willius made it clear that no one was to retreat. His Majesty had to be protected, and the monsters were to be slain without sparing a single one. The Emperor's name was Dione Severus. He had two wives, Diana Quizelle, who had passed away, and Cassandra Nepellus, the second wife, regarded as the Empire's prominent judicial authority. The former Empress gave birth to the first and second princesses. The current Empress gave birth to the third and fourth princes. However, Arin, the fifth princess, was an illegitimate child, born to a peasant mistress. People treated her like a scarecrow of a princess because of her mixed blood. Yet she did not care how others viewed her. She fulfilled her duties as a member of the royal family, and devoted herself to her studies. In the end, she was falsely accused of treason, and expelled from the royal family and the empire. Rumors said she died alone from illness on some remote island. Because of that, people called her the tragic princess. If she had been greedy, she might have lived a happy life. It would have been better for her to live without any ambition. Cyan had told all of this to Karim, who did not fully understand. The scene shifted to a monster being electrocuted. The one responsible was the Emperor himself, using a technique called Sacred Lightning, which obliterated the creature. Emperor Dione was known to hold an 8-star ranking in magic. If he had not become emperor, he would have been the head of the Mages Association. Later, the scene shifted to the Emperor having a drink, with the Duke beside him. The Duke did not drink, and even apologized, explaining that he did not do so while on the front lines. The Emperor recalled when the Duke had asked about the current atmosphere in the Empire, mentioning a surge in noble assassinations that had frightened many. Willius asked if there was any pattern to the killings. Dione confirmed that there was. All the assassinated nobles had been corrupt officials. The Black Mist had also been present at every crime scene. He then asked whether the Duke had any ideas. Willius informed Dione that he had found traces of the Black Mist there the previous day. He believed the followers of the Black Mist had begun to move again. Dione agreed that it made sense, and asked the Duke to investigate further. He appreciated that Willius was cleaning up the garbage. He could not stand by and watch the people's anxiety grow. However, something else troubled the Emperor. He believed that a certain noble was trying to spread the idea that the incidents were the fifth princess's fault. Willius did not understand. The Emperor made it clear to everyone that such rumors were absurd, but it seemed there was a group trying to use his daughter. Thus, Dione had a request, not as an emperor, but as a friend. If he were to die first, he asked the Duke to take care of that child. Willius assured him that he would follow His Majesty's wishes to the end. Dione was grateful for his loyalty. The scene then shifted outside, where it was raining heavily. Emily was surprised, and Cyan did not understand why. She pointed out that he had been escorting the princess and suddenly stopped. She was certain the boy would never get married acting like that. Cyan made it clear that he would trust her while he was away. Emily found it strange. There was no reason for him to go train in such rain. He told her not to worry and to get some rest. Another hooded figure appeared, startling Emily. It was Arin Severus. She wanted to know where the boy was going. She apologized and said she wished to talk for a while. When Emily realized it was the fifth princess, she broke into a wide smile. Arin asked Cyan how long it had been since he arrived there. He replied that it had been a month, and asked why she had sought him out. Arin asked Emily to excuse them for a moment. Emily left with a silly grin, hoping they would have a good time together. Cyan thought Emily was going crazy. He was only 10 years old. Arin then apologized for what had happened earlier, saying she felt she had acted in a way unbefitting of a princess. He told her not to worry about it and apologized as well for being rude. She admitted that in the end, he had been right. He was well recognized by many people, and she thought he was more mature than she was. Cyan didn't quite understand, but he was observing her personality. She then asked if he would also be entering the academy. Before she could suggest they become friends, he cut her off, saying he was sorry but he could not help her. Arin was left stunned. He made it clear that if she had come there to befriend him, she should leave immediately, but she explained that she only wanted to have a good relationship with him. She thought he had been extremely rude, almost psychopathic, and asked whether he believed she was nothing more than a hollow shell of a princess. In any case, she understood there was no real benefit in being friends with her, so she decided to leave, thinking that at the very least they could have talked a little, but he was completely completely different from Ashel. At that moment, Cyan wanted to understand what she was getting at. He grabbed her by the arm. Aaron immediately asked if he had gone mad. He demanded to know how she knew his brother. Aaron explained that she had met his older brother when she visited the Royal Academy the previous year. Ashel had advised her not to care about what others said about her, and to fulfill her role as a princess. Cyan's eyes widened. He didn't trust Ashel. In Cyan's mind, his older brother was nothing more than a manipulator. He was certain this was part of a plan to bring Aaron down, that it was only the beginning. He was about to warn her about something, but they were interrupted by Emily, who told them they needed to run. Suddenly, the tent was destroyed. The soldiers immediately prepared themselves, asking if their young master was safe. Emily was extremely worried about the two children. An ogre was attacking the area. Soon Willius and Dione were informed of what had happened. Advanced level demonic beasts had ambushed the vanguard camps near the border. Dione ordered the entire Imperial army to head to the vanguard camp immediately to ensure the safety of the fifth princess. At the same time, he wanted to know whom his daughter had gone to see. The scene shifted to Cyan, who saw death worms and ogres nearby. He was certain that for those beasts to be there, something had changed. He wondered if it was his fault. Emily was deeply worried and declared that she would never leave his side again. Cyan remembered how he had defended the fifth princess when his tent had been attacked in his past life. Back then, he had even killed the Demon King. There was no way he would die to a mere troll. Aaron was worried about the knights in the camp, but Emily tried to calm her. The princess believed that everything happening was her fault. The royal knights reassured her that they were fine and would protect her to the end. Suddenly, Cyan saw something and told the knights to run. One of the knights standing beside Aaron Severus was instantly crushed by a massive creature. Cyan stepped in front of Aaron to protect her. The troll caught Cyan's scent. It was clear the monster was targeting him. Cyan told the two girls that he would distract the troll and that they should run. Emily immediately fled with the fifth princess. The troll quickly swung at Cyan, but the boy slashed at it several times. He couldn't understand why advanced level demonic beasts were being drawn to him. He was certain they sensed something within him. Karam then explained that he had drunk the blood of countless beasts to grow stronger. Naturally, he would reek to other demonic beasts. It would be strange if they didn't come after him. Cyan questioned why the demonic sword was only telling him this now, when she had already known. Karam realized he had simply forgotten. In any case, she wanted his body. He firmly grabbed her, silencing her as she questioned what he was doing. He told her to shut up, declaring that he didn't care how many monsters came after him. He then launched a full assault on the troll. Since no one was watching, he took the opportunity to drink some of the advanced level demonic beast's blood. Then he noticed more trolls nearby. The sword remarked that he was about to have a feast. Suddenly, a dragon appeared. It began to roar, but the demonic sword informed Cyan that it was still a baby dragon. It had likely caught his scent. Cyan didn't think it was so bad. He used the manifestation of the demonic sword. He only wanted to evolve further. Karam assumed the boy needed that dragon. The scene shifted to a troll being repeatedly attacked. Dione Severus and the Duke had taken down several trolls, the last ones remaining. The Emperor asked how his daughter and Cyan were doing. The Duke apologized, saying he hadn't found either of them in the tent. Dione wasn't overly worried, knowing the Duke must also be concerned about his son. However, Willius did not appear worried about Cyan. He was certain the boy could handle himself. His real concern at that moment was Aaron. Dione thought his friend was being too cold, but Willius simply wanted his son to be able to take care of himself. Then a knight appeared, announcing that they had found his daughter. Aaron quickly ran to her father. The Emperor asked if she was hurt, but the fifth princess only begged them to save Cyan, believing he was fighting because of her. The Emperor told her to calm down and explain everything. Emily and the knight bowed before the king. The Duke demanded to know what had happened to his son. Emily began trembling. She had never seen the Duke like that before, but she explained that Cyan had acted as bait to save her and Aaron. The knight added that he remembered where the boy had been, and if given the order, would go with others to rescue the young master. Dione thought the Duke shouldn't waste time, but Willius refused. To the Emperor and the fifth princess's surprise, the Duke explained that they had to secure the situation first. If the camp fell, the beasts would invade the empire. They needed to rebuild and stabilize the area immediately to prevent further deaths. Emily remained worried about her young master. Willius declared that his son had fulfilled his role by helping the princess evacuate. Aaron couldn't accept that. Suddenly they heard a scream. They looked up and saw a dragon in the sky. Aaron couldn't understand what she was seeing. Cyan was on top of the dragon, and the scream had come from him. Creatures close to the creator were rare and noble beings. Inferior beings like humans could not approach them easily. It was an honor for Cyan to encounter such a superior and powerful creature, yet he couldn't understand why the dragon was flying over people when he didn't want to be seen. Arin was deeply worried. The Emperor was stunned. It was a dragon after all. He also wondered why Willius's son was riding one, and whether the Duke intended to save his child. At that moment, Cyan was lamenting. All he had wanted was to drink the dragon's blood. He had never imagined things would turn out like this. The scene shifted back slightly. Karam had made it clear that he needed to devour that dragon. However, trolls had appeared in front of her, blocking the way. She told them to move. They had no time to waste. She swiftly cut down the monsters, and then landed on the ground beside the dragon. She was certain it was not an adult dragon. Suddenly, the dragon launched an attack toward them. Karam grew furious at its behavior, presuming that it was practically spitting in their faces. Karam believed she had every right to drive the sword into the dragon's face. She slashed across its snout several times, making the dragon roar in fury before flinging her into the air. As she was about to fall, all, the only thing she could do was cling to the dragon, using the technique of the 8 trembling petals to carve into it once more. The dragon crashed down, yet she realized she was losing rhythm. She still hadn't defeated it. Just as she was about to finish everything, the dragon took to the skies again, trying to shake her off. She refused to fall for the same trick twice. However, the dragon suddenly attempted to flee. Unwilling to let that happen, she leapt toward the massive creature with all her strength. Meanwhile, Cyan thought he had used up all his luck just to encounter that dragon. At that moment, he urged the dragon to keep dodging, until he realized there was an incoming attack it wouldn't be able to avoid. And indeed, the dragon was struck, causing Cyan to lose his footing and fall. He had missed his chance for a grand feast. Karam demanded to know what the hell he was doing. He would end up dying. Cyan explained that he couldn't use the mist. If he did, they would burn him at the stake. The demonic sword warned that he would die anyway, but Cyan believed there was still a way out. With no other option, he chose to plunge into the filthy river below. He dove straight into the disgusting waters. The scene shifted to a demon observing the demonic dragon flying overhead. A rare sight. Another demon commented that the dragon was young and probably lost. Then the first demon noticed Cyan and wondered if he was human. That demon was none other than the Demon King, Valkyrion. Cyan's eyes widened. He remembered that voice clearly. It was etched into his mind. It belonged to someone he could never forgive. In the past, those who had witnessed Valkyrion said it was like gazing upon the incarnation of evil, and that was exactly what stood before him now. Valkyrion, receiving no response, asked if the boy wasn't going to answer him. He then questioned whether Cyan wished to fight. Cyan visibly tensed and attempted to attack, which made Valkyrion's eyes widen in surprise. Before he burst into laughter, he revealed that he had heard humans were a species with infinite potential. Perhaps it was true. Kyram asked who that man was. Cyan told her it was the Demon King. She immediately knew that, in his current state, Cyan could not possibly defeat him. Cyan himself understood that it was impossible. All he could do was try to escape. His hands trembled. He wasn't certain he would survive against Valkyrion. Suddenly, the Demon King told him to relax. He couldn't possibly fight a child. To prove it, he even lay down on the ground, declaring that while he might be a bad man, he certainly didn't fight children. Cyan couldn't make sense of it. Valkyrion then asked if he was human. Cyan confirmed it. The Demon King asked how he had reached the demon realm. Cyan briefly explained that the river's current had carried him there. Valkyrion realized it was the boy's first time in the demon realm. He also noted that Cyan's aura was extremely strange, and asked whether the boy even knew who he himself was. Cyan replied that he was just a normal human. Valkyrion didn't argue, but he was certain the boy recognized him. Cyan pretended otherwise. In truth, Valkyrion thought it made sense. He himself had never seen a human before, so the boy couldn't have seen him either. Cyan then asked why Valkyrion was there. The Demon King explained that he had sensed a strange energy while on patrol. Cyan didn't understand why a Demon King would patrol his own lands. Valkyrion clarified that, as Demon King, he had to oversee the territory he governed. Then he suddenly realized what he had just admitted and asked Cyan to repeat it. Cyan did so calmly. Valkyrion was puzzled. The boy didn't seem shocked at all. That confirmed his suspicion that Cyan knew him from somewhere. He grew irritated. A child wouldn't normally react like that. Watching how foolish Valkyrion appeared, Cyan could hardly believe this was the Demon King. Then Cyan remembered. If events followed the same course as in the past, the demon invasion would happen soon. Yet Valkyrion didn't seem like someone who would initiate such a war. If this was his true self, what had changed him so drastically? Cyan asked Valkyrion what his greatest wish was. The Demon King found the boy bold for asking such a thing. After a pause, he said it was nothing extraordinary. He simply wanted people to live well and eat well. However, if anyone dared to stand in his way, he would kill them without hesitation. That was his duty as Demon King. Cyan felt disoriented hearing that. In that instant, he sensed the true monstrosity he remembered from his past life. It was restrained for now, but he was certain it could surface at any moment. He resolved to prevent whatever trigger had caused it before, so he proposed a deal. He warned Valkyrion that something would soon happen, something that would threaten the people he cared about, and potentially ignite a massive war between humans and demons. Valkyrion interpreted this as a suggestion that he would seek to seize human lands. Cyan asked him to promise that, no matter what happened, he would not start a war. Valkyrion saw no logic in the boy's words, and asked what Cyan could offer in return. Cyan promised that he would help him. No matter what befell the Demon King, Cyan would do everything in his power to assist him. Valkyrion stepped close, convinced the boy knew something. He demanded his name. Cyan introduced himself. In response, Valkyrion promised that he would not invade human lands, no matter what occurred. His wings unfurled as he reminded Cyan that a deal was a deal. The boy must uphold his side as well. Then he departed. The scene shifted to frightened knights. This was shortly after Cyan's agreement with the Demon King. Cyan appeared before them, and they believed it to be a miracle. The inspection team had found him lying nearby, and that was how he returned home. After that, he earned the nickname, the boy who survived a demonic dragon. They returned to the monastery at the Velius border, which was being used as a temporary military hospital. There, Seon was surprised by Arin. He thought things would settle down smoothly, but instead she asked whether he intended to claim her. He was completely confused and stated that he had no intention of being with anyone. Arin looked deeply saddened, believing that was only natural. In her mind, she was merely the powerless fifth princess. Cyan grew irritated. He knew Arin was considered the weak link of the imperial family, but the way she treated treated her own life only made that weakness more apparent. Yet he couldn't stop thinking about his damned older brother, the true cause of all these problems. In the end, Cyan chose to agree with her. He made it clear that at that moment she was not capable of providing any benefit since she possessed nothing. He tried to convey that he was not taking many political risks. He was practically like a blade while speaking to her, and he also made it clear that he would be watching until she obtained what was necessary. She wanted to know if he was being serious, and Cyan stated that it was not a promise, so she should not be disappointed in him. But she pretended to remain calm, explaining that she understood what he meant. In other words, she knew he wanted her to improve until she was worthy of being acknowledged by him. Cyan merely observed her, and Aaron asked him to wait and see, because she would achieve what she desired. Cyan felt slightly embarrassed, but showed support in his own way. When she turned her back, she also thanked him for surviving, because that was important to her. Then the scene shifts to the forest. Around the rear lines, some men were walking, and they had obtained a kind of magic cube. Suddenly, a voice called out to one of the men, Reynold Crimson. He froze in shock, unable to move. The cube was a dimensional box. Those items were not allowed to be traded. It was an enchanted mana-infused item that allowed the user to store anything inside. It was basically the masterpiece of the Magic Council of the Kingdom of Garum. Cyan himself was there, declaring that he had spent the entire year observing Reynold Crimson because things from the Empire had been disappearing. He realized that this was Reynold's method and took the dimensional space for himself. Reynold then saw that the person standing before him was Cyan Vert. He wanted to understand how Cyan was able to do such a thing, as Cyan dumped a pile of items onto the ground from the box. Reynold extracted the blood of beasts and transported it there by carriage, which then went to the borders. Cyan believed that the man had an informant. Reynold Crimson grew even more horrified, wanting to know what Cyan was implying, making it clear that he had no idea what the boy was talking about. But Cyan wanted Reynold to stop lying, because the blood of those monsters had already been sold on the black market. He believed that his older sister had obtained hellhound blood through Reynold, but he wanted to know who had leaked the information. He could not leave things as they were. While the boy reflected, Reynold tried to understand how Cyan had immobilized him, but he slowly began to regain movement. Then he attempted to kill the Duke's son using fire magic. By the time Cyan noticed, the man had already acted. A massive explosion occurred. Reynold felt momentary relief, thinking he would die. He realized that the rumors about the younger Vert were not exaggerated. As the flames began to subside, Reynold grew frustrated, realizing he had wasted a dimensional box. He had not expected things to go wrong, but to his despair, in less than a second, he lost his hand. Completely desperate, he noticed a black mist around him, which only confused him further. Suddenly, he saw Cyan completely unharmed, standing right in front of him. The boy thrust his hand into the man's throat and slammed him against the wall. Cyan told him to choose, reveal his roots, and expose his informant, dying in a relatively pleasant way, or face a fate worse than death. The boy spoke with a devilish smile on his face. The scene then shifts to the western border of Velius, where there was a trading post. Several merchants were talking, some exchanging boxes. One of them had Reynold's head, leaving two men completely stunned. Karam and Cyan were observing from a distance. The demonic sword asked whether Cyan would let those two men escape. The boy confirmed it, as it would serve as a warning. Reynold Crimson was a 7-star magic knight. He had been trading monster blood from the front lines without the knowledge of the Ushif Empire. The items he traded were sent to the Magic Council of the Kingdom of Garum, a place where people obsessed with magic gathered to research the origin and structure of magic itself, creating new spells and seeking to surpass the limits of humanity. For now, they only created practical artifacts like dimensional boxes, but Cyan did not even like to imagine what they might do in the future with beast blood. He needed to put a stop to it soon. Karim believed the boy was living for the sake of others, instead of himself, but the truth was that Cyan simply did not want more users of demonic beast blood. The scene then shifts to the Ushif Empire's mansion, where Ashel received news that Cyan had gone to the front lines with their father. A woman was in his bed, asking whether Ashel was talking about the brother he had from another mother. Ashel confirmed, stating that Cyan was concerning in many ways, and he concluded that he needed to see Cyan after such a long time. Next, the scene shifts to Emily celebrating because she was leaving the front lines. She believed the academy would not even compare, which for her was something positive, but for Cyan, a nightmare was about to begin. The academy was not a place that would meet Emily's expectations. In reality, it was a place full of political interests, a social group where envy and greed reigned, and connections mattered more than studies. Emily had heard that the academy's instructors were incredible. She did not even know what she should do, assuming she would find her Prince Charming there. Cyan realized that she was planning to attend the academy alongside him. Then the scene shifts to him walking calmly. Suddenly, Kranz ran into him and immediately began trembling. Before Cyan could say anything, Kranz ran away in complete desperation. Seeing the situation, Kranz asked who the idiot was that had just run off. Cyan told her that it was his half-brother, and that it was not something she needed to care about. Karim noticed that in his family family there were many opposites, and that the ones who fit best together were him and his father. But Cyan disagreed. The true opposite was someone else. He then entered the house where several subordinates bowed and welcomed him. It was strange because those servants previously would not even look at him, but now they were all courteous. It was as if his father himself were passing by. Many things had changed in a year, and the boy quickly realized that his hard work had paid off. As he tried to open the door, he felt an energy. He recognized that energy, and it made him tremble. Behind that door was that man. Ashel looked at him and smiled, saying it had been a while since they had seen each other. Cyan tried to remain calm, and when he did not respond, Ashel asked whether he had forgotten him. But for Ashel, it was normal. After all, it had been a very long time since they had last met. However, Cyan could not remain calm. In fact, he believed that this was the moment to kill his older brother. Kairam quickly restrained him, declaring that he needed to come back to his senses, because killing his older brother at that moment would bring more harm than good. With that, Cyan managed to regain control and greeted his older brother. Ashel noticed that Cyan still remembered him. Cyan stated that he could never forget his brother's face, as all smiled, ruffling his hair and showing relief. He also mentioned that he had heard Cyan's swordsmanship had improved greatly, and that he hoped Cyan would one day assist him on the battlefield. Hearing that almost made the boy lose control again, yet at the same time he agreed with Ashel. Then Ashel clarified that the main reason he was there was to see how his younger brother had been doing. In the end, Cyan began to calm down, since he already understood Ashel's intentions. He managed to maintain his rationality, while Emily was deeply irritated, as she was dealing with a lot of luggage. She opened the door and started complaining to her young master, but ended up bumping into Ashel, becoming extremely embarrassed. Ashel told her to do a good job taking care of his younger brother. Then he left. Emily nearly died of embarrassment. Cyan then told her to step outside for a moment. She did not understand, and the boy did not want to repeat himself, which frightened her. The scene then shifts to Cyan vomiting. He wanted to know why the demonic sword had stopped him. Karam believed that in truth he should be thanking her. Cyan knew that it had been Karam's opportunity, but she did not want him to be mistaken. She wanted his hatred to grow, because that would be far better for her. He then began to smile, realizing that this was truly like the demonic sword. Next, the scene shifts to a subordinate. Wishing to speak with Ashel, he reported that he had found the location of the second young lady. She was in the northern part of the continent, in the land of the White Elves. Her name was Pruina. Ashel would never have imagined that she was among a race that hated outsiders. He supposed that this confirmed her affinity. The subordinate then asked whether something had put Ashel in a good mood, but his master questioned why he would think that. The subordinate explained that it seemed seeing Cyan had made him happier. However, Ashel made it clear that he was actually in a terrible mood. The subordinate grew frightened and apologized for not noticing. Ashel remembered Cyan's eyes, as if he had been looking at an enemy. Hoping he was mistaken, he admitted to himself that Cyan brought him many concerns. He would continue to observe his younger brother, wondering what Cyan was hiding. Then the scene shifts to the carriage being escorted. Emily reveals that she is very disappointed in her young master, but he explains that it wasn't his fault. He was only allowed to take one escort night to the academy. She thinks he should have told her beforehand. In any case, he tells her to behave herself, then announces that he is leaving, which leaves her confused, until she realizes he was at least sad about going without her. That realization only makes her even more irritated. Cyan notices that his subordinate is not quite right in the head, and then he remembers when he was 8 years old. Back then, he came down with a terrible fever. It was Emily who carried him. She ran to the nearest house, desperately searching for someone who could help her young master. A man eventually opened the door. In the end, if it hadn't been for her, he would have died. To him, in some way, she was more than just a servant. He then reflects on the fact that 6 intermediate class knights are escorting just one person. He feels like something is bound to go wrong, and he hasn't even reached the academy yet. Later, one of the knights stops and informs their young master that it would be better to camp there for the night, claiming they are in the city of Saffron and would arrive the next morning. However, Cyan Vert already knows it's a lie. The city of Saffron has no forest like the one they are in. They are somewhere unsafe. He has already figured everything out. After being called, he steps out of the carriage, wanting to know who is behind this. No one answers, but one man is smiling. With overwhelming killing intent, Cyan declares that he asked a question. The smiling man says he doesn't need to know, since he is going to die anyway. The knights draw their swords, making it clear that it's nothing personal. They will give Cyan a quick death. One of them rushes at the boy, but the head that goes flying is his own, not the boy's. Once again, Cyan demands to know who is behind it. The others are completely shocked. Cyan doesn't understand why they are standing still. He believes they were all waiting for something like this, but they can't believe a mere boy did such a thing. Suddenly, another man tries to attack him from behind, but no one can do anything. Everyone who attempts to strike him ends up suffering. One of them begins to cry, doubting whether Cyan is really only 11 years old. They begin to understand how he survived after fighting a dragon. At that moment, it becomes clear the mission will never succeed. One of the men collapses to the ground in terror. He is the only one left alive. Cyan wants to know everything. Trembling with fear, the man reveals that Margaret sent them. Cyan didn't expect it to be so easy to get the information. He then makes the man guide the horse, and the man explains that Kranz had asked his mother, so they all believe the mission was related to that. Cyan is outraged to learn it was Kranz. He resolves to teach him a lesson when they meet again. The man, terrified, asks what will happen to him, whether the boy intends to kill him. Cyan notices that the man doesn't seem particularly particularly remorseful. The man explains that they tried to kill Cyan first, so he believes Cyan has every right to do the same. In the end, Cyan only wants him to drive while he reconsiders his decision. The man is deeply grateful. Eventually, they arrive at the central city of Saffern. The scene then shifts to Margaret destroying everything in rage. She can't believe what happened. The butler explains everything and informs her that Cyan left the city of Saffern 10 days ago. She is in shock and wants to know what the hell happened, but the butler believes they underestimated the young master. Margaret is furious that the butler couldn't even handle a child. The butler suspects someone interfered behind the scenes and asks for another chance, but Margaret thinks they should stop. She is already worried about her son's safety, remembering Cyan threatening her. She orders the butler not to act and not to let the information leak, killing anyone who knows about it if necessary. Behind the door, everything has already been heard. 10 days have passed since Cyan left Saffern. Brian, the name of the man who survived, behaves as Cyan's subordinate the entire time. He knows Margaret and the others are aware he is alive. At least he will make it safely to the academy. Still, he must decide what to do with Brian. When they arrive, Brian informs his young master. Seeing the place brings back memories for Cyan, though not good ones. The academy influenced him in many ways. He shows his family's crest, and the receptionist confirms his enrollment, instructing him to go to his dormitory and wait. In 2 days, he must attend the entrance ceremony and participate in the elemental test. The boy is confused. Suddenly, he receives information that shocks him. He asks if she is certain it's correct. Brian places his young master's belongings on the floor, equally stunned. That place is the royal corridor. No one from the Vert family has ever been assigned there. Cyan immediately grows suspicious. He also finds it strange that he has so little luggage. In any case, he has arrived at the academy, and Brian's role is done. Brian grows nervous and tells his young master to stay calm. Suddenly, the boy pulls out a bag full of money. Brian doesn't understand what is happening. Cyan says he believes he should pay him for his work. It's enough to start a new life. He tells him not to return to Velius. At that moment, Brian asks permission to serve him for the rest of his life, making it clear that he is a knight. That surprises the boy. Brian is a knight, but not a very good one, so he was given other roles, such as carriage driver. His father used to tell him that if he ever found someone he could trust and serve for the rest of his life, he should ask for permission without hesitation. Cyan considers it foolish. Brian doesn't understand, but Cyan asks what he would do if Cyan stabbed him in the back someday. Brian says he wouldn't mind. Cyan doesn't want a knight who would betray him. He also says he has no intention of attending the entrance ceremony. He only wants to participate in the elemental test. The scene then shifts to the director's office. He notes that there are many talented students in this year's elemental test, Aaron and a young man named Seth Chaharkan. He finds both interesting, but Cyan Vert is on another level. Even his sister Alice, called a divine child, only reached 88% in the water element when she graduated. The one informing the director is an academy instructor named Sarika Nigrathi. The old man is surprised. Alice was known for her astonishing talent, and yet she doesn't come close to her younger brother. The director of the Royal Academy is Kundel Quizel. However, Cyan's element is darkness, and his talents could deteriorate because of it. Still, the director tells Nigrithi that Cyan has been placed in the royal corridor. She already knows, having spoken with other instructors. Then he informs her that it was the Emperor's order, leaving her completely bewildered. Then Quizel explains to her that Cyan had saved the 5th princess from monsters at the border. Because of that, the Emperor wanted Cyan to marry his daughter. Although the 5th princess was considered a mistake, marrying her to one of the Verts would change things. The instructor believed that conflicts over the succession would only intensify. The empire could end up divided because of it, possibly leading to a civil war. Quizel tells her not to overthink it. They can only watch. It is up to them to see whether the child will become the hero or the ruin of the empire. The scene then shifts to Cyan. His elemental test result is 92%, which is very different from what he expected. It is nothing like his past life. He believes it is because of the demon beast's blood he drank. Suddenly a boy appears. Cyan greets him, and the boy becomes visibly startled. He is the son of the Marquis Panarin from the kingdom of Garum, Popper Panarin. Popper comments that he heard Cyan doesn't even know his own mother. Cyan clearly remembers that Panarin used to oppress him a lot, along with Kranz, so he actually feels pleased to see Popper Panarin. Popper assumes Cyan needs a beating. Kranz, standing beside him, tries to prevent things from escalating, nervously suggesting they move somewhere else. But before he can do anything, Cyan slams Popper to the ground, leaving Kranz in despair. Cyan then declares that he wants to speak with Kranz. Kranz immediately begins sweating in panic. Cyan tells him he doesn't care what he does behind his back, but if he ever tries something like that again, he won't graduate in one piece. Kranz starts crying and quickly runs toward Popper, only to fall flat on the ground. Cyan concludes that his school life here will be extremely entertaining. The scene shifts to instructor Nigrithi, walking through the library. She wonders whether Cyan will become a calamity or a hero. She decides she must watch him closely. She reaches for a book, only to notice it is missing. The book is in Cyan's hand, standing right behind her, asking if she was looking for this. He catches her off guard, but she pretends to remain calm and asks what he is doing there, since students are not allowed in that section. Strangely, she hadn't even sensed him. She confirms his name and asks him to hand over the book, claiming it is important for her research. Cyan says he will return it and hands it to her, but keeps holding on to it. Suddenly, the book is cut in half. He says he is certain she was not looking for that book and calls her Sarika Nikrit, the leader of the Mist. She demands to know who Cyan Vert really is and how he found out. When he first met her in his previous life, he thought she she was an ordinary person. She used to ask how he was doing at school. She would insist that he return to his room, claiming that counseling sessions were important for his development as a student. Cyan cannot understand how she expected growth from a student oppressed by his own brother. It seemed like nothing more than a cruel joke. Nukrit declares she has great interest in him, since she has never seen anyone with 84% in the darkness attribute before. He had heard the attribute was useless. She explains that only ignorant people say that. In her eyes, he has enormous potential. Cyan feels a mixture of emotions as she appears eager to see what he can accomplish. For a moment, he thinks she might be someone who could guide him, but that is an illusion. Behind her glasses lies deception. Her role as an instructor is merely a disguise. She is an assassin. She hides within the academy, where nobles from every continent gather, serving as the leader of a group known as the Mist. She declares they will continue the conversation in her office. Cyan is confused. She is calmer than he expected. The scene shifts to her office, exactly as he remembers. He drinks the black tea and assumes she poisoned it. Nukrit tells him not to worry. It is not fatal. It will only melt his intestines. However, Cyan is immune to her poison. He drank too much monster blood in the past and survived Emily's terrible cooking as well. He suggests she try something more lethal next time, irritating her. She decides to end the conversation and demands to know how he knows who she really is. It is not just that he also knows where the orders are hidden. She expects him to claim he is part of the Mist as well. Cyan looks unimpressed and asks if she needs further proof. Nukrit assumes his attribute score has gone to his head. Cyan mentions that when he was passing through Shatran, everyone thought a single night was enough to protect him. Nukrit is confused. He adds that he heard about several nobles who recently died and asks when she started her cleaning. She claims she has no idea what he is talking about. Releasing her energy, Cyan clarifies that he is referring to the assassinations and releases his own energy in response. Nukrit warns he will regret this. He points out that she is threatening a student. She throws a table at him and he quickly slices it in half, thinking she might be a little insane. At that moment, she leaps back. He has proven who he is. Nukrit declares there is no member of the Mist. She does not know, and she is prepared not to let him leave alive. Realizing he has no choice, Cyan attacks her. She blocks, stunned by the sword he wields. That blade can only be used by Eru's chosen, the sword Karam. Cyan asks if she finally believes him. He knows she has been searching for a successor within the Mist. She demands to know how he knows that. He tells her the successor is standing right in front of her and asks her to take him to Eru. The scene then shifts to a place in ruin. She has left with the boy and arrived at the location. Placing her hand on the door, she opens it. They are disguised. She notices he is not surprised by the Mist's hideout. She tells him that this is the path to the altar. At that moment, he stands there alone. That subspace had been created by the god of mist, and it was far more spacious on the inside than it appeared from the outside. Cyan remembered the positions, 2 at 4 o'clock and 3 at 11. Suddenly swords shot toward him. He had already expected something like that. Masked figures rushed in to attack him. It felt like quite the welcome party. He fought them off, leaving the masked assassins completely stunned. After all, he reflected their daggers at incredible speed. At that moment, one of the masked figures used a secret art known as the blind spot formation. Even so, Cyan responded with one of his own secret arts, the deadly wave technique, a skill used by assassins that manifests killing intent into physical form. The masked figures couldn't understand how a boy like him possessed such an ability. They suddenly found themselves unable to breathe and collapsed unconscious. However, one remained standing, perhaps someone superior. Cyan then used the mist fencing technique, Great Tree Decay, attempting to strike him, but the opponent blocked it. Cyan truly hadn't expected that. The opponent realized Cyan could use their specialty, but could no longer hold back and revealed herself to be Nukrit. Cyan was left confused. She said she wanted him to show what he was truly capable of. He unleashed the 8th instance of the Black Mist, Violent Barrage. She blocked numerous attacks, noticing he was familiar with both mist fencing and the Black Mist. Her interest in him only deepened. She wanted to see how far he could go. The thrill of battle was what drove Nukrit. She was practically intoxicated by it and would not stop until she killed the boy. Cyan ran, having already experienced that madness once before. Nukrit called out for him to return, asking if this wasn't what he wanted. He responded with Mist Tempest, but she blocked again. He had not inherited her twisted love for battle. She informed him that this was a divine space created by Eru, so he didn't need to worry about his energy being detected outside. Realizing that, Cyan understood he could use as much of his power as he wished, even kill her if necessary. He gripped his sword and released his energy, but something happened, and he suddenly collapsed. Kanaram had already known this would occur. He had lowered his guard for only a moment. Then Kanaram appeared in person before Nukrit, warning her not to interfere. Nukrit recognized her immediately and bowed. Karam demanded an explanation. After all, Nukrit claimed to love Eru, yet she was attacking his master. Nukrit explained she only wanted to confirm whether Cyan was truly the successor. It was her duty as leader. Karam was visibly irritated and declared that Nikrit's only responsibility was to summon her god. If she refused, the sword herself was willing to handle the challenge personally. Nukrit warned Karam that she should worry about the successor first, confusing the sword until they noticed the boy looked like he was dying. Nukrit explained that Karam had manifested through complete materialization, an inefficient process that absorbed her master's life force. Karam grew angry seeing the boy bleeding because of it, unable to believe that after drinking so much monster blood he was in that state. Nukrit then told the magical magical sword that she never refused an invitation to battle, especially not the chance to fight Karam. The sword realized everyone in that place was insane. At that moment, the boy stood up. He didn't look happy and asked why the sword had appeared. Karam told him to stay quiet. She intended to teach Nikrit a lesson. Nikrit replied she would be honored. Karam was not planning to show mercy, but before they could begin, Eru's voice declared that it was enough. A portal opened. He ordered them to send the successor to the altar. The boy grew excited. He was about to meet the god of shadows. Then he remembered what someone once said, that the god of black mist was purely evil, killing as if it were nothing, justifying it as being for the good of the world, claiming that people had already asked for it. Right and wrong were decided by each individual, and no one else. If someone's sense of justice could endure even after death, that was enough for Eru. What others called madness was simply his strange logic. But to Cyan, that god merely wanted to protect the weak, an absurd, stubborn deity. Cyan stepped through the portal and began climbing the stairs. Eru asked whether the boy knew him. Cyan confirmed that he did. Eru then asked what made him believe he was the successor. Cyan thought a god should be able to sense the power of the mist within him. Eru revealed there were two paths to becoming a successor. The first was for Eru to personally grant the mist stone to someone. The second was for the mist stone to be absorbed by someone it deemed worthy. Since he didn't know the boy, it must have been the latter. However, the mist stone had disappeared years ago. There was also the matter of Cyan awakening Karam, a sword whose whereabouts even the god of mist did not know. Not only that, the boy was adept at wielding the magical sword and possessed eyes far beyond his years. Eru presumed Cyan was a visitor from a time unknown to him. Cyan was confused. He had assumed Eru was connected to that. Eru informed him he was not an all-powerful god and apologized for the disappointment. He had been cast out from the ranks of divinity long ago. Cyan knew Eru was telling the truth. Eru said that made things easier. The boy didn't understand, so the god of mist explained that a perfect successor had appeared at his doorstep, lifting a burden from his shoulders. Cyan realized Eru was as lazy as ever, but not everything was perfect. Eru believed the boy had also brought something troublesome. He asked whether the magical sword was not enough. Why had Cyan also brought the holy sword? Cyan explained he had not planned to use it. He simply believed that if the holy sword never saw the light of day, it would eventually become worthless. Eru found that odd, but said it was none of his concern. In any case, he began the succession ritual, calling his successor forward and asking what he intended to do with his power. Cyan remembered that in his past life, when asked that same question, he had answered that he would seek revenge on his brother. A foolish reply. This time, neither of them mentioned his previous answer. He didn't know why. He also didn't know whether they expected something from him. Aura told Cyan to remember not to hold on to a foolish conviction. It was almost as if he knew the boy's pathetic end in the previous timeline. Cyan admitted that he had no grand cause or belief. Showing that things would be different this time, Eru didn't understand, but Cyan made it clear that he would use that power selfishly. It was for his own sake. Eru didn't mind, since only the boy could decide what was right or wrong. Still, he wanted to know whether Cyan would regret it. It would be better for Cyan to answer carefully, because depending on his response, Eru might cut his life short right then and there. Cyan didn't care about what might happen because of his actions. He would follow no one's orders, only his own conviction. Eru thought he was planning something and wanted to know what it was, but the boy denied it. Eru accepted the answer. He didn't want to waste too much time. Quickly, he went to Karam, wanting to talk to his daughter. He pinched her cheeks, saying she had changed a lot, and asked whether she liked her master that much. Karam didn't understand why he was saying that. Eru revealed that he was very happy, while at that moment, Karam only wanted him to stay away from her. Eru had nothing to give her master at that moment, so he decided to give something to her instead. She just had to give a little kiss to the magic sword. Cyan found it adorable to see a father getting along with his daughter. Suddenly, a magical rune appeared above her. Karam didn't understand what was happening. Then she appeared in her human form. The magic sword was confused. It now had a body. Cyan realized he hadn't used his magic. It even seemed like Eru's power had returned. The magic sword demanded to know what the hell Eru had done to her, but he explained that he had only given her a bit of his life force. He didn't understand why she reacted that way, and asked whether she didn't want to marry her master. Karam became furious, shaking her father back and forth, thinking he had a death wish. He laughed like crazy. Then the scene shifted to another day, in the dormitory. Brian asked his master what all of that meant, but Cyan believed there was no way to explain it, so his subordinate would just have to accept it. The big problem was that the two of them were there, creating serious tension. Karam wanted to know why the instructor had come to her student's room so early, saying everyone would find it strange. Nikrit explained that she had come to bring him her notes, ensuring the best for her student, who was very special. But the magic sword thought the organization's leader should act more cautiously. Nikrit assumed it was none of her business. Their argument seemed endless, while Cyan couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He told Brian he would step out for a while, but the poor knight didn't want to stay alone with them as they kept fighting. Outside, Cyan felt much better, until he smelled blood. The scene then shifted to a girl falling to the ground. Her arm was injured, and she was being oppressed by 3 guys. One of them thought they should try it, and one of them took a sphere, went up to the girl, opened her mouth, and tried to force her to swallow it. Before they could do anything else to her, Aaron appeared, warning them not to treat a fellow student that way. As nobles, in her view, they should feel ashamed. The one who was about to force the sphere into the girl's mouth was Barrett Lumiel, the eldest son of Duke Lumiel's house from the kingdom of Graram. He wanted to know who she was, and she introduced herself. Barrett started laughing mockingly. He knew she was the 5th 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. With a wicked smile, he declared it was an honor to meet her. She wasn't interested in greetings, however, and demanded an explanation for the situation. Barrett claimed she had misunderstood and thought they should tell her, but he ordered the oppressed girl to speak. The girl looked confused. Suddenly, Barrett lifted her up and asked whether the three of them were bothering her. Obviously, the oppressed girl denied it. Aaron said she shouldn't be afraid, yet the frightened girl begged the 5th princess to leave them alone. Barrett, completely psychotic, began to laugh and said he was getting sad. Aaron didn't care and was ready to take the girl with her, but Barrett grabbed her arm, asking if she was deaf since the girl named Leximus had told her to leave. Aaron threatened to take action, swearing on her name if Barrett continued. But just as he was about to insult her, Cyan appeared and knocked him to the ground. Aaron was surprised. Cyan was also stunned to see Leximus, not understanding anything. The scene then shifted to one of Cyan's memories. In the kingdom of Garum, at Klein Castle, where a sword battle was taking place, Cyan fought against Leximus Klein, the best swordswoman on the continent. But for some reason, after graduating from the academy, she had joined Count Clan's family, changing her nationality. She unleashed such a massive slash that it tore up part of the ground, surprising Cyan. However, Cyan appeared behind Leximus about to strike her. He slammed her hard to the ground. Cyan had been sent by the Empire to kill her. After infiltrating, he encountered her and formally dueled her. There had been no personal reason for it. Leximus had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship without any mana. He didn't want to kill her in secret. She carried a great title. Meanwhile, Barrett's companions tried to help him up. Barrett stood and asked if Cyan wanted to join their little game. Cyan thought Barrett was nothing but an idiot. The mana sphere he had been about to force into Leximus's mouth was not something to toy with, since it could destroy the mana inside a person's body. Still, Cyan was willing to play a game with Barrett. He created a giant sphere and told Barrett to open his mouth. Then the scene shifted to Leximus, completely bandaged. Aaron informed them that Leximus needed to rest and stay in bed for a while. Leximus was grateful, not knowing how to repay them. Aaron said they had only done what they should have done. Cyan simply thought the best swordswoman on the continent would be quite different. Suddenly, Leximus asked if they knew her, because she felt they had met before. Cyan pretended he knew her, but then claimed he had been mistaken, and apologized. Leximus said he shouldn't worry. Aaron wanted to know where Leximus's room was, concerned that those idiots might bother her again. Leximus explained that she stayed in the commoner's hall. She had managed to enroll thanks to Professor Veltane, who had promised to support her financially throughout her time at the academy. However, he had been suddenly dismissed. Cyan realized that she no longer had any support there. She would have to leave the academy. Aaron was deeply saddened. At that moment, Cyan suggested that Aaron take Leximus in as her personal knight, learning swordsmanship from her. Aaron didn't understand, stating that Leximus was a boy. That was when Cyan explained to the 5th princess that Leximus was actually a girl. Leximus then clarified that she never meant to deceive her. She simply preferred short hair and boys' clothing because it was more comfortable. Aaron apologized for not noticing earlier. In any case, she wanted to know what Leximus planned to do next, thinking Cyan's idea was excellent, since that way Leximus would no longer be harassed. Living a peaceful life like that, Leximus didn't understand why she had been chosen. Aaron admitted that she didn't like being alone. Leximus thanked her and swore she would become someone the 5th princess could rely on. Aaron told her not to thank her, since it was all thanks to Cyan, but when she looked around, the boy was already gone. The scene shifted to him outside, thinking he had done enough and would leave the rest to the princess. At that moment, he understood why Leximus had abandoned the Ushif Empire. She wouldn't have lost her mana if it hadn't been for Barrett. The best swordswoman on the continent, without losing her mana, would become someone far more difficult to defeat. He found that quite interesting. He also remembered the order he had received that morning from Hallmaster Negrithi, his very first purification mission as a shadow. His first mission was already a difficult one. Still, he remembered that Negrithi believed in him. He was worried things might become even harder. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right in front of him. He assumed a demonic beast had invaded the academy. A gigantic man appeared, asking if he was Cyan Vert. The boy didn't understand how that giant knew him. The man introduced himself as Seth Charharkin, a freshman just like him. Cyan couldn't believe that lunatic was the same age as him. He had never seen him before in his life. Seth declared he had heard a lot about Cyan, how he had already defeated several demonic beasts and even survived a dragon attack. He wanted to fight him. That was when Cyan noticed the mark on Seth's chest, the crest of Sparnia, a nation located in the desert east of the continent. Sparnia had once been a powerful military country, led by its first prince, a master of magic and combat. Even the Ushif Empire had struggled when attempting to conquer it. However, the powerful nation had fallen into ruin after the sudden death of its only successor. The cause of death had been listed as illness. He had focused solely on training his muscles and neglected his health. Seth demanded that Cyan decide then and there. Cyan had never encountered Seth like this in his previous life, which irritated him. Seth wanted to determine who was stronger and wouldn't take no for an answer, certain that Cyan was eager as well, but Cyan refused. Unofficial duels weren't allowed at the academy. They needed to submit a formal request. Seth asked where to do that, and Cyan told him it was on the 3rd floor of the main hall. Seth eagerly ran off. Cyan realized the guy was an idiot. He was heading in the opposite direction, and Cyan wasn't even sure whether that was the right place to request duels. It might take some time before they met again, which would allow Cyan to focus on his purification mission for now. The scene then shifted to a man informing Zickerman that the preparations were complete. Zickerman ordered them to stop slacking off and deliver the goods to the clients. Albus. Zickerman Albus was one of the richest men on the continent, presenting himself publicly as a philanthropist who donated generously to charities. Behind the scenes, however, he managed the slave breeding market, trafficking various species. That day, he intended to unveil the masterpiece of his life. Cyan had already arrived and located his target, thinking it would be quick, but the magic sword warned him that it sensed a very complex energy. Something strange was being concealed. Zickerman looked into a cell where a creature had calmed down, calling it his golden goose. Suddenly, smoke filled the area, and one of his subordinates dropped dead. Only Zickerman and one remaining subordinate were left. Cyan wasted no time and swiftly eliminated the last guard. Zickerman couldn't understand what was happening and asked where the others were. Cyan promised to send him to the same place. He acknowledged that Zickerman had hired many people. Zickerman demanded to know what Cyan wanted, offering him money. At that moment, Cyan cut off his hand. Cyan questioned whether Zickerman didn't think he deserved to die for the crimes he had committed. He gave him 1 minute to repent for his sins. After that, the pain would end. Zickerman began to cry. Certain Cyan would kill him. He claimed he was only trying to survive, selling slaves because there were buyers. Those who purchased them were the real ones at fault. Cyan hadn't expected Zickerman to be so shameless. Declaring he would end his life, Cyan attacked him with everything he had, using the 9th form Thick Mist. Afterward, he looked around the place and reached a cell. He asked the magic sword if this was it. Karam confirmed, sensing a combination of 2 different energies. They quickly cut through the bars. Cyan was surprised. There was a woman inside, and she appeared to be dead. Cyan said she was just a human, but Karam denied it. She told him to look at what the woman was holding. It was a dragon egg. The boy decided to take it. Later, Brian asked where his master had found it. Cyan casually claimed he had found it in the middle of the street. Brian was completely shocked. That was absurd. Cyan kept thinking about the fact that Zickerman had intended to sell something as dangerous as a dragon egg. Brian grew worried about what would happen if it hatched, but Cyan told his subordinate not to worry. Dragons were massive concentrations of mana from different elements. If they continuously infused the egg with the correct elemental mana, it wouldn't hatch. Dragon eggs separated from their mother were nothing more than decorative stones. Suddenly, the egg cracked, completely defying Cyan's expectations. He didn't understand what was happening. A light began to shine through the cracks. Then, all at once, a dragon was born in human form. Brian panicked, having no idea what they were supposed to do. Cyan realized that the creature was neither fully dragon nor fully human. He wanted to understand how that woman had managed to nurture a draconic human. It dawned on him that he had gotten himself into serious trouble. The dragon girl was already looking at him with sparkling eyes, calling him daddy. She quickly hugged the boy, leaving him completely stunned. Karam burst out laughing. Cyan had become a father at just 11 years old. In the end, he blamed everything on her. The scene then shifted to a moment earlier, when the magic sword had tried to convince her master to take the egg, saying it would be terrible if it fell into the wrong hands. Cyan had been worried something might hatch from it, but Karam assured him she had never seen a dragon born away from its mother. It was nothing more than a rock. Then the scene returned to the moment the dragon was born. Karam had never imagined witnessing something like that. Cyan was furious with her, since she had insisted such a thing would never happen. Even she hadn't expected it. In any case, a hybrid like that girl, her mere existence could cause enormous chaos. Cyan agreed with the magic sword. The situation was extremely dangerous. The dragon girl was sleeping peacefully, but a mixture between species was not normal. The world they lived in was far too dangerous for someone like her. If the Academy discovered her, the director might eliminate her to avoid external threats. Dragons were strict about their lineage. If they found out that child existed, they would try to eliminate anyone who knew about her. Cyan began to question whether he should risk such danger. If the girl was destined to live a life of suffering anyway, perhaps it would be better to end it now. Karam asked if he was certain. From the sword's perspective, it would be for the greater good. If the girl's fate was to live in misery, they agreed it might be better to end things immediately. Just then, the little girl woke up and hugged Cyan again, declaring that she loved him. He hadn't expected that. Lifting her up, he felt something different inside himself. He then told Karam that they would take care of the girl. The sword had assumed he would turn the girl into his servant. The scene shifted to Castle Vert. Margaret paced back and forth, thinking about what she should do. She believed it would be very bad if Cyan continued to live. Suddenly, Ashel arrived, catching her off guard and asking her to let him know if anything was troubling her. She claimed she was fine and thanked him, then quickly left. Ashel then requested Kellen's report. Kellen Hator informed him that 6 of their warriors had been found dead in the mountains by Velius. He presumed the rest had gone to ruin with Cyan, and that Margaret was behind it all. Ashel asked if there was any additional information, but Kellen only knew that Cyan had been placed in the royal hall. Ashel already knew that and grew furious at Kellen's inability to uncover anything about his younger brother. Kellen became terrified, seeing how angry Ashel was. He knew Ashel killed those who disappointed him. Having worked hard to reach his position, he didn't want to lose his life. He made it clear that he would go immediately, and promised not to disappoint him. Ashel ordered him to hurry, convinced that his younger brother was hiding something. The scene then shifted to Nikrit entering Cyan's room. He was confused, since there were no classes that day. The instructor wanted to know why there was a child there. The boy said it was a long story, and asked why she had come. Nikrit informed him that they had a bigger problem. She declared that Cyan had given them a huge headache, showing him a duel request. She thought he had gone crazy. He wasn't supposed to draw attention to himself. He needed to remain as discreet as possible. Cyan couldn't believe that Seth, as foolish as he was, had actually managed to arrange it. Karam saw no issue with two 11-year-olds beating each other up. Cyan asked when the fight would take place. In 2 hours. It was sooner than he had expected. The scene shifted to the duel arena. Seth admitted he was very excited. Their combat rules required either swordsmanship or magic. The fight began. Seth was incredibly fast for someone so large, but Cyan blocked with ease. He knew he didn't need strength against Seth. He needed precision. Their clash was intense. Seth eventually realized that Cyan was dodging his attacks, using Seth's own strength against him. Cyan suddenly sheathed his sword, grabbed Seth by the leg and slammed him to the ground. However, Seth managed to brace himself and avoid smashing his face directly into the floor. Cyan found his opponent quite interesting. The audience was confused. The two were so different. Seth was enjoying the fight immensely, growing even more excited. He admitted he had lost in swordsmanship, but now he intended to win no matter what, giving it everything he had. Cyan thought his opponent was extremely annoying. Seth began releasing an absurd amount of energy. Quizel, who was watching the battle, found the two boys fascinating. They were using magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Nigrithi told the director that Cyan had won in swordsmanship, and he agreed. But Quizel wondered what Cyan would do next, since Seth was rated 3 stars in mana classification, the highest rank among all enrolled students. Meanwhile, Nigrithi was furious with Cyan, thinking he was begging for attention. At that moment, Seth used a magical technique called Death Fist. Cyan barely managed to dodge, but his opponent wouldn't let him escape so easily, striking at him repeatedly. Seth refused to give up, and then unleashed another ability, Desert Fang. Suddenly, Cyan found himself surrounded. He knew Seth's mana had been evaluated at 3 stars, but even so, he believed that Seth should be capable of using 4-star magic. The professors who were maintaining the barrier were already struggling to keep it up. Seth wanted his opponent to stop running from his attacks like a rat, but Cyan thought that made no sense. He couldn't just stand there and take the hits. Seth believed that a true warrior doesn't keep dodging, while Cyan thought his opponent was completely idiotic. This left Seth utterly furious, and he tried to strike him again. Quizel watched closely, analyzing the situation. Nigrithi noticed that Seth had used a 4-star spell. Cyan's opponent was certain he wouldn't dodge this time. Cyan, however, chose to face it head-on. The scene then shifted to Brian, who was testing the temperature of a baby bottle. He had experience, since he had taken care of his younger siblings. He called the dragon over to feed her, but he was shocked. Within a short time, she had already grown. The scene returned to the arena where the two were fighting. The audience couldn't see clearly, and the professors were having difficulties. The barrier was on the verge of breaking. They thought the director should take the situation more seriously. Nigrithi asked the director to stop the battle, but he told her to wait, saying that something was happening. At that moment, Cyan used the secret expansion technique, the purple. Nigrithi became desperate, trying to understand why the boy was using that technique. The bearded man thought Cyan never stopped surprising him. Suddenly, Cyan completely suppressed Seth's power. The audience was stunned. None of them had ever seen anything like what Cyan had just done. Cyan then asked Seth if he wanted to continue, but Seth gave up, unable to believe it. He had lost in both swordsmanship and magic. Cyan began to feel somewhat guilty. Seth punched the ground. He was tired of fighting weak people, yet at that moment he felt even more motivated to train. He extended his hand to Cyan, wanting to fight him again in another opportunity. Cyan shook his hand but refused. After that, Cyan returned to his room. He knew dragons grew quickly, but the girl already looked about 6 years old. It wouldn't be long before she appeared older than him. Brian didn't know what to do. Cyan thought it would be difficult to keep her a secret like that. The instructor assumed he should accept that. At some point, it would be impossible to hide the girl. She couldn't help him with that, especially since he kept showing off like he had that day. She wanted to know what the hell was going through his head. She had barely seen a dragon before, and it had already grown so much. She was certain that hiding the girl was inevitable. For now, eventually, everything would spiral out of control. Cyan had put Brian in charge of taking care of her. In any case, there was a barrier in the dormitory. The magical sword and the girl couldn't be detected. The instructor warned that this would only work if he didn't cause any trouble. She also handed him his reward for the duel, which he found rather disappointing. She left, telling him to be more careful. He couldn't draw attention to himself. Then Cyan opened the letter. It was a warning notice stating they would be expelled for misconduct. The little girl asked what they were going to do, and whether they would become beggars. Cyan wondered where she had learned to say such things, and told her not to worry. Nothing like that would happen. Brian, however, was afraid of dying if they returned to Velius. Cyan told him not to worry, as he would file a complaint. The letter had come from the director himself, and Cyan believed the director wanted to speak with him personally. He then remembered when the bearded man had asked if he wanted to join the Knights of Light. Finally deciding to live for his brother, Cyan had agreed. However, Quizel didn't think that was the best path for him, and warned that nothing good would come of that decision, promising he would meet a cruel fate. Living like someone's puppet would be horrible. Cyan wondered what the bearded man would say about his current life. Brian reminded his master that they should give the girl a name. Cyan decided to call her Nana. Brian liked the name very much. The little girl was overjoyed and said she wanted her name to be Nana Vert. Cyan didn't understand how she knew his last name. The scene then shifted to the director's office. He wrote on a piece of paper. He knew that Cyan Vert had great potential, but he had absorbed a 4-star spell using a 1-star black sphere. It was a frightening talent that required little effort from him. The old man wanted to know the limits of that student. Kundal Quizel had taught the current emperor, Dione Severus, and was also the father of the last empress, Diana Quizel. He was one of the few 9-star mages on the continent, and had devoted himself solely to educating students at the academy after the death of his daughter. There was something Cyan wanted to understand about the bearded man. He had always thought Quizel was a pacifist, yet in this life he had suddenly intervened in the royal succession struggle. Cyan didn't believe Quizel's personality had changed. As he walked, he sensed something, a barrier. The boy touched it. The old man knew he was coming, and raised a 9-star barrier to restrict the area. If this was a test, Cyan was willing to accept it. The old man smiled, curious about what the boy would do. Only a great mage could destroy that barrier. Suddenly, Cyan jumped from the window from above, landing right in front of Quizel. He introduced himself, and expressed his disagreement with the complaint. The old man acknowledged that he had lost that time, but Cyan clarified that he was referring to the letter sent by the old man. After seeing the barrier outside, he had realized something. The warning letter was just an excuse to test his talent. The old man admitted it had been somewhat aggressive, but the boy had succeeded in proving himself. However, he had no intention of removing the warning, so he suggested the boy persuade him in another way. Cyan then said he had a question, and the old man was willing to answer. Cyan asked whether he desired territorial expansion or the honor of his family. Quizel realized the boy's question was quite audacious. Still, it didn't interest him. Cyan then asked whether, after Emperor Dione's death, if the third or fourth prince tried to seize the throne before the first prince, the old man would remain neutral. Quizel saw that the boy wasn't just audacious, he was arrogant. Cyan began to believe that the bearded man wasn't very different from his past self. In Cyan's previous life, during the struggle for the throne, Kundel Quizel had played a major role in making the first prince, Louis-Nel Severus, emperor. Louis-Nel was a cruel and vicious man who killed all his brothers. When Kundel opposed this, Louis-Nel accused him of being a traitor to the empire and sentenced him to death. Kundel had fought hard to bring light to someone else's future, only to be betrayed by that very person in the end. Quizel grew furious, slamming his hand against the desk and calling it complete nonsense. He demanded to know whether the boy truly believed that the peace of the last century would collapse so easily. He had thought Cyan was a genius, but at that moment he seemed like a fool. Cyan, however, found it strange. After all, the mother of the first prince and the second princess had died of an illness, and the third and fourth princes were legitimate rivals to the first. The Nepolis family, from which Empress Cassandra came, was well known for its greed and hunger for power. They would do whatever it took to maintain their position. To the boy, the empire's peace was already hanging by a thread. The day that peace ended, the academy would fall as well. Quizel found it extremely strange that an 11-year-old child could think that way. It was as if he completely understood the current political climate. He wanted to know why Cyan was saying all this. The boy was trying to negotiate, promising to help the old man protect both his family's peace and the academy. In exchange, he only asked that the bearded man remove his warning. Quizel began to laugh, thinking the brat had no power to help him, feeling the weight of Cyan's arrogance. He then prepared a skill called Chains of Judgment, capturing Cyan. The director was ready to fight. He declared that no matter what the boy did, if he couldn't break free from that ability, then he wasn't as talented as he claimed. The boy was willing to show the old man otherwise. The bearded man's eyes widened as Cyan used the black sphere on his own body, something the old man thought impossible. The boy was absorbing his spell. Quizel now wanted to know just how talented Cyan truly was. Cyan then leapt free and asked if the bearded man was satisfied. The director declared he would remove the warning but asked whether the boy was certain that was what he wanted. Cyan confirmed, saying he only wished to live a peaceful student life. In truth, he simply didn't want to see the academy collapse again. The scene shifted to Brian, who was carrying a bag full of junk food. He was happy just imagining the hybrid girl eating sweets, but he noticed the street was unusually quiet, which felt strange. Suddenly, he sensed something. Looking in one direction, he ordered whoever was there to come out. A figure stepped forward, startling him. Brian suddenly vanished, and the things he had bought were left scattered on the ground. After speaking with the director, Cyan agreed to attend his classes. It was his last lesson of the day, but he was exhausted. Learning something he had already studied 30 years ago was incredibly dull. He had no mission at the moment, so all that remained was training. Suddenly Arin appeared, asking where he was going, and pointing out that classes weren't over yet. He told her he was heading to the bathroom, but she knew he was lying. That wasn't the way to the restroom. Leximus told Arin to behave more like a princess. Cyan then asked whether Arin had allowed Leximus to call her by name. Arin assumed he was trying to change the subject, but made it clear she had given permission because they were friends. She also told him he shouldn't keep calling her Your Highness. Suddenly, a young man appeared and called out to Arin. She froze and began to tremble. He remarked that it had been a while, but he wasn't alone. Pavian and Navorian were with him. She greeted them politely. Pavian asked why she was wasting time with commoners. The two were members of the Nepelis family and didn't even try to hide their dislike for Arin. One of them then recognized Cyan Vert. Cyan behaved politely and introduced himself. They admitted that his duel had surprised them. They were even planning to invite him to a party, suggesting they should be friends. Meanwhile, the two girls quietly began to slip away. The boys said goodbye to Cyan. Navorian approached Arin and warned her to know her place and not be too arrogant. Soon after they left, Leximus, seeing that they were princes, wondered what was wrong with them, but Cyan disagreed. To him they were nothing more than strangers. Arin was confused. Cyan believed that in the face of power, bloodline meant nothing. Since they treated Arin that way, it showed they were wary of her. They were trying to keep her under control. He told Arin not to feel discouraged. She blushed deeply at his words. Soon after, he returned to his room. He saw Nana sleeping, but no one else was there, which he found strange. He called for the sword, which quickly appeared. Although Brian had been summoned, he didn't show up. The sword appeared in a simplified form, leaving Cyan confused. It explained that when it needed to hide its presence, it was more convenient to remain in that form. Cyan ordered Kairam to search for Brian. Kairam grew irritated, declaring she wasn't a dog, so it made no sense for her to go looking for Brian. She was certain he was perfectly capable of returning on his own. However, she soon smelled blood, which immediately worried Cyan. Meanwhile, Brian was being dragged across the ground. He had been struck down and captured by Barrett and his group. Barrett claimed he had been generous, but Brian had made him very angry. He assumed Brian was just a worthless knight and threatened to cut him into pieces and send him back to his master in fragments, all because Cyan had mocked him. Brian calmly said everything was fine, leaving Barrett confused. Brian thought the whole situation was a joke. Barrett assumed Brian had gone insane after taking such a beating. He then ordered his men to kill him. Cyan, watching everything from above, wanted to know if Barrett was really sure about what he was going to do. Brian was completely disoriented. Cyan could see that Brian was utterly screwed. Barrett, on the other hand, found Cyan's presence wonderful and declared that he would slice him in half. Cyan began to smile as well. Using the dense mist in its 8th form, he struck Barrett's henchmen at an absurd speed, defeating the mercenaries as if they were nothing. Barrett realized that Cyan was a difficult man to deal with. Unable to understand how Cyan was so strong, Barrett still swore that he would take Cyan's life right then and there, but before he could do anything, he was struck with a knee to the face and sent flying. Cyan wanted to know if Barrett was incapable of changing, which he found rather amusing. Barrett only bullied people weaker than himself. Barrett explained that it was just a hobby and asked if that was really a reason to be killed. Barrett Luamil was the eldest son of the Luamil family and could be considered the true authoritative figure in the Kingdom of Graham. He was well known for his problematic behavior. In Cyan's past life, he had been exactly the same. Physical assault was the least of his terrible crimes. He had burned animals alive purely for entertainment. One day, he truly crossed the line by killing a classmate. His excuse was that she had been practicing magic. In the end, Cyan received an order from Neva to purify him. When he infiltrated the mansion where they were staying after Barrett's expulsion, he found a pile of servants' bodies hidden in the basement. After overpowering Barrett, Cyan was determined to kill him in the most painful way he knew. But Barrett only laughed, telling him to kill him quickly instead of dragging things out. His laughter echoed in Cyan's mind. The man was a psychopath. He believed it was perfectly fine to lose his life, since he had already had all the fun he wanted. Still, Cyan felt that killing him like that would probably not be enough. Death alone would not compensate for all the lives he had taken. Suddenly, Cyan forced Barrett's mouth open and formed a sphere in his hand. Barrett begged him not to do it. Barrett warned that there would be consequences for doing something like that, reminding Cyan that he was a Luamil, the most powerful family in the Kingdom of Graham. Cyan shoved the sphere into his mouth, thinking the idiot talked too much. He didn't care whether Barrett liked him or not, and declared that Barrett was free to hate him as much as he wanted. He couldn't care less about anything Barrett said. Barrett's mistake had been laying hands on Cyan's subordinate, and so he suffered the consequences. Barrett screamed loudly. A man stood above, watching. He had never imagined that Cyan was hiding so much power. He needed to inform Ashel immediately, as his plans might be ruined. But suddenly, Nycrid appeared behind him, threatening him with a blade. She had noticed the small obsessive pursuer who had been following her disciples. Meanwhile, Brian apologized to his boss. Cyan found it bizarre how ugly Brian looked after that facial harmonization. He also found it strange, since his subordinate should not lose a fight. He wanted to know if that was the loyalty Brian had sworn to him. He also asked why Brian hadn't run away. He understood what Brian had wanted to do, but he thought it had been incredibly foolish. He didn't need a loyal subordinate who was dead, so he didn't want Brian doing anything reckless again. Brian apologized once more. Cyan then said Nycrid could come out now. She realized he had noticed her. Cyan explained that he knew because she always brought all her hall members together. She said she had brought a gift and threw one of Ashel's subordinates to the ground as if he were trash. Cyan recognized the man as the one who had been following him earlier. Nycrid realized Cyan had already known. She admitted that the boy was talented. He had the power to suppress a mist assassin. He also had enough intelligence to make a fair deal with the director and the mental strength to perfectly wield a demonic sword. He truly was the right choice to be the successor. But if situations like this kept happening, more people would start to suspect him. Cyan promised to be careful, but he had no intention of living like an idiot. Anyone who messed with his people would suffer the consequences. Nycrid understood his side. She could see he could handle it, so she turned her back. She also reminded him not to forget the man who had been following him. Askel's subordinate wanted to know if Cyan would kill him, but Cyan thought killing him would be the easiest option. The young man hoped he wouldn't be interrogated, declaring he wouldn't say a single word. That was when Cyan realized he was Askel's #1 subordinate. It was impossible for the boy to forget him. That man never left Ashel's side, and had even been jealous of the relationship Cyan had with Ashel in his past life, proving himself to be quite strange, dangerous in another sense as as well. It might even have been better for Cyan to kill him right there, but since he was Ashel's subordinate, he could be very useful for Cyan's plans. Cyan used his magic, leaving the man completely confused. He activated the creation of the dark personality. Then the scene shifted to Leximus, fighting Aaron. The fifth princess thought she could endure it just fine, but Leximus claimed victory once again. Aaron realized she was incapable of defeating Leximus. Suddenly, they heard Brian scream. Their training was brutal. Cyan attacked Brian as if he intended to kill him. At the same time, he noticed his subordinate had incredible endurance, even though others saw him as a ridiculous knight. Eventually, Cyan saw that Brian was exhausted, even bleeding from the mouth. Brian told his boss he could still continue. Cyan didn't know when another incident like Barrett's might happen again, so Brian needed to be able to defend himself. Brian then asked if Kellen was okay. Cyan told him not to worry. Kellen was already on their side. What had happened that day was that Cyan had used an ability on Kellen. It had been difficult, since he hadn't used it in a long time. The dark personality was an ability that created a shadow persona and manipulated the opponent. Cyan had used it only once in his past life, so he tested it on Kellen, who stated his name and confirmed he had received orders to observe Cyan, and had come to ruin because of that. Cyan saw that it had worked, and asked which master Kellen served. Kellen replied that he served Ashel, but at that moment, he wanted to serve Cyan instead, asking the boy to accept him. Meanwhile, the boy wanted him to listen carefully, hoping that Kellen would report everything back to Ashel without leaving out a single detail. After recalling how it had happened, Cyan found it strange how Kellen's eyes shone with loyalty, hoping things wouldn't spiral out of control until Aaron arrived. Seeing that they were training together, she mentioned that they had been training there every weekend. She thought it was a good idea because of the incident that had happened. Cyan asked if she was talking about last week, when Barrett was found in front of the infirmary, completely unconscious. He had been beaten until he was unrecognizable, but no one knew who had done it. Not even Barrett himself could say who it was, almost as if he didn't want to. In the end, he would never be able to use magic again. However, Leximus's reaction was something the boy hadn't expected. He thought she would be happy. Suddenly, Nana appeared from the sky, shouting, "Daddy!" Brian was in shock, because he clearly remembered leaving her with the demonic sword, but Karam had actually been snoring. Aaron picked the girl up, and Nana happily told the fifth princess that she had found her daddy, calling Cyan with overwhelming joy. Aaron did not like that at all, and wanted to know who he had done that with. Cyan felt embarrassed, and pretended he had no idea what she was talking about. The scene then shifts to Cyan's room. He ended up explaining the whole situation to them. Aaron was extremely relieved to learn that Nana wasn't his daughter. She hadn't expected Cyan to be so kind. It was quite unexpected for her. However, the boy wasn't pleased, as he believed Aaron might try to blackmail him. Brian was also in shock, since the academy could expel his master. However, the fifth princess told Cyan not to worry, as she wouldn't tell anyone. He asked if she was serious. Argan confirmed it with Leximus, and the swordswoman agreed with overwhelming happiness. In any case, she didn't talk to anyone except them, which left Argan completely shocked. Cyan didn't understand, so Argan explained that she felt sorry for Nana. She didn't fit in with either dragons or humans. She wouldn't be accepted by either side, but Cyan wanted to take care of her. In the fifth princess's view, that was a good thing. She also wanted to visit his room sometimes, which he found strange, but she didn't want him to misunderstand. She just wanted to see the little girl. Cyan didn't really mind. He only wanted the girl to remember that this was their secret. She liked that. After that, the girls left. Aren wasn't feeling well, thinking she would have been the first to bear Cyan's child. Then Karam couldn't believe something had happened while she was asleep. She also wanted to know why her master hadn't revealed that he was living with a demonic sword, but he was very angry with her, since she was to blame for everything. Brian suggested to his boss that they take Nana out for a walk, since she was getting stressed from spending so much time there. Cyan didn't think it was a bad idea. The scene then shifts to two people with dragon wings flying through the sky. One of them suddenly stops. The woman asks what's wrong. The man explains that he felt something repulsive. He asks where they are. The girl speaking to them is named Catalina. She informs him that they are not very close. They are near ruin. The man then assumes he will have to delay his return for a while because he sensed an aura coming from there. As a dragon, he believes he cannot allow that. Next, the scene shifts to the outskirts of ruin. Brian was running after Nana, who was flying around after finding a wide open area and getting excited. Cyan liked what he was seeing. They were about 10 kilometers from downtown ruin, and he assumed it should be fine for Nana to play whenever she wanted. Karam thought the boy was starting to look like a real father, and wondered why he wouldn't give Nana a real mother as well, until they suddenly sensed something. The dragon who had previously felt an aura appeared near them, finding it repulsive. Brian grew extremely worried. Suddenly, an enormous surge of energy crashed down right in front of them. Cyan was concerned about the little girl, but Brian managed to grab her in time. Cyan told everyone to stay behind him. Out of nowhere, two dragons stood there. Cyan couldn't understand why two high-ranking dragons were in that place. The dragon judged that the disgusting stench he was sensing came from Nana, considering it utterly revolting. He was a high-ranking silver dragon named Lucian. Catalina wanted to know how a hybrid could be living there, deeming Nana a vile creature. She asked if the boy was Nana's master, and also noticed that he carried a demonic sword. Kapram wanted to understand why Catalina was treating her like a mere object. Catalina soon told the sword to be quiet, referring to her as an inferior being who had degraded herself to the point of becoming a human slave. Karam concluded that the dragon must have a death wish. Catalina quickly lost her patience, but Lucian assumed they should stop. He wasn't interested in fighting fighting inferior beings, but he demanded they leave the hybrid with him. A half-human, half-dragon was, in his view, a horrible experiment. He offered to let them all go if they did. As he said, Cyan had no intention of complying and told the dragon to shut up. Lucian didn't understand, and Cyan declared he hadn't stuttered. Lucian began to laugh and immediately launched a massive attack at the boy. Cyan managed to dodge. Brian was worried, but Cyan assured him everything was fine and told them to get as far away as possible. Cyan even admired the technique. Lucian began releasing his energy, and Cyan immediately manifested the demonic sword. Catalina wanted to know what power she was witnessing. Lucian explained that Cyan possessed the power of exile. The day was full of surprises, but to him Cyan was still an inferior human. Suddenly, the boy appeared beside him. Lucian hadn't seen it coming, and was struck. Becoming furious, he tried to hit Cyan but failed, then used a shockwave, which Cyan easily dodged. Cyan activated a skill called Mist Slide, catching the dragon off guard, then followed with Storm Mist while Catalina defended Lucian, using a fire barrier. However, Lucian told her to stay back, as she was no match for Cyan. Still, she was fired up, declaring she wouldn't lose to a brat. She raised a draconic barrier made from 1,000 years of accumulated mana, assuming a human wouldn't be able to do anything against it. But the boy used the Mist Sword, 8 Fluttering Petals technique, and shattered her barrier. Catalina couldn't believe it. Cyan wasted no time and used his Chain of Cuts. Lucian was enraged, demanding to know who that brat was. After all, the god of mist held no authority, yet Cyan displayed immense power. The dragons wanted to know who he was. Lucian admitted Cyan was a powerful opponent. Cyan saw the dragon use polymorph, abandoning his human form and returning to his original one. Lucian became a gigantic dragon. Cyan realized something. At that moment, Lucian was more vulnerable. Cyan positioned himself directly above him. Lucian wondered what the boy was doing, until he realized the brat might know the weakness of polymorph. Suddenly, Cyan struck him with everything he had. Lucian judged that he needed to flee, but Cyan decided it was too late, and kept injuring him more and more. Meanwhile, Brian stayed with the girl and wondered how his young master was doing, until he saw something and covered Nana's eyes. Cyan was eating dragon meat, and even offered some to Brian. Nana wanted some too, but obviously he wasn't willing to give it to her. The scene then shifts to Kellen informing Ashel that he believed an unknown force was supporting his brother, as the informants had been eliminated by that force. Ashel asked if that was all Kellen had to report. Kellen confirmed. Ashel found it strange, as Kellen didn't seem desperate, almost like he was a completely different person. He wanted to ask Kellen a question, which made him nervous. Kellen realized Ashel was starting to suspect him. He bowed. Ashel clarified that he needed an answer, but it wasn't personal, it was a standard ritual. Kellen was dismissed. He was worried because at some point, he wouldn't be able to escape suspicion like he had this time. He presumed it would be best to ensure Ashel never interfered with Cyan again. Suddenly, he opened the door and ran into Emily, recognizing her as Cyan's maid. He asked what brought her there, but Ashel appeared behind him, saying he had summoned her. Ashel asked her for a favor. The scene then shifts to another location, where it was reported that Catalina and Luxon had disappeared. They had manifested their divine power near Ruin, which was the last recorded sighting. Their stones were also shattered. Such a result could only be left after a great battle. They presumed someone had killed 2 dragons, and erased the evidence with magic, but that would only be possible with the nourishing power of darkness. They believed Quazel was the only one capable of killing those 2 dragons, yet he didn't possess the elemental power of darkness. They concluded there must be someone else they didn't know about. Although they were aware of a boy named Cyan Vert, the only user of the darkness element at the Royal Academy, rumors said he had survived an attack from the evil dragon on the front lines. He was also connected to the deaths of Reynold Crimson and Zesherman Albus, with whom he had worked to bring test subjects and materials. Therefore, a girl named Luna of Rainreaver was assigned to approach Cyan Vert. Finally, the scene shifts to the Royal Academy dormitories. Arin showed Nana a cake, asking her to enjoy it. She was very attentive to the little girl. Cyan liked that very much, but he was suspicious. If the dragons sensed Nana's presence, she could suffer another ambush. However, he wanted to ensure that no one would ever lay a hand on them again. In the end, he lived purely for his own well-being, so he was going to completely ruin his idiot older brother's plans. Arin then asked the boy if something had happened, since he seemed unusually happy. Cyan simply pretended he had just remembered a joke. The scene then shifts to the garden of the Vert residence, where Ashel was receiving Lunel Severus, the first prince. It had been a while since they had seen each other. Lunel wanted to know how long Ashel planned to stay in that estate in the middle of nowhere. He had also heard that Alice had gone on a journey. Ashel admitted he was worried about her. Lunel understood that in truth, Ashel was worried about her threatening his position of power, but Ashel judged that it wasn't the right time for that kind of subject. Lunel said that in the end they were friends, so they could talk freely. He also wanted to confirm whether Ashel's younger brother's name was Cyan, informing him that his father was interested in Cyan. Getting straight to the point, his father was considering arranging an engagement between Cyan and Arin. Lunel didn't understand why his father was so strict, protecting what he called a useless pile of trash, a daughter. Ashel presumed his comrade should calm down. The more attention the 5th princess received, the more power she would gain, making her useful to them. Lunel liked the way his friend understood him. At that moment, a knight offered Ashel more wine, but Ashel found it strange, as he had never seen that man there before. Lunel informed his friend that the knight was a gem he had found while exploring exploring the slums. Ashel remarked that his friend had found the strangest gem possible. The knight introduced himself. His name was Boris Lame. 2 years later, the scene shifts. Alice had tried to be as discreet as possible and adapt to academic life. In the end, she had returned. Next, the scene shows her meeting the headmaster of the Royal Academy. He asked if she had enjoyed her adventures. Alice confirmed, saying she had visited Fruina. Quizelle immediately declared that the place was not hospitable to humans. Alice agreed. It had taken her a year to adapt, but she wanted to understand the meaning of harmony that the bearded man had mentioned. Since Quizelle had said that place would prevent her from growing, she sought to discover where she truly belonged. The old man saw that she had made her decision. Alice confirmed she would join the Knights of Light and continue her family's will. She believed someone had to take that responsibility. She was also worried about her brothers, especially Cyan, whom she presumed to be shy. The bearded man began to laugh. She didn't understand why. In the end, Quizelle thought Cyan being shy was a great joke. Suddenly, Cyan appeared in the headmaster's office, saying the old man was being a bit mean. Alice was surprised to see her brother. Cyan smiled and declared that he had missed her. The two left together. Alice felt that her younger brother had changed a little. At that moment, he was the same height as her. He even teased her, saying she was the one who had gotten shorter. Cyan remembered that day very clearly. In his past life, it had been the last day he saw Alice alive. Alice asked whether her brother wouldn't be going home since it was vacation time, but Cyan judged that only she wanted him there. That was how she understood why he hadn't returned home for 2 years, though she didn't know there were more reasons. The first was that Ashel was there, along with the Duke's wife, who tried to kill him whenever she had the chance. His father did nothing about it. Returning to that place had become extremely difficult for him, so he was determined not to go back until he graduated. Then Alice asked her brother whether he was a good friend of Cran's. Cyan judged that to be impossible. She didn't understand what he meant. Cyan declared that she knew very well how Cran's treated him. After all, Cran's had once tried to kill him. The news shocked Alice. Brian, who stood beside them, could confirm it. Alice wanted to know who Brian was. Cyan informed her that he was his guardian knight. They explained the whole situation to Alice. She had been in Fruina and hadn't known anything. In any case, Cyan remained calm, placing the blame on the Duke's wife and Cran's. Suddenly, Alice sensed something. Her brother grew worried, but she wanted to know whether he had told anyone else about it. Cyan assumed Cran's hadn't thought about his actions anyway. Suddenly, Alice hugged him, asking him not to keep everything to himself, making it clear he could confide in her and that she was willing to protect him. She even wanted to spend more time with her brother, but she had to leave. Suddenly, Brian was caught off guard when Alice hugged him too, asking him to take care of her little brother. Cyan Vert directed an absurd killing intent toward him, while Brian quickly clarified he had done nothing. Alice then said goodbye. It had been a while since the boy had seen her look so angry. He then remembered a time when Cran's had been sparring with him, using wooden swords. Cyan had fallen to the ground. Cran's told him to get up, calling him an idiot. Cyan asked him to stop. After all, Cran's had already won. Suddenly, Cran's shoved the wooden sword into his face, saying his half-brother talked too much. Suddenly, Alice appeared, demanding Cran's stop. She wanted him to apologize to Cyan. The boy remembered that he had only seen that expression on her face once in his past life. He believed the Duke's household would soon be in an uproar. She needed to know the truth about her family. That way, he could protect her from that miserable future. Then Brian arrived, informing the young master that something had come for him. Cyan asked where he had gotten it. Brian explained that one was from the academy, and the other he had obtained from a caretaker. Cyan picked up only the black envelope. Brian asked if he wasn't going to take the other one, but Cyan judged that the other was from the palace. He was proven right. It even bore the imperial seal. Brian grew curious about what it was, as did the demonic sword. Cyan explained that the Empire held a banquet at that time of year. The other envelope contained an assassination order to kill Dranian Nephilis. It referred to a major incident that would take place during the palace banquet, since he was the younger brother of the current empress. It would be something truly shocking. Karam asked whether the boy intended to go. Cyan confirmed, saying he had business there. Then he realized that in his past life, someone else had also been assigned to that mission. He began to suspect that Nikrit might have liked him. Karam noticed that the other letter was from Arin and started teasing the boy, declaring he had received a love letter. Cyan lost his patience and activated the demonic sword's restriction, causing Karam to drop stiffly to the ground. He told Brian to make preparations to head to the palace. Nana stood up and told her father she was hungry. When Brian looked at her, he was shocked. Cyan was too. Nana had grown enormous. The scene then shifts to the Vert Castle. Everyone was surprised that Alice had returned. Furious, she demanded to know where the Duchess was. Margaret had been perfectly calm until she heard the door open. It was Alice. Margaret smiled and asked whether everything was all right, but Alice slapped her across the face with all her strength. The servants had no idea what was happening. Margaret asked if Alice had gone mad, but Alice made it clear that Margaret was the only one who had lost her mind. Enraged, she accused Margaret of trying to kill Cyan. Margaret couldn't understand how she knew and demanded proof. Alice realized that Margaret had practically confirmed it herself by asking for evidence. Margaret claimed it made no sense for Alice to slap her without proof. Seeing the guards nearby, she ordered them to remove Alice. The guards guards apologized to Alice, but she leapt back, showing it wouldn't be that simple. Without hesitation, she summoned the elemental spirit Undine and attacked multiple guards at once. Margaret hadn't imagined Alice could defeat them so easily. After Alice knocked them all down, Margaret began backing away, telling her not to come closer. Alice declared that Cyan's guardian knight had confessed everything to her, that Margaret had been behind the assassination attempt 2 years ago. She said Margaret couldn't escape without Cyan doing something about it, judging that it had been naive of her. The Duchess pointed at Alice, claiming she had lost her mind for believing such nonsense. Alice told her to shut up, making it clear she would speak to her father about everything. Margaret should prepare herself. Her time was up. Alice turned her back. Margaret thought Alice was still just a foolish little girl, unaware that after everything that had happened, the Duke didn't care about anything, unless it concerned that child. The scene shifts to Duke Vert, who revealed to Alice that he already knew Margaret had tried to kill his youngest son. He asked if that was all she had to say. Alice was shocked, finding him cold and insensitive. The Duke had no intention of apologizing. After all, Cyan was fine. Alice made it clear that Cyan had been forced to fight 6 officers, and could have died if not for Brian. The Duke called her an idiot for believing Brian had saved Cyan, saying he was nothing more than a useless messenger. Alice asked if he was implying Cyan had defeated 6 officers on his own. The Duke said she didn't know her younger brother very well. He told her to take the envelope. It was an invitation to an imperial banquet. He couldn't attend, and wanted her to go in his place. He also told her to relax. She didn't need to worry about Cyan. In his view, the boy was stronger than she thought. He added that he would be returning to the barracks immediately. Alice left, thinking it absurd that she didn't need to worry about her brother. He was only 13. Suddenly, a girl stopped to greet her. Alice was delighted to see it was Cecilia. Cecilia welcomed her back with a hug and asked where she had been all that time without sending even a letter. Alice apologized. Cecilia Rian was a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light, Alice's attendant, teacher, and friend. In the end, Alice informed her they would be changing scenery. She explained they were heading to the Imperial Palace. The scene shifts to a carriage. Nana looked outside excitedly and even spotted a servant along the road. Cyan told her to hide her tail. She tried, but whenever she got excited, it popped out again. He hoped she hadn't forgotten what he had told her. Nana was disguised as his maid, but he felt doomed. He had a bad feeling. That dragon was far too excitable. Brian suddenly stopped the carriage, saying there were bandits ahead. They demanded all valuables. Cyan thought they were unlucky and told Brian to handle them. Brian was on an entirely different level. He stepped out and struck one of them down instantly. Surrounded, he called out their leader and unleashed his serial slash technique. The weak Brian no longer existed. After defeating all the bandits, the journey continued. He had only been pretending to be weak. The scene then shifts to Nikrit. A subordinate informed her about the list of attendees for the banquet. There were more than usual. Nikrit realized there was no choice. The mission had to be carried out that night. The subordinate asked if there was a reason she was accelerating Draenian Nephilis's death. Nikrit found him repugnant. He harassed women and deserved to die as soon as possible. To make matters worse, he was her fiancé. Then she noticed on the list that a child would be attending, a genius whose elemental stats were all at 20%. However, due to her fragile body, she couldn't attend many classes. She was Luna of Rainreaver, granddaughter of Regan Rainreaver, president of the Magical Society of Graham. She had never shown herself before. Nikrit wondered why she would attend the banquet. The subordinate heard that the association's president had requested Lunav's presence. Nikrit didn't know what he was planning, but she had a bad feeling about it. Something was bound to happen at that banquet. The scene then shifts to Brian walking through the city with the others. Suddenly, Nana bumps into a man who becomes quite irritated with her. She wants to apologize and make up for it, but he starts laughing, saying there's no problem. Nana then tells her father that she found a nice guy around there. Cyan realizes she's getting herself into serious trouble. He had forgotten that she knew nothing about the world, so she needed to be more careful with people. Brian then points out Nana's eyes. Her pupils had returned to normal. She was feeling hungry and even emitting an aura. If that continued, people would discover who she really was. Desperate, Cyan wanted Brian to take her to a restaurant immediately. Cyan sees that things truly aren't going well. The scene shifts again to Nana, now completely full. She ate like an ox. It was lucky the boy had brought plenty of money. Realizing how difficult it was to have a child, Cyan suddenly senses mana and wonders what it is. Lunav appears in front of him and greets him. Cyan finds it strange that the girl knows his name, so he asks who she is. Lunav asks if he would mind her sitting beside him, but he notices she hasn't answered his question. She introduces herself and explains that she attends the same academy as him and is a second-year student. Cyan thinks she looks familiar, but has no idea who she is. He also doesn't care about students who aren't in his year. Lunav says that's fine. She's a solitary person anyway, unlike him who is popular. Nana then asks Brian if that girl is her father's friend. Brian has no idea. Luna assumes that Cyan's guardian and maid seem very close, since they are also eating with him. She concludes that Cyan must be affectionate, contrary to the rumors. Cyan simply doesn't see any reason for them to eat separately. Still, he grows suspicious. The girl is praising him out of nowhere. He doesn't know why she's approaching him. Lunav asks if he came to the capital because of the banquet. Cyan confirms it, but wants to know how she knows. Lunav says she assumed there was no other reason for him to be there. She's actually pleased they can see each other, since she was invited as well. Cyan then asks if she was the one who sent the letter, which would mean she might be a noble. Lunav stands up, deciding that's enough, but she asks him to remember her and repeats her full name. At that moment, Cyan recalls who she is. She's the granddaughter of President Regan Rainreaver of the Graham Magic Association. In his past life, she died young while attending the academy. He doesn't know if it was due to her frailty or because of the intense human experiments the association conducted on her. Cyan grows irritated. He's getting involved with people he never interacted with in his past life. The future is constantly changing, and this is all happening on the very day of the banquet. He also clearly remembers that it was called the Banquet of Blood. Meanwhile, Erin is getting ready and asks Leximus for her opinion. Leximus declares that Erin is the cutest girl she has ever seen, though she also thinks the fifth princess has already tried on countless dresses. She just wants Erin to leave immediately, yet Erin still feels it's not good enough. Leximus assures her that Cyan will surely like the dress, which catches Erin's attention. She wants to know how he would even see her. Leximus reminds her that she sent him the invitation, so she shouldn't pretend otherwise. Erin blushes deeply. Just then a maid arrives, informing them that Prince Luenel sent a gift, believing it would look wonderful on Erin. The fifth princess did not expect to receive such a present. Leximus thinks it's amazing, and is certain Cyan will love it. Erin tells her to stop, insisting she doesn't like him. The scene then shifts to the banquet hall, filled with people. Cyan already expected it to be crowded. He still hasn't found his target. Then he senses Kellen's presence and assumes Ashel is nearby as well. Kellen confirms that Ashel is currently with Prince Luenel, and says he has something to tell him. Kellen asks if it's possible for Cyan to leave the banquet. Cyan immediately worries that something about the purification mission might have leaked. He asks what happened. Kellen says he has a bad feeling. He believes some people, including Cyan, are in danger. Ashel also told him to leave the palace before the banquet begins, since he prepared a small event. Cyan's eyes widen. He never expected that the one behind the Banquet of Blood was Ashel. Kellen doesn't want the young master to get hurt. Cyan dismisses him, though Kellen asks if he'll truly be alright. Cyan confirms, but says Kellen might also be in danger and should leave. He thinks about this so-called small event, and realizes Ashel is even crazier than he imagined. Then Karam appears, unable to believe Cyan is worried about innocent people dying. In truth, Cyan just finds it cute that Kellen is concerned. He decides to postpone the mission. Using telepathy, he tells Nikrit that the dress suits her perfectly. She wonders what he's doing. Cyan informs her they will have to delay the purification mission. Nikrit sees no reason for that, but he explains he received information that the banquet will turn into a sea of blood. Leaving her wide-eyed, he promises to explain everything later. For now, they need to check if there are any monsters nearby. Nikrit wants to be sure the information is reliable. Cyan says he knows the person behind it very well. He had a premonition before, but now he's certain. He tells her not to worry, since her fiancé will also die. She is stunned, unable to understand how the boy knows her fiancé is the target. In any case, he leaves, while Nikrit demands an explanation later. Then Alice calls out to the instructor. Alice looks dazzling. Nikrithi asks what brought her there, but Alice says she just came to get some fresh air. Nikrit realizes this is very bad. Alice will be dragged into the incident. Then the target appears, commenting that he sees two beautiful flowers walking by. Nikrit begins to realize the situation is becoming terribly complicated. Dranian Nephilis introduced himself with his psychopathic smile. The scene then shifts to Cyan, who wants Brian to do something. Brian keeps acting like a knight all the time, and Cyan wants him to stop because it's embarrassing. Cyan assumes Brian has been acting strange ever since he drank dragon blood. The boy wants Brian to inspect the underground passages of the palace, but Brian is afraid of that place. Cyan gets stressed and makes it clear that Brian should go immediately, since he has his reasons. Suddenly, Brian asks his master to look behind him. There's a suspicious person staring at him. Ready to deal with it, Brian simply flies toward the person. Cyan recognizes who it is and tells Brian to stop. He knows her very well. Emily apologizes. The scene then shifts to a staircase, where a man is descending. He tells his pawns that the time has come, and they should rise. Several hooded figures appear. The scene changes to Erin. She's a bit upset because she made an effort to invite Cyan, yet she hasn't seen him anywhere. Then Lunav approaches her, saying it's an honor to meet her. Erin knows who Lunav is, and Lunav feels even more honored when she realizes Erin remembers her. Art sees no reason to forget the genius of the Kingdom of Graham and welcomes Lunav on behalf of the Empire. Lunav thinks she's very kind, and wishes Cyan would notice that too. Art sees as she also knows Cyan. Lunav confirms, saying they met yesterday. Artsy doesn't like that very much and assumes they're close. Lunav realizes her suspicion was correct. Arin is in love with Cyan and asks her directly. Arin's cheeks turn red. Suddenly a woman screams, calling for the guards. Out of nowhere, one of the hooded figures decapitates her. Arin can't believe that such a monster managed to enter the palace. The hooded figure then finds the one he was looking for, Arin. The scene shifts to Nana introducing herself to Emily, saying she's Cyan's maid. Emily feels miserable. Nana is younger and cuter than she is. She wants to know if her master has truly abandoned her. Cyan refuses. He hasn't given up on Emily. However, he asks if it was really Ashel who brought her there. Emily explains that Cyan's older brother wanted her badly and even offered her a job. Cyan finds it suspicious. In the end, Ashel wanted her to work as his maid that time. When Cyan went to the academy, she was left all alone. Emily says she refused because she was waiting for the boy to return. Cyan asks if she's sure. She confirms, but since Ashel brought her there, she believes he hasn't given up yet. Seeing how dangerous things are outside, Cyan asks Brian to watch over Nana and Emily because he needs to leave. In his past life, life, Emily wasn't there. Ever since he caught Kellen spying on him, he had suspected that Ashel was planning something. He just doesn't want that damned Ashel to dare mess with his people. Emily then takes out a bow tie Ashel gave her, asking her to give it to Cyan as a gift. She feels stupid for coming all this way and forgetting about it. However, Nana smells something strange coming from the bow tie. The scene shifts to Ashel informing Prince Luenel that it has begun. Luenel smiles and says the day has finally come. Knowing how much effort his comrade put into this, Ashel believes their gifts must have been delivered. He considers Boris very useful. They'll make great use of him after this to change the Empire, which has been soaked in peace. Ashel wants to show them what the Empire truly needs. Luenel begins smiling like a psychopath. The scene changes back to Eren, telling everyone to evacuate and leave things to the guards. Lunav thinks Eren should evacuate first, but Eren wants to help the civilians. Lunav decides to step in as well, saying she'll help too. Eren is grateful. Several guards try to stop just one hooded figure, but they're caught off guard when more of them appear. Things spiral out of control. To make matters worse, there's a high-level demonic beast called Mandragoras. It's not a creature easily encountered. The captain of the guards believes it's impossible for them to win. They are practically facing death. Nykrit declares she will buy time for the guards to evacuate the civilians. The captain of the Imperial Guards is surprised to see an academy professor stepping forward. Alice uses a swift blade technique and strikes one of the hooded figures, showing she has joined the fight as well. She orders the guards to do as the professor says, and the captain relays the command. The creature charges forward at full speed. Then both of them realize they are not the target. The creature is heading toward the fifth princess. Nigrithi warns Eren to be careful, because she is the target. Before she can be struck, the captain appears and shields her. A drop of blood splashes onto her face. The captain, named Morris, is hit with full force. The fifth princess begs him to get up, but he is severely injured. She begins blaming herself. Meanwhile, Alice uses her water explosion technique, launching a series of attacks along with a skill called Wind Spear. Seeing Alice combine spells, Lunav confirms that she truly is incredible. At that moment, Lunav urges Aren to retreat quickly. Aren doesn't want to leave Morris like that. Lunav warns that the creature will attack again, but the guards are determined to hold it back. They are willing to make the captain's sacrifice worthwhile by stopping the creature somehow. Lunav calls out to Eren, and the fifth princess finally agrees. She will never forget Morris's sacrifice. Aren then uses a shadow armor ability to protect the guards. She knows the roots of the Mandragoras carry lethal poison. Just touching them could mean death. At least now they are protected from the venom. She just doesn't want anyone else to die. The guards thank Her Highness and charge toward the Mandragoras, determined to fight for the princess. They manage to cut the creature, but it is extremely strong and strikes back. At that moment, Alice uses her freezing ability and tells Aren to leave. The princess asks who she is. Alice introduces herself and shows Aren the way out, while Nykrit attacks the Mandragoras. As an alchemy instructor at the academy, if Nykrit fought with a dagger, she might reveal who she truly is. But at that moment, that doesn't matter. There are many dead guards around them. She uses the 8 floating petals technique, dealing massive damage to the Mandragoras. The surviving guards notice the creature has stopped moving and think they should retreat and launch another attack. Suddenly, the hooded figure appeared behind one of the guards, but Nykrit was faster, striking the hooded man and telling them not to lower their guard. Nykrit was buying time for Alice to get the princess to safety, though she felt anxious. As Aren ran, she began thinking that Alice was Cyan's sister, and she hoped the boy was safe. Just then, a monster appeared in front of the 3 of them. Alice realized they knew where they were. She wondered if she could defeat that thing alone, since it was a high-ranking night tracker. At that moment, Eren used a chain trap while Lunav wielded her fire spear. They struck the night tracker, and Alice was surprised. The 2 girls were willing to help her. She didn't want to be defeated in front of 2 juniors, so she decided to face the creature with everything she had. She used a protective ability shielding the 2 girls from the night tracker's attack. She was determined to make the creature regret appearing before her, unleashing her water blade ability. Then the scene shifted to where the Mandragoras were. Nykrit wasn't sure if that had been the last one. She removed one of their masks, thinking they had come from outside, but she felt something strange, until she realized it was actually a puppet. It was a spell that brings the dead back to life, controlling them like puppets. A forbidden and difficult spell that requires an immense amount of mana to control everything. For them to be so prepared, it couldn't have been just one individual. Nykrit believed they were trying to start a war. Then the scene shifted to the Emperor knocking down one of the hooded figures. He was growing tired, driving his sword into the ground. Luenel pretended to be concerned for his majesty, and Ashel was pretending as well. The Emperor declared he was fine. He had only overexerted himself a little. Even so, the 2 helped him stand. The Emperor wanted them to take care of the others, as the castle knights would handle the rest. Ashel told his majesty not to worry. They would remain by his side. The scene then shifted back to the girls. They had defeated the night tracker. The problem was that the hooded figures kept coming without end. Then the scene shifted to Emily, holding the gift Ashel had sent to Cyan. Brian had a bad feeling about it. Emily couldn't understand why. Brian remembered that Ashel had never given his master a gift before. He felt that Cyan harbored deep resentment toward Ashel, something far greater than a simple family grudge. Just then, Nana informed them they needed to run. Brian didn't understand. She explained that something dangerous was coming their way. Emily wanted to know what had happened to Nana's eyes. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Brian told Emily to flee at once. A high-ranking monster had appeared, a behemoth. Meanwhile, Drinian Nephilis was running in desperation desperation, convinced he was about to die. He had thought he would be faster than anyone there, but he hadn't expected so many monsters to appear in front of the gates. He only wanted to escape the lesson safely, so he could see his beloved little servant, Lily. Just thinking of her made him want to see Nigrithi completely broken as well. He demanded to know whether the guard was certain the back gates were secure. The guard couldn't confirm. He only assumed they were. Drini and Nephilis didn't like that answer. At that moment, he lost his head to a hooded figure. Everyone was left in shock, believing they would die there, but Alice appeared and used her water explosion, telling Lunav to make the next move. Lunav used her freezing ability, astonishing the guard. They killed the monsters in an instant. Though the others didn't know who they were, Alice introduced herself but reminded them it wasn't over. They needed to protect the fifth princess. Arin said she was fine, but Lunav collapsed to the ground. She had pushed herself too hard but didn't want Arin to worry, assuring her she would recover soon. The problem was that the next wave would arrive shortly, so she told Arin to leave. The guards prepared to protect their highness, taking formation while Alice provided support. They needed to hold out until the battle ended. Alice asked them to lift her if necessary, declaring she would do everything she could to stop the chaos. She knew that even if she kept defeating them, they were coming from somewhere. It was as if they had known their location the entire time. More hooded figures appeared. At that moment, the gift given by Luanel glowed around Arin's neck. The scene then shifted to Brian, trying to defend Emily from the behemoth. Brian knew that for a high-class monster to appear there, something must be happening, just as his young master had said. Until now, Cyan had always stood by him to protect him, but now it was time for Brian to protect them on his own. He was the only one who could protect the two of them. However, Emily was too close and distracting him. The behemoth roared at him, and Brian told Emily not to move from behind him. He struck the behemoth, gaining confidence, but was hit shortly afterward. Emily asked if he was alright. Brian confirmed he was, and told her not to worry. He wouldn't let that creature scratch her. Suddenly, the behemoth was right in front of him. Brian assumed things had gone terribly wrong when the behemoth was suddenly struck. Emily's eyes widened. Nana revealed her wings and attacked the creature. The scene then shifted to the hooded figures advancing toward Arin, who was using her magic in some way while everyone else fought. Alice felt like it would never end. Whoever orchestrated the attack had calculated everything. The knights would soon grow exhausted. She needed a solution. That was when she realized the hooded figures were undead. They were nothing but puppets resurrected with dark magic. She tried to remember what opposed dark magic. The first thing that came to mind was the god of light, Lumindel, and his light magic. She believed that was the only way. She asked Arin to channel her mana into her sword. Arin said she couldn't because the knight's protection would cease if she did, but the knights told her not to worry. They could hold the line for a while. Arin then used her blessings of light ability on Alice's sword. She wanted to combine two different types of mana, which was difficult, but she added spirit magic as well, hoping everything would flow smoothly like butter. She wasn't sure if it would work, but she was willing to take the risk. Meanwhile, Cyan realized that the puppets and Mandragoras assisting Ashel meant that was when Boris had become his brother's subordinate. The magic sword hadn't expected a human of that era to wield ancestral magic. Cyan confirmed that Boris was very skilled in it. He empowered the monsters with disorientation stones. The mana within those stones attracted monsters. The entire place had turned into a bloodbath. However, Cyan thought it might be better for him to change. Then the scene shifted to a spirit appearing before everyone. Lunav recognized it. It was Marion's spirit. She also knew that mana cannot be mixed together, so she believed Alice wouldn't be able to hold it for long. If she didn't stop, she would end up dying. Marion then asked why Alice was sacrificing herself. Alice didn't know any other way to stop those creatures. Marion thought it was disgraceful, a cruel fate for a child who had been blessed by Fruana. At that moment, the puppets advanced toward Alice. Marion found it unpleasant and wished those things would get out of Alice's way, destroying all the puppets at once. Lunav knew it still wasn't enough. The puppets kept rising again. Arin begged Alice to stop immediately, as she was overexerting herself, but Alice felt she had to put an end to it, so she invoked the authority of the spirit of King Rangamayant, just as she was about to strike the puppets. Cyan suddenly appeared and touched her hand, shocking everyone. No one knew who he was, since he wore a mask identical to the ones the puppets were using. Alice realized his aura was completely different from theirs, and she didn't understand the black mist surrounding him. She couldn't move and grew terrified, fearing she would be consumed by the mist. Marion then said her farewell to Alice, believing it was the end of her journey. Alice collapsed, assuming the mist had caused it. She had no strength left in her body. Before fading, Marion reminded her that Froina would always receive her with open arms. Arin couldn't understand what was happening. Lunav explained that he had blocked the mana that was manifesting Marion's spirit. She didn't even know if that man was human. Alice then told everyone it was over, as the hooded figures began moving toward Cyan. Suddenly, he destroyed all the hooded figures at once. Alice was stunned that the man she didn't recognize was on their side. After making his move, Cyan realized that all the hooded figures were heading toward the princess's group, as if drawn by something extremely powerful. He asked the magic sword if she sensed any special mana coming from that group. Kara mentioned Lunav, but he replied that Lunav was always always like that, so it wasn't her. Karam then said she sensed a mana, similar to that of a monster coming from Aaron's necklace. Cyan asked the magic sword for a little help, and used his creation ability, manipulating space itself. It was the domain of mist. The guards grew anxious, unsure of what might lurk within the fog. The surroundings changed completely. Suddenly, the puppets became trapped, unable to understand what was happening. Alice was shocked by the black mist, and by the way it consumed the puppets. Then everything fell silent, as if nothing had happened. Aaron wanted to know who the masked man was, who had killed all the puppets. Lunav collapsed. Cyan appeared beside Aaron, who was worried about Lunav, and placed his sword at her neck, terrifying the guards and prompting them to order him to release the princess. Somehow Aaron felt he was familiar. At that moment, a knight attacked Cyan. Alice worried for Aaron, but Cyan turned into mist, leaving the knight stunned. The fifth princess panicked, demanding that Cyan move away from Lunav. She used her divine stinger ability, but couldn't hit him because he had become mist. Cyan told her not to worry, he wouldn't hurt them. He explained that he had destroyed the jewel because the monsters were being attracted by it. He also told them to head to the front gates and leave the palace. He had already cleared the path. The place was returning to normal. The knights worried about Aaron, but she only wanted to know who the person was who had helped her, as well as Alice and Lunav's condition. They were fine. Alice prioritized keeping the girls safe, deciding to ask about the mysterious helper later. However, Lunav somehow already knew it had been Cyan. The scene then shifted to the behemoth, lying completely ruined on the ground. Emily was terrified. Brian said he had never seen Nana like that before. Nana radiated a different kind of energy. Cyan recalled that in his past life there had been a rumor about the blood banquet incident, which had resulted in countless deaths. The rumor claimed that the one behind it was Irene Severus, who had been blinded by her desire for power. It had been caused by a disorientation stone. Cyan was certain that either Ashel or Luenel had given it to her. After that incident, they had been named heroes of the Empire, benefiting from the tragedy. Karam couldn't believe how despicable they were, sacrificing their own people for personal gain. Cyan declared that it was nothing compared to what they would do in the future. In any case, he felt guilty as well, since he had also assisted in other attacks. The magic sword asked if he was leaving already. Cyan confirmed he was sure Nana was waiting. The palace knights would handle the rest. Karam also mentioned something that bothered her about the princess's necklace. She brought up Emily, his maid, saying she too was approaching the stone. Cyan was shocked. The scene shifted to Nana, who liked the scent, and Emily carried that scent. Brian struggled to control the chaos. Nana was acting like a monster. He didn't understand why she was only going after Emily, but he couldn't hurt her either. With a bizarre appearance, Nana revealed she couldn't endure it anymore. Brian felt desperate, until Cyan suddenly appeared in front of them, and was attacked by Nana herself. Karam grabbed the tie from Emily's hands and threw it to the ground, stomping on it with force, leaving Emily in despair. The demonic sword ordered Nana to calm down. Nana then came to her senses and began calling out for her daddy. She couldn't believe she had hurt her father. Cyan reassured her that everything was fine. Knowing she hadn't acted of her own will, he urged them to leave quickly, judging that the place was a mess. The scene shifted to Luenel, confused, since the area was supposed to be filled with monsters, yet it was quiet. The Emperor saw no monsters. Luenel admitted to his father that he felt relieved, as it seemed the situation had been resolved. Ashel, however, did not like what was happening at all. Suddenly, Irene appeared, calling out to her father. The Emperor was happy to see his daughter safe. Irene embraced him, relieved that he was still standing. The Emperor declared he was fine, thanks to the two who had been with him. Irene looked at Luenel, finding him very suspicious. Luenel coldly said he was glad she wasn't dead. She had many questions for him, but assumed they should wait. Alice then greeted His Majesty. The Emperor thanked her for protecting his youngest daughter, and promised her a reward. Aaron soon noticed Ashel and Luenel talking, smiling at each other. Suddenly, Luenel pointed his sword at Lunev. He accused her of being responsible for the incident, declaring she was under arrest. Alice demanded to know what nonsense he was spouting. The Emperor presumed his son was going too far, and ordered him to lower his sword. Aaron declared that Lunev had saved countless people by her side, but Lunev claimed it was merely a trick, stating that the Kingdom of Graham had only been waiting for an opportunity to attack the Empire of Ushif, and that her objective had been to commit assassinations and sow chaos within the Empire. Lunem noticed that he spoke as if he had proof. Ashel stated that on the previous night, a suspicious mana aura had been detected in the place where Lunem was staying. The Emperor wanted to know if that was true. Aaron didn't want her father to listen to them. Lunem said that although they had invited them in the name of peace, he had been keeping an eye on them all along and promised to gather the evidence. The Emperor simply agreed. Lunev couldn't understand whether this was a trap or something her grandfather had intended to happen. Lunev Rainver was arrested along with her group from the Magic Society of Graham for investigation. Leximus, who had been separated from Aaron, worked with the other guards to protect the nobles. Draenian's funeral was shown in the streets, along with the others. Cyan had managed to prevent a massive number of deaths, but he couldn't change the fact that the banquet would still be remembered as the blood banquet. In any case, he was injured, and Alice treated his wounds. He told everyone that he had simply escaped. He didn't reveal that he had helped. Alice mentioned that a mysterious person had appeared and greatly aided them, but she was still very curious about who it was. She even thought his height was similar to her brother's. At that moment, she noticed how strong Cyan had become. His body was also covered in scars, making her imagine he had been training hard. Just then, Ashel entered the room, noting that Cyan had recovered well and that the two of them seemed close, which made him jealous. Cyan simply thanked his brother. Alice Alice noticed how cautious Cyan was around Ashel, and she wondered whether Cyan was also aware of Ashel's vile and cruel side. Ashel explained that he was there because of the investigation. He had found a bracelet embedded with disorientation stones in Lunav's room, claiming it had been a gift given to her. Cyan remarked that whoever had given that gift should be on the list of suspects. Ashel confirmed that his brother was right. He then asked if Cyan remembered receiving anything during the banquet. Cyan told him he didn't remember. In turn, Cyan asked whether Ashel already knew who had given Lunav the bracelet. Manipulative as ever, Ashel said he had heard there was a merchant at the banquet who had been found dead that same day. Once again, he asked whether his younger brother had received anything. Cyan immediately realized his brother was trying to create a scapegoat. He was fully aware that Emily was in danger. Cyan then pretended to have a headache and apologized, saying he still wasn't feeling well. Alice explained to Ashel that Cyan had lost a lot of blood and asked Cyan to lie down and rest. Ashel decided to leave. Even so, Cyan told his brother that he didn't remember receiving anything, and even if someone had tried, they likely wouldn't have survived that hellish situation. Ashel thanked him for the answer. At the same time, he assumed the monsters had killed Emily, which was good. He wouldn't need to kill anyone else. Still, he felt embarrassed, believing that had been his moment to eliminate Sion. At that moment, Sion released his killing intent, and Alice saw it and slapped him, telling him to lie down immediately. Elsewhere, a maid was bleeding heavily. Not understanding why she was being beaten, she insisted she hadn't spoken. She had also given the necklace to Aaron, but didn't even know its purpose. She begged the one beating her to believe her. Nevertheless, Boris declared he had to do it. It was still his part to play. The more he thought about it, the more unpleasant it became. He had prepared everything, and yet it had gone wrong. He ended her life and turned his back. Then he remembered that a corpse had been discovered not long ago, which could be problematic. He had to make sure it wouldn't happen again, so he summoned a gigantic monster and had it devour the maid's body. The scene shifted to Emily, who was sitting calmly. Brian approached her with some apples. She thanked him and began eating. Brian assumed the weather was nice, but Emily wanted to know how long they would have to stay there. Brian reminded her they could only leave when their master told them to, so they needed to wait. Brian recalled when Cyan received Ashel's gift. Cyan had clearly disliked it, certain that his older brother wanted to complicate things even further. Suddenly, an energy began to emanate. Cyan explained that both the palace and the Vert estate were not safe for Emily, so she needed to hide. He told Brian he had business to take care of, so the protection of Emily and Nana would now be his responsibility. Brian had never seen his master make that kind of expression before. He was willing to help him no matter what. Emily asked how Nana was doing. Brian said she had been very sad for a few days, but seemed better now. Emily realized that many things had happened to her master while she had been away. Nana also surprised her. She had never imagined that Nana was actually a draconic human. Now that she knew, Emily was determined to help. She suddenly grew nervous and clung to Brian's arm, making him flustered again, but she promised they would do their best for their young master. Brian felt very happy and agreed. The scene then shifted to Luenel, furious with his father. They had clear evidence, yet in the end, the Emperor wanted to release the suspects. Diane warned Luenel to watch his tongue, making it clear that he had already made his decision. Luenel claimed his father was too soft, and that it was impossible to rule like that. At that moment, his father lost his patience, and launched a strike that completely destroyed the wall. Dino declared that ruling the entire continent was a fine ambition. However, they did not share borders only with the kingdom of Graham. There was also the Demon Kingdom, as well as Sparnia and Fruina. If they made even one enemy in Graham, they would no longer be able to hold back the Demon Kingdom, and the entire continent would suffer under the monsters. Even if he could manage it, he knew it would require the sacrifice of countless lives, and someone who does such a thing is not an emperor but a monster. He concluded that his son lacked common sense. Luenel still tried to argue that releasing the suspects despite clear evidence was wrong. Dione then asked whether his son was referring to the disorientation stones, catching the prince off guard. He hadn't expected his father to know. Dione said his son's face said everything. Even as a child, Luenel never gave up on something he wanted. Luenel grew nervous and pretended not to know what his father was talking about. But the emperor had had enough. He demanded to know how his son had turned out that way, stating clearly that Aaron was more fit to rule than he was. Dio didn't even want to look at Luenel's face anymore, and ordered him to leave. Luenel began trembling and thought of the fifth princess, placing all the blame on her. Like a psychopath, he stormed to where Aaron was staying, and punched Leximus. Aaron was completely confused. She demanded to know what he was trying to accomplish. With a completely unhinged demeanor, Luenel declared he was there to have a conversation with his precious sister. Leximus warned that even if he was the prince, if he continued acting like that, she would have to take action, since she was Aaron's subordinate. Luenel pitied the girl, calling her nothing more than a parasite, and declared that he would execute her entire family, erasing her bloodline from the earth, leaving Leximus in shock. Aaron thought he should stop that immediately, so she wanted to know if he wanted to hear something from her. Luenel noticed that Aaron was different. She was no longer the same. Then Aaron declared that she had not received anything from him, leaving Luenel wide-eyed. She clearly remembered that she had handed the jewel to her father. Dione knew that it was no ordinary jewel. It was a disorientation stone from the Black Blood tribe, used to control forbidden dark magic. It had been used to control monsters, and the Emperor informed them that someone in the castle had brought that secret inside. The black market merchant Gilbert and the maid Marilda had been seen holding one of those stones for a while, but they eventually disappeared disappeared. The two of them had been in constant contact with Luenel, that Gordy wanted to know whether his daughter had truly received nothing from Luenel, whether he had not been the one to present her with that necklace. She denied it. She declared that she had received nothing from her brother. In any case, to her, the emperor already knew who had brought those jewels into the palace, so Lunav was no longer a suspect. She asked her father to release Lunav, since she had helped a lot. Arin knew that if she said Lunav was involved in that incident, she could not predict what he might do to the people around her. She did not want to accept that. Wanting to prevent the people she cared about from suffering again in the future, Luenel then confirmed that he had never given her any gift. Eliren said she had told their father the same thing. Luenel found her attitude strange, as if she had done something wrong, and wondered whether he should deal with her subordinates first. She apologized and informed him that she had invited someone at that moment. Luenel could not understand who could be more important than him, until Cyan appeared. She made it clear that Cyan was more important to her. Cyan apologized. He had not wanted that to happen. Luenel was stunned. He had not even sensed the boy's presence. Cyan made it clear that he had heard everything. Luenel wanted to know how long the boy had been hiding there. Cyan explained that he had not been hiding. He simply did not have a strong presence, which obviously was a trait of an assassin. Luenel was outraged that Cyan still had the nerve to speak in front of him. The boy asked what Luenel intended to do to him. Luenel began to suspect that the rumors of the engagement were true, so it would not be wise to make that brat an enemy. After all, Cyan was the son of his father's friend. He was also irritated by what he had heard from Ashel, remembering that he had told Ashel he wanted to remove Eren from the throne, but he wondered why Ashel had not eliminated his younger brother. Ashel admitted that his brother stressed him out, and that he was certain Cyan was hiding something. At that moment, Luenel understood Ashel. Cyan somehow managed to intimidate him, so he decided to back down. Since the misunderstanding had been clarified, he chose to leave. To Cyan, Luenel's personality did not seem so bad at that moment, though in his past life, Luenel had been known as the Mad Emperor. Luenel also apologized to Leximus. After he left, Leximus thanked Cyan, feeling relieved, but Cyan assumed that Eren had controlled the situation. The princess disagreed, until she noticed that Cyan was sitting beside her, which made her a bit embarrassed. Cyan explained that his legs were hurting, so he had sat down. In any case, she was surprised. Leximus thought Cyan was dense, because he could not see that Eren liked him. In the end, Luenel believed the two were together, so he left at that moment. The scene then shifted to Luenel, furious, asking Ashel how they would resolve the situation, since the one who should have been dead was alive, and his father no longer trusted him. Luenel believed he should have become the savior. Boris appeared near the two of them, revealing that there had been some success, and introducing himself to Luenel, who did not know him. Luenel wanted to understand why Boris had taken so long to appear. Boris explained that he had been finishing a mission given by Ashel. Ashel had heard that Emily had disappeared, and wanted to know what the success was. Boris informed them that they had underestimated the people around Princess Eren. He showed them the mana crystal used by her friends during the battle. Most of that mana was ordinary, but he pointed out a very rare kind. It was considered something very sinister and dangerous. Boris told them that it was the mana of the demonic sword, meaning that Eren had a friend wielding a forbidden demonic blade. The scene then shifted to an extremely ugly dish. Poor Brian did not understand anything, since it was nothing like what Emily had described. He also could not understand how Nana and Cyan were calmly chewing it. Emily looked completely happy, even after making such a mess of a dish. In the end, Cyan was already full. He also could not stay any longer, as he did not want his older brother to notice. He just wanted to know if they were fine, informing them that it was not yet time to return, and that there were guards nearby, making it safer than anywhere else. He then turned his back to them, wanting them to take care of each other. Suddenly, Nikrit appeared, demanding that Cyan explain everything. After all, he knew about the blood banquet and about her fiance's death. It was as if he knew the future. He would have to choose his words carefully, otherwise she would consider him an enemy. Nikrit wanted to know who Cyan Vert really was. Cyan expressed that Dragnel was an album of purification anyway, and he wanted to understand why she cared. Nikrit declared that he could be a spy from another faction. He asked what she would do if he were a spy. Nikrit said he was stating the obvious, and immediately drew her dagger, trying to attack him. Karam appeared, blocking the strike. Nikrit saw that the demonic sword would interfere. Karam realized that the crazy woman never learned. Nikrit was delighted to fight against the demonic sword, but Karam was already growing irritated with her. They began to battle, and Karam used a skill called Adamant. Nikrit knew the attacks were powerful, but treated it simply, thinking that as long as she dodged, everything would be fine. The power was immense, and she knew that if she were hit, she might die. Karam grew more excited during the fight. Nikrit was enjoying it, but Cyan used control over the demonic blade, causing Karam to collapse stiffly onto the ground. Karam was furious, since she had finally been having fun. Cyan was annoyed. They were making too much noise, and the place would be discovered like that. So he was going to ask Brian and the other two to move elsewhere, allowing the two fighters to finish what they had started. He went inside and told them to pack their things. Lunav was also there. Brian apologized to his boss, saying she had appeared suddenly. Cyan was surprised. She had passed through the barrier and the mist sentries. He wanted to know how she had known about that place. She was far better than he had thought. Lunav explained that it was one of her talents, and that he should not worry, since she was the only one who knew about that place. Then she remembered remembered that the location might actually have been discovered because of the noise outside. In any case, Cyan wanted to know why she was there, since he did not recall doing anything that required her gratitude. Lunav knew everything, recalling the day he had entered inside her, leaving everyone in shock, completely misunderstanding what she had said. Cyan assumed she had been unconscious. Lunav showed that she could use mana of all elements, fusing and altering them whenever she wished. She could also track an individual's mana. She explained that it was a gift from her grandfather. Cyan assumed it was a curse, and warned that her body was injured. Lunav then realized she had been right. It was him, but the boy wanted to talk somewhere else. The others began gossiping about it, and Cyan, irritated, demanded that everyone have their bags packed by the time he returned. Emily asked where they were going, and Cyan informed them that they were heading to Ruin Academy. Emily was thrilled to hear that from Cyan, already imagining the terrible dishes she would make there. Brian immediately felt like he was in a horror movie, and Emily noticed that his expression had changed. Afterward, Lunav explained to the boy that she had spent most of her life in a cold, dark place, enduring countless painful experiments. She had borne everything in silence, because that was her duty, having been born as the granddaughter of Regan Rainreaver. Lunav wanted to know if he also had a duty, but he denied it. She did not understand why he had not revealed that he had saved everyone, but he believed he would gain nothing from it, only more trouble. He also asked whether she was unaware of the reason, until she mentioned the element of his mana. At first she had thought it was darkness, sensing it on the day they met at the restaurant. Cyan had not known that she could perceive someone's mana element with just brief contact. He had never witnessed that in his past life. On the day she was defeated, Lunav had received a trace of his mana, and she showed it to him. That was when he understood why she had approached him. The boy assumed she would take that information to her grandfather, but she denied it. She would gain nothing by revealing it, only more trouble. Cyan then asked if she was rebelling against her bloodline. Lunav realized he still had not understood. In the end, she embraced him, thanking him for easing some of her pain. Lunav was like an overflowing pot, dealing with mana of every element, a chaotic mixture. Someone had tried to put a lid on that pot, attempting to stop her from losing mana, but she had overflowed for so long that she had begun to extinguish the flames of her own life. Eventually she would have died. Cyan had pierced a hole in that lid, because he saw Lunav as someone's puppet, and that frustrated him. He did not think she needed to thank him, and asked her to keep everything a secret. He also did not want her to push herself so hard. Then the scene shifted to Graham's council. Inside the director's office, the old man was indignant after learning that Lunav had been stopped while on her way to meet him. He ordered his subordinate to track her down and bring her there immediately. Next, the scene shifts to Emily, with a smile on her face. Cyan wanted to understand what that happiness was about, but she was simply happy because she was serving him again. However, she was also thinking about the fact that servants were allowed at the academy. In the end, the kid believed the director would make a special exception for him. Then the scene changes to the director declaring that he does not agree with that. Cyan promised he would make sure no one noticed Emily's presence there, but the director still saw no reason to make an exception for Cyan. Cyan then promised he would not skip his classes. Kudel Quazel thought that was the bare minimum the kid should do. To make matters worse, there were two maids. In the end, Quazel wanted to know if this was related to the blood banquet. He did not believe it was for just any reason. He was certain the kid would not come asking for permission out of nowhere. Cyan declared that he would only tell him if the bearded man gave his permission, trying to win that negotiation by any means. Kudel Quazel then assumed the kid would do whatever he wanted anyway, since he was sure Cyan would go through with it even if he refused. The boy then told the director that it was very difficult to explain at that moment, but he made it clear that he was not behind the blood banquet. If that was what the director wanted to know, Quazel was not so sure. Cyan wanted to understand how the bearded man saw him to even think something like that. In the end, Kudel only wanted the kid to stop missing his classes. In the end, the conversation the boy had with the old man ended well. Either way, he could already imagine how the bearded man would react if he found out that the one behind the blood banquet was his grandson. Cyan did not believe that it had been Luenel's idea. In the end, he thought his older brother had planned everything, with Boris taking care of the rest. That was how things usually happened. Then he saw Seth doing push-ups. Seth noticed he was there and called him to fight. Cyan went inside and slammed the door. Seth assumed Cyan was busy. Cyan then found Brian lying on the ground. It looked bad, and the kid even wondered if his knight had died. He asked Emily what had happened, but she was not very sure. She only explained that Brian had fallen asleep after eating some cookies she had made for her master. She showed her terrible cookies and offered some to the boy. Cyan then told her not to give Brian anything else. Emily did not like that. He sat down, already looking a bit tired. There was a letter, and Brian had picked it up. It was from Lunav. When he opened the letter, Lunav appeared, asking how the kid was doing, and explaining that she had run away from home. Then the scene shifted to the sewers. There were two hooded figures planning to stop Regan Rainreaver. One of them was a mustached old man. The other was a young woman. The old man was worried because she was about to do something that could affect Lunav, who was his student. She was an instructor at the Ruin Academy, named Nella Aranis. She was not worried because she saw Lunav as if she were a monster. She had no consideration for that girl, and said she would go to the given location. She was sure their colleagues had already found Lunav by that moment. The old man was pleased. They were doing everything for the kingdom of Graham. Next, the scene shifted to Cyan and Lunav, sitting at a table. Since there was a magical barrier at the dormitory door, he wanted to understand how she had managed to get through. It had caught him by surprise. Lunav explained that she had analyzed the barrier using her mana and used a spell to cancel it. Cyan was quite quite surprised, since the girl had abilities far beyond normal. She then wanted to know if he had read the letter, but he had just picked it up when she appeared. In the end, she only showed up because she could not wait for his response, showing that she was anxious. Cyan wanted to know if her grandfather had put her up to this. Lunif did not know what to say at first. He insisted she answer. She clarified that at the beginning, that had been the reason, but it no longer was. She also gave him the freedom to decide whether he trusted her. He did not trust others easily and wanted to know her intentions. Lunif explained that recently, strange things had been happening within the association. Two dragons who maintained contact with the association had suddenly disappeared from the ruin region. People transporting items by sea had been found in pieces. She wanted to know if Cyan was involved in those incidents. It was only a guess, but at that moment she was certain. Cyan did not know the dragons were connected to the association. He asked what she was going to do now. Lunav explained that she was going to die soon. Cyan had helped her before, but she knew the condition of her body. No repair would work. She estimated she had 3 years left. She also thanked him for his help. Cyan did not believe it. He also found it very strange that she did not seem affected by the fact that she would die soon. She began to smile, saying she wanted to feel something. Cyan started to find her very irritating. In any case, it was not his problem, and he wanted her to go back where she came from. He turned his back, because he did not like getting involved in troublesome matters. Lunav assumed they would see each other again soon. Karam wondered whether it was okay to leave Lunav alone, but for him, things would be better that way. The association had been waiting there for some time. Lunav told the association they had arrived too early. One of the members informed her that Regan was looking for her. Lunav kept a blank expression. She declared that Victor was always the one who came to get her, so she wanted to know who the hooded person speaking to her was. The hooded woman explained that Victor was busy and that they were from the 6th Division of Guards. Lunav judged that it was a lie, since there was no one named Victor. She was using a tactic, and then she used a wind ability to start fleeing. However, a bald man used sleep touch, making her fall asleep immediately. He told them to put her in the carriage. Cyan realized those men were not from Graham. Soon, the carriage reached its destination. The man reported that he had brought her. Nella Aranis judged that Lunav had lived a miserable life, but they would make good use of it. Suddenly a black mist appeared outside. They did not understand what was happening, until several of those hooded figures suddenly lost their heads. Inside, the bald man and Nella realized someone was there. The bald man's name was Ralph. Nella told him to deal with the enemy, so he went outside. Karam assumed it had all been too easy. Cyan stated that the real problem was actually at the cathedral. The bald man came out, asking if the kid had come alone. Cyan immediately noticed the resemblance between the bald man and Lunav, but he was far more unstable. Ralph moved toward him. Then Nella Aranis stepped outside, wanting to know if Ralph had already finished. But she was surprised. There had been an unexpected outcome. Ralph was lying on the ground. Cyan assumed she was the last one left, and asked why they had captured Lunav. Nella declared that he would not be very popular with women if he kept asking so many questions. Nella could also fuse elements, just like Lunav. She used a fire lightning attack in his direction, leaving the boy with even more questions in his mind. He grabbed the demonic sword. Nella was astonished, as he was reflecting everything with his dagger. He got very close to her, but she used air step and dodged. Nella Aranis realized he was dangerous, so she needed to kill him quickly, using a skill called charged shot. However, Kyram appeared, showing that he was not alone. Nella lost her focus and launched her attack toward the cathedral. Cyan thought her mana was brutal. Using the mist, she became immobilized. Cyan wanted to know who had ordered her to capture Lunav. He also wanted to know how many of them were around. Nella declared that he would find out soon because they would come for him. She also said she would be waiting for him in hell. Karam assumed that reaction was caused by the Heart's Curve. The Heart's Curve was an artifact that bound the user's mana to their heart. Karam judged that Lunav had the same thing. Cyan remembered that the name of the monster organization from the Council of Graham had been born from those kinds of experiments, called the Path of Evolution. Nella did not understand anything, and wanted to know who the two of them were. The boy made it clear that she would have to find out in hell, as he delivered a brutal strike to her. Cyan remembered the ancient book he had discovered in the laboratories of the Kingdom of Graham in his past life. The book taught how to use the artifact called the Heart's Curve, and contained text about how to control it, even a method to remove it. He managed to remove it, seeing that it was still functioning. The demonic sword asked where he intended to use it. Cyan then told Karam to bring Lunav to him. The demonic sword brought the girl to him, and he warned that this would be his first attempt, so he was not sure it would work properly. Quickly, he broke the artifact. If that same artifact was also in Lunav's heart, perhaps he would be able to destroy it using the same properties. Suddenly, Lunav opened her eyes. He then called Karam so they could leave. The scene shifted to Lunav's grandfather, Regan. His granddaughter had said she did not remember anything after being kidnapped, and that someone had brought her back to him. He could not believe it. The kingdom was already in chaos because of the blood banquet, and now his granddaughter was saying those things. In the end, the butler assumed it was all his fault, as he should have searched for her sooner. But Regan did not think it was the butler's fault, since Lunav always acted as she pleased. He approached the butler, grabbed his shoulder, and made it clear that he knew the man was betraying him and harming his granddaughter. His hand burst into flames. The butler declared it was a misunderstanding and begged for a chance to explain, but Regan told the old man to shut up, as he was disgusted by the sound of his voice, and then set him on fire. Lunav was completely shocked by what she had just seen. Regan told her that the old man had been one of the people who ordered her kidnapping. He wanted to know if his granddaughter had discovered anything about Cyan Cyan. In some way, she knew the old man already had the answer. Even though he was asking, she declared it was nothing special, explaining that she had taken so long to return because she had been meeting with Cyan. Regan did not want those answers. He wanted to know what the boy was hiding. He had always suspected the Vert family. Lunav informed her grandfather that the boy only had a maid and a guardian knight, and there was nothing linking him to the incident. She wanted to know why her grandfather was so obsessed with Cyan. At that moment, Regan realized she knew something because she was asking questions. He declared that she does not ask questions. She does what he tells her to do. He turned his back, telling her to leave, and informed her that she did not have permission to leave the castle for a while. Lunav was tired of that family. The scene then shifted to the Ruin Academy. Seth was sleeping in front of Cyan's room. Seeing that, the boy preferred to come back later, until he heard from a group of students that all classes had been cancelled. Cyan wanted to know what was going on, and it was all because Nella Aranis had disappeared. Nigrathy then appeared, asking slyly if Cyan had killed the magic instructor. He denied it, saying he did not even know who that instructor was. Nigrathy knew he did not know, since he skipped all his classes. She explained that Nella was a very talented mage who came from the kingdom of Graham. There had been a rumor that Nella hated Regan Rainreaver. In any case, they had been keeping an eye on her, but kidnapping Lunav was something Nigrathy had not expected. In the end, she knew Cyan had taken care of things for them. Either way, Cyan did not need to worry. Since Nigrathy was the only one who knew, she would also give him a mission. He wanted to know what it would be, since Nella would no longer be fulfilling her role. Nigrathy explained that the instructors would rotate shifts, and they were already looking for a new mage to take Nella's place. The scene then shifted to Boris, riding a horse alongside an old man. He had heard about the vacancy at Ruin Academy. Then the scene changed to Emily, dying of boredom. The demonic sword wanted her to leave her corner, but Emily declared that everything there belonged to Cyan. When Cyan arrived, Emily had a huge bump on her head, declaring that Karam was scary. Cyan told her they had a mission. He also gave Emily a mission. She had to make sure Nana did not go hungry. Emily thought Cyan just wanted to get away from her, until she remembered how Nana behaved when she was hungry. She completely changed. Quickly, she shoved a piece of bread into Nana's mouth, telling Cyan not to worry. Siam was grateful, but told her not to feed Brian. The poor guy was still recovering, but he also could not say that her cooking was the problem for Brian. Cyan's mission was in Lambaster, in the southeast of the Ushif Empire, a city where crime ruled through money and violence. The scene shifted to Lambaster, where a battle was taking place between a man named Zaber and another called Zelbard. Zelbard was gigantic, and Zaber did not even know how he could defeat him. The battle started intensely. Eventually, Zelbard grabbed Zaber, crushed him, and won. Then Cyan and the demonic sword walked through Lambaster, finding the place horrible. Some men approached, calling Karam over. Cyan saw that the place truly was a dump, full of criminals. The men threatened Cyan, calling him a child, and telling him to leave. The next scene showed one of the men lying on the ground with his forehead swollen. They went to the Lambaster cage, asking for the best room. The receptionist was concerned about Cyan's age. The kid did not like that at all, and asked if that was how she treated her clients. In the end, he got the room. Looking out the window, he saw that the people he had been waiting for had arrived. The receptionist's name was Lisa, and Cyan informed her that he wanted to use the cage. Lisa apologized, saying that new clients were not allowed to use the cage. Cyan was certain they were shipping illicit goods. Then he noticed that the other customers had disappeared, so he immediately directed his killing intent at Lisa. The young woman apologized, explaining that she was only doing her job. Cyan found her interesting and wanted to see how far she would go. Lisa then pulled out 3 knives and threw them at him. He quickly tossed gold coins, stopping the 3 blades midair. She had only reacted because of the killing intent. She did not know it had come from him. He picked up a coin, pretending to be upset. Lisa apologized again, while he accused her of trying to attack him. She insisted it was a misunderstanding. Cyan acted extremely disappointed, demanding that she take responsibility. Lisa began to cry. In the end, she granted him access to the cage, giving him a VIP plaque since he was using a special room. That way, she would even guarantee his safety. She also advised him not to go and wished him good luck. Karam thought Cyan should have asked Lisa to call the owner, Lindsay Nihaloff. However, Cyan had no clues about her. In the end, he believed they would find out soon enough, and they began descending the stairs. Karam realized he seemed familiar with the place. Cyan told her that he had been there a few times in his past life, though the place had eventually collapsed due to a civil war. Soon they reached the door. The scene shifted to a man gathering information from those who had been beaten by Cyan outside. The man declared that Cyan was no ordinary kid. The white-haired young man already knew that Cyan was in the Lambaster cage. The one interested in Cyan was named Gunther. The bearded man who had been beaten asked him for help, feeling deeply ashamed after being thrashed by a boy. Eager and excited, Gunther decided to head to the cage. Meanwhile, a girl named Linda Weasley was winning a fight in the Lambaster cage, celebrating her victory. It was a place filled with betting. Cyan was there because he wanted to get close to Lindsay Nihaloff, so he planned to make her come to him. Suddenly, a man approached and told Cyan that this was no place for children. Without hesitation, Cyan punched him. The man's coworker grew worried about his fallen colleague. Cyan grabbed the man by the hair, ready to beat him again, striking him hard and leaving the bald man completely stunned. The boy then asked where he could sign up to fight. After registering, the audience became outraged, thinking there were no real participants left if they were putting a child in the cage. Zelbard grew excited. side, eager to kill Cyan. The crowd thought it was outrageous to put a kid in the ring, since Zelbard was a monster. Some even called him half-ogre. At that moment, the psychopathic Zelbard had already decided he would crush the boy. However, Cyan, who looked like a dwarf next to him, suddenly leaped up using his own hand as leverage, leaving Zelbard confused. Cyan landed a punch square on his face, crushing his nose. With a single blow, Cyan knocked him down, leaving the entire audience stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing. The announcer declared that Simon of Lamea had won. Karam did not understand why he had chosen that name, but the boy could not reveal who he really was. She still did not get it, since he was showing his face, until Cyan explained he was using a spell. If anyone tried to remember his face, they would only see a blur in their mind. Gunther was among the spectators, watching everything. He felt the urge to fight Cyan, believing his name truly was Simon. The scene then shifted to Lisa, confused, as a blonde woman wanted to get straight to the point. Her name was Delkia, the manager of the red light district. She declared that the boy had caused a commotion and demanded that Lisa bring him to her immediately. Lisa pretended not to understand and told Delkia to leave at once. However, Delkia had several men with her and threatened Lisa, stating that the trouble had happened in her territory, so she had to handle it. Lisa would not tolerate any more chaos and grabbed her blades. Delkia still believed the boy was there. Lisa doubted the kid could have stirred up such a mess. Suddenly Cyan appeared, asking if they were looking for him. Lisa was completely stunned. She had not even seen him arrive, nor had the others. Cyan explained that he showed up when Delkia said the problem had happened in her territory. Delkia became utterly charmed by him. Cyan apologized if he had offended her, explaining that he had simply been provoked. Delkia said it was fine, and asked for his name. Naturally, he used the alias Simon. Delkia thought his name was beautiful, and that he was handsome too. Lisa felt uncomfortable, since he was just a boy. Cyan told Lisa to relax, as he would handle it, but Lisa made it clear that Delkia was dangerous. Delkia handed him her business card so they could talk better later. Cyan noticed it was actually a room card. Delkia truly was crazy. She even offered to serve him for free. Both Cyan and the receptionist were left stunned. After she left, Lisa mentioned that she had heard he participated in a fight and won. Cyan realized that news spread quickly there. Lisa explained that the place was small. He went up to his room. Soon a woman appeared, pleased that Delkia had left. She was Linza Nihalov, the owner of the establishment. She thought Lisa had grown quite close to the boy. Lisa explained that she was simply giving proper treatment to a VIP client and had warned him because he was just a child. Suddenly, Gunther appeared, saying Lisa was underestimating the kid. Lisa became furious, claiming he was being audacious and should not even be there. However, Lisa explained that she had invited Gunther Leaks because she wanted to arrange a fight for him. Lisa did not understand, since that man had been banned some time ago. In the end, Gunther wanted to fight the kid, believing they would make a lot of money. The scene shifted to Delkia screaming in her chambers. Her employees found it amusing, since she was completely infatuated with a child. They even pitied Simon, because Delkia was a psychopath and would definitely pursue him. Inside her room, she drew countless sketches of Simon of Lamea's face, but she could not remember it. Finding it strange, she fell into despair and cried intensely. Yet that only made her more obsessed with him. Lambuster's red light district was basically drinks, women and gambling. Cyan disliked the place, but Delkia had truly unsettled him. He searched for clues about Lindsay until he accidentally bumped into a girl, causing her to drop some boxes. He asked if she was alright. The little girl apologized to him, but he couldn't understand why she was apologizing. Then he noticed the boxes were cigarettes. In the end, she thanked him for his mercy, but Cyan took all the boxes and put them in a basket, wanting her to stop that. She explained she was selling the cigarettes, saying they were exotic and came from the Grey Merchant Union. She asked if he wanted to buy some, but he told her he didn't smoke. He had never even heard of any union like that. The girl planned to sell them in the alleys west of the red light district. If she got lucky, she would sell her entire stock and return before dawn. Cyan realized her life wasn't easy. He gave her a gold coin and asked if it was enough to buy all the cigarettes. She was confused, since he had just said he didn't smoke. Then he decided to give her 2 gold coins, declaring that the second one was just for her, making her eyes shine. She was very happy and thanked him before leaving. The demonic sword thought he was being too charitable, but that wasn't exactly it. Cyan knew the girl was heading to the junk depot and decided to follow her. The scene then shifted to the girl falling to the ground. She had been struck by the man Cyan had beaten earlier. The man couldn't understand how she had another coin and assumed she had lied to them. The bearded man even wanted to vent his anger on her because of Simon. She grew desperate, explaining that she hadn't stolen anything and begging them to believe her. Then Cyan appeared, asking if they weren't going to listen to the girl. The man recognized his voice immediately. Cyan was furious to learn those men were stealing money from children. The bearded man was glad to see him, assuming he might have a chance, but he ended up taking a heavy kick to the face. He quickly apologized after the boy knocked everyone down. However, Cyan wanted to intimidate them all, so he twisted the bearded man's leg. After that, he picked up the coin and handed it back to to the girl. Gunther suddenly appeared, finding everything incredible. Cyan didn't understand. After all, he was using a spell so no one could recognize him. Gunther wanted to confirm if he was Simon. He introduced himself and stated that he commanded that place. Cyan thought that was good. He had a few questions for Gunther. Gunther considered the bearded man useless and crushed his head under his foot. The girl was terrified. Cyan didn't think it was necessary to kill him. Gunther apologized for losing his temper, explaining he had just returned from a meeting at the cage. He wanted to fight Cyan. The boy realized the man knew the target he was looking for, so he charged at Gunther and attacked him. Gunther blocked and assumed the boy's punch was quite heavy. Gunther tried to strike Cyan, who leapt away. Gunther's punch completely destroyed the ground. Cyan realized Gunther had an ability that increased his strength. Gunther liked that the kid hadn't even waited to fight him in the cage. Feeling entertained by the so-called Simon, Cyan quickly noticed the man wasn't mentally stable and ended up taking a full-force hit. The scene then shifted to somewhere inside the Black Mist God's pocket dimension. The Black Mist God commented to Nikrit that he had noticed she had given Cyan an interesting mission. The person wasn't on the altar's list. He didn't intend to lecture Nikrit, but he was surprised she had dragged the boy into her personal matters. In any case, he believed Lindsay Nihaloff should indeed be eliminated at some point. Nikrit explained she was only testing Cyan. She wasn't sure if she could trust him as a successor. The Mist God doubted whether he could become someone like Lindsay Nihaloff. It was an intriguing enigma, and they would soon have their answer. The scene shifted back to Cyan, who was still standing after being hit. Gunther was genuinely happy to have found the boy, wanting to see how far Simon of Lamea could go. The fight was intense. Cyan asked where Lindsay Nohal was, but Gunther said it wasn't the time for conversation. Cyan realized Gunther's arm simply wasn't taking any damage. Once again, Cyan managed to dodge. Gunther grew increasingly excited. Karam asked if the kid wanted her to join in. Suddenly, Cyan realized someone else was there. Several blades fell to the ground near Gunther. He thought Lisa had a death wish for interfering. Lisa only wanted to understand why that man was fighting their client, but Gunther blamed Simon, claiming he had started the fight. Cyan simply watched the chaos until Gunther decided to leave. He hadn't expected the man to give up so easily. Lisa asked if the boy was okay. Physically, Cyan was fine, but he felt deeply dissatisfied. He also assumed Lisa had a favor to ask. She realized he had guessed correctly. Cyan mentioned that the man had said he met with the owner to request a fight with him, but he didn't care. However, he set one condition. He wanted them to give a job to the girl who was trembling on the ground. The scene then shifted to two men talking. They had heard the rumor that Gunther was returning to the cage, and that he would fight Simon. Lambaster became lively because of that fight. For a week, Cyan kept fighting and wandering around, learning the cage's few rules. The first rule was not to use weapons. The second rule was to retreat if the opponent lost the will to fight. The third rule was not to kill the opponent. However, the host declared that the fight between Simon and Gunther would have no rules, catching the boy off guard, since no one had told him anything about that. Gunther seemed very eager and packed a powerful punch. Cyan told the judge it was unfair, but the judge had already disappeared, and the match began, taking him by surprise. Seeing that the boy hadn't been informed, Gunther mocked him, assuming he was afraid, and telling him to go grab a weapon. Cyan, however, preferred not to use any weapon at all, making the mist rise. He had a plan. Gunther found it interesting, and even believed he could kill Cyan. The boy was confused, since until then, deaths weren't allowed. But Gunther declared that the kid didn't know him, revealing that he loved killing. He wanted to wipe that arrogant look off the kid's face first, so he charged at Cyan with full force. Cyan quickly dodged. With his dagger in hand, he slashed Gunther so swiftly that he didn't even notice. The audience saw nothing. The cut was on his arm. Gunther became furious, but Cyan warned him not to move, or he might truly lose his life. And so Cyan won that fight quickly, leaving Gunther badly spoken of by the audience. However, one of the spectators recognized that the black mist carried the presence of the demonic sword. Cyan grew worried after all. The fight had no rules, and perhaps Linz already knew everything. Suddenly the girl appeared, offering him water. He realized she had already started working there. She had become an assistant. Her name was Louise. Only then did the boy learn it. He told her to dedicate herself to the job. Just then Lisa showed up, apologizing. Cyan wanted to understand why Lisa had hidden the fact that the battle would have no rules, but she claimed she hadn't known anything. It had been something arranged between the owner of the cage and Gunther. Cyan then asked Lisa to arrange a meeting with the owner, but the receptionist declared it was impossible, since the woman remained anonymous. As he turned his back, the old man from the audience asked to speak with him for a moment, introducing himself as Morris from the Grey Merchants Union. He explained that he was there because of the demonic sword Cyan possessed, and was interested in buying it. Using his killing intent, Cyan declared he had no idea what Morris was talking about. Morris replied that the boy didn't need to hide it, only he knew. He used to work for the Albus Merchant Union until Zickerman was assassinated 2 years ago. That was why he was now with the Grey Merchants Union in Lambaster. His specialty was swords, and various other weapons. He declared that no one knew more about swords than he did, and he was certain he had seen the Black Mist demonic sword, something he had waited years to behold. He asked the boy to name his price. However, Cyan lifted Morris up, thinking it was good that only Morris knew. If so, there was only one person he needed to kill. Suddenly, several masked men appeared. They were guarding the old man. Cyan found the whole situation amusing, and made it clear to Morris that those men meant nothing to him. They were from the Shadow Assassin Squad of Sparnia. After Zickerman's death, Morris had invested heavily in his security. Cyan was ready to snap the old man's neck. Louise and Lisa were both shocked. Lisa wanted the fight to stop. Cyan worried that Louise might get involved, so he decided to release Morris. He warned that he would let him go just this once, and that he should leave immediately. Morris ordered the men to lower their weapons. He then told Cyan that he would retreat for now, but his offer still stood. Louise asked if Cyan was alright, and he confirmed he was. He told her not to worry about those men. Then he once again asked Lisa to arrange a meeting with the cage's owner, releasing his killing intent and frightening her. The scene shifted to Gunther smashing everything around him while several men tried to calm him down. Without his arm, Gunther screamed Simon's name, determined to kill the boy at any cost. He had felt incredibly weak in front of Simon and desperately wanted a way to defeat him. Unable to think of anything, he suddenly remembered Louise, assuming he could defeat Simon using that child. The scene shifted again to Louise, carrying out her duties as an assistant. The door opened. Though she found it strange, she welcomed the visitor, assuming it was a customer. It was Gunther. He asked if she remembered him. The girl immediately began to tremble, but confirmed that she did. He then asked for her help. Meanwhile, the scene returned to Cyan, who was trying to understand why he couldn't meet the cage's owner. He couldn't comprehend why Lisa was protecting Lindsay Nihalov so fiercely. Lisa noticed that he even knew the owner's name. She told him that Lindsay was watching him, and was the only one who could authorize the fight with Gunther and change the rules. Therefore, she warned him that he needed to leave that place, or he might lose his life. Cyan found it strange, sensing that Lisa wasn't merely doing her job. Suddenly, they heard a scream. Lisa recognized. It came from the reception. It was Louise. They ran there and saw a massive hole in the wall. Cyan immediately guessed who had done it, and spotted Louise's identification badge. He told Lisa to stay there because he would bring the girl back. She hesitated, so he released his killing intent, fixing her with a brutal stare and declaring she must stay put. The scene shifted to Morris visiting Delkia. He had come to make an offer. He looked at all the drawings she had tried to make, and realized she couldn't remember the boy's face. She wanted to know what Morris knew. He got straight to the point. He possessed the most potent paralysis potion in the kingdom of Graham. With it, she could capture the boy. Delkia asked what Morris wanted in return, but he simply turned his back, eager for her response. All he wanted was the sword in his hands. The scene shifted to Gunther, who was delighted when Cyan arrived. Cyan demanded to know where the girl was. In response, Gunther tossed the girl's ear at him, causing Cyan's eyes to widen in shock. Gunther declared that the rest of her was in a box. Cyan realized that the man truly wanted to die. At that moment, Gunther began forcing his arm back into place. The scene shifted to Lindsay Nihalov. Lisa had just confirmed to her that the boy intended to kill Gunther. Lindsay asked if Lisa was worried about him. Lisa replied that she had already detached herself from him. She only wanted to understand why her mistress was so obsessed. Lindsay tried to reassure her and asked if she could remember Simon's face. Lisa realized she couldn't. Lindsay explained that it was one of Eru's authorities, the ability to make others forget his face. Lisa knew who Eru was and assumed her mistress was in danger, but Lindsay denied it, instructing Lisa to treat their guest as well as always. The scene returned to Gunther, whose arm was now back in place. He struck the boy with full force, wanting Cyan to use his abilities. Cyan noticed bones scattered around. Gunther declared that all those bones belonged to useless people. In his opinion, Lambaster was filled with trash. Gunther and Lisa had grown up among that garbage, giving everything they had to survive in that hellish place. He had tried to defend himself however he could. Then he met a boy. That boy eliminated the junkyard manager who had oppressed him and Lisa. The boy had come from Ruin Academy, seeking entertainment, and cleared out all the trash in the scrapyard. Gunther never forgot the face of the one who had saved them all. His life changed that day, and he dreamed of cleaning all the trash out of Lambaster. He pushed his strength to the limit, and eventually became the scrapyard's manager. But after killing someone, he was expelled. He didn't care, since the person he killed was trash in his eyes. Lisa cut ties with him, yet he remained unfazed. He was determined to cleanse Lambaster of all its filth. Cyan only wanted the man to stop his madness, urging Gunther to try harder. Gunther then decided to go all out, using his creation ability to show something interesting. He held an artifact in his hands, something he called the gravity chamber. She created a mana chamber in a chosen location that multiplied gravity by 20 times. Even so, Cyan was still enduring it. Gunther then prepared to attack him. Karam asked if the kid needed help, but Cyan refused. Moving with great agility, he struck Gunther with full force. Gunther couldn't understand how Cyan had moved so fast, sending him flying far away. Cyan wanted to crush everything about him except his ears. After throwing Gunther to the ground like trash, Gunther acknowledged that he was destined to die, but he had no regrets. He even believed that Louise would grow up to be trash as well, yet he asked Cyan not to let that happen, surprising him with the request. Soon after, Gunther died. The kid opened the coffin, and Lisa arrived at the scene, seeing that Gunther was dead. She asked her employer's subordinate to check whether the VIP client was safe, but it wasn't necessary. Cyan showed where she was. Louise was unharmed in his arms. She had only fallen asleep. Lisa asked if her client was okay, and Cyan confirmed she was. He only wanted Lisa to take care of the girl. Turning his back, he updated them on what he was going to do next. He would cleanse Lambaster. The place had 4 districts: the Lambaster cage at the center, the landfill to the west, the commercial district to the east, and the entertainment district to the south. There was no authority maintaining order in the city, but there was something like a system that enforced rules in Lambaster, upheld by the managers of each district. Cyan clearly remembered from his past life that his older brother had wanted to take control of Lambaster. He knew the city was rotten and expected its own people to destroy themselves. In any case, Cyan realized Ashel had been right. The city was rotten, and he was willing to dig up those roots that very day. The scene then shifted to Cyan, drinking tea that had been spiked. Delkia had prepared it, and he knew there was a paralyzing potion in it. She thanked him for accepting her invitation, but when she saw him analyzing the tea, she grew frightened, afraid he had realized she had tampered with it. Cyan looked at her with killing intent, and drank the tea in one gulp, leaving her astonished. Soon after, he collapsed. Delkia believed she had succeeded. The boy was hers. The scene shifted to the commercial district, to the Grey Merchants Union. Muto informed them that Delkia had captured the kid. Morris was irritated. He had wasted a gravitational cube on Gunther, and had also needed to use the potion through Delkia. Still, he ate his chicken happily, assuming the demonic sword would soon belong to him. Even so, the masked man found it strange how everything had gone according to plan. He claimed his instincts never failed. Morris just wanted the man gone, thinking the idiots from Sparnia liked to make noise. Suddenly the scene changed to Morris riding in a carriage, ordering everyone to move aside. As he arrived at Delkia's place, he declared he wanted an item from the boy. She informed him she had already taken it, which excited him. Suddenly Delkia pulled a rope, revealing impaled humans. Morris was shocked. He also saw that Delkia herself was tied up, and demanded to know who was speaking through her. It was the demonic sword, leaving his eyes wide open. He had no idea the demonic sword had become human. At that moment, the kid woke up, thinking the old man knew too much. Morris shouted for his subordinates to come save him, but Cyan found him too noisy and grabbed him by the neck. Quickly, Cyan used the creation technique along with the mist patrol ability. The boy was certain Morris had given the potion to the crazy woman. The man began apologizing, but Cyan wanted to make sure the old fool would never meddle again, plunging him into a bloodbath. He noticed one of Sparnia's masked men dead, and left him there. At that moment, Cyan only needed to deal with Delkia. The demonic sword declared she would handle Delkia, so Cyan could move forward. Kariram wanted to oppress Delkia as much as possible for laying hands on her master. Already ruined, Delkia began to cry and tried to apologize for everything she had done, but it was useless. Kariram made her suffer. Suddenly, Cyan sensed a familiar mana. He realized it was the domain of mist. Lindsay found his expression amusing, and introduced herself as Lambaster's manager. Cyan hadn't known she was part of the mist. Lindsay noticed Nikrit hadn't told him about her. In any case, Cyan thought it was convenient. He no longer needed to look for her. He also refused to call her senior, since she was a traitor. Linz informed him she wasn't the only one there to settle matters. Lisa appeared, declaring she was there to kill Simon. Cyan told Lisa not to interfere, as his problem was with Linz. She didn't listen, so he decided it would be better to knock her out. He quickly used the Bloodthirst Festival technique. Lisa withstood it, proving she had been well trained. Linz didn't understand why Cyan hadn't killed Lisa. He just wanted her to stop hiding in the mist. Linz wanted to test the boy trained by Nikrit, and see whether Lisa, whom she had trained, could defeat him. Hearing her mention Nikrit, Cyan wanted to know their relationship, but he got distracted, and Linza reminded him to focus. Lisa launched an ability called Needle Rain. He managed to dodge, but she was extremely fast and relentless. Lisa had cut ties with Gunther, but couldn't accept that Cyan had killed him. That was when the boy realized they had been more than mere acquaintances. He also noticed her eyes bore the mark of the shadow puppet's subordination. He grabbed her by the neck and slammed her to the ground, knocking her out. Now he could fight Linz, but she didn't appear. Suddenly she emerged, assuming he already knew the domain of mist belonged to her. He had been surprised to learn she was part of the mist, but even more so to discover she was a traitor and a thief. Linz didn't understand until he pointed at the ring she was wearing. The Ring of Anbari. It was an artifact that allowed her to absorb everything, whether mana or divine authority. He concluded she was using it because she wanted to become part of the Black Mist. He had no idea how she obtained it, but to him she was a fraud. Linz became furious and wanted to show all her power. In the end, she had fallen into his trap. Lindsay used a mist technique, creating an impact that left him wide-eyed. She explained that it was a realm only she could enter and move within. She believed he was feeling weak and that it was time for him to say goodbye. Suddenly Karam appeared, declaring that the realm was garbage. Lindsay's eyes widened as she saw the demonic sword invade her realm. She didn't understand what she was dealing with. Aside from Eru, the only one capable of entering it was Karam. In any case, the demonic sword destroyed the realm with a snap of her fingers. Linz couldn't believe it had been so easy. Cyan was furious that the sword had taken so long, since it had been dangerous for him. Linz found it impossible that the boy could be the successor, as there hadn't been one for hundreds of years. Karam thought the woman was hysterical. Cyan explained that he had provoked her earlier. Linz rushed toward the boy. Karam, still confused, grabbed her dagger and charged at Linz, certain she wasn't that impressive after all. Eventually, he knocked her to the ground. He wanted to show her true authority, using the diamond technique. He told her to try blocking that attack with her stupid ring. The destruction caused by that technique was immense. At that moment, Linz remembered when she had been at the Temple of the Black Mist, announcing that she was leaving. She was tired of waiting for the successor. Nikrit had found that shameful. Linz had then asked whether Nikrit intended to kill her. Nikrit saw no reason to, unless Lindsay became contaminated. If that happened, she would purify her and reclaim the equipment Lindsay had stolen, declaring that she should stay in line. Lindsay left and formed her own organization, where the strongest would be acknowledged. She didn't want to keep waiting for the successor. She thought she had come far. She had even lost an arm. She couldn't believe she had lost to a mere boy. Cyan asked her to say her last words. Lindsay told him to inform Nikrit that she had been wrong. wrong. The pain was unbearable, and she wanted him to finish it quickly. Without hesitation, he ended it. The domain collapsed, and they returned to the hotel, saving Cyan some time. Lisa wanted to understand why he hadn't killed her, since she had tried to take his life and felt she had no reason to live. He replied that he would only kill her if she told others everything she had seen, but she wouldn't do that. At the same time, she didn't know what she should do now. Suddenly, Louise ran toward Lisa, declaring how worried she had been. Lisa felt relieved to see the girl safe, showing that they had a good relationship. Louise said Lisa had treated her kindly, like no one ever had before. Cyan decided Lisa should continue managing the place. Since the other managers had died, she also had to make sure Louise wouldn't grow up to become someone like Lisa herself or Gunther. Cyan asked Louise to obey Lisa, explaining that he was leaving. Lisa asked if he would return, but he wasn't sure. In the end, the boy simply didn't want to see that scene again. The scene shifted to him informing Nekrit that he had completed the mission. She was certain it hadn't been easy. Cyan didn't understand why she had sent him, knowing how difficult it would be. He also wanted to know about her relationship with Lindsay. Nekrit confirmed that Lindsay had once been part of the Mist. They had trained together, but Lindsay had abandoned the path and even taken the ring that was meant only for Hallmasters. Cyan had brought the ring back. Nekrit told him to keep it, saying she no longer needed it. She was already strong enough. The boy had thought his mission was to retrieve that ring. Karam assumed Nekrit had something personal against Lindsay, but Nekrit clarified that she had merely been fulfilling a promise. Cyan then realized it had been a test to see whether he would be tempted by the ring's power. If he became obsessed with it, he too could become a target for purification. It almost seemed like she resented the fact that he was the successor. She wanted to know whether he would become a disaster for humanity or a hero. She even believed the demonic sword had made the wrong choice, which deeply irritated Karam. The scene then shifted to the Ruin Academy. Inside the principal's office, the students' anxiety had grown after Nella's disappearance. The principal had just hired Boris and told him not to feel pressured. Boris understood and promised to support the students. Quizel appreciated that. As Boris was leaving the room, the academy director sensed a very strange mana coming from him. At that moment, Nigrithi entered, apologizing for being late before Boris could leave. She was surprised when Boris introduced himself as a newly hired instructor. Nigrithi felt that he reeked of blood. Quizel explained that he had come from the capital and asked her to keep an eye on him. Nigrithi had also grown suspicious immediately. It was as if a dead person were walking. The stench was unmistakable. The scene shifted to the city of Ruin. Arum was with Leximus, surrounded by many guards. The number of guards had increased significantly after the blood banquet. Suddenly, Lunav met the fifth princess. The three of them went for a walk, and Aaron introduced Leximus to Lunav. Then Boris appeared and introduced himself to the three girls. He confirmed that he was speaking to Princess Aaron. She acknowledged it and already knew he would be teaching mana application. He confirmed and asked if she had some time. He explained that he was checking the students' mana classifications and wanted to see Aaron's mana capacity. She demonstrated it. For some reason, Lunav felt uneasy, sensing that nothing good would come of it. Aaron dismissed it as nonsense. Boris declared it would be over quickly. Suddenly, Cyan appeared and grabbed the fifth princess's hand. He showed killing intent toward Boris and demanded to know why he was there. The scene shifted to the year 10,002. Before the Foundation, the war of invasion by the Demon King's army. The saints used their protections, but it wasn't enough. A massive creature pierced through and destroyed them. Then someone approached. It was a man dealing with those creatures. The saints were relieved, realizing the rumors were true. It was the young Cyan, there to save them. He told the injured to retreat, as he would handle things. He was even excited, having heard that the monster was special class. In truth, he found it extremely slow. Using the Abyss Sphere, he made the creature disappear instantly. Watching this, Boris paid his respects, understanding why Ashel valued his younger brother so highly. Boris had come because he heard the northern front lines needed reinforcements, but Cyan had already taken care of everything. Cyan had found the soldiers on the brink of death. The Vert family had been in command for a year. The elite knights had been stationed on the front lines to secure the crown for Emperor Louis-Nel. Taking advantage of the weakened defenses, the monsters invaded. It had all been due to Louis-Nel's ambition. Cyan had only gone there because of Ashel. Boris understood him. Cyan then asked why Emperor Louis-Nel had brought Boris there. Boris had been chosen for his talents, though he had greater affinity with Ashel. Cyan didn't know what Boris's talents were, so Boris demonstrated. He could gather traces of mana used by an individual and form them into a sphere, storing them. He even remarked that Cyan's mana was quite unique, seeing great potential in him. Looking back on that time, Cyan realized that was when the hunt for him had begun. Now, in his new life, he had no intention of making the same mistake again. The idea of giving their mana to that guy was terrible. Boris found it strange that Cyan had done that, so Boris pretended it had been a misunderstanding. He said he was only checking Aaron's abilities, but Cyan had never heard that something like that was necessary. That was also when he realized Boris was the new instructor. Boris stepped back, acting like a good person, apologizing for making him feel uncomfortable, but Cyan just wanted the guy to leave. After that, Boris said goodbye. Lunav began wondering if she had ever heard of Boris before. Meanwhile, Leximus asked the boy to let go of the princess's hand. In a way, Aaron understood him since he was on her side. Then she realized he was actually holding her hand and became very embarrassed, quickly grabbing Leximus's arm and running off. Lunav then asked Cyan if he knew Boris, and he explained that he knew a little about him. Luna found that impressive, since she had never heard of him. Cyan made it very clear that she shouldn't try to learn anything more about that man, nor get close to him. With that, he turned his back on her. Lunav noticed he was in a bad mood, which only made her more curious. The scene then shifted to Cyan in his room, summoning a waterfall of sweets and declaring that Emily and Brian had done a good job while he was away. After that, Cyan called Brian to train. They headed to the academy's training grounds, but someone was already there. It was Leximus. Brian was amazed at how she wielded a sword as tall as herself as if it were nothing. Cyan already knew she would become the greatest swordswoman on the continent, so he wanted to see how much she had improved, but she felt shy, and Cyan simply asked her to make the first move. She was nervous because she was using a real sword while he held a wooden one. However, he showed that not everything is as it seems. Attacking her with full force using the wooden sword, she managed to block it. Cyan praised her reflexes, while she couldn't understand how a wooden sword could feel so incredibly heavy, so she decided not to go easy on him. She tried attacking, and he blocked, noticing that her movements were solid. Still, he wanted to see her at full strength. He told her to charge at him as if she intended to kill him. She was confused, since she couldn't even get close to him. She tried to strike with all her might, but he stopped her using the hilt of his wooden sword. He believed that was enough, since losing control created many openings in her attacks. He told her to be careful. Leximus realized she was no match for him, but Cyan didn't want to discourage her. He declared that she was very skilled, handling that massive sword with ease, and said he was certain she would become a great swordswoman. She was confused. Cyan was praising her after everything that had happened. Still, he didn't see much more he could teach her at her current level, so he ordered Brian to train with her from then on, and Leximus would start using a wooden sword. Brian asked where his boss was going, but Cyan simply said he needed to step out for a while. Brian told the girl he was looking forward to their training. Leximus, practically on fire with intensity, said the feeling was mutual, which ended up scaring the poor guy. As Cyan walked, he felt a familiar presence since early that morning. He wondered why Lunav had been there since so early. She was standing right in front of Instructor Boris's research laboratory. He asked if she wanted to go in. Lunav admitted he guessed correctly, but said she was only staring at the place. Cyan didn't like that at all. She was just curious. She had never heard of Boris, nor even of the Graham Association, and on top of that, he was an 8th Circle mage. It was strange that no one knew him. Cyan thought she was just looking for trouble, and she asked if he was there to help her. He said he had no reason to do something like that. Still, Lunav believed the boy already knew Boris, and maybe even hated him. Cyan sighed. She was clearly dragging them both toward trouble. After a while, Boris finally left. Cyan no longer felt anyone's presence, so they decided to go inside. They opened the door and found countless old books and ancient texts. Boris seemed to be a collector. Most of the books were about magic. Suddenly, Karam appeared, leaving Cyan confused about where she was going. She said she was heading to the rooftop, which only confused him more. Luna found something. It was truly an ancient text, but it wasn't just a simple book. It was Boris's armor, called Hearthcrea. Karam sensed a repulsive smell and wanted Hearthcrea to show himself. Soon Hearthcrea appeared, saying it had been a while since he last saw Karam. He had enormous wings. Karam said everything had been fine until Hearthcrea showed up and ruined it. Hearthcrea remarked that the demonic sword's personality hadn't changed at all, and even understood why she had chosen the boy as her master. Karam didn't like that comment, but Hearthcrea told her to calm down, explaining he wasn't there to fight, he just wanted to talk. Karam demanded to know what the hell he was trying to do. Meanwhile, Lunav and Cyan kept looking around. Lunav admitted she had never seen a magical text like that before. It looked like a history book, but it was written in code, and it took time to decipher. She couldn't recognize much else. Then she noticed something that seemed unfinished. She wondered what it meant. Something about the sun and black clouds, questioning if it referred to mist. Suddenly, Cyan shut the magical book and declared that they needed to destroy it. Lunav didn't understand why. In the end, he believed that book was the cause of everything, the blood banquet, and the other catastrophes as well. Suddenly, Boris appeared, apologizing to the two of them, but saying he couldn't allow that to happen. Cyan was shocked, unable to sense his presence because he had been too distracted. The book emitted a massive glow and flew straight into Boris's hands. He had already been planning to look for Cyan, but ended up finding him there by coincidence. However, he made it very clear that he hated being spied on like that, so he wanted Lunav to leave immediately, pushing the girl away. He realized he had been a bit too rough, but he didn't want Cyan to worry. He had only sent her back to her room. He wanted to talk to the boy alone, since he was very interested in him. Cyan could tell things had turned bad for him. He would have loved to kill Boris right then and there, but Hearthcrea was a huge problem, especially since all of this was happening while the demonic sword was far away. Karam wanted to understand what Hearthcrea meant. He explained that his master served someone chosen by a god, so she was in a losing game. However, she saw no reason to side with Lumendel and betray her own master. Hearthcrea replied that she didn't need to do that. He gave an example. He could simply steal her owner's body, since that would make things easier for them to deal with her. Karam began to understand what he was plotting. Good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. Those opposing concepts were always at war with each other, and in the end, light always won. 3 centuries had passed since the end of the Great War against the demon god. The surface world was prospering more than ever, yet slowly, in a way, the world had begun to forget about them. It was hard to find the admiration people once had for them. After long consideration, they concluded that they needed darkness. Darkness would make them shine brighter. Karam thought that was an incredibly stupid stupid reason. She understood that if she took over her owner's body and went berserk, they would defeat her and become saviors. Hearthcrea grew excited seeing that she understood perfectly, but Karam didn't even give him time to react before slashing his face. She was fed up with that idiotic conversation. In the end, he considered it shameful. He believed it was the destiny of the demonic sword to take over its wielder's body, but she had changed her mind. Karam found it ridiculous that they had simply decided she and Cyan were the villains. She believed their people should mind their own business and deal with their own problems instead of depending on others. He still thought it was disgraceful for her to think that way, claiming it would be easier to talk to her than it had been with Eru. After that, he bid her farewell. Karam wanted to know what the hell Eru had done. The scene then shifted to Boris, offering the boy the finest tea from Sparnia. Cyan wanted to know why he was so interested in him. Boris explained that it was natural for an instructor to take interest in his students, but Cyan didn't even attend classes. Boris didn't understand why. Cyan declared he had nothing to learn. The instructor asked if the director knew about that, but the kid just wanted him to get to the point, so Boris asked whether the boy knew him. Cyan questioned what made him think so. Boris explained that he felt Cyan had hated him from the very beginning. It was in his eyes, as if he wanted him dead. He had never seen the boy before, but he suspected Cyan knew about him. Cyan denied knowing Boris, although he found it impressive that an 8th circle mage wasn't famous. Boris claimed he simply preferred a quiet life. Cyan asked where he was from. Boris said he came from the countryside, but Cyan knew he was lying. Even in his past life, Boris had hidden himself as much as possible. Cyan asked if there was anything else he wanted to know, but Boris said it was getting late and they could talk anytime. With that, the boy left. Boris then understood why Ashel felt so threatened by his younger brother. He found the kid extremely cold. He also considered it tragic that Cyan was blessed by Lumendel while being the wielder of the demonic sword. Hearthcrea then told his master that he called it destiny. Perhaps the boy was the darkness they had been seeking. Boris believed the kid would help Ashel shine even brighter, just like in the prophecy where the black mist would hide the sun. The reascension of the savior, Boris believed, would happen soon. The scene then shifted to the Hall of Black Mist. Karam had gone there alone, and the god Aru seemed slightly surprised to see her by herself. He asked the reason for her sudden visit. The demonic sword declared that she had met Hearthcrea, speaking with irony and saying she hadn't imagined that those of the mist were close to him. Aru wanted to know what had happened. In the end, Karam only wanted to understand why Aru hadn't done anything, especially since he had once been exiled by Hearthcrea. Aru explained that he simply had nothing to fear. Karam assumed it was some ridiculous joke on his part. He then asked what her desire was. If it was to protect Cyan, he declared he would make her wish come true, telling her to issue a decree and summon all the mist to help her and the boy. Karam realized he wouldn't personally do anything, so she asked if something had happened to Lumendel. In the end, he preferred to say that every decision he had made was because of Karam herself, but she didn't want his pathetic excuses. She declared he would remain trapped there forever for being a damn coward. All of it was because he had become someone without any autonomy. With that, she left. Enro couldn't understand how Karam could be so cruel to him. Then the scene shifted to a ceremony in which someone was being blessed to act as a representative of the great god of light, Lumendel, becoming an outstanding savior. As part of the ritual, they asked whether that person intended to become a ray of light, to save the world from cruel darkness, swearing to live on the front lines, to fight and die on the battlefield. The one chosen was Alice Vert, who swore to uphold the purpose of the god of light, yet she questioned whether it was truly the right path. Recently, the Empire had been recruiting talented individuals into the Knights of Light and sending them to the front lines. Because of that, even during a disaster like the Blood Banquet, there was nothing a royal guard could do. She had once dreamed of joining the Knights of Light, but now she didn't know if it was truly her duty to protect the front lines. Suddenly, Cecilia appeared, congratulating her on achieving her dream. Alice immediately changed her demeanor, since Cecilia was her superior. After Alice told her everything, Cecilia said she shouldn't worry. She hadn't chosen the wrong path. After all, she had known Alice for a long time, and understood well what Sisioan's sister truly desired. Alice felt deeply conflicted. She could still hear the screams of people crying for help. But Cecilia believed there was only one way for Alice to be certain whether the front lines were truly her destiny. She had to join her there. When Alice went to the front lines, she would learn that the Duke had entrusted them with an important mission. It would be Alice's first task. She would have to answer that call. Alice was left confused by the fact that her father had given them a mission. Meanwhile, Brian was getting ready. Emily wanted to know where Cyan was going, but Brian had no idea. He was just following his boss's orders. Nana wondered if they would have to go a while without seeing him again, but Cyan refused. He didn't want Nana to worry, so he informed Brian that they were heading to the Valley of Lamea, the same place as last time. Since it was far away, he knew a shortcut. They needed to hurry, because it was the anniversary of Alice's death. The scene then shifts to several knights gathered together, until Yulkin orders everyone to stop. He tells Alice that they have arrived, but he keeps calling her Miss, which makes her slightly uncomfortable. Still, he can't hide how proud he is to have her there as part of the Knights of Light. She doesn't want to receive so much praise, since she feels she still has a lot to learn. However, Yulkin is certain she will do very well, and that the Duke is proud of her. Even so, he continues calling her Miss, which keeps bothering her. She then approaches the Duke, introducing herself and informing him that she arrived after receiving his message. The Duke tells her that the 3rd and 4th princes, as well as the 2nd princess, would be visiting, so he wants his daughter to prepare. Alice simply nods, noticing that her father is as cold as ever. Soon the guests arrive. The third prince, Fabian Severus, complains that the place smells awful. The fourth prince, Nerovian Severus, agrees with his brother, wondering how anyone could live in such a filthy place. Meanwhile, the second princess ignores their comments and thanks the duke for his work. Her name is Violet Severus. At that moment, the duke formally welcomes the three of them, but the two princes want to get it over with quickly, saying it is merely a formality. Fabian worries about monsters attacking, but the duke assures him that the monsters are quite weak and that the best knights are present, so they are well protected. Ashel appears. He hasn't seen his father in quite some time. Alice is confused about why her brother is there, but the duke is certain Ashel will fulfill his duties. The two arrogant princes demand that Ashel quickly deal with the monsters, since they are far more important and nothing bad can happen to them. Violet Severus thanks Ashel for his work, but she doesn't understand why Luenel isn't present. Ashel explains that Luenel left the responsibility to him due to an urgent matter. Violet thinks it might actually be good to have Ashel there as their bodyguard. Alice finds it strange that her brother is protecting two princes and a princess, since he always used to protect only the first prince. He congratulates her, having heard that she joined the knights in the top class. She notices a familiar look on his face. It reminds her of her 9th birthday, when he congratulated her and gave her a magical scroll as a gift. It was a 4-star scroll she couldn't use at the time, since it required 4th star mana. As time passed, she eventually gained the ability to use that level of mana and remembered the gift, but just as she was about to use the scroll, Cecilia arrived and stopped her, explaining that it would summon an intermediate monster and cause terrible chaos. Alice could have died. She couldn't believe her older brother had given her such a scroll, knowing it might kill her. She still doesn't understand why. The scene shifts to the two princes, who find it suspicious that Luenel sent Ashel to protect them. Violet declares that they should stay alert if they don't want to die. They know Luenel, after all. Suddenly, Alice rushes to them, warning that it's an ambush and they need to retreat. They are being attacked by Antark, a special monster, essentially an earth dragon. The two princes are stunned as the dragon launches an attack at their carriage. Alice quickly uses her barrier to protect them. She urges the three of them to flee. However, Ashel calls out to Violet saying he will protect her and telling her to come with him. Violet is convinced he intends to kill her amid the chaos. Suddenly, Cecilia appears and begins supporting Alice, telling her they need to move away. Alice feels uneasy, sensing murderous intent from Ashel as he looks at Princess Violet. Then the monster attacks Ashel, who blocks it effortlessly, barely moving. Alice grows worried as the other knights quickly form a circle around the monster. Ashel is displeased that the three girls have left, and the earth dragon only irritates him further. When the dragon launches another attack at the knights, Ashel, growing impatient because it's interfering with his plans, blocks it and protects them. The three girls watch from a distance. Suddenly, Violet falls to her knees. Alice asks if something is wrong. With a strange expression, Violet declares that she won't fall so easily, and then Cecilia suddenly attacks Alice from behind. Violet claims she suspected something was wrong when Luenel failed to appear. She is certain Alice intended to eliminate them amid the chaos, and says Cecilia was merely defending herself. Alice insists it's a misunderstanding, but the princess orders her to be quiet. She accuses the Vert family of greed, and says she doesn't want to die so easily. If Alice has excuses, she can give them with what little time she has left. Violet throws a scroll, assuming perhaps Lumendel might save Alice, and then disappears. Alice is certain Cecilia is under some kind of magical control. There's no way she would betray her. She begins to cry, but monsters soon appear. She refuses to die there. She wants to live and asks Cecilia why she did it. Using her abilities, she defeats the creatures in a single strike. The scene shifts to Violet's hideout. She lies down on a bed, saying the entire situation was disgusting. Cecilia agrees, though she recalls her moments with Alice. Violet interrupts her thoughts, asking why she left Alice alive when she could have killed her, since that was the order. Cecilia simply states that Alice will die soon anyway, as the monsters will finish her off. However, at that very moment, Alice has already defeated them all, and feels she must retreat. She isn't sure she can report that the princess tried to kill her. Perhaps the knights wouldn't believe her. Unfortunately, another enormous monster appears, a high-ranking salamander. She must survive another attack, but she's no longer sure she can. Suddenly, Cyan appears, wielding the Sword of Mist, and holding the monsters back for a moment. Brian shows up, apologizes to Alice, and pulls her away, though everything is on fire and he is getting burned in the process. Confused, Alice wonders why Brian is there, while the salamander continues setting everything ablaze. They manage to hide, and Karam appears beside them, clearly furious at the monsters. She protects the two of them and tells Cyan to finish it quickly. It left Alice utterly stunned by what she was seeing. At that moment, her brother was using the Sphere of the Abyss, tearing a massive hole through the salamanders. She rushed toward him, already suspecting that the person behind that mask was Cyan. Her eyes were filled with tears, while Cyan calmly said he was glad he hadn't arrived too late. Soon after, Brian used his healing ability on Alice. She assumed that Cecilia was Princess Violet's spy, admitting she hadn't realized it, and felt like a fool because of it. Cyan made it clear that none of it was her fault. The blame lay entirely with the princess. Cecilia Cecilia and Ashel. Alice noticed that the boy firmly believed Ashel had planned everything. She refused to accept it, arguing that those were their father's orders. But Cyan was certain their father did everything Ashel wanted. Alice couldn't believe it. Unable to understand why, Cyan explained that all of it was so Ashel would be the only one to carry on the family's will. She grew furious. There was no reason to kill siblings for something like that. She tried to show her strength, but pain immediately surged through her body. Her wounds were severe. She realized her brother had also sensed that Ashel had been acting strangely. It was as if Ashel possessed something she didn't, just like earlier in the battle. It felt like an invisible power protecting him. Cyan understood what she meant. When he died, he had felt the same thing. He didn't know what it was, but that power had even reflected the demonic sword. Alice insisted they needed to speak with their father, but Cyan was certain the Duke wouldn't listen. She believed that if both of them went together, their father would hear them out. However, Cyan apologized and asked her to listen carefully. He was sure things would go wrong, and the Knights of Light would become their enemies. Cyan recalled that in his past life, Ashel had always been the center of attention. Everyone loved and trusted him. He was seen as a savior. Even Cyan had once thought that way. No one ever questioned Ashel's actions. Only later did Cyan realize how strange that was. Ashel had been almost a religious figure to many. Normally, where there are people who trust someone, there are also those who doubt, but not in Ashel's case. Even their father, who eventually died, Emperor Luenel, who pursued his own ambitions, and Boris, who only sought the truth, trusted Ashel without the slightest doubt. Cyan himself had believed in his brother until his final moments. He had been furious over the betrayal, but one question lingered. Why had he trusted Ashel so completely? There was only one explanation. He told his sister that Ashel was an absolute figure, one who inherited authority from the powerful god Limendel, destined to be the savior of that world. The scene shifts to the ongoing battle. They were protecting the two princes, and one of them was nearly throwing a tantrum. Ashel blocked the Earth Dragon's attack and ordered everyone to retreat. Not wanting to waste time, he used the Shield of Judgment. The Earth Dragon attacked again, but the blow was successfully blocked. Then Ashel struck with full force, splitting the creature in half. Immediately afterward, he asked if everyone was alright. The Knights of Light cheered. Ashel had protected them. The princes declared they would tell their father what Ashel had done. The scene returns to Alice, completely shaken. She couldn't believe what her younger brother had just told her. Cyan explained that Lumendel only needed a savior. It didn't matter what kind of person he chose. Ashel had been chosen, and denying that would be sacrilege, potentially making someone an enemy. Alice had believed in that god her entire life. It was hard for her to accept. She wanted to know how Cyan knew all this. He revealed that he couldn't tell her yet. Somehow, she trusted him and believed he had a good reason for staying silent. For now. Still, she asked him to tell her later, because he couldn't carry such a burden alone. He agreed. She thanked Brian for healing her, and Brian grew embarrassed, while Cyan firmly warned him to stay alert. Alice then explained to her brother that she needed to resolve this issue first. She would meet with Cecilia to understand why she had been betrayed. Cyan asked her to let him help, explaining that Cecilia couldn't have gone far. The scene shifts to Violet's hideout. Cecilia senses something strange outside. She confirms that someone is approaching. She has never felt that mana before. Violet insists that's impossible, since only she knows this place. Suddenly, an explosion erupts. The wall is pierced by Alice's sword. The scene then cuts to Ashel, who notices traces of a magical scroll on the ground. He recognizes it as teleportation magic and suggests they search for a nearby shelter. Another Knight of Light asks him to check whether the princess is safe. Ashel says he can't tell yet, but orders the Knights of Light to protect the princess at all costs. Meanwhile, Cecilia is chasing someone. She senses immense mana and the smell of blood coming from him. He looks like just a child, so she assumes someone must be backing him up. She quickly activates her windwalk ability, increasing her speed. Knowing she cannot lower her guard, she is chasing Cyan. She tries to strike him, but he dodges. She demands to know where he's from. She has never seen a vert like him. She also asks whether he was the one who saved Alice earlier, but he refuses to answer. Irritated, she decides to make him scream and lunges at him with full force. Her speed is exceptional, yet Cyan continues to evade her attacks with ease. Cecilia is shocked. Only a few Knights of Light can keep up with her speed. Not wanting to drag out the fight, she suddenly drives her sword into the ground. Cyan leaps into the air. She can't understand what's happening. His speed surpasses hers, and he hasn't even drawn his sword. That infuriates her. She feels underestimated, so she unleashes her cutting tempest, causing massive area damage. Yet she doesn't even scratch the boy. Cyan then begins preparing the Sphere of the Abyss, leaving both her and Violet in disbelief. He releases the attack, striking Cecilia and making her spit blood instantly. Within seconds, she collapses to the ground. Thinking her defeat was pathetic, she assumed he was some kind of reaper. As she was about to die, she wished he could at least tell her whether Alice was still alive. Cyan didn't understand why Cecilia was making that expression. It was as if she felt relieved. He had expected her to be tormented, but Cecilia believed she could call it retribution. She felt it was what she deserved. Then Alice appeared, asking what retribution she was talking about. Alice wanted to know why Cecilia had betrayed her. Cecilia immediately smiled, happy to see Alice alive, but Alice was furious, demanding to know why she had deceived her. Soon Cecilia began to cry, remembering her hometown, a small village that was about to vanish after a monster attack. She had been one of the only survivors, practically waiting for death, when a knight appeared and told her she was safe. She believed it was a miracle. She had been saved by royal knights who arrived before she died. The one who saved her was Princess Violet. It is customary for someone to dedicate their life to the person who saved them. After some time, Cecilia finally had the chance to repay that debt. Violet wanted her to get close to the Vert family and wait for her orders. That was how she became a servant of the Vert family and eventually met Alice, but she deeply regretted it because she had never wanted to leave. She felt it would have been better if she had stayed and died in the ruins of her village. Then the day came when Violet ordered her to kill Alice, declaring that she was a threat. If she had never left her village, she was certain none of this would have happened. Cecilia explained that Violet had always seen the Verts as a threat. The friendly relationship between Luenell and Ashel made Violet believe that the Verts were on her brother's side. Her paranoia and anxiety grew even worse during the situation with the dragon. Being extremely cowardly, the complete opposite of Alice, Cecilia deeply regretted everything because Alice had trusted her until the very end, so she begged for forgiveness for disappointing her. Cyan had no patience, declaring that this was not enough for her to be forgiven. Simply acknowledging her mistakes was not enough. Alice wanted him to give her time to think, but Cyan saw no reason for that. Cecilia was aware and agreed with Cyan. Alice grew worried and asked her younger brother to wait a moment. Brian simply told Alice to trust her brother, and then Cyan drew his sword. At that moment, the scene shifted to a door being forced open. Violet demanded to know who was there. She also had no idea where Cecilia was. Ashel entered and found her location, stating that he was there to rescue her. Violet asked if he didn't think it was rude to invade her place like that, assuming he looked ready to kill her. Ashel declared that he did not plan to kill her. The original plan had been for Favian, Nerovian, and her to be killed by the monster. Violet was shocked and warned that he would not escape the consequences of doing something like that. In response, he used a skill that forced her to drop her scroll, which burned completely. He warned her that he was not finished speaking. Violet assumed he was a rude man and asked whether he intended to continue with his plan. Ashel wasn't sure, but he noticed that Alice's sword was there. Violet informed him that she had killed her because she didn't know whether Alice was working with Luenell. She was so psychopathic that she declared she had greatly enjoyed doing it and wondered whether Luenell wanted revenge. Ashel denied it, explaining that there had been a change of plans, leaving her confused. He picked up his sister's sword, stating that the princess was clever, as she eliminated those she considered suspicious. He was surprised, because she was different from Luenell in that regard. Violet was stunned. Ashel didn't seem to care about his sister. He then admitted that the plan had been ruined. He would inform Luenell that it had failed, and suggested that Violet join his own plan. She didn't understand since she believed he was on Luenell's side. Ashel told her they were merely business partners, but she couldn't believe it. He explained that Luenell himself had been part of his plans. She then asked whether he intended to seize the empire, but he didn't care about that. He wanted to eradicate all evil from that world, which left her surprised. Suddenly, Ashel sensed a strange and suspicious mana, something that sent chills down his spine, something that radiated bloodlust. He had never felt anything like it before. All of a sudden, one of Cyan's spheres entered the room, destroying everything in its path and leaving Ashel wide-eyed. Suddenly, Cyan attacked him, but Ashel managed to block it. He did not recognize his brother, since Cyan was wearing a mask. Cyan revealed that he was the evil Ashel had been searching for, and that he would also be Ashel's end. Using his 8 fluttering petals technique, Cyan unleashed a barrage of attacks, but Ashel managed to block them all. Violet grew worried, as she was caught in the middle of the fight. Ashel used a shield to protect her while she remained on top of the bed. Her hideout was completely destroyed. Their battle was intense, and an explosion erupted, but Ashel made it clear that he was fine. Cyan did not give up. Ashel used his own abilities, completely cutting through Cyan's technique. As Cyan closed the distance, Ashel realized that his opponent could also use spatial magic. The clash between their swords caused a massive impact. Ashel understood that he was not dealing with an ordinary person, but he was certain that he would win. Karam complained of pain, as if her entire body were being torn apart. Cyan didn't like that. Ashel asked why he had stopped, since Cyan had just declared that it would be his end. Cyan would have loved to kill Ashel, but at that moment, he needed to retreat. Then he revealed Cecilia's belongings. Violet wanted to know what Ashel's opponent had done to her, and Cyan explained that he had purified Cecilia. Violet didn't understand what that meant, while Ashel assumed Cecilia had been killed. He then asked his opponent, who had ordered him to do such a thing. Cyan declared that they were the mist, and that it was not a purification decreed by someone else, but by reason itself. Ashel realized that the mist had truly returned. Then Cyan vanished. Ashel didn't want anyone interfering with his plans. The scene then shifted to the demonic sword complaining about a headache. It had never felt such pain before. She admitted it would be harder than she had imagined, but her master had a solution. He explained that the elemental stone of Duran Dark, the purity of the gods, was only a hypothesis, but he believed they might be able to win if they used that stone. Chiron begged him not to do it since it could kill him. Suddenly, Alice found her brother. Cyan was aware of the risks, but he only wanted to protect the people he cared about. He would not repeat the same mistakes he had made in the past. Cecilia was alive. Cyan explained to the demonic sword that he would become strong enough to defeat his brother. Then the scene shifted to Alice handing Marion's emblem to Cecilia. That item was an entry pass to the restricted spirit kingdom, allowing Cecilia to enter Fromina. Cecilia, wearing a hood so she wouldn't be recognized, thanked Alice for helping her, and also asked for forgiveness. But Alice had not forgiven her, nor did she wish to see Cecilia again. With that, her former friend left. Karam believed it would have been better to kill kill Cecilia, but Cyan told the demonic sword that he had already killed her in his past life, and saw no need to do it again, since Cecilia was completely broken after killing his sister. This time, he hoped she could repay that debt someday. He then remembered everything that had happened, how he had torn off part of her equipment and told her to pretend to be dead, to hide, and that when the time was right, he would call for her. Cecilia believed Cyan could see the future, or something like that. She hoped she could correct her mistakes, and was willing to repay the favor. Karam, meanwhile, thought her master was sick for being so kind. She even touched him to check if he was dying. Just then, Alice arrived, informing them that Cecilia had already left, and thanking them for saving her. Alice noticed that the demonic sword had a personality, and hoped they would get along. Karam just wanted Alice to be at ease. Alice assumed Karam was close to the boy, but the demonic sword clarified that they only had a master and servant relationship. Still, she made it clear that she didn't want Alice taking his body. It belonged to her. Alice didn't understand but chose not to dwell on it. The scene then shifted to Ruin Academy. Alice had sent a letter to the director, informing him that she had left the Knights of Light. She explained that the Knights were not protecting the right people, that the family's purpose had become corrupted, and that her father was simply allowing it to happen. She also mentioned that she would visit the director soon, as she had something to discuss regarding Ashel and Luenel. Additionally, she asked Kudal Quizel to look after Cyan. The old man had intended to take care of the boy anyway, even without her request. Meanwhile, Boris was in his office when Quizel summoned him, asking when he intended to admit that he worked for his grandson Luenel, since it seemed Boris had been hiding it. Boris merely stated that it had nothing to do with his duties at the academy. The director then asked about his purpose there. Boris explained that he was looking for someone, and he believed he had already found them. Quizel made it clear that Boris should drop the matter, warning him that if it was the child he was thinking of, he should give up. Boris accepted this in front of him. The scene then shifted to Boris, sitting on a rock. He hadn't expected the old man's reaction. Seeing that Cyan had strong connections, he found the boy interesting, and always had something to report. Hearthcrea warned Boris to be careful, as Karam was not like him. She now had a physical body. Boris assumed he should break her connections first. Hearthcrea thought that was a good idea. Suddenly, Nigrithi appeared at Boris's request. He wanted to ask about Cyan, since the boy had been staying in his dorm for a long time, hadn't been attending classes, and was extremely skilled. Nigrithi pretended not to know Cyan, referring to him merely as a genius. Boris admitted he was also interested in whatever surrounded the boy, calling her a follower of the mist. Without hesitation, he tried to act against her, but she immediately cut down the hellhound he summoned, using the mist's divine power. Boris had expected her power, declaring that she could open a new kingdom. She didn't know how he had discovered her true identity, but that knowledge would cost him his life. Boris wasn't worried at all. Nigrithi saw how confident he was, and wanted to test how far he could go. She quickly summoned several hooded figures around her to begin his purification. Boris made it clear he could handle all of them. The scene then shifted to Cyan returning. Nana flew onto him, making it hard to hug her, and ended up knocking him down. She mentioned that she had been getting along well with Nigrithi. Cyan had asked Nigrithi to train Nana to restrain her collapses, since he knew Nigrithi was capable of helping her control herself. Nana added that she hadn't trained that day because Nigrithi had other plans. Cyan was unaware of this. Karam revealed that she had sent Nigrithi to purify Boris. She assumed Nigrithi could deal with him easily, but Cyan thought it was unlikely that Eru would allow something like that, especially since Boris had support. Karam found it strange that Cyan doubted Nigrithi's ability. Cyan realized she knew about Hearthcrea, and asked when she had planned to tell him. Karam grew embarrassed, trying to brush it off by saying she thought it wasn't necessary. Cyan then decided he had to leave. It was too dangerous to leave Nigrithi alone. Asking Brian to take care of Nana and Emily, Brian even ate Emily's rotten food, and because of that Cyan saw that Brian had grown stronger, able to tolerate that garbage. Cyan wanted him to take Emily and Nana to Brno. Nana was in shock, seeing that her father was leaving again. Cyan wanted them to go there because at the moment it was dangerous to stay around, and they would meet again once the dust settled. The scene then shifts to Nikrit, who was already severely weakened, and the men were already down. There were many puppets around. Nikrit ended up discovering that Boris was responsible for the blood banquet. Boris smiled, asking if she was already tired, declaring that it was only an appetizer. The main course and dessert were still to come. The puppets began moving toward her. She used her secret technique called Blood Festival, but Boris used his ability called Spear of Judgment, where several spears rained down toward her, and she tried to dodge at all costs. She was having extreme difficulty, as she still had to deal with the puppets. She had no opening. To make matters worse, it was as if the puppets could read her movements. Suddenly, he began making the puppets explode, worsening Nikrit's situation even more. She realized the puppets were not normal. There was a huge amount of mana accumulated within those creatures. Suddenly, several puppets got very close to her and exploded. Boris declared that her time to die had come, using an ability called Warhammer, striking the ground with full force. However, he felt ashamed because he failed to hit her. Nikrit had finally understood understood, leaving him confused. She had figured out his puppets. They tracked the opponent's mana. Unlike ordinary puppets, the book was the source of their power. Because Nikrit could feel insane mana coming from that thing, she wondered if it was a divine weapon. Boris was surprised, as he had thought she was stupid. In any case, he wanted to know what she would do, since it made no difference whether she understood how things worked. He used a summoning spell, declaring that she should give up because his puppets were endless. Nikrit stood up, though she was extremely debilitated. Even so, she refused to give up, activating her secret technique, familiar summoning. The demon of greed appeared. Boris saw that her mana had completely disappeared. The demon of greed began fighting the puppets. The puppets started climbing over his body, but he used thorns to destroy them. Boris admitted that Nikrit's talent was impressive, as she had transformed her mana into a familiar. However, at that moment, she had become a walking corpse without mana, declaring that it had been her biggest mistake in that battle. Yet she suddenly appeared behind him, catching him off guard. Boris cast a protection spell at the last second. He had not seen her movements. Not understanding how she could do anything without mana, Nikrit struck his protection spell repeatedly until she shattered the barrier. She managed to land a blow to his face, sending him sliding several meters. She gave him no peace, not allowing him to cast another spell, silencing him. He then used a spell that required no chanting, triggering an explosion between them. Once he created some distance, he used Spear of Judgment again. Once more, she dodged all the attacks, but she was extremely eager to kill him. She managed to execute a move and strike him, but before she could finish him off, Hearthcree appeared, claiming that it was enough. He created a barrier and protected Boris. They had already given that woman too much information, and she was a high-ranking executor, so it would be difficult for them to fight her. That was when she remembered the Black Blood. She wanted to know if Boris was related to them. This left her confused, because the Black Blood had been eradicated in that era. Boris felt overwhelming shame, as the first ones to create puppets had been the relatives of the Black Blood. Nityu concluded that Boris was truly behind that incident. Seeing there was no point in denying it, Boris pretended to be pitiful, warning that they would meet again soon, but she did not want to let him escape. Suddenly, the demon of greed appeared behind him, and both the demon and Nikrit tried to destroy the barrier. Hearthcree began to grow irritated with her, but Nikrit was struggling to break the barrier, until she sensed someone trying to enter her dimension. Suddenly, Cyan appeared. Boris could not believe that that brat had shown up at that exact moment. Cyan gave Nikrit the push she needed, breaking the barrier. The demonic sword was strangely ironic toward Hearthcree, as if it were saddened by the situation. He only wanted to understand how she had found him, and how Cyan was there. She simply explained that she had good instincts, especially when hunting a hypocrite like him. She could smell trash from afar. Hearthcree had already warned her that she had chosen the wrong path, and prepared himself. He grew gigantic, using the authority of the greater god, Seraphim. The barrier appeared again, dragging Nikrit away, and she became worried about Cyan. Hearthcree noticed that the boy was resisting the authority of the greater god. He could not understand what power Cyan was using. At that moment, Cyan realized that Eru had been hiding something far more dangerous than he had expected. Boris informed Hearthcree that he would also help, since the owner of the demonic sword was right in front of them and should be eliminated immediately. However, Hearthcree told Boris to stop, as they were not strong enough. Suddenly, Cyan managed to deliver a slash that struck Hearthcree. Not only that, he also struck Boris. Only then did Boris realize that the boy was truly dangerous. Convinced that the black snow covering the sun symbolized Cyan Vert, he was certain Cyan would turn against Ashel, so he needed to kill him immediately. Nikrit saw that the mana Boris was using was incredibly powerful, and judged that Cyan would not be able to withstand it for long. She needed to act before everything spiraled out of control. Cyan refused to give up, using the ability Unshakable Vines of the Great Tree, while Boris used the Hellhound ability. At that moment, Nikrit activated her demonic human form ability. She grabbed Cyan, and he was stunned by what he was seeing. Hearthcree displayed monstrous strength, causing a massive explosion. In the end, the two escaped. Cyan and Nikrit had failed their mission. Cyan did not understand why she had stopped him, but she explained that she had only saved his life. However, he believed that he was the one who had saved her life, which left her extremely irritated. He also wanted to know whether the demonic sword was alright, but Kiram declared that she would sleep for a while. He already knew the sword had felt pain, but she had endured it well. He also saw no other choice but to use that power in a real battle. The scene then shifts to Brno, the commercial city located near Ruin. Alice was looking for Quazel, and he was there. Soon after, they sat down together. She was surprised since he never left the academy grounds, but he was there because of the letter she had sent. He had already expected that she would walk her own path. He was also certain that Ashel and Luinel were the real problem, though he knew nothing about Ashel, and wanted to hear her opinion about her brother becoming the head of the family. Alice knew that many talented people were joining the Knights of Light, which would make Ashel the leader of the strongest army in the Empire. Quazel knew that Luinel would release the Knights of Light alongside Ashe. Alice wanted to know what the old man thought. Kudel Quazel commented that one day Cyan had asked him whether he preferred the prosperity of the Empire or the honor of his family. It was as if the boy knew the future. Quazel admitted he had not been cautious enough about what he might have to do. Alice could not understand how the boy could possibly know the future. Quazel himself was not certain, but he recommended that she leave the Empire for a while, because a great disaster would soon fall upon it. He would do everything in his power to ensure things turned out the right way, but he could not guarantee anything. She did not understand, so he explained that a coup d'etat was going to happen. He could see signs of internal conflict all over the throne. The scene then shifts to Nana in Brano's commercial district. She was dazzled, as it was the first time she had seen the world like that. She saw fruits she found strange, and pointed at some people she also thought looked strange. Obviously, they did not appreciate that comment. Brian felt embarrassed and apologized, warning Nana that she could not point at people and say whatever she thought. They also could not draw too much attention to themselves. They needed to reach the shelter. Emily, however, thought they did not need to worry, since people would assume they were just a normal family. Brian nearly died of embarrassment after hearing her say that. They continued on their way, but he awkwardly walked ahead of them. The scene shifts back to Alice, remembering what the academy director had told her. She had never imagined that Ashel and Luenel were planning a coup. She also did not understand how her younger brother and the director knew about it. Suddenly, Emily arrived. Alice was confused about how they had ended up there. She then learned that they lived with Sion at the academy. Alice felt slightly troubled knowing that Sion was living with 2 women at the academy and even had the demonic sword with him. Brian explained that his boss had business to settle and had sent the 3 of them there. Alice noticed someone was missing. Soon, Emily and Brian realized Nana was not with them. Alice grew even more confused, and Brian took all the blame upon himself. Alice declared that if that person was important to Sion, then she was also important to her. She decided to search for Nana alongside them. The scene shifts to the port of Brano. The men Nana had pointed at earlier were finishing their work when she suddenly appeared. They recognized her as the girl from before. She did not seem frightened at all about walking alone, so one of them asked where her parents were. Nana simply pointed at a ship, explaining that she felt something familiar there. The 2 men immediately sensed an opportunity. It would be easy money. They tried to lure her onto the ship, telling her they had plenty of delicious food. She casually mentioned that she liked sweets, which seemed strange to them since she looked a bit older. They offered her candy. She remembered Sion telling her never to accept sweets from strangers, yet she accepted them anyway. She ended up boarding the ship, proving herself to be a very foolish dragon hybrid. Inside, there were many cages. There were no sweets at all. She saw several children imprisoned in those cages and realized she had been tricked. Mentally, she apologized to Cyan. Then she sensed the same smell as before. Following it, she discovered it belonged to a high-ranking monster called a red knoll. She simply patted it affectionately. She crushed the iron bars to free it, and the creature seemed afraid of her. 2 children asked her to free them as well. Nana, being quite foolish, just smiled. The scene then shifts to the henchmen reporting to their captain that everything was ready. That captain was Tolino, the owner of the Red Knoll Merchant Union. They were handling the negotiations personally because Morris had suddenly disappeared. Tolino did not care. He would make more money this way. However, one of the union members found it suspicious. First Albus, then Morris. She believed it was her feminine intuition, shocking the others because she was actually a woman. Suddenly an explosion occurred, leaving them confused. Nana was the one who had caused it, and she quickly found them all, making it clear that she did not forgive evil adults. Tolino was in shock, seeing a half-human, half-dragon standing before him. She pointed her finger at them, declaring that they were nothing but liars. They became furious and moved toward her, saying they would cut off her finger. Each of them was struck down by her with ease. Tolino assumed the girl wanted to play, so he ordered the gigantic red knoll behind him to capture her alive. However, the creature attacked her with full force using a hammer, irritating Tolino, who had clearly ordered her to be taken alive. He called the red knoll an idiot for damaging the merchandise. In reality, the monster had accomplished nothing. Nana casually caught the hammer. Then she noticed something. The red knoll tried to strike her again, but she dodged every blow. Tolino could not understand why they were unable to defeat a little girl, insisting that the monster was large enough to overpower her, and he used the command seal once more. Nana was very calm and used her ability, striking the creature with all her might. It ended up falling toward everyone, and the loud crash drew attention. Brian, who had been looking for her, soon saw smoke rising and believed Nana was there, so he left with the other 2 girls, heading toward the smoke. Tolino, who was still alive, was not willing to let Nana get away, and once again ordered the red knoll to kill her. Then he saw that the chain had been broken, and the red knoll ended up grabbing him, while Nana simply watched. After the red knoll caused quite a bit of destruction, she showed the red knoll cub she had found earlier, making sure she was speaking to the cub's mother, and the big one really was the mother. As the large knoll picked up her child, Nana found herself missing her father, while the other children thanked her for saving them. She didn't know what to do with those children, so she called the other bad guys and told them they should take the children back to their own homes. If they refused to do what she said, she declared that she would eat all of them. In the end, they did as she wanted. Nana imagined that her father would be proud of her, since she had finally managed not to cause trouble. Suddenly, Cyan appeared, telling her she had done a good job. He had sensed the mana she released while handling the situation. He had also seen that no one was at the hideout, and he was already preparing the scolding he would give Emily and Brian, saying that he could find her anywhere because he was her father. He was still shocked by the amount of mana she possessed. Suddenly, Brian showed up, relieved to see that Nana was safe. Cyan assumed that Brian knew what he had done wrong. Alice hadn't expected that the person they were looking for was a hybrid dragon. Then the scene shifted to the capital of the Ushif Empire, to Quizel's estate. Wait, a man was furious because the old man never left the academy and had dropped by there. He wanted to know what his father was doing there. Quizelle informed him that they needed to talk. The scene then changed to the two of them sitting down. It had already been 10 years since the old man stepped down from his position as duke. He did not want to interfere in those matters, but he had noticed that maintenance costs within the fief had decreased, while funds for the imperial family had increased. He explained that House Nepelus, the family of the current empress, provided significant funds to the imperial family every year, and if they lost in financial terms, their political position would weaken. In that case, they would take advantage of the situation to make their own bloodline the emperors. He wanted to know whether his father truly did not wish for Luenel to become emperor. Quizelle slammed his hand on the table, fed up with the conversation, declaring that Luenel did not have what it took to become emperor. Quizelle's son then assumed that as long as the emperor came from House Quizelle, that was all that mattered. Quizelle clarified that it was just like when that very son had married his late sister to the emperor. The old man no longer wanted to say anything else, and simply ordered his brother to cut support for Luenel. He then turned his back, saying he was heading to the imperial capital. The scene then shifted to Velius, the duchy of the Vert family. Ashel looked at Boris's report, which told him to find the master of the demonic sword. Ashel was worried that Boris's plan might fail again. Alice leaving the Knights of Light had been unexpected for Ashel, but he only wanted her actions to justify the family's legal succession in his favor. Still, he could feel her gaze filled with anger toward him, and believed she knew something. That made him nervous. Suddenly, a magical transportation circle appeared right in front of him. It was Boris. He greeted Ashel, who wanted to understand why Boris was in that state. Boris revealed his true form as a relative of the Black Blood, and even apologized to Ashel for making that blunder. Ashel wanted to know who was responsible for it, and Boris stated clearly that it was Ashel's brother, Cyan. Ashel was completely shocked at that moment, but Boris informed him that he had achieved his goal. He had obtained the mana of the demonic sword, which he had found during the blood banquet. He had found the owner of the demonic sword, and that made him laugh quite a bit. Ashel understood at that very moment that Cyan was the owner of the demonic sword. He was the one responsible for ruining his plans. Boris also informed him that he had tried to eliminate Cyan, but he did not have the means to do so. Ashel then decided to deal with his younger brother himself, declaring that he had fought him before. It would not be easy, but he knew he could do it. However, Boris assumed that it was not the right time, informing him that the followers of the Black Snow were with Cyan. Therefore, it would be difficult to predict the situation. Boris wanted Ashel to follow the prophecy. The sanctity would guide him to where the sacred sword Duran Dark was located. Meanwhile, the subordinate who had been spying on Ashel for Cyan overheard everything and thought it necessary to inform Cyan immediately. However, Boris had noticed him and asked whether he was not Ashel's subordinate, so it made no sense to report to anyone else. Ashel then expressed that he had found his subordinate a bit strange, and declared that he would not be deceived any longer. Thus the scene shifted to Lunav, who was reading many books. She wanted to find the ancient text she had discovered in Boris's laboratory. The only clue she had was written in an ancient language. She clearly remembered when he had forced her to leave his laboratory. She wanted more information and recalled that the book had seemed to be divine scriptures. She knew such things existed, and that there were also demonic scriptures. She had the option of searching the archives of the Graham Association for forgotten texts. Aaron arrived, wanting to know what Lunav was doing to the point of not even noticing her presence. Lunav wanted to understand why the fifth princess was there. Aaron commented that it had been a while since she had seen Cyan and wanted to know if Lunav had seen him. Lunav realized that Aaron missed him. Aaron tried to pretend it was nothing like that. She just found it strange that he had disappeared from school. Lunav reassured her, saying he would show up. Aaron could not understand how Lunav could be so certain. Lunav simply knew, because he had always been like that. Suddenly Leximus appeared, informing his mistress that they had a problem, and handing her a letter from the palace. Aaron noticed that Leximus had already read the letter, and declared that he could not do that. It was Aaron's father notifying her about her engagement to Cyan, confirming the strong relationship between the Vert family and the palace, which left her cheeks flushed. The scene then shifted to Emperor Luenel's bedroom, where he thanked Violet, but she made it clear that she would always take care of her father's health. He said there was no need to worry, as it was only a cold. Violet simply wanted her father to recover quickly, but he told her not to be concerned. Just then, Kundal Quizelle appeared, greeting his majesty. He also greeted Violet, and she decided to step out to give the two of them space to talk. The emperor imagined that the old man had traveled a long way to get there. Quizelle, however, was shocked. As the emperor looked very strange, the emperor admitted that he was in poor condition. Quizelle wanted to understand how his emperor's health had deteriorated so much. The emperor commented that he had thought it was just a cold, but he had not been able to recover from it. Quizelle hadn't imagined it was that serious, and realized he should have come much sooner. The emperor assumed Quizelle must have important news, since he never left his academy, and asked whether the old man was worried about that child. Kundal Quizelle saw that the emperor already had his suspicions and confirmed it, declaring that the situation was serious. The emperor showed a bit of strength, saying that the academy's director should not worry, and that no incident would occur while he was still there. Even so, Quizelle felt that the emperor's mana was unstable. It wasn't just his appearance that had changed. Suddenly, the emperor began coughing and admitted that he was worried about Aaron at the academy. Quizelle informed him that she was by far their best student, and extremely talented, certain that she would perfectly fit her path as a princess. There was no reason for concern, which eased the emperor somewhat. heart. He remembered how much of a crybaby his daughter had been as a baby. He also believed Orin had grown a lot after meeting Sion. He assumed that boy would stay by her side until the end, and for that reason he had decided the two should marry. However, he found it strange that the academy director had not been surprised by the news. Quizel had already had his suspicions before, ever since His Majesty personally recommended Cyan to the Royal Academy dormitories. The Emperor wanted to know what the director thought about the boy. Quizel declared that the brat was terrible, which confused His Majesty. The bearded old man explained that the boy skipped all his classes, and that he had never once seen him read a book. He was the most dreadful delinquent he had ever seen. The Emperor began to imagine he had made a terrible choice. That was when Quizel revealed that the brat was also the most talented student. Therefore, as long as Cyan stood by Erin's side, no one would be able to lay a hand on her, which greatly relieved the old emperor. The emperor was worried about his children staining their hands with the blood of their own kin. Later, Luenel called for Violet, asking whether she had gone to see their father and grandfather. He wanted to understand why their grandfather had suddenly come. Violet replied that he should go and ask himself. Luenel became irritated, making it clear he had not finished speaking. He asked whether she was losing her mind and looking for a fight. Violet smiled like a psychopath, saying she was not ridiculous like her brother, which made Luenel extremely angry. She declared that she had nothing to say to him, especially since he had tried to kill all his sisters. He was stunned and demanded that she prove what she was saying. He turned his back, saying he would ask personally. But in any case, he wanted to know who had told her that. He was certain Violet was plotting something. The scene then shifted to Arin, who was on the verge of collapsing because she was going to marry Cyan. It almost seemed as if she did not like the idea. Lunav said that if Arin didn't like it, she could simply refuse. Arin explained that it wasn't that she disliked it was just that there were still matters within their families that needed to be settled. However, Leximus declared that she supported the marriage. She was certain it was destiny at work. Suddenly, Cyan appeared, telling the three of them that a library was a place of peace and silence, and asking what all the commotion was about. Aaron simply grabbed Leximus by the collar and ran off at full speed. Cyan didn't understand anything, and Lunav asked whether he liked Aaron. He denied it. In the end, it was also a matter of his mentality. Mentally, he was 40 years old, while she was just a kid. Lunav dropped the subject. Seeing the pile of books, Cyan asked what had happened. She explained that she was looking for clues about the book they had seen in Boris's laboratory. She had discovered it was written in an ancient language. He suggested she search the forgotten archives about the sacred book, his Kritia, and showed her a book titled Chronicles of the Swordsman Penelon, which was like a travel diary. He pointed out a passage, explaining that the mountain mentioned there appeared in ancient tales, where demonic beasts had been eradicated during the great war between gods and demons. That part described a mountain covered in trees and sand. Cyan asked if Lunav had any idea what it could be. Lunav wanted to understand what the sacred book had to do with it. He clarified that he wasn't searching for the sacred book, but for something to rival it. He wanted the location of Remy Haram, a demonic book. Lunav was astonished, since only a few people in the Graham Society even knew about divine and demonic books. She wanted to know how the boy knew about them. However, she apologized, as she herself did not know. Cyan then asked her to bring him any information she might find, and he left. But Lamella was behind Lunav, who had already noticed her presence. Lamella apologized, explaining that Regent had ordered her not to let Lunav stay alone. Lunav thought it was just a flimsy excuse for her grandfather to keep an eye on her. She didn't want Lamella getting close. She only wanted her to talk about his Kriya and Remy Haram. She wanted to know how many people in the Graham Society knew about them. Lamella said that very few did, as they were forbidden books and even speaking about them was prohibited. She had no idea how Cyan knew about them. Lunav then asked Lamella to bring her some forgotten books. Lamella said she could die for doing something like that, and Lunav's grandfather would be furious. Lunav began to blackmail the girl, threatening to tell her grandfather that Lamella knew something and had kept it secret. Thus, Lamella decides to go. Lunav comes to the conclusion that she should ask Cyan how he knew that information, making it her priority to get closer to him, since she knew he was hiding something. The scene shifts to Cyan, who was hoping Lunav knew something about it. Seth suddenly appears, noticing that Cyan had something on his mind and wanting to help, declaring himself a guy full of empathy and emotional intelligence. Cyan realizes that Seth has completely lost his mind. He then informs him that he doesn't have time for jokes at that moment. Seth gets irritated and declares that he really could help him, but Cyan is certain that that weird guy can't do anything for him, and even swears that he has muscles instead of a brain. Then he remembers that Seth came from the desert, so he asks him whether he has ever heard the phrase "the mountain covered in trees and sand," and also whether he has heard of Remy Haram. Seth declares that it had been a while since he last heard that name. He grabs his glasses tightly and says that Remy Haram was the first opponent who made him taste defeat. Seth had met him in the Nameless Ruins. He was 6 years old at the time, seeking to become stronger. He had neither muscles nor experience. To Seth, Remy Haram was the greatest terror imaginable. There was no way to defeat him. Seth ended up losing consciousness, and when he woke up he realized he was still alive, believing that he had fled for the sake of his survival, something humiliating yet necessary. Cyan then wants to know whether Remy Haram was a monster rather than a book. Seth confirms it, declaring that he remembers very well. Cyan realizes he has no choice. He would have to go to that place. He then asks Seth for the location, and Seth informs him that it was in a nameless ruin, in a region called Nordali, explaining that in the ancient Sparnian language, Nordali means the mountain covered in trees and sand, which takes Cyan by surprise. He asks Seth Seth to take them there. Seth immediately considers it an adventure with a friend. Then he remembers when he was a child, crying to his mother because his friends were always running away from him. His mother told him not to worry, because one day he would have real friends. She told him to keep training hard, and then he would have friends to go on adventures with. Seth convinces himself that his mother was right, and tells Cyan that he will get ready immediately. Seth becomes excited and starts running. Cyan even tries to warn him that he is heading straight toward a wall, but it is useless. Seth leaves his mark there. Then Cyan enters his room. Brian informs him that he has received a letter from the palace. Cyan gets angry because Brian and Emily read his letter without permission. He decides to take a look at it, and Emily immediately announces that Cyan is going to get married. He is completely confused, and she informs him that it is to Princess Erin. At that moment, he remembers Lunav asking whether he liked Erin. Another irritating problem arises for him to solve, but he prefers to think about it later. He grabs his outfit and informs the two that he will be away for a while, asking them to take good care of Nana. But Nana is happy, believing she will have a mother. Cyan quickly denies it, trying to get that idea out of her head. His subordinates are surprised that he would simply go against an imperial decree. However, the plan the boy had in mind would not have a peaceful ending. He would be pursued for the rest of his life, or until he lost it. He could not bring that problem upon Princess Erin. With that, he leaves. Emily feels sorry for Cyan. Ashel truly was a tyrant, but Brian tells Emily that they cannot allow anything bad to happen to their master, convincing her that they can do their best to help their young lord. Nana declares that she will do the same, but something happens to her, leaving Brian and Emily wide-eyed. Nana suddenly becomes identical to Cyan. The scene then shifts to the kingdom of Sparnia. In the southern part of Nordeli, Cyan was flying on a carpet called Alama with Seth. The carpet made the journey much faster. Seth informs him that they would have to pass through a sandstorm. Cyan assumes it is nothing serious, until he realizes it is no ordinary sandstorm. Seth does not want to make his friend worried, saying that it is actually the calmest sandstorm in that place. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Cyan opening his eyes. He had lost consciousness for a moment. They had exited the storm in the blink of an eye. Seth sees that his companion has woken up and declares that he is completely fine. He also informs Cyan that they have already arrived. Seth just thinks it is difficult to reach that place because of the sandstorms. Cyan might be the first person to set foot there after Seth, though Cyan is not so sure about that. Seth does not understand what Cyan is implying. Cyan then explains that perhaps some guests arrived before them, because he can sense the mana of numerous people. The scene shifts to a group leaving their camels behind and continuing on foot. One of them declares that everyone should stay alert. His name is Chirante. Cyan and Seth observe from a distance. Cyan thinks they should watch the situation for a moment, but Seth does not listen and jumps toward Chirante. Chirante easily dodges his strike and demands to know who Seth is. Cyan realizes Seth is a real handful. Seth then introduces himself as the Prince of Sparnia and asks who those people are and what their purpose is in being there. He also informs them that he has a friend with him, snitching on Cyan and even pointing out where he was hiding. The group recognizes Cyan Vert and seems surprised. Cyan realizes this will be a huge problem. Chirante makes it clear that he does not care about the reason the two came there, but the moment they discovered the existence of that place, he felt he should not let them leave. He uses his ability, attacking Seth with full force, but in less than a second, Seth uses his sand molding ability and blocks the attack, surprising Chirante. Seth then counterattacks, reversing the direction of Chirante's magic and sending him flying. Realizing that Seth had thrown his own magic back at him, Chirante feels he underestimated his opponent. Seth becomes sad because he failed to finish Chirante off. Chirante grows furious, thinking Seth is extremely arrogant. He calls out to Azra, Moore, and Kendall, asking if they are just going to stand there watching. But in truth, Cyan is already dealing with them. Chirante feels mocked by the two boys and declares that he will not forgive them until a voice from beyond orders them to stop, catching everyone by surprise. Lunav suddenly appears there, informing them that they were her friends. She told Chirante to put away his sword. Chirante then dropped to his knees, apologizing to her. He hadn't known they were her friends. Lunav only wanted him to stay in his place. She then asked if Cyan was okay. He ignored her and instead wanted to know how she had gotten there. Lunav declared that she was there because she felt something good coming from him. Cyan told her to be serious and asked how she knew that, while Chirante kept staring at him. Next, the scene shifts to Nana, who looked identical to Cyan, except she had horns and a tail. Nigrithi was there and explained that it was polymorphy, meaning Nana had not reached adulthood as a dragon because she was imperfect, but at some point she would be able to do it properly. It was basically a spell to hide a dragon's true form, though it was uncertain in Nana's case, since she was a hybrid. Meanwhile, Brian was taking notes, and Nigrithi wanted to know where Cyan had gone. Brian declared that he didn't know and apologized to the instructor. She became angry because Cyan was skipping class again, but Brian and Emily apologized on the boys' behalf, saying they would ask their master to make him pay attention to his lessons. Nigrithi left Cyan's room quite furious. The two of them were already tired of constantly making excuses. The scene then shifts to Nordeli, where Chirante warns Lunav that she shouldn't enter the ruins with the two of them. It was too dangerous for her. However, Lunav expressed her trust in Cyan's abilities. Lunav presumed that no one had ever come out of those ruins alive, so they needed to join forces if they wanted to succeed. However, the group there consisted of 7-star individuals. Chirante promised her that this time would be different. Seth then informed them that he had entered before and come out alive. Chirante doubted the Prince of Sparnia, but Seth Seth made it clear he was telling the truth and could also act as their guide. He also warned them that there were a ton of lizardmen at the entrance. Cyan remembered that he had destroyed the entrance earlier, so it was possible those creatures would appear, and sure enough they did. Cyan immediately told them to get ready. As lizardmen began to emerge, they were high-ranking demonic beasts. Lamella stepped forward to defend Lunoff. Charante also joined the fight alongside the others, using one of his thunder abilities on a lizardman. It was a spectacle of abilities flying everywhere. While Lunoff used her freezing powers, the problem was that the lizardmen wouldn't stop appearing until Cyan used his abyss sphere, leaving Lunoff stunned as she felt his mana. In an instant, he cut down multiple lizardmen at once. The people with Lunoff could hardly understand what they had just witnessed. Several high-level monsters had been eliminated in a single strike. Charante had no idea the boy was so powerful. Seth wanted to know what Cyan was trying to do, since he had stolen his moment to shine. Cyan simply wanted the guy to guide them already. Seth grew angry, declaring that he wasn't there to be a guide, showing that he was completely bipolar. Lamella was certain those ruins were not normal. Lunav agreed, as there was no reason for the entrance to have such a defense mechanism. However, they sensed mana inside, realizing it was a dungeon. Suddenly, they reached a place where a door simply wouldn't open. No removal spell worked. It was a different kind of barrier. Charante decided he would destroy the passage, just as he had done at the entrance. He used his perfect thunder ability, but it caused no damage to the door, which seemed to be sealed by some kind of mana. Seth found it very amusing. Charante grew irritated and declared that Seth should open it himself. Seth did so, leaving Charante even more annoyed. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Seth, and Cyan realized that behind every door there was likely a monster. Seth wanted to deal with that monster, so he used his sand cannon ability, defeating it. They continued deeper into the dungeon. There weren't only monsters there, but also a huge variety of traps. None of them had expected that. There was also a being made of a powerful mana they had never seen before. All the gates in the ruins could only be opened by Seth. Then the scene shifts to Cyan and Lunav sitting by a campfire. She explained to the boy that the ruins reacted to Seth's blood because it was his people who had built that place. Cyan didn't understand why she hadn't told him earlier, but she explained that she had only found out later in the Forbidden Archive texts. Cyan wasn't sure he could believe that. Lunav made it very clear that she doesn't lie to people she likes, but that only made things worse for the boy. He didn't believe in illogical affection, which left her irritated. She explains to Cyan that the Graham Association had searched for both scriptures for a long time, both the divine and the demonic ones. They believed that the divine armor could help the kingdom of Graham prosper. To her grandfather, it was almost a religious belief that the divine armor was necessary to gain dominion over the continent. Cyan didn't believe in that nonsense, assuming that nothing good ever came from those kinds of powers. People around him would end up dying because of them. Lunav wanted to know why Cyan needed the demonic scripture, and he explained that he wanted to ruin everything. Instead of using it for some stupid grand plan, he thought it would be more amusing if he were the one to bring everything down. Lunav was willing to help him obtain the book. Cyan then told her to go to sleep, but Lunav wanted to spend a little more time with him. He turned his back on her, which made her angry. Next, the scene shifts to them finding the final door. Seth opens it, mentioning that it had been a long time since he had last been there. Then they encounter Remiharam. Seth tells Cyan to be careful. Cyan is confused, since it looks nothing like a book. Charante says he can go first if the boy is scared, but Cyan thinks they should wait a little to see what might happen. Suddenly, Remiharam releases his mana. Lunav warns everyone to be careful, because she senses an extremely powerful aura. All at once, Remiharam's appearance begins to change, and he transforms into a gigantic monster. Cyan is stunned to see that Remiharam has just created a separate realm, declaring that he is no ordinary monster. At that point, Cyan is no longer sure whether that truly is the demonic scripture. Remiharam immediately tries to attack, but Charon dodges. The creature was enormous, and like Cyan, he wanted to be sure that this was truly what they had been looking for. So he uses his voltaic detection skill at close range, striking Remiharam directly. But surprisingly, an attack of that level does absolutely nothing to the creature. The others fighting alongside Charon decide to help, using elemental fusion and activating a skill called ethereal roll. They strike Remiharam again, and this time the creature falls, which excites Charon a little. Lunav then decides to hold the gigantic monster in place with her freezing ability, and at that moment she tells Lamella to go. Lamella rushes toward Remiharam and uses her skill Brilliant Nova, but she fails to hit the monster. Remiharam blocks the attack in a shocking manner. At that moment, Seth tries to help her and uses his skill Sandstump, declaring that he is there to put an end to it. Lunav grows worried about Lamella, but the girl is fine, which relieves her. After that, Lunav begins to believe they can win the fight, though at the same time she has a bad feeling that something might go wrong. Remiharam, who had been trapped in Seth's ability, suddenly breaks free from it completely. Seth grows irritated by the demon's stubbornness. Remiharam tries to attack him, but Seth refuses to back down and uses Sand Cannon. However, Cyan steps in as well, using Abyss Sphere sphere and striking Remiharam, knocking the monster down. Cyan finds it strange. It was too easy. Seth feels a bit upset, since he had been fighting well, and the kid defeated the monster so effortlessly. Charon assumes it must be unpleasant to have someone like Cyan around Lunav. Their comrades ask Charon if he's okay. Already stressed, he snaps at them, asking if they really think that's the moment to worry about him. He calls them useless and tells them to take care of Lunav instead, leaving the three confused, as if they had done something wrong. Remicharam then turns back into bones. In the end, Cyan realizes they have left the separated space and wonders where the demonic scriptures are. Seth doesn't know. He has never defeated that creature before. Suddenly, Remiharam begins to glow, showing them that it's not over. A trap is activated. Lunav grows worried about the two, and everyone tries to avoid being struck by the overwhelming power. Suddenly, Cyan is surrounded as the ground rises around him. Lunav can no longer see Cyan or Seth. Lamella tells her to accept it, as if Cyan couldn't possibly survive an attack like that. But Lunav is certain he's alive. She asks Lamella to help her clear the debris, begging her to trust her because she can feel the boy. It's as if they share a connection. The scene shifts to Cyan in a completely different place. He believes he is in another realm. He sees that the creature has survived and wonders if it's a Balrog. The mana feels different now, on another level entirely. He asks Seth if he's okay, but he's shocked to see Seth completely carbonized. Cyan assumes Seth couldn't dodge and tried to block, but that magic seemed like a 9-star spell, something impossible for an academy student to withstand. The situation irritates him deeply. Suddenly, the creature before him begins to roar. Cyan is impatient, but at the same time he realizes something good. No one else is there. He can fight however he wants. He makes it clear he won't hold back, especially since he's in a bad mood. Charging at the monster, he uses Cutting Mist Tempest, unleashing a rapid sequence of attacks that easily knock it down. To his surprise, the monster suddenly begins to speak, declaring that the boy is the first human to ever do that to him. Cyan hadn't imagined the creature could talk. Even after being struck repeatedly, the monster declares that the boy will lose because killing him is extremely difficult. He explains that his regeneration is infinite and tells the kid to be prepared. He's going to split Cyan in half, but he talks so much that Cyan loses patience and uses Abyss Sphere again, blasting multiple holes through him. Without wasting time, he follows up with Ascending Mist, delivering countless consecutive slashes. That's when Cyan notices a sphere inside the monster. While the creature insists all his efforts are useless because he will continue regenerating, the monster is certain the boy will soon grow tired. But Cyan declares that he's actually enjoying this, leaving the creature confused. Cyan makes it clear he can keep fighting like this. He doesn't even want the monster to die. He tells him to keep regenerating. The monster is stunned. He never expected to hear something like that. Meanwhile, Lamella uses her skill Divine Stinger, and Lunav fires her water cannon, but none of their spells work. Lunav believes there must be some kind of barrier protecting the debris, leaving them unable to do anything. Charon suddenly appears, relieved to see Lan. Asking if she's hurt, she confirms she's fine. Charon then says he knows where the exit is, but she makes it clear she cannot leave. He doesn't understand what she means, since the place could collapse at any moment. They need to get out immediately. Lunav reminds him that Cyan is trapped beneath the rubble, and if Charon won't help, he can leave. Charon doubts the boy could survive an explosion like that. Lunav clarifies that Cyan cannot die so easily. Charon grows furious, demanding to know why she's so obsessed with the boy from the Vert family. Does she not care about them? He brings up Azra Moore and Kendall, all of whom died in front of him. He asks if she will let their deaths be in vain. He declares that he will escort her out because he has served her for a long time, unlike Cyan. He assumes she should fall for him, not Cyan, since he cares about her. Suddenly he loses control, claiming it's destiny. Lunav's destiny is to belong to him. Luna feels disgusted hearing that. She might say something like that to Cyan, but never to Charon. Lamella feels like laughing at how embarrassingly desperate he sounds. Charon doesn't care, declaring that he'll take Lunav by force if necessary. Lamella immediately steps in front of Lunav as tensions flare, but Charon throws Lamella against the wall, declaring he could erase her existence with ease. He even uses his ability on her, electrocuting the girl. And with that, he declares that he and Lunav are finally alone, showing just how unhinged he truly was. Charon stood there like a complete psychopath, but then a voice echoed from nowhere, telling him to stop immediately. Charon demanded to know who it was and ordered the person to show themselves. The voice calmly replied that it would appear, but in exchange, Charon would have to pay for his insolence. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Seth. He had just woken up and didn't understand why he was there. The last thing he remembered was being attacked by Remiharam. Because of that, he briefly wondered if he had died. Then, a strangely gelatinous woman appeared before him, declaring that he was not dead. She called him the heir of the Shaharkan clan, and said it had been a long time since she last saw him. Seth demanded to know who she was. She explained that long ago she had saved him when he was on the verge of death. She then added that she was interested in the boy who had been accompanying him. Stepping closer, she grabbed Seth by the face and informed him that she would be borrowing his body temporarily. Without warning, she kissed him, and in the next instant, Seth's charred body awakened in the real world. Meanwhile, Cyan was using 8 fluttering petals. The monster begged him to stop, but Cyan unleashed all his abilities without hesitation. His goal was to destroy the strange sphere-like object he had seen inside the creature. Using Abyss Sphere, he finally managed to break it. The monster began turning into sand, unable to comprehend how a mere human had defeated him. From the remains, only a fragment of the demonic scriptures appeared, leaving Cyan confused. He had come all that way for this. He was certain Karam would have immediately noticed something was wrong if she had been awake, but she had fallen into a deep sleep after fighting Boris. Even so, Cyan remained there, unable to understand what was happening. The vassal had already been defeated. Suddenly Seth appeared behind him and attempted to strike. Cyan dodged, but he immediately realized it wasn't really Seth. The mana was completely different. Before he could fully process it, the scene shifts back to Lunov, Lamela, and Charon. The mysterious being declared that it had no intention of interfering, but it did not appreciate Charon threatening Lunov. It warned that if Charon's excuse was not satisfactory, he would lose his life. Charon had never felt pressure like that before. He was convinced this was the true Remy Haram, yet he refused to answer, which irritated the creature. Charon only thought about subjugating it, but the being found that notion pathetic. In an instant, it twisted his arm, stating that it didn't like the fact that he had tried to attack. It asked whether he didn't find that rude, then snapped its fingers and crushed his arm completely, making Charon scream in agony. A gigantic spectral hand manifested and slammed him into the ground. The creature presumed that this had made him a bit more obedient. When Charon still refused to respond, the being used an ability known as Authority of the Corrupted Giant Exia, completely crushing him. It then turned to Lunov and casually asked whether she wouldn't start thanking it. She thanked him, but he could sense fear coming from her. Lunov asked if he was Remy Haram. He confirmed it. She then asked what he intended to do with her. Remy Haram replied that he was merely observing, until he suddenly realized something which left her confused. He explained that she carried traces of the heart's curve within her, and that mana with properties similar to his own had been removed from her before. That was why he felt a strange familiarity coming from her. He suspected it was the work of the black-haired child trapped inside, clearly referring to Cyan. Through Lunov's reaction, Remy Haram learned the boy's name. He also deduced that she was his friend. Lunov only wanted to know if Cyan was safe. Remy Haram told her not to worry. Cyan was likely speaking with the true master of that ruin. However, he then asked whether she was truly fine with Lamela dying like that. Lunov believed it was already too late. Lamela's injuries were severe, and she blamed herself. Remy Haram calmly informed her that she was not without options. She immediately understood he could help. Remy Haram said it would be an exchange. If she agreed, he would gladly reveal his true nature. The scene shifts again to Cyan, who was desperately dodging the attacks of the woman who had taken over Seth's body, but he was struggling. He couldn't tell whether it was truly Seth or not, but whoever it was had clearly surpassed Seth's limits. Suddenly, Cyan was struck in the ribs. The woman assumed she had finally caught him, striking him again and sending him flying several meters. He planted his sword into the ground to steady himself, barely having time to breathe. Cyan found it strange. Seth could now fly. The woman inside Seth's body informed him that he was the first human to last this long. She suggested they stop playing around and addressed him as heir. Cyan was completely confused. Did she know him? Before he could ask more, she activated another ability. At that moment, the demonic sword Karam awakened. Realizing she could no longer sleep peacefully, she immediately used her ability, Void Limit. Cyan was relieved she had woken up and asked if she had slept well. She was furious. She had wanted to sleep longer. She declared she would end this quickly, so she could go back to sleep. The woman possessing Seth suddenly recognized Karam. She was certain the last time they had met was during the Great War between gods and demons. Karam coldly stated that the woman had dared to toy with her master and was now acting overly familiar. She declared the woman had no right to be arrogant after possessing a human. She called her Savulom, the goddess of sand. Savulom asked if the demonic sword couldn't see the mark. That mark belonged to the Shaharkin clan, which served her. She only interfered in human affairs concerning that clan, so Karam shouldn't be upset just because she had played around a little with her master. Cyan then demanded to know why the goddess of sand was guarding the demonic scriptures. Savulom explained that she had merely borrowed that chamber. The temple had been built by the clan that served her. After the Great War, she had sealed Remy Haram there. Everything she had done was to prevent the divine weapon from being misused. In any case, she wanted to know why the boy wished to obtain Remy Haram. Cyan answered plainly. There was someone he intended to kill, and he needed the demonic book for that. Savulom fell silent for a moment, slightly embarrassed. So that was all it was. Cyan made it very clear that if she tried to stop him, he would kill her, not caring even if she was a goddess. Savulom began to laugh, and Cyan made it clear that he was serious. Savulom saw the boy as a madman and a dreamer. In any case, she had already made her decision, informing him that she would watch Cyan's journey through the body she was possessing. However, Cyan wanted to know about the original owner of that body, since it was too much to take someone's body in that way. He was also feeling uncomfortable with the way she spoke while using Seth's body. Savulom explained that she would only use that body when necessary, and that while she was inhabiting it, Seth would not die. Cyan was surprised, because in his past life, Seth had died from a cold. Then the goddess of sand decided that it was time for them to leave. Suddenly, the ground began to crack. Savulom said she would see the heir later. In the next moment, Cyan realized he had returned to the original place. Seth had returned as well, but he was acting completely strange. Not understanding why he was there, Lunav appeared alongside Lamella. She was happy to see that Cyan was safe, clearly showing how worried she had been. Looking around at the place, Cyan thought she should be more worried about herself, and wanted to know what had happened there. The area had been protected by Savalom's power, so for it to be in such a mess, he was certain it had been Remaharam's doing. It also seemed that the book had been found. Lunav explained that she and Lamella were the only ones who managed to escape. Seth told them it would be better if they left immediately. Cyan asked why, and Seth explained that a woman had been speaking to him, saying that the place would soon collapse, and her voice was making him very uncomfortable. He also wanted to know if no one else could hear her. Cyan realized that Savalom was communicating with him. Lunav had the demonic writings, and Savalom, the owner of those ruins, was leaving together with Seth. There was no longer any reason for that place to exist. Lunav told everyone to stay close to her, warning that she would use a teleportation spell. Cyan pointed out that the distance to the exit was too far, but she had no time to explain. That caught his attention, because she was about to use a high-level teleportation spell, something at the 9-star level. Suddenly, everything began to collapse, and she performed the spatial teleport. Even so, there were still countless pieces of debris around. The scene then shifted to the Ruin Academy, inside Cyan's dormitory. Nana had achieved the perfect version of polymorph. She had no horns, wings, or tail. She looked exactly like her father. She decided to do something. Suddenly, the scene changed to a group of frightened students. Cyan was inside the classroom, but it wasn't him. It was Nana. However, the mere fact that he appeared to be there made everyone uneasy. She had always been curious about what her father's daily life was like, so she decided to live as her father for a day. She liked seeing that he had to learn countless spells throughout the day, alongside many other people. She also thought the professor was very dedicated. From afar, Arian saw this and couldn't believe it. Leximus also seemed nervous. Arian even thought Cyan might be sick or something, and she began to feel the need to talk to him about marriage. Then the scene shifted to Nana, still in Cyan's appearance, very happy because no one knew she was actually his daughter. She was having a lot of fun with the whole situation. Before, she had only been able to look at the world through a window, so now she was experiencing how her father lived. She even wanted to attend the other classes, until Nigrithi appeared and demanded to know what Nana was doing, making it clear that she should not be doing something like that. Nana realized she had been caught. Nigrithi also made it clear that Nana was lucky the headmaster was not there at that moment. Nana immediately began to cry, asking the instructor for forgiveness. Suddenly Erin appeared, explaining that she wanted to speak with Cyan. Nigrithi realized that this was a terrible moment. Nana simply grabbed Erin by the hand and took her to her father's room, leaving Erin completely embarrassed. Leximus thought it would be better to just let everything unfold. The scene then shifted to a magic circle appearing on the ground. The teleportation cast by Lunav had been successful. Cyan had not imagined they would manage to escape. Seth believed they had almost been doomed. At that moment, Cyan realized just how skilled Lunav truly was. Lunav felt relieved because even she had not been certain it would work. Lamella needed to rest, so Lunav thought it would be best for them to head toward the village. Cyan asked whether Seth could tell where they were. Seth replied that he knew the place very well. It was the city of outsiders, called Nor Delhi. Suddenly, an old man asked Seth why he had returned. The old man's name was Barnathy, and he had several people around him. Seth was happy to see him, but Barnathy did not want Seth to come any closer. He made it clear that 6 years had passed, the time it took for the people to rebuild themselves. If Seth felt any pity for them, he should leave immediately. Trembling, he said he did not want Seth to destroy the peace they had worked so hard to achieve. Seth was confused, since they used to be close. Old Barnathy pointed at a young man and asked if Seth remembered him. Seth said no, and was not sure if he was supposed to. Barnathy explained that the young man was his son, Agop. When Seth was young, he had knocked out Agop's front tooth simply because he wanted to train with him. Seth excused himself, saying it had only been a fight between children, but Barnathy declared that his son had been unable to marry because of that. And that was not all. Seth had always destroyed the village, breaking down the walls of every building they constructed. They wanted to understand why he did such things. Seth explained that it was because they were in his way. Barnathy replied that Seth should have used the doors instead. Cyan realized that Seth had been unbearable since childhood. Finally, the old man warned them to go back, because they were not welcome. Savolam could not remain silent after hearing that. She declared that she had debts to that child, referring to Seth, and told the old man that he should not treat Seth so harshly. Barnathy couldn't understand what was happening. Savolam then declared that she was the one who had crossed the desert, the one who had brought storms into that world. She proclaimed that she, Savolam, wished to stay in their village, and that they should accept such an honor. At that moment, Lunav and Lamella realized that the goddess of sand had possessed Seth. Cyan simply thought the goddess was desperate for attention, and the prince was an idiot. Together they made quite the pair. Savolam then returned control to Seth. He panicked and asked if everyone had just heard that. Cyan confirmed and added that thanks to her, they would now be able to enter the village. The old man and the others immediately began kneeling, begging Savolam for forgiveness. Seth didn't understand anything that was going on. The scene then shifted to Leximus, hoping Arin could have a good moment with Cyan. Nana kept holding the princess's hand, while Arin was extremely nervous, not knowing what to do. Nana happily declared that she was very glad, since the instructor was scary, and once again held Arin's hand, making her blush intensely. Seeing Arin all red, Nana asked if she was feeling okay, even checking if she had a fever. Arin suddenly stood up in a rush, only to realize she had unintentionally rejected him. Since they were engaged, she knew she shouldn't act that way. She shouldn't run away. So so she asked what he thought about marriage. Nana replied that it was great because she liked her. Aaron couldn't understand what was happening. Nana said it with a smile. Aaron began to think it was a dream. She had never imagined it was possible for the boy to like her. Then she noticed a tail and asked since when Cyan had a tail. The scene shifted to Kudal Quazel in a carriage, thinking the academy felt strange and suspecting that some being had infiltrated it. That was how Nana ended up telling Aaron the whole truth. The princess realized she wasn't Cyan. Nana began crying a lot, apologizing to Princess Aaron, but Aaron saw no problem, saying Nana had done nothing wrong. Hearing that, Nana said she would tell her father everything Aaron had said, but the princess quickly refused, saying she shouldn't do that, though she said it in an almost psychopathic tone. Aaron also admitted she was grateful, because Nana had helped her realize something. Nana asked what it was. Aaron said she would only tell her if the dragon promised to keep it a secret. Nana promised. Then Aaron asked if she could transform into Cyan again. Nana did as requested and asked if it was good. Aaron said it was perfect, and then confessed that she liked him as if Cyan himself were standing before her. She knew Cyan saw her as a brat, but she had liked him since the first time they met. She had been trying to improve herself. She didn't want him to disappear without saying anything. She wanted him to stay by her side. Aaron also asked Nana not to tell Cyan about any of it. However, Nana suddenly felt a powerful presence and warned the princess. At that moment, Kudal Quazel went to Cyan's room. Leximus was standing outside and informed him he couldn't enter at that moment, but he declared that he was the director. There was no place in the academy he couldn't enter, and ordered her to move aside. Leximus said she could deliver any message he had, and asked him to return later, but Kudal Quazel gently moved her out of the way without hurting her, and opened the door. Aaron demanded to know what the hell was happening, saying she was trying to have a private conversation with her fiancé, and asked the director to leave, but Kudal Quazel instead told the princess to leave, declaring that this was not Cyan. Suddenly, he launched an attack toward Nana. Aaron shielded the girl and told her to run, saying they would never be able to defeat the director, but Quazel said he wouldn't allow that to happen. He grabbed Nana and demanded to know how she dared sneak into his academy, saying she would pay for it. He used a skill called Sacred Spear of Tranus, dealing heavy damage to Nana. The noise was loud enough for Emily and Brian to hear, and they realized something was wrong. They began searching for Nana, and saw she was gone. Brian told Emily he would look for her. He was sure what had just happened was related to Nana. It was a rainy day. Quazel kept launching numerous attacks at Nana. He was surprised that she could move like that in front of a 9-star spell. He acknowledged that she was on a different level from a normal dragon. Then Nana felt something and was struck by an attack from the bearded old man, who was shocked. She had been hit, yet she managed to withstand the blow. He assumed her body had been possessed by a god or something like that. At the same time, he thought she was neither a dragon nor even human. Not understanding why she wasn't fighting back, he wondered if she didn't see any value in battling him, or if she was waiting for someone. But Nana declared that he wasn't a bad person. She even called him Grandpa, explaining that she doesn't attack people, and introduced herself as Nana. Quazel asked how she could possibly know that, and she explained that she could feel it. It was like a gentle scent. The instructor had told her she should only use her powers to punish bad people. The old man then demanded she speak more about this so-called instructor, wanting to know who had brought something so impure into the academy. However, Nana insisted she was not impure. She spread her wings and said her father always told her she was a good girl. At that moment, the old man used a technique called Star Judgment. She managed to dodge, but he had no intention of letting her escape. The problem was that Nana was already reaching her limit. Suddenly, Kudal Quazel brought his hand close to her face and used a skill called Titan Steps, striking her with full force. Aaron grew desperate. She didn't want the half-dragon to die. Leximus realized there was no stopping it. The director was causing terrible destruction. Then Aaron remembered Nigrithi. She could help, since she was close to Cyan. At that exact moment, Nigrithi appeared, saying it was impossible not to notice all that noise. Many students had gathered. Brian was also worried, so he decided to block the entrance. Nigrithi told him not to let anyone inside. After checking, she explained that it was as if the barrier was using the director himself as its center, and so she decided to break it. The problem was that she had to use her secret technique, the demonic human form, ordering everyone to forget whatever they were about to see, and threatening them with death if they didn't. Meanwhile, Nana was already lying on the ground. The old man realized she had finally calmed down and was shocked when he saw her true form. She was just a child. Suddenly, he witnessed the sword technique Rising Mist from the Mist Blade. Nigrithi apologized to the director, but she did not want him to hurt that child. Quazel noticed she was different and demanded to know what kind of relationship they had. Nigrithi explained that Nana was a student and therefore she would take responsibility. Nana saw that Nigrithi was there. Quazel ordered the instructor to step aside, but Nigrithi refused to move. Then Nana stood up, making it clear that she was not a bad child. If she had done something wrong, she begged the old man not to blame Nigrithi. She cried intensely. This left Kudal Quazel slightly distressed. He noticed the heavy rain and how badly injured the child was. In the end, he told Nigrithi to take care of her, and afterward to come alone to his office. He turned his back and left. Nigrithi felt grateful, but the old man warned it was too early to give thanks. They would still need to discuss how she would take responsibility. The scene then shifted to the sound of drums. The villagers were celebrating because the goddess had manifested in Prince Seth's body. He was still dressed like a goddess, and had no idea what the hell was going on. Barnathy acted delighted, pretending he had always known His Highness was worthy since childhood. childhood, and that he knew this day would come. Everyone praised Savalom. Seth, however, was furious and demanded that everyone stop that nonsense, tearing his clothes in frustration. Sion thought it was certainly a blessed day. Karam was irritated, unable to understand what Savalom was thinking. Sion knew that gods could not directly interfere in the human world. Outside a temple, a god could not physically touch humanity, yet Karam could clearly see that Savalom was using Seth. She warned her master to stay alert, since many people were watching. Lunav arrived at that moment, and Sion told her he had something to discuss. He asked whether Lamella was alright. Lunav explained that she had been in critical condition earlier, but she was fine now and might recover fully after a full day of rest. Lunav had also completely healed her internal injuries. Sion was genuinely surprised that Lunav could perform a large-scale teleportation and also use a high-level healing spell. Lunav found it strange that he still hadn't asked her how she had come into possession of the demonic book Remaharam. The scene then shifted to Quizel's office. He wanted to know how the boy had brought an intolerable being into the academy. Nigrithi asked how he even knew, but Quizel stated that no one in the academy could withstand one of his blows except Cyan. Nigrithi then asked what kind of punishment he intended to give her. However, Quizel said he wanted to speak with the one involved first, even though he could already imagine what the boy would say. Nigrithi insisted that she would take full responsibility, but Quizel had grown tired of it. He asked if she was planning to leave the academy. He said the world clearly defines good and evil. What is considered malicious is usually despised and avoided. Nigrithi possessed what was called corrupted power, yet she had used it to protect someone. Because of that, he believed in her true nature. To him, it didn't matter if she belonged to the mist. It was better than being a hypocrite. Nigrithi was deeply surprised by his words. Quizel then revealed that a great crisis would soon fall upon the empire. He had been trying to prevent it, but he could not stop destiny. When the time came, he wanted her to fulfill her role at the academy. He turned his back again, saying he had matters to attend to. Nigrithi wondered what exactly the academy's director was talking about. Before leaving, he asked what that child liked. The scene shifted to Nana. She was covered in bandages, lying down. Quizel went to see her. Seeing her like that reminded him of his own children crying. He suddenly thought of Diana and felt a deep longing for his daughter. The scene then shifted to Sion. He told Luna if she could keep the demonic book. She didn't understand since he had been searching for it. Sion simply said it wasn't a problem. He had other methods. He also hoped she wouldn't take it to the Graham Society. He made it clear that she must not let anyone take it or throw it away, otherwise she would die by his hands. Lunav simply agreed. He said he would return to the academy first, and she would follow later with Seth. Lunav felt frustrated seeing him leave alone once again. Remy Haram noticed that she truly liked him. Lunav admitted it and asked what Remy Haram was trying to do. Remy Haram didn't even know. He only wanted to discover who Sinkin truly was, by himself. Lunav declared she would help him. Remy Haram knew she could, at least the current version of her. She only needed to maintain her contract with him, and his truth would become hers. However, he didn't understand why she called him Rem. She explained that his name was too long. The scene then shifted to Brian, who was training. He remembered Nigrithi praising him for adapting well, even without talent. Brian believed he needed to become someone capable of helping his young master one day. Suddenly, a creature appeared out of nowhere, demanding that Brian hand over his master. Sensing that it carried unusual mana, Brian saw the creature reveal a barrier artifact and demand that Cyan be surrendered. But Brian would not give in so easily. He used his abilities to defend himself and managed to slash the creature. However, it had little effect. Immediately afterward, he had to block another attack from the mysterious being, unsure whether it was even human. The creature kept demanding that he hand over Cyan, until he finally tore off that person's helmet and saw that it was Kellen, but he was dead. The scene then shifted to Sion, who had already prepared himself. Karam wasn't pleased about leaving the people there, but Sion made it clear that Lunav could return once Lamella recovered. Karam warned him that Lunav would end up getting hurt, and asked whether her master was really fine with that. Sion doubted she even cared. The demonic sword, seeing how he acted, assumed he would always remain alone, but he didn't care about that. Suddenly, he was surrounded by creatures. He had no idea what the hell was going on. He could understand why Brian was there, but Kellen was in a bizarre state. Brian shouted for his master to be careful, saying Kellen was just a puppet. Kellen quickly tried to attack the boy, who realized he would never have any peace. There was always a new problem. He used his ability and dealt with Kellen with ease. Brian was left stunned by what he had just witnessed, and began thinking he was only good for staying at home. Cyan asked if Brian was alright, and Brian confirmed he was. Cyan saw that his subordinate had held up well while he was away, and told him he would handle the rest. Suddenly Kellen called Cyan young master. Cyan wondered if Kellen had returned to normal, but Kellen warned the boy to be careful. Ashel and Boris had found the location of the sacred sword. This happened much earlier than in Cyan's past life. Things were becoming more and more unpredictable. Soon after, Kellen disappeared. He had been turned into a puppet. Brian wanted to understand how Kellen ended up like that, and Cyan explained it was because of the mark of reversion reversion, which alters the target's heart, making them attack allies with ancient black magic, and using their darker personality to turn them against their master. Cyan regretted not killing Boris when he had the chance. Since Boris was nothing but trouble, he wasn't going to sit back and watch things unfold. He was determined to put an end to that man. So he ordered Brian to return to the dormitory, saying it was time to leave the academy. The scene then shifted to the Duchy of Vert. At the Temple of Lumendel, Ashel arrived, and a young woman declared that she had been waiting for him. Ashel recognized that it had been a while. The young woman's name was Nephrodite Iris, though at that time she was called the Saint. Iris noticed that Luenel was not with him. Ashel explained that this visit had nothing to do with him. Iris silently confirmed that the rumors were true. Ashel was working with Violet. Ashel informed her that Violet had received a divine revelation, which Iris considered a baseless rumor. She said that the sacred sword rests on the hill where the Guardian's gaze extends, referring to the lands of the continent's protector, the place where the earth was most visible. She assumed Ashel would understand better. He did have a place in mind, but couldn't understand why it would be somewhere so close. The scene then shifted to Cyan handing the mark of reversion to Kudal Quazel. The old man grew irritated and demanded to know what kind of mess the brat had caused this time. Cyan tried to explain that it wasn't him, but Quazel didn't even let him finish. The old man demanded to know how long Cyan intended to keep hiding the dragon at the academy. The boy had been found out. Quazel made it clear that his leniency had limits, and declared that Cyan should leave if he intended to keep acting that way. Cyan informed Kudal Quazel that he planned to do just that. As things had become too difficult to handle there, it was necessary. Quazel asked for the reason, and Cyan explained to the bearded man that the owner of the Mark of Reversion was one of the figures behind the blood banquet. He intended to stop that person, as they were throwing everything around him into chaos. Kundal saw how irritated Cyan was. Quazel then told him that the Stone of Regression had a method similar to another stone, the Stone of Stun. Some enthusiasts believed the two minerals shared the same origin, possibly linked to the Black Blood clan. Although rumors claimed the clan had been exterminated, they also said some had survived in Axelum, near the capital. Cyan didn't understand where the bearded man was going with this. Kundal Quazel wanted the boy to stop doing everything alone and listen carefully. The last century of peace was on the verge of collapse, and if it fell, the academy would fall as well. He hoped the boy would do his part, because he would do his. He also warned Cyan that nothing pleasant awaited him there. It was a cruel fate, a life that brought no benefit, a puppet's life. Cyan quickly realized that in his past life, that warning had proven true. At that moment, Nigrithi arrived. She already knew he was leaving the academy, and that he was going after Boris. She couldn't go with him, as she needed to remain at the academy. Cyan was surprised that the old man had discovered her identity. Karam warned his master that Quazel was not someone easily deceived. Nigrithi believed the old man already had something planned, and said she would leave everything in Cyan's hands. She only wanted him to deliver a message to Boris in her name. She wanted him to go to hell. Cyan was more than willing to send him there. The scene then shifted to somewhere in the Duchy of Vert. Ashel couldn't believe a place like that existed so close to their territory. He picked up the sacred sword, wanting it to respond to his call. Iris, standing beside him, simply hoped everything would be alright. Suddenly, Duran Dark appeared, calling Ashel the heir of the god of light, and also calling him master. She attacked Ashel, and he felt such intense pain that it was enough to bring him to his knees. Duran Dark demanded to know why he had taken so long, declaring that he was terribly late. She even called him an idiot, saying she had suffered immense humiliation, something she could never forgive. Ashel couldn't understand what was happening, because all he saw before him was a child. Iris believed it was the spirit of Duran Dark. Duran Dark was furious, declaring that everything had happened because of that man, and she wanted to know how he had managed to find it. She was referring to the master of the demonic sword, making it clear that he had stolen her power, and she could not endure such humiliation. She demanded that her power be brought back to her. The scene then shifted to Ruin Academy. Cyan felt relieved to see that Nana was alive. She had fought the greatest mage on the continent and survived, which surprised him greatly. She had grown so much that she no longer needed him. Suddenly Brian arrived, telling his master that he was ashamed because he kept failing him as a guardian. Cyan told Brian that he should simply do his best. Then he declared that he needed to leave and that they should meet at a place on the outskirts of Ruin. Nigrethi would explain the details, and they would regroup later. Brian asked his master to rely on him. Cyan acknowledged that if it hadn't been for Brian, Nana would never have made it that far. It had been beyond her limits, so he thanked Brian, leaving him stunned. Then Cyan left. Emily arrived with a snack for him, only to find he was already gone. She grew irritated. The scene shifted to Nordeli. In the ancient ruins, several people were witnessing complete chaos. Karante had made his last contact there. Regin, who was present, believed Karante had great ambitions, and yet met his end in that place. He used a magical artifact, calling upon the deceased to reveal himself. Karante responded to Lunov's grandfather's summons. Regin wanted to know what had happened to Gregorio. Karante informed him that he had disappeared along with Lunov. Rigan couldn't understand how Lunav had ended up there. Karante explained the entire situation, leaving the old man furious. In any case, he dismissed Karante and ordered his subordinates to bring Lunav to him immediately. The scene then shifted to somewhere in the underground sewers of Axelum. A group of people were trying to open a backpack filled with intense magical energy because of the mana stones inside. They were demi-humans, so they could handle it without much trouble. Boris had sent them there. Suddenly, Cyan killed Toby. They had no idea who the boy was. A girl quickly used her flames to attack him, but Cyan effortlessly cut through her spell. The black cat told Kara, the girl with rabbit ears, to get out of there. That area was called Phial. Cyan used the storm of the cutting mist, attacking both of them. He knew they were connected to Boris and demanded to know from Kara where that bastard was. At that moment, Kara realized she was facing Cyan. She used her explosion. Luna felt the blast from afar and grew worried, but she pretended nothing was wrong in front of the others. Seth presented them with something that had been passed down through generations in his clan, Arabat, the magic carpet, which would allow them to reach the academy quickly. However, they already had something similar, breaking the magic he had placed on it. Lamella explained that Lunav belonged to the Society of Graham, known for collecting countless rare artifacts. Arabat was quite common to them. They even invited him to ride on what they had. Lunav was certain something had happened to Cyan. The scene returned to Axelum, where the area was now in ruins. Cyan hadn't expected Kyra to use such a spell in a place like that. Mana stones were scattered everywhere, so the fire would keep burning until someone extinguished it. Cyan decided to end it using void suction, drawing all the flames away. The demonic sword even mocked him, saying he had done a good job, since only a few flames remained. He wanted to know where the others were. Karam believed they had burned to ashes, but Cyan thought that was impossible. It hadn't been that long. The demonic sword assumed they had died. Then more demi-humans appeared, unable to understand why a human child was there. Kyram couldn't believe his master had extinguished the fire for those people, only to be treated that way. Cyan explained that humans were not welcome there. Long ago, that small village had been peaceful, but when the demonic dragon invaded during the War of the Demon God, that peace was destroyed. Thanks to the hero Lixid, who served the god of light, the demonic dragon was defeated. But the tragedy did not end there. The dragon's decomposing corpse created mana stones that worsened the situation. The powerful mana released from them made all of Axelum uninhabitable. Rumors said the mana caused genetic mutations, giving birth to those demi-humans, who continued living there, mining the mana stones while cursing humans who treated them like monsters. Karam wanted to kill them, but Cyan believed it would only cause trouble. Instead, they would do what the people wanted at that moment: leave. The scene shifted back to the group Cyan had attacked earlier. They were gathering all the mana stones they could. Kauri was furious, as all their hard work had been for nothing. Fizzle was grateful they had escaped. Toby agreed they were alive because of Boris's power. Boris felt slightly saddened that they had been attacked because of him, but he believed the boy would find that place soon. He apologized and admitted it was his fault. Carrera didn't understand why he was apologizing, since it was all Cyan's fault. He had attacked first. Toby only realized what had happened when he was cut, acknowledging the boy's skill. Boris never meant to drag them into this, but they had wanted to help him. They had earned money working for him there, and admitted they would have starved without it. They wanted to use that moment to repay their debt, though Boris didn't want them to overexert themselves. He believed the mana stones would be enough to ensure the ritual's success for all of them. Thus, he began the ritual, opening the book as energy quickly surged. Hearthkria urged Boris to hurry, declaring that Cyan was there, catching them by surprise. Karira sensed someone's presence. Then Cyan charged straight at her. Fizzle appeared at the last second and blocked the attack, making it clear that the boy wouldn't fool him twice. Cyan wanted to understand how they were still alive. Meanwhile, Boris realized the three of them would hold Cyan off for a while. Hearthkria told Boris that the only way to defeat the boy was by awakening Leviathan. The scene then shifted to Ruin Academy, to the royal dormitory. Arin asked whether Nana was alright. When she ran into Lunav, Lamella, and Seth, they said they had come to see Cyan, but he wasn't there. Arin didn't understand. Lunav explained that Cyan's room was completely empty, but Arin remained calm, certain that he would return. Lunav immediately pulled Arin's sleeve and said that Cyan's scent had completely disappeared. Arin couldn't understand how Lunav even knew Cyan's scent. Seth then put all the blame on himself, saying he had stubbornly insisted that Cyan train, acting like an idiot as always. Arin asked if Lunav knew where Cyan had gone. Lunav replied that they would have to find out, so Arin told Seth to search around the academy for any clues. Lunav would check with Lamella to see if there was any news of Cyan and Graham, while Arin would try to find information about him at the palace. Remaharam warned Lunav that it wouldn't be easy, since Cyan had completely erased his traces. Arin had a bad feeling, worried that he might disappear for good. She wasn't willing to just sit back and let him go. The scene then shifted to a massive explosion. Cyan was confused and asked if they were at least still alive. Faisal believed Cyan looked at them as if they were monsters. Cyan wanted to know whether they were merely puppets, unable to understand how they could have their own will. Faisal was certain the boy would never understand, as a human, what it was like to live as a monster, what their lives were like. He explained that Boris had turned their curse into a blessing. The scene changed to Brian. They had arrived at the shelter near Ruin, bringing many supplies. Emily wasn't sure if their master would show up. Brian simply believed they should wait and have faith, but Emily had a bad feeling. Nana was also upset because her father had left while she was asleep. Brian remembered his master saying that taking care of Nana Nana was beyond his abilities, yet it made him feel useful. He approached Nana and asked why she was so down. Crying, Nana asked if her father had run away because she had done something wrong. Brian gently patted her head and assured her she hadn't done anything wrong. He told her to wait because Cyan would return. The scene shifted back to Faisal using his ability against the boy. Cyan managed to dodge, but Toby appeared and attacked as well. Cyan still escaped. Karira, watching the boy's leap, believed she had him in her sights and unleashed a fiery explosion. But at that moment, Cyan cut through her ability and nearly struck the rabbit-eared girl. Toby was stunned by Cyan's skill as a swordsman and shouted that they should attack with everything they had, leaving no openings. They believed the boy must have a blind spot. Karam assumed the three of them were the same. Cyan wore a psychopathic grin, knowing that such a decision would only expose their weaknesses further. He used his ability and slashed all three at once, ending up face to face with Toby. Suddenly, Kara launched another explosion to force Cyan away from her ally, warning him to be careful. Cyan immediately used Abyssal Sphere, canceling her fire ability. Fireball appeared behind him, but it was useless. The boy was too fast and moved straight to his opponent's back, attacking the black cat with full force. He then decapitated Toby and used Rising Mist to slice the rabbit girl in half. The three of them realized they couldn't defeat the boy. Cyan didn't understand. He had inflicted deep wounds on all of them. Faisal declared that he had never intended to win. Cyan found it absurd to start a fight. You couldn't win. File explained that he only needed time. Suddenly, the ground trembled. He announced that the ritual was about to be completed. Cyan already suspected Boris was planning something, but he never imagined Boris intended to resurrect Leviathan as a puppet. Then the gigantic skeletal creature appeared. Cyan knew that if he did nothing, it would be a catastrophe. He realized Boris's purification had become active again, but Boris looked completely deranged. Philo believed it was too late for the boy to do anything, and declared that the world was over. The demi-humans would rebuild it. This was the beginning of a revolution. No one and nothing could stop them. But something unexpected happened. Kara grew desperate, and even the boy hadn't anticipated it. Faisal was used as an offering to increase Leviathan's magical power. All of it was to restore the damaged scripture. Kyora protested, saying that wasn't part of the plan. Boris apologized, claiming it was part of something greater. With a smile, he said he was saddened by it. Kyora didn't believe him. The people of the small village couldn't understand why a dragon was there. Suddenly, Leviathan prepared to unleash an attack on the entire village. Boris declared that the scum of Axelum would pay their debt to him. People began running in panic. Cian shouted for Boris to stop. A massive explosion occurred, caused by Kyra, and Boris was deeply disappointed, believing they had been friends. Kyra said she would wait for him in hell. Leviathan continued attacking. Boris was shocked that Cyan had unlocked the breath of an ancient dragon. The abyssal sphere devoured everything in its path. Boris wondered how long Cyan could endure, but the boy persisted, using Black Vein Dance. Boris was confused, as he had nearly been struck. He clearly remembered Cyan's weapon was a dagger. Hearthcrea informed him that it wasn't the sword's power. The boy had changed its form with his own strength. That was the first form, known as Purgatory of Atonement. Meanwhile, the skeletal dragon tried to strike him at all costs. Boris used a Rain of Lightning ability, which Cyan even managed to block. Then Cyan unleashed furious strikes, hitting the ancestral dragon and tearing off one of its arms. The villagers were terrified. They wouldn't be able to dodge that. But before tragedy could strike, the boy used his 8 fluttering petals technique, delivering multiple cuts to the arm and saving the people. They were stunned to see a human there, and some believed Cyan had been the one to awaken Leviathan. Boris made it clear to the boy that he shouldn't care about others, because everyone would eventually become part of his offering. At that moment, the people tried to flee again. Boris used a skill called Ragnarok, and Cyan countered it with Rising Mist. Boris grew extremely irritated, and the boy climbed the dragon, coming face to face with his opponent. He warned that Boris had no idea how long he had waited for that moment. He wouldn't let his older brother's partner escape, and he used a skill called Adamante. The attack was basically at point-blank range, causing brutal damage. That was enough for Remaharam to locate the boy, and he showed Luna of Cyan's location using a map. She knew Axelum, explaining that it was an abandoned dump, so she couldn't understand why Cyan would be there. Remaharam had no idea either, but he had sensed the aura of an ancient dragon in that place, and needed to see it with his own eyes. Lunav was shocked, but Remaharam believed she shouldn't worry. Lamella soon arrived. Lunav hid Remiharam, and asked what Lamella wanted. Lamella apologized to Lunav, explaining that members of the Magic Association of Graham had suddenly appeared with a summons from Rigan. Lunav needed to go with them. Lamella had a terrible premonition, and warned the girl that she would hold them off, and Lunav should run. Lunav found it strange, since Lamella was her grandfather's subordinate. Lamella reminded her that she would not even be alive if Lunav hadn't saved her, so she was simply fulfilling her duty as a knight. Lunav thanked her, and asked her to pass a message to Princess Arin. Then Lunav pretended she would go with them. She already knew her grandfather had found out what happened in the ruins and would probably go after Cyan, so she needed to make sure that didn't happen. The scene then shifted to the destruction in Axelum. Karam wasn't sure if the creature was dead, but for Cyan it was over. Suddenly the demi-humans began blaming Cyan for everything that had happened. He had appeared, and suddenly Suddenly everything turned upside down. They demanded that he leave. The demonic sword grew irritated and asked its master if she could kill them all, but Cyan assumed it would be better if they simply forgot everything. In any case, he didn't see it as something so bad. The scene then shifted to Lionel. He had already received the news that Boris had died at the hands of an unknown assassin. In his mind, Boris was useless and had died without paying his debt. Ashel arrived, asking why he had been summoned. Lionel explained the situation, but Ashel was already aware. Lionel grew irritated that his partner hadn't shown up earlier. Ashel claimed he had urgent matters to attend to. Lionel made it clear that nothing was more urgent than him, the Prince of the Empire. He assumed Ashel had gone mad, but Ashel said he had an idea who was behind everything, and invited Lionel to go to Ruin Academy. A carriage was already prepared, and he would explain on the way. Lionel was extremely irritated, as it seemed he no longer had any autonomy. The scene then shifted to Boris falling, with the book dropping beside him. Boris laughed, recognizing that he had been lucky. Hearthcrea's resurrection had failed, and Boris felt deeply embarrassed. If everything had gone right, he would have been healed by Hearthcrea's power at that moment. But Hearthcrea declared that it was fine, because Boris had been lucky, and thanks to that luck, he had a powerful magical offering right in front of him. Boris became frightened, not understanding. Hearthcrea told him not to feel bad, as it was God's will, and then devoured Boris. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Ruin, where Lionel demanded explanations from Ashel. Ashel informed him that they would request the director's cooperation regarding matters involving his younger brother. Lionel didn't understand Cyan's involvement. Ashel revealed that Cyan had killed Boris. Lionel's eyes widened in shock. Ashel also stated that Cyan possessed the demonic sword and was an assassin in a secret organization called Mist. Lionel wasn't sure about that, but Ashel explained that Boris had secured that information by sacrificing himself, so Cyan had been sabotaging them all along. Lionel began to see the pieces fall into place. Ashel informed him that a bounty had been issued through the Imperial Palace, and the order would also be delivered to Ruin Academy. He explained that the bounty sought the mastermind behind the Blood Banquet and the Axelum incident, identified as the leader of a diabolical assassin organization. Ashel was accusing his own younger brother. Lionel realized that Ashel was cornering Cyan in every possible way. Ashel declared that he took no pride in pointing his sword at his own brother, but it was a necessary evil for the sake of justice and peace in that land. That was Cyan's fate, the inevitable will of the God of Light, in Ashel's mind. The scene then shifted to Lunov, arriving where her grandfather was. Regan was surprised that she wasn't complaining. He wanted an honest answer. Had she gone to the ruins of Nor Delhi with Cyan? Lunov declared she didn't know what he was talking about. Regan realized she was covering for Cyan and used his magic. She thought her grandfather was merely making assumptions and wouldn't listen to her anyway. Regan was surprised that she was withstanding his gravity mana. He declared that she would one day lead the Society of Gram, so she shouldn't be so foolish. Lunov was tired of it. She would no longer be oppressed by her grandfather. She nullified the old man's spell, leaving him in disbelief. Lunov wanted the bearded man to give up. Regan acknowledged her determination, until she realized he had set a magical trap there. She was caught. Her grandfather declared that she would regret this. Lunov began to assume he intended to kill her, but Regan said he could not kill the future of the council. He revealed his arms in a very strange way. Lunov's eyes widened. It was the symbols of Narisha. He was about to use a mental destruction spell on her. He wanted to erase her futile memories, and Regan demanded that she return to being the granddaughter he loved. The scene then shifted to Ashel. He went to Cyan's room, only to find it completely empty. He asked Durindark if she could track him, but she couldn't sense even the slightest trace. She was eager to find Cyan, wanting revenge for all the humiliation he had caused her. Ashel had intended to conduct an interrogation, but failed. Durindark told him to stop staring at her, calling him a fool. Ashel had already dispatched the Imperial soldiers, so they would receive news eventually. However, she didn't trust humans, and believed he should search personally. The director realized the situation was becoming increasingly problematic. Lionel entered, asking if his grandfather was well. Quisel questioned what his grandson was doing there. Lionel disliked the look in his grandfather's eyes, and demanded to know what had led Quisel to take such actions. After all, he had cut support to House Quasel and even spoken to Lionel's father behind his back. Quasel explained that he had merely prevented the throne from being stained with blood. Lionel began trembling, declaring that everyone coveted the throne, and would use any dirty means to obtain it. Kundal Quasel called his grandson a fool. No one could take something he had not yet received. He needed to develop himself enough to lead. Only then would he be crowned emperor. It was not something that could be stolen. Lionel's father had worked hard to achieve that peace. Lionel found his grandfather's words amusing, claiming that Quisel himself had created a great villain. He demanded to know where Cyan Vert was at that moment, suspecting his grandfather was protecting the boy, an assassin. Suddenly, Erin appeared, surprised to see her brother there. She had come to the director's office to ask about Cyan. Lionel told her to leave, as they were in the middle of a conversation, but Quisel ordered Lionel to go instead. Furious, Lionel protested, but Quisel reminded him that Aaron had scheduled the meeting much earlier. Lionel declared that he was the first prince, and that the fifth princess should not come before him. Quisel realized his grandson struggled to understand that she had scheduled it first, proving he was unworthy of being king. Ashel arrived suddenly, informing them that Cyan's dormitory was empty, and declaring that he was the greatest threat to the Empire's peace. He sought Quisel's cooperation in locating Cyan. Aaron was completely confused. Ashel apologized to her and explained that that Cyan had been exposed as the mastermind behind the blood banquet and the destruction of Axelum. Many witnesses and victims had already been interrogated. Quizel had received a letter from the Imperial Palace, but Arin couldn't believe it. Ashel warned her to be careful as well. The princess was in shock, certain it was all a lie. Outside, everyone was talking about Cyan Vert, and rumors spread quickly. Hooded Cyan took down one of the wanted posters. He seemed excited. Ashel would have to search for him personally to claim the greatest trophy in the entire empire. The scene shifted to the snowy plains of Fruina. Cecilia ran desperately toward Alice, who couldn't understand why she was in such a hurry. Cecilia had something to show her. Alice saw that Cyan was being accused of being the mastermind behind the blood banquet, something impossible. Cecilia had discovered it while on patrol. That was why he had told Alice to leave earlier. He already knew what was coming. Alice told Cecilia they should focus on training. She believed her brother would find a way, so they needed to grow stronger. She wanted to help Cyan. Marion appeared, saying she liked the determination in Alice's eyes and wanted to continue their training. The scene then shifted to Lunav, suffering. Regin warned her to stop resisting, as it would only become more painful. Lunav refused to let him take Cyan away from her. He declared that resisting was useless. Suddenly, Remaharam intervened, transporting them to another realm. Remaharam demanded to know how Regan dared enter his territory. The old man's eyes widened at the overwhelming mana he felt. He immediately recognized the demonic scripture. Remaharam. He had no idea his granddaughter possessed such a demonic scripture. Suddenly, Remiharam attacked him, calling him an inferior creature and declaring he would suffocate the old man with the truth he so desperately sought. Regan began to bleed, and Lunav was finally freed. Remiharam climbed onto Regan's head, suggesting that this had been Lunav's plan all along. Lunav thanked him, believing it was time to go to Cyan. But then Regan's people saw Lunav and couldn't understand why there was a tiny creature sitting on her head. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Ruin, inside the hideout. Brian informed the girls that they had a problem. The idiot Emily hadn't noticed at first, so Brian told her to pay attention. She went into shock when she realized their boss was wanted. Numerous royal knights were patrolling the streets, all searching for Cyan. But anyone who knew Cyan understood he was being framed. Suddenly, someone started knocking on their door. Emily grew anxious as Brian unsheathed his sword. He reminded Emily that he had promised their boss he would protect the two of them with his life. Nana decided she would fight as well. The knocking grew louder. Emily, terrified, finally decided to open the door. Cyan scolded them for taking so long. Emily was relieved to see it was him, but he told her to keep quiet. Emily admitted she had been very worried. Brian and Nana began crying when they saw him alive and unharmed. The three rushed to hug him, but Cyan blocked Brian with his foot, refusing the embrace. After that, they all sat down. Cyan assured them he had done nothing wrong. Emily already knew, though she wished he would explain himself. Cyan refused and pointed out that as long as he was wanted, the hideout was no longer safe. He also told them that Ashel possessed the holy sword. If his brother used its power, it would only be a matter of time before he found them. They would need to move to another dimension for a while. Cyan made it clear that the entire empire was about to become his enemy. At that moment, Brian struck his sword against the ground, declaring he would do everything in his power to protect Cyan. Cyan, of course, found all that dramatic talk extremely annoying. He had already opened the portal. Nana urged Brian to hurry, and soon they all went through. Seeing that her master's annoying companions were gone, Karam assumed he would now be able to act without worrying. Cyan told her there was something she needed to do, and warned her that it would be very exciting. She didn't understand what he meant, and the scene shifted to Ruin Academy. Regan was furious. He had believed it was Cyan who possessed the demonic scripture. Suddenly, one of Regan's subordinates arrived, asking if he was alright. Regan demanded to know where the others were. The hooded subordinate apologized, explaining that the rest had been defeated by Lunav. Regan realized she had truly outmaneuvered them this time. He warned his subordinate that Lunav possessed the demonic scripture. If they went after Cyan, they would inevitably encounter her as well. The scene then shifted to the royal knights searching for Cyan. Karam was impersonating him, adopting a similar appearance. From above, she drew everyone's attention and declared that she had heard they were there to capture her. The royal knights were confused, unsure whether it was really him. Kavram called them all idiots and challenged them to try and catch her, if they were capable. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the academy, which was empty. Seth was worried that his comrade hadn't returned, becoming depressed. He thought about the moments he had spent with Cyan, feeling completely bored and restless, when suddenly Lunav appeared. She was out of breath, informing Seth that she had found Cyan and asking him to go with her. Seth wanted to understand how she managed to find him, and he was also curious about the cute creature that was sitting on her head. Rimi Haram declared that Seth should go with her, calling him the successor of the goddess of sand. Seth was completely captivated by the cuteness of the little devil on the girl's head. He grabbed Lunav firmly and started dragging her along. As he rushed forward with her, he even broke through a wall. Rimi Haram then decided it would be better if he guided them from there, transforming into a dragon. He informed them that the place wasn't far, and only asked them to hold on tight. After that, the scene changes to Erin, who was training by swinging a wooden sword. She remembered Lamella informing her that Cyan was in Axelum, and also that Lunav had been captured by Regan. After hearing that, Erin said she would ask the director for help. After Lamella left, unbelievable news awaited her. News about the accusations being placed on Cyan. She became thoughtful. She realized she didn't really know anything about him, which made her feel like an idiot. Leximus asked if she wasn't going with Lunav and Seth, but Erin assumed it would be useless, because Cyan Cyan was farther away than she had imagined. Perhaps somewhere so dark and lonely that someone like her would never be able to reach him. She felt like trash for not doing anything for him. At that moment, the director appeared, asking how much of those accusations she actually believed. He wanted to know if she truly thought Cyan was guilty of everything he had been accused of. Erin denied it. In the end, he had been the one who supported her the most, and she knew he wasn't that kind of person. After Quizelle heard everything she said, he called her over and told her they needed to hurry. They didn't have much time because they were going to help Cyan. The scene then shifts to Karam stepping on the face of one of the royal knights. All of them charged at her, but she knocked them down one by one while calmly walking through them. She thought the royal knights were far too easy to deal with and wondered if there wasn't anyone stronger. Then a large man appeared, declaring that this was the end for Cyan, even though no one knew that it was actually the demonic sword pretending to be him. He introduced himself as Redbeck, saying that his mana ranking was even higher than A class. Karam knocked down another knight and said she would silence Redbeck very quickly. Redbeck immediately used his ability, exciting the other royal knights. Karam looked unimpressed while the other knights ran away to avoid being caught in the attack. To her, the whole thing was ridiculously pathetic, and she simply pierced through his attack and struck him with full force. Redbeck was blown away, left only in his underwear, flying into the distance. The knights were extremely shocked that the Redbeck they admired had been defeated so easily. Karam realized he really had been the strongest among them, and now she didn't want to waste any more time. She was ready to open the gates of hell, making the royal knights start to panic. At that moment, Lunav and Seth arrived at the location together with Remiharam. Lunav didn't want Cyan to fight alone. The royal knights began running around while the real Cyan watched everything from afar. He noticed that Karam was doing a great job distracting those guys, and he even considered using her to impersonate him more often. With that in mind, he decided to head to the base, believing Ashel might be there at that moment. Suddenly, an attack landed right near him. It was Regan, declaring that the boy had good reflexes. Cyan didn't know him, but Regan knew him very well. Introducing himself, he said he was the president of the Graham Magic Society. Cyan wanted to know why the old man was in the Ushif Empire. Regan quickly noticed that the boy was just like his father. Regan wanted Cyan to marry his granddaughter, leaving the poor guy completely confused. Regan knew Cyan had stopped their illegal businesses, interrupted their ruin excavations, and ruined their connections with dragons. However, his granddaughter liked Cyan very much, so he wanted the boy to join him and the Graham Association, declaring that Cyan had no choice. But Cyan refused. After all, he saw the association as a group led by a 9-star great sage who couldn't even take care of his own granddaughter. He assumed the old man wanted to gain something by using him and Lunav, which he wouldn't allow. That made Regan furious. Since they wouldn't form an alliance, he didn't want Cyan interfering anymore, and prepared to attack. The scene then shifts to the Breno estate. The report given to Luenel informed him that all the royal knights had been defeated, which made him extremely furious, since Sion was just a brat. The informant also explained that it wasn't actually Sion. Karam had been impersonating him. On top of that, members of the Graham Association were fighting the royal knights as well. Luenel couldn't understand the reason for all of this. Still, he ordered the royal knights to kill them all, seeing it as a provocation from the kingdom of Graham. He had already suspected something like this, and had even prepared the knights beforehand. The others became worried, because this was practically a declaration of war coming from Luenel. Quizelle wanted to know if his grandson truly intended to do that. Erin also appeared, and Luenel demanded to know why she was there. He assumed his grandfather had come just to bother him again. However, Arin showed her brother a royal decree. The Ruin Academy would assist in the search for her fiancé. This made Luenel furious, and he demanded proof of the letter's authenticity. Quizelle quickly explained that the king's condition had worsened, so he was supporting Arin in his place. Since Luenel hadn't been mentioned in the order, Quizelle thought it would be better to investigate why Luenel was mobilizing forces to start a war against the kingdom of Graham. Luenel became even more stressed and ordered the knights to attack the two of them, but Kundal Quizelle used his barrier ability, protecting both himself and the girl. Seeing that Luenel judged that the royal knights were a bunch of useless fools, Quizelle told Luenel to stop, asking if his crazy grandson really wanted to fight him. Luenel couldn't understand why his grandfather was acting like that. Quizelle only saw his grandson sabotaging himself, and he didn't want to watch it anymore. Luenel once again ordered the royal knights to capture his grandfather, but Quizelle left, taking Erin with him. The knights apologized, saying the situation was beyond their abilities. The scene then changes to where the old man had taken his granddaughter. They were now on the outskirts of Breno. Erin said the situation was unexpected, because the document she had shown earlier was actually fake. The old man simply replied that he had no idea what she was talking about. Erin then asked him why he was helping her, but even he couldn't explain it. He said he was simply curious about the future awaiting the boy who had caused him so much stress. Meanwhile, Lunav and Seth climbed down from Remiharam. Seth immediately called out to his friend, who was beating someone up. At that exact moment, Remiharam realized that that person wasn't Cyan. Lunav became worried and tried to stop Seth, telling him that wasn't Cyan. She demanded to know who that person was and where the real Cyan was. Kairam was sure Lunav had figured it out because she was the owner of the demonic contract and she knew the two of them. However, it was the first time they had seen her, so she introduced herself, saying she was the demonic sword and that it was a pleasure to meet them. Seth was completely shocked, seeing what he thought was his friend had turned into a woman. Kairam also revealed that it was the perfect moment, since the plan had gone a little wrong. A gigantic explosion suddenly happened right behind her. Lunav quickly realized that the mana belonged to her grandfather. Remy Haram noticed that the old man was quick, and he was sure the boy was also around there somewhere, so he transformed into a dragon again, informing them that he would take them to Cyan. Kairam was surprised, because for a half-demon, Remy Haram had proven to be quite interesting. That comment left him rather irritated. The knights had no idea what that explosion had been, and they were running away when suddenly the ground began to tremble. They couldn't understand what was happening, until they saw Remy Haram in his dragon form, with Cyan's 3 companions riding on top of him. Everyone was terrified and began to run so they wouldn't be trampled. Then Ashel appeared. From afar, he saw that his younger brother was there. He was accompanied by several Knights of Light, informing them that their mission was to eradicate evil throughout the world. Thus, he declared that the subjugation of Cyan Vert was beginning at that very moment. Everyone started shouting in agreement and cheering. Duranddark did not want her wielder to make mistakes, warning that he would need the powers Cyan had stolen from her in order to complete his mission. Even so, the Knights of Light found it very strange that Ashel had mobilized so many knights just to kill his younger brother. Soon they began whispering among themselves. Rumors had already spread that this battle would have no end, that it wasn't a fight that would end in Brino. There were already whispers that they might march directly to the Imperial Palace. However, the Knights of Light still didn't fully understand what that meant. If something like that rumor were to happen, they already expected things to spiral out of control. Some of them believed it wasn't a joke because there were some rather strange people among them. Those individuals hadn't said a single word the entire way there, and the Knights of Light felt uneasy around them, sending chills down their spines. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Cyan slamming a man against a wall. They were Regan's subordinates, and they were extremely stressed because the boy simply didn't get tired. They even started believing that Cyan wasn't much different from a demon. Cyan told them to hurry up because he didn't have much time to waste. The hooded men were extremely irritated since they had been completely humiliated by the boy up to that point. Seeing that, the old man finally understood why his granddaughter was obsessed with Cyan, and precisely for that reason, he would not allow the boy to leave there alive. So he used an ability. His subordinates immediately started running, afraid of losing their lives, while Cyan stood there calmly, treating the whole situation with unbelievable composure. It was a 9-star ability. Rigan Rainreaver wanted to know whether the boy could escape from that. Cyan couldn't help but notice that the old man didn't seem to care if he ended up hitting his own subordinates. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred in the area. Several of the subordinates believed they would lose their lives if things continued like that. The only thing they could do at that moment was try to hide, but Seth suddenly appeared right in front of them, asking where his friend was. He declared that all those hooded figures should get out of his way, treating them like nothing more than obstacles. With one move, he sent everyone flying. Seeing that, Lunav assumed they needed to hurry, because Cyan was very close to them. The scene then returned to Rigan, who noticed that the boy had fallen silent, but he was certain the fight wasn't over yet. Suddenly, the pool of lava he had created was cut apart, and Cyan emerged from it. Cyan then used his abyss sphere, multiplying it. The sight was incredible to Regan. Suddenly, the old man did something Cyan didn't understand. He used the Rosary of Caligona, explaining that it was an element that made Cyan's power completely useless. He also declared that he had already investigated the boy. Cyan had expected that the Rainreaver family might have gotten their hands on a rare artifact like that. At that moment, Regan summoned the Reaper. Both of them seemed to find a strange sense of entertainment in the battle, until Lunav suddenly arrived, ordering her grandfather to stop. That caught Cyan completely off guard. Regan wanted the demonic tome that belonged to her, but Lunav declared that if he wanted to fight, he should fight her, not Cyan. She also didn't want her grandfather to get his hands on something that belonged to her. Karimi returned to her master, informing him that she had left a few things behind along the way. She also warned that they should move forward because she could sense someone approaching. She was referring to Ashel. That news actually excited Cyan. Seth immediately tore off part of his clothing, declaring that he had heard everything on the way there and had come to help his friend. Cyan then wished his friends good luck, turned his back on them, and declared that he was moving forward. Lunav didn't like that at all. Remy Haram, observing how the boy was handling everything, could confirm that Cyan was definitely not someone ordinary. Rigan Rainreaver had no intention of letting the boy leave so easily. He used his Reaper, but Lunav tried to stop him with her ability, Seed of Restriction. She continued the oath, causing her grandfather intense pain. He ended up dropping the artifact, trying to understand how she had planted that inside his head. Lunav explained that when he entered her mind, that had been the moment she planted the seed inside him, declaring that she should never have meddled with what belonged to her. Rigan Rainreaver warned his granddaughter that destroying that was something completely easy for him. Therefore, the price of her rebellion would be very heavy. Remy Haram told the old man that he wouldn't be able to resolve the situation so easily. He then combined his power with Lunav's, showing Rigan the true power he had always desired. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a Knight of Light running toward his companions. He was calling for help, help, but at that very moment, Cyan finished him off. Immediately, the Knights of Light began drawing their swords from their sheaths. They couldn't believe the patrol team had been defeated by that boy. Cyan moved incredibly fast. The Knights of Light could see that he possessed the demonic sword, yet they still charged toward him. Cyan managed to cut down several of them at once. One of them then used a skill called Lumendel's Arm, trying to crush Cyan, but it didn't help much. Cyan simply knocked him down. Another priest used his skill Perfect Thunder, but that was also useless. Cyan grabbed him by the face and caused a huge explosion. Cyan was quite eager because his older brother was there. Without wasting time, Ashel used the power of light, an ability called Solar Chariot. Cyan couldn't help but notice that Ashel had started the fight with a powerful attack right away, causing massive destruction in the area. Their battle became extremely intense. Cyan could vividly feel Karam's pain, and he assumed she shouldn't have taken a strike from the holy sword like that. Karam was bleeding heavily at that moment. Durand Dark saw her condition and found it extremely ridiculous, declaring that this was not Karam's true personality. She wondered if Karam had been tamed or something like that. After all, she should have simply taken over the owner of her body like she always did. Suddenly, Karam started laughing, asking why Durand Dark was acting like that. But Durand Dark made it very clear that all of this was the fault of Karam's wielder. She demanded to know what the demonic sword intended to do with her power. However, the demonic sword kept laughing, which made Durand Dark extremely irritated. Karaduram actually found Durand Dark very cute. In some strange way, she even admitted that Durand Dark might be right. She had indeed been tamed, but seeing the holy sword acting like that made it all worth it for her. Durand Dark only wanted to understand what the hell the demonic sword was doing and how she had discovered her location ahead of time. Karam thought it was unnecessary for the holy sword to worry about that. The important thing was to enjoy the moment. Karam then wondered who would break first, herself or Durand Dark's heir, and asked if the holy sword wanted to make a bet. At that moment, Cyan used the manifestation of the demonic sword. Ashel immediately recognized that the atmosphere had completely changed. Cyan completely destroyed the holy sword's power, and the way Cyan appeared after releasing the demonic sword's power seemed bizarre to him. Then Cyan used the ability called Dance of Black Blood in its first form, Nirvana of Regret. That was the power of a god who had been excommunicated, a god who was never meant to surpass the existing great god. Cyan already knew his brother couldn't understand how the demonic sword dared to clash with the holy sword. He also knew that Ashel was at a disadvantage. Ashel couldn't understand what his brother was trying to get at with that conversation. Then Cyan revealed the other half of the holy sword that Ashel had been searching for, declaring that he could take it if he was able to. At that moment, Durand Dark became extremely furious, demanding that Cyan return her power, but Cyan couldn't give up that half so easily. Furious, Durand Dark wanted to destroy Cyan along with the entire city if necessary. Cyan found it amusing how easily angered Durand Dark was as a sword. However, Karam told her master to be careful, warning him that the holy sword was ridiculously strong. Suddenly, Durand Dark manifested her power. Cyan could see that it was an overwhelming aura. Karam warned him to dodge the attack. Ashel then used a skill called Power of the God of Light. Cyan managed to evade it, but the attack dragged everything in its path along with it. Cyan watched as Ashel's appearance changed. He was now displaying the true power of the holy sword. Durand Dark declared that this was only half of her power, and if he wanted to use the full extent of what she could offer, he would need to bring her other half back to her. Then Ashel used his ability, Rain of Lightning. Cyan charged forward, but it wasn't enough. Ashel closed the distance between them, and their fight became even more intense. Somehow, Cyan could feel that the demonic sword was suffering. Karam confirmed it, but she also declared that she could endure much more. Even if she died that day, she was willing to drag the holy sword down to hell with her. It was a desperate bluff. Cyan had heard those exact same words in his past life. On the day they went to face the Demon King, Karam had said the same thing to him. She had even entrusted everything to Cyan back then. In the end, he lost the demonic sword, and he had no intention of repeating the same mistakes from his past life. He needed to find an opportunity to strike while dodging as many attacks as possible. Watching his brother's movements, Ashel began to believe that the demonic sword was reaching its limit. As Cyan dodged his attacks instead of facing them head-on, Durand Dark wanted Karam to remember what she had said earlier, demanding that she repeat her words. The Knights of Light watched that brutal battle and recognized that they could not intervene. It was far beyond human limits. Then that strange group that had been with them began to approach, and the Holy Knights grew frustrated, because those people with a bizarre aura did not say a single word. Suddenly, those knights with the strange aura moved to where the two were fighting. Cyan blocked his brother's attack, and decided to use the Sphere of the Abyss. He fought against the knights, realizing that all of them were puppets just like Kellen. Boris had truly prepared himself, and there were many more irritating things for him to deal with at that moment. Cyan shattered Ashel's attack, and Ashel wanted to know if the boy would still continue fighting, certain that there was no way for Cyan to win like this. Cyan warned that in fact he was perfectly fine, and the only thing that had grown in Ashel was his own arrogance. Ashel presumed that he should be the one saying that, and demanded that Cyan return the power he had stolen from him, using Lumendel's sacred spear. At the same time, Cyan was being attacked by numerous puppets. Lumendel watched everything from afar, and judged that it was not enough, ordering the royal knights to use the ray of light of divine punishment. But one of the knights became worried about what the prince had just said, because that was a siege weapon that could even even hit Ashel, putting the wrong person in danger. However, Luenel did not care in the slightest about Ashel, and the royal knights prepared the weapon. The scene shifted to Lunav, who wanted to know if her grandfather didn't think that was enough, asking if he hadn't realized that it was useless for him to keep fighting, since he was already defeated. The old man lay rotting on the ground, and Seth informed her that he was finished as well. He even thought her grandfather's subordinates were quite weak. Lunav found that very amusing. Not that those people were weak, but that there was a god inside Seth. However, he still didn't fully understand it himself. Then he told Lunav that he had received help from that woman, and he had not expected to see her in a place like that. It was Lamella. Lunav was happy to see her. Lamella wanted to apologize for appearing so late, but Lunav thought the timing was perfect, saying that they had brought down the association quickly thanks to Lamella. Suddenly, they noticed that the magical weapon had been activated, which was strange because it was something used only in war. Remy Haram was sure it was meant to bring down Sion. Luenel saw it as a golden opportunity to deal with all the pests, those who had underestimated him. When Ashel saw that the magical weapon had been activated, he was certain that Luenel was in serious trouble. Sion could not believe they had activated the magical weapon at that very moment. Then Ashel used God's limit. Ashel immediately destroyed the magical weapon. Luenel was in shock. The entire place began to collapse, and everyone quickly started fleeing. Luenel grew furious because in his mind everyone should be protecting the prince. Outside, Ashel recognized that he had only wasted time. Suddenly, Erin appeared, standing in front of Cyan and demanding that Ashel stop, declaring that she would take Cyan Vert with her. It was her order as the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire, and she demanded that Ashel lower his weapons. Then Quazel arrived, noticing that Ashel was dealing with very familiar-looking dolls, which confirmed something to him. Ashel and Luenel were involved in the blood banquet. The director imprisoned all the puppets. Ashel immediately concluded that Quazel was going against the will of God. He then dispelled Quazel's spell, catching him off guard. Immediately, he sent the puppets toward Quazel. Erin became worried about her grandfather, and Cyan wanted to understand why she was there. He asked if she wanted to die or something like that, declaring that she was only getting in the way and telling her to leave. Acting extremely rudely toward Erin, she assumed he was an idiot because to her it was obvious that Cyan needed help. So she declared that he was her fiancé, and that she also wanted to protect her people. Cyan was confused and said he had never agreed to the engagement, leaving the poor girl utterly embarrassed. Then she informed him that it was an order from the emperor, so he should not be arguing with her, nor should he question it, showing that Cyan did not have an easy life either. Ashel simply thought the 5th princess was being seduced by his brother, referring to Cyan as if he were a malignant being in that world. Ashel promised that he would save her from Cyan as well, and so he used the supreme authority of the god of light, a technique called Shining Aureole. Cyan became excited because he wanted to see Lumendel's ultimate ability, capable of killing even a god. It was the technique that had killed him with a single strike in his past life. Erin stood in front of the boy demanding that Ashel stop immediately. Ashel told her that he could not go against the will of a god. It was useless. As Erin saw him approaching, she closed her eyes. Cyan quickly pushed the girl aside. He had been waiting for that moment. Ashel could not understand anything because the kid was smiling. At that moment, Cyan threw the missing piece of the sword toward Ashel, and Durand-Dark shattered the very piece that was missing from her. Durand-Dark practically collapsed at that moment, feeling unbearable pain. Meanwhile, Quazel was dealing with the puppets that kept coming without stopping. He found it extremely irritating to deal with that thing, until he suddenly sensed a chaotic mana, but he had no idea what was happening. Not even Asiel understood it. Durand-Dark then accused Asiel of destroying her power, even though she herself was the blade. Cyan was trying to take her power, but that was like trying to start a fire underwater. Durand-Dark assumed Cyan was attempting something foolish, and at that moment Asiel should be grateful that Cyan did not possess the demonic or divine scriptures. Without God's promise, Cyan would simply die. Ashel decided he should finish the job just to be sure, but Arin did not want to allow that. She declared that he would not get past her. She did not want to lose Cyan. Remy Haram approached, and a desperate Lunav called out to the director, explaining that Cyan needed her, so she needed help getting close to him. Quazel had no time to ask questions. He used reverse wave and destroyed several puppets at once, opening a path for Remy Haram to pass with the 3 of them. However, some puppets were still standing. Seth decided to step in, using his sand cannon. He was not alone. Lamella went as well. Lunav was confused, but Lamella and Seth explained to the girl who was practically obsessed with Cyan that they were only trying to help. Lunav was worried because Cyan's mana was weakening. When they finally got closer, Lunav saw Princess Erin, who was injured, and Cyan as well. Durand-Dark was in shock, declaring that her wielder should stop immediately, unable to understand why the demonic scripture was there. At that moment, Ashel rushed straight toward Remaharam, knocking Lunav aside. Lunav managed to reach Cyan and asked Remaharam to hurry so they wouldn't lose the boy. Remaharam had not expected to find Cyan in that state. It was as if Cyan had come there searching for his own death. Then Remaharam suddenly realized everything that was happening and began to wonder if Cyan had predicted it all and done it on purpose. Somehow, he seemed to know that Lunav and Remaharam would arrive arrived there, but there was no time to think things through, so he used his ability called Promise of the Ancient God, directing it towards Cyan. Suddenly, Ashel felt a different kind of energy. Out of nowhere, he was struck with tremendous force, an attack so powerful that it dragged him several meters away. Durand-Dark did not like at all the fact that the demonic tome Remiharum was there. At that moment, the surroundings changed, as Cyan used the subspace ability. But that wasn't all. Cyan's appearance had also changed. He informed his older brother that no one would interrupt them there. He wanted to finish things right there. Durand-Dark warned Ashel to be extremely careful, because Cyan was on a completely different level now. The girls were lying on the ground, and Remiharum wondered what the boy intended to do. Cyan declared that he was going to kill his brother. Remiharum asked whether his revenge was truly important enough for him to swallow the curse, believing that Cyan had no awareness of his current condition. With that mark on his chest, consequences worse than death would follow him. It showed that he had been completely reckless with his choices. Karam then asked if her master had intended to use that form from the very beginning, recalling when he had asked her to cause a commotion so Lunav would appear and bring her to him. He had been certain Lunav would come. After all, she was always chasing him. At that moment, Cyan left Lunav with Remiharum, along with the princess. Remiharum realized that the prophecy had finally come true. Cyan then moved toward his brother. Remiharum was loving the sight of that battle. Cyan attacked his brother, who managed to block it. Cyan felt that Ashel was slightly distracted. Ashel himself was somewhat frightened, while the boy looked delighted. Cyan was pleased because not even those followers of the Supreme God would be able to protect Ashel now. At that moment, the scene shifted to Lamella, who was destroying the puppets. Suddenly, the puppets stopped regenerating. Seth and Lamella did not understand what was happening, until the Academy's director explained that it was because the source of their power had disappeared. The old man felt relieved to see that the two of them were unharmed. He even praised Seth, appreciating his bravery in helping his friend, especially since he had left the Academy during exam season. However, he informed him that he would receive 2 months of suspension, placing the blame entirely on Seth for having such a troublesome friend. Quazel also saw the subspace Cyan had created, and at that moment all they could do was wait. Suddenly, something caught Quazel by surprise. Aaron and Lunav appeared out of nowhere. Lamella went over to check if they were alright. Quazel quickly examined them and stated that they were not in life-threatening condition. He also cast a resurrection spell on the princess. He understood why they had been expelled from the subspace. It had to be Cyan's doing. Not knowing what was happening inside, they could only wait. Meanwhile, Ashel was bleeding and could not understand how that was even possible. The sacred sword told him to remain alert, even calling him a fool, declaring that Cyan had become the one who devours light. Underestimating him would be the same as signing his own death certificate. Cyan asked what the demonic sword thought about the situation. Karam replied that he was asking something obvious. She was overflowing with power and felt as though she could destroy anything. Cyan then declared that she could do whatever she wanted and used Black Blood Dance, the Reaper's second form. Ashel refused to die, so he used the Halo Bearer ability. Cyan advanced using Mist Rupture, but Ashel managed to dodge. Ashel was still confident he could defeat his brother, believing that darkness could not overcome light. He managed to cut Cyan, but Cyan used that moment to activate Demonic Blade Incarnation. Ashel shouted that such a thing was impossible. At that moment, Karam appeared, using the Golden Circle. She believed that Durand-Dark had reached her limit and thanked her for the meal. Durand-Dark cried out in hatred. Seeing his brother in such a miserable state, Cyan thought it suited him perfectly. Declaring that everything was over for Ashel, Cyan used the Mist Sword with an ability called Ascending Mist, Serial Slashes. Ashel had been destined to become the savior. His mother once said that when she conceived him, she received a revelation. He had been blessed with countless talents and divine blessings. Yet his mother, accused of being a witch, had been killed before his eyes by those who condemned her. Those responsible were captured and beheaded. It was the first time Ashel had seen his father so enraged. His father personally executed them all, cutting off their heads with his own hands. But even that was not enough. Ashel believed that evil had to be purified from its roots. The poor, those born with inferior blood, people with such origins, in his view, were easily led down the path of evil. They would threaten and attack those who had more than them, just as his mother had been taken from him. However, at that moment, Ashel realized something. He was inferior to his own brother, and Cyan was already preparing another ability, one called God Devourer, and so Ashel was struck with full force. Even then, he revealed that he had a question for Cyan. The boy had always acted as if he knew the future. He had found the sacred sword and the demonic blade before Ashel did, and he had even sabotaged his plans, just like during the blood banquet. It could all have been just luck, but Ashel admitted that he could not understand the fury his brother held toward him, so he wanted to know when that emotion had begun. At that moment, Cyan realized that his brother had sensed something, and he was certain that Ashel did not truly understand the situation. How had someone like Cyan managed to stand in his way? Cyan was sure Ashel was asking himself why he had never noticed it before, why he had never paid attention to his younger brother, and that perhaps he should have killed him from the very beginning. Cyan made it very clear that he had hated him even back then. Ashel smiled and asked if there had really been a time when they were so close. Cyan remembered that they had indeed been very close in his past life, but the one who had turned that life into a lie was Ashel himself. Their relationship had ended on that day. However, the demonic sword was not so certain about that. The sacred sword then told Cyan that she was truly surprised. He had used the demonic tome to absorb her power, but he had made a grave mistake. She promised that a pain greater than hell itself would soon follow him. Cyan did not understand what she meant. Then the scene shifted to Eru. He saw that the black mist had swallowed the light. Brian, Emily, and Nana were with Eru, and Nana was completely out of control, worried about her father. Eru grew irritated that Nana was ignoring his words, and even assumed she was just like Negrethi. He was not pleased that his heir, whom he referred to as a bastard, had suddenly sent his little group there. In her agitation, Nana ended up landing a solid punch right on poor Brian. Eru also noticed that Brian had potential, since he was taking blows from a dragon as if they were nothing. Nana demanded that she be allowed to help her father. Brian explained that his young master had sent them there out of concern, so all they could do at that moment was wait. Then Negrithi appeared, telling Nana to stop and ordering her to sit down. Nana immediately sat down, leaving Brian completely confused. Negrithi repeated the command, assuming they had not heard her. The black mist had swallowed the light. Seeing Nana acting that way, Negrithi believed that something serious had happened, and it showed Eru that she had indeed heard him earlier. Negrithi then declared that she would go with Nana to retrieve Cyan, while the others should remain there. The scene then shifted to the subspace collapsing. Karam was extremely frightened, sensing an immense sacred power. She began returning to her spiritual form, something she did not like at all. Cyan demanded that Karam turn back into a sword, because the mark on him did not seem like something good. Suddenly, something came rushing toward them. He saw that they were giants. At that moment, Aaron woke up and saw Cyan fighting those giants. He ended up being grabbed by them. Right then, she fainted again. That was the last memory she had of Cyan. With the arrival of the Titans of Light, Cyan disappeared. Prince Louis-Nel, along with Ashelvert and the Knights of Light who had acted independently, were all neutralized by the elite knights. The incident that had turned into a rebellion came to a swift end. Brno, the city once known for its trade and its ports, became nothing but a pile of ashes. The scene then shifted to Aaron waking up. Leximus was happy to see that the princess was doing better. Aaron asked where she was, and Leximus explained that she was in the imperial palace. Aaron immediately asked about Cyan. Leximus informed her that he had disappeared, just like Louis-Nel and Askel. Aaron was deeply shaken by that news. She had not managed to protect him until the end. Leximus also felt guilty for not following Aaron and helping her, but Aaron understood that Leximus had responsibilities to handle. Aaron then asked about the matter she had entrusted Leximus to take care of. Leximus replied that she had terrible news. Aaron's father was in a worse condition than she had initially thought. The scene shifted again, this time to the Emperor, who was gravely ill. He received a visit from Willius Vert, who arrived with Yulkin by his side. Willius apologized to His Majesty for arriving a little late. He admitted that he had neglected his children because he had been focused on the front lines. In the end, his youngest son had become an assassin of an entire era. If it were not for the duty assigned to him, Willius declared that he would have begged for His Majesty's forgiveness with his life. Yulkin asked his lord not to speak like that, but Willius only saw himself as a pathetic father. Ashel's mother had been murdered by a group of scoundrels. Cyan's mother had left the child far too early due to illness. In response, he had treated the boys coldly so they would become independent from a young age. He had believed that preserving the legacy of the house came before the children themselves, and in the end, both of his sons had chosen their own paths, each in a completely different way. Ashel sought glory, while Cyan chased his own personal growth, and everything happened as a result of their own actions. Brno fell into ruins, and their family's legacy was at risk of ending. Because of that, Willius wanted to know if Yulkin had gone after Alice. Yulkin reported that Alice had last been seen on the northern borders, and after that she completely disappeared. As for Kranz, Willius did not even want to hear about him. He had gone deeper into faith and had become a full monk. At that moment, Violet arrived and believed that the Duke and Yulkin had done very well, since the rulers of the Empire were indebted to both of them. She was also carrying her father's medication. She only wished for her father to recover soon, wondering why he had not shown any signs of recovery yet. Willius assumed she had a great deal of compassion, since she prepared the medicine herself. Violet declared that she was only doing what she should as a daughter. A tear even fell from her eye as she expressed that the situation was chaotic, so she wished for her father to recover as soon as possible. The Duke felt quite pleased and informed them that he needed to leave at that moment. Afterward, Violet gave the medicine to her father, saying she did not want him to worry. In reality, she was poisoning him little by little, wanting to take very good care of the Empire, bringing an eternal silence to her own father. As for her older brother, she had already taken care of him first. Remembering Louis-Nel beneath the rubble, he was extremely angry at the incompetence of his subordinates. He felt humiliated, as he had failed to deal with Cyan. At that moment, the royal knights were searching for survivors, until the prince called out and caught their attention. Seeing that her brother was still alive, Violet acknowledged that he was a very difficult man to kill. She went over to him, and Louis-Nel wanted to understand why she was there. Violet declared that since he had reduced the Empire to such a disastrous state, she assumed he should offer it to her so that she could clean up the mess he himself had made. After all, in the end, she was always the one cleaning things up behind him. Louis-Nel ordered her to stop with that nonsense and escort him to the Imperial Palace, since he needed to get a good night's rest. Violet judged that would be quite difficult, which Louis-Nel could not understand. She explained that she had to go clean up the mess, and what she ended up finding in Brno that day was his corpse. The royal knights began approaching Louis-Nel, and he could not understand what was happening. Violet explained that she had changed her mind. She would report that she had not even managed to find his body. This left him furious, and quickly one of the royal knights made him lose his head. The scene then shifts to Willius, who wanted to know what Yulkin thought about the second princess's medicine. Yulkin admitted that it seemed very suspicious to him. Willius agreed, explaining that the shape of the flask and the color of the medicine certainly resembled the elixir called the Blessing of Marchin. However, Yulkin had sensed a bizarre mana within it, something he had only experienced in the Demon Kingdom. The Duke then wanted them to place the second princess under surveillance, keeping her under observation. He wanted the matter to be treated very seriously, while also maintaining Princess Erin's safety. After the incident at Breno, which came with an unexpected number of deaths, the people gathered their strength to rebuild the land. Luinel and Ashel were declared missing, but rumors spread throughout the empire. The people remembered that day in the following way. Both of them had fallen in battle while trying to stop Cyan, who had supposedly gone mad because of a sinister power. People had clearly witnessed that fight, how desperate Ashel had been with the wings of the heavens, and how the demon Cyan had seemed delighted by it. In the end, Cyan called upon the wrath of the heavens and met his end at the hands of God's envoys, known as the Titans of Light. In addition to calm the turbulent affairs of the empire, and with the emperor's illness having worsened, the regency of the second princess began. It was considered a very reasonable path, thanks to the merits she had accumulated through her past humanitarian efforts. Since that story was completely different from what Erin knew, she decided to keep her words to herself, since silence at that moment was the only way to protect Cyan. She knew that her fiancé had not died. The scene then shifts to Erin, choosing her path. It was in the grand auditorium of the Ruin Academy that she chose a magical tome. Leximus watched from afar, while Nigriath handed Erin her graduation certificate, which she accepted with gratitude. She had become the youngest graduate of Ruin Academy. Erin hoped that she would become the light that would illuminate the academy. The scene then shifts to Kundal Quizel, who found it unexpected that she had chosen a magical tome. He thought she would choose a sword or a wand. Nigrithi thought the same way. 3 years had passed since that day. Since then, Erin had been searching for traces of the Titans of Light. Quizel explained to Nigrithi that those giants were called Nephilins. They were the envoys of the light, coming directly from Lumendal. Nigrithi found it strange, since that was a direct intervention of a god in the human kingdom. Quizel also did not know the reason, as there were no records about the Nephilins either. Therefore, it was impossible to know whether they were gods or humans. Erin informed the director that she would remain at the academy to continue her investigation even after her graduation. He knew it was all because of Cyan, and he also wanted to know how the young man was doing. The scene then shifts to Lunav meeting with Princess Erin. Lunav congratulated her on her graduation, and they sat down to talk for a while. Regin was still badly injured, but Lunav did not seem too worried, since she had only taught him a lesson for meddling with what belonged to her. She was quite satisfied. Erin did not really understand what Lunav meant by that. Lunav then asked whether Erin had found any clues about Cyan. Erin admitted that she had done her best, but there had not been much progress. They did not have much evidence that the Titans of Light were Nephilins. Even so, she was not willing to give up. Lunav practically created a sort of competition with the princess to see who would find him first, certain that she would succeed. Erin did not want to lose to Lunav. Leximus found the rivalry between the two extremely frightening. The scene then shifts to Quizel, who was watching both of them. Thus, the scene shifts to Cyan, returning to the past, standing before the giants. They declared that he had crossed the line and should have remained mortal. The boy did not deserve to live in the world they governed, and they made it very clear that Cyan should fight as hard as he could, enduring a pain greater than any human could handle. Cyan did not run from the fight. He delivered numerous slashes against his opponent, but for some reason they seemed to have no effect at all. Eventually, he decided to use the Sphere of the Abyss. However, the divinity made it clear that it was useless, warning him that no power could surpass a god. Suddenly, Cyan was surprised by Seth's presence. Seth easily dodged the god's attack, and Quizel also appeared, using his barrier to defend the two of them. Still, he wanted to understand what that mysterious power was, and the way things were going, he would not be able to leave Princess Erin and Lunav's side. It was at that moment that Cyan decided to introduce his friend to them, declaring that the one standing there was the goddess of sand, Savalom. She became irritated, seeing that they dared to meddle with the child she appreciated, believing that those giants must have been seeking death. Then she used the authority of the sand goddess, Apophis. In the end, she realized that Cyan had truly fulfilled the prophecy, but at that moment he had no chance of winning that battle, so she chose to hold them off so the boy could escape. Cyan could not understand why she was helping him, since she was gaining nothing from it, but she did not care about benefits or anything like that. She only wanted him to fulfill his promise. Cyan did not understand, and Savalom reminded him clearly that he had once said he would kill a god. She wanted him to make that happen. At that moment, the boy suddenly remembered. Savulam had completely misunderstood what he meant. In any case, she told him to hurry and leave, because she would not be able to face all of them due to their numbers. Suddenly, Nana appeared. She was furious, because she did not want anyone hurting her father, causing enormous destruction in the area. Cyan made it clear that he had told her to wait, but Nana declared that she hated waiting, so she also wanted to help him. In her opinion, he should not do everything alone. Cyan realized the dragon was going through puberty, becoming very frustrated, and he wanted to know who had brought her there. It was Nikrit. She was also present. In any case, she had her creatures with her, and ordered them to protect the air. Cyan informed Nikrit that they would not be a match for the enemy, but she was already aware of that. She was certain that he was having difficulty moving. Cyan realized that he could not not fool her. At that moment, he could barely lift even a single finger, and to make matters worse, the demonic sword was unconscious. Nikrit then ordered Nana to grab him, and Nana snatched the boy at an absurd speed. Nikrit could not think of a plan at that moment, so she decided it would be best for them to retreat. She shouted for Eryu to open the subspace, and then she threw the boy inside. Quazel saw that they had taken the boy and disappeared in an instant. He had no idea how he could deal with those titans. But at that moment, something strange began to happen. The titans started to disappear. It happened right after Cyan left, as if the Nephilims had never existed. Quazel then believed that there must have been some kind of mark on that boy. Because of that, he could not expose the truth to the outside world, even if it meant being branded a traitor to the Empire. The scene then shifts to the Ushif Empire. Inside the great conference hall of the Imperial Palace, everyone was working hard while the nation was in the middle of chaos. Violet considered that they were facing a huge problem, blaming Cyan for everything that had happened. However, she wanted to talk about something else. They then introduced the Imperial Mage, who would assist her during the regency. Everyone immediately believed that the director of Ruin Academy would return to take the position. Violet declared that it was not him. She clearly remembered that Quazel had refused. He did not want to be used for her ambition. He was also not willing to interfere, as long as she did not lay her hands on Cyan and Princess Erin. Violet did not understand what he meant by ambition, and she also wondered whether her grandfather would simply watch the Empire's crisis unfold. But he repeated that he only wanted her to leave the two children in peace, and she could write her story however she wished. Thus, she told the people that although he was a busy man, a very qualified person had appeared for the position at just the right time. Soon, the people saw someone entering the hall. One young man was shocked, because he had heard that this person had died. Violet explained that he had survived death, and had also escaped from Cyan. She asked everyone to welcome that person. It was none other than Boris. Boris greeted everyone, and Violet informed them that he was an 8-star mage. Boris thanked her for the compliment, but Violet's eyes suddenly widened, because she saw something behind him. She could not hide her shock, drawing the attention of the others present. She wanted to understand what had happened, but soon apologized, believing she had been mistaken. She even commented that Boris's appearance had changed quite a lot. Then the scene shifts to Hearthcrea, who was impersonating Boris, while sitting calmly. He thought it had been extremely easy to deceive humans. He was also surprised that they dared to measure his level using their own standards. However, Hearthcrea also noticed that Boris, having the flesh of the Black Blood family, was adapting very well to his mana. He even felt a little pity for Boris, who had gone through so many hardships in life, but he was not alone. Durand was also with him. She summarized that although he was saying all that, he had devoured Boris without hesitation. Hearing her say that, he remarked that she should have eaten Ashel as well, but she told him to be quiet. The best she could do with Ashel's body was restore her original power. Hearthcrea noticed that she had grown considerably stronger, which made her extremely irritated. Hearthcrea admitted that the prophecy had not gone in the direction they had wanted. Still, they should be satisfied with having fully recovered their powers. Durand then asked what the plan was. He replied that he was still thinking about it. He was not sure whether he would search for a new master of the sacred sword, or summon one. Then the scene shifts to Cyan, who looked very tired. Eryu assumed it would be better for them to stop there, warning that 3 years had already passed in human time. The perception manipulation he had placed on Cyan's mark was beginning to show its effects. Even so, Eryu believed that once the boy left that subspace, the effect would end within a few days. Cyan wanted to understand if Eryu was telling him to stay hidden for even longer. After all, he was already restless, counting the hours until he could leave that place. Eryu only wanted to know what the boy planned to do, because he was certain that Cyan would be tracked once he left. Cyan assumed that he would simply have to kill the supreme god Lumendel. Karim believed he was being quite confident, and Eryu agreed with her, since Cyan had not even managed to defeat him in the last 3 years. The beings he had fought in his past life were, at most, inhuman creatures. However, the beings Cyan would face from now on were those who rival the gods themselves, making them extremely difficult to fight. Facing them would only be possible with the powers of the exiled god. Cyan asked if Eryu had a plan, while at the same time finding it very strange that Eryu was suddenly giving him decent advice. Eryu told the young man not to worry, declaring that he would show Cyan the path he needed to follow. The big problem was that Eryu simply used a kind of rhyming divination. Realizing that it was not as easy as he had imagined, he ended up showing Cyan that he was an idiotic god. Even so, he promised that he would get it right eventually, so he could draw a prophecy from it. Meanwhile, Cyan grew more and more frustrated, thinking it would be far better if he simply left, since he had already spent a long time with Eryu testing the perception manipulation for the moment he returned. Then Eryu finally succeeded, and began celebrating, declaring that the prophecy had been delivered. He told Cyan to receive the prophecy with all his heart, until he suddenly realized that the boy was no longer there. The scene then shifts to Nigrathi. She remembered that Quazel had left Arin in her care, explaining that the princess had been in her room for the past 3 years, collecting ancient books whenever she could. He wanted the instructor to take care of Arin. Nigrathi believed she could not leave the girl in that state, since Arin's goal was Sion. After knocking on the door, Arin answered, but she did not seem well. Nigrathi noticed that the princess had become very thin in just one day. She greeted the girl, though she admitted she had expected to be received by Leximus instead. However, Leximus had gone to do something the princess had ordered. Arin asked if the instructor needed something. Nigrathi said she had heard that Arin needed her help. Knowing that the princess had been collecting ancient books, Arin thanked her for the consideration. Nigrathi then decided to get straight to the point, informing her that she would help the princess regarding Cyan. Immediately, the princess opened the door wider, though she asked for Nigrathi's understanding, since her room was completely messy. Then Nigrathi saw a symbol. Arin explained that it was something she had discovered while researching the forgotten past of that land. It was a symbol that always appeared whenever the Titans of Light were mentioned. She asked if Nigrathi had ever seen that symbol before. Nigrathi remembered the mark on Cyan, pretending she knew nothing. Still, she recognized that Arin had discovered far more than she had expected. Arin then showed an interesting book to the instructor, explaining that the Titans were called Nephilins, or Sentinels. She did not understand why they had attacked Cyan, wondering if it had been a divine judgment. Nigrathi also wondered if it might be related to the mist associated with Cyan. She believed Lumindel had interfered, since the exiled god they revered, whose name Arin knew, Aru of the Black Mist, was pulling the strings behind the scenes. So instead of a divine judgment, Cyan had used the mist to hide. Nigrathi realized that Arin was very well informed about these matters, though she pretended that she herself had not gone as far in her knowledge as the princess. Arin felt a little sad, because she believed the instructor knew something about it, since she was close to Cyan. But when Nigrathi saw the look in Princess Arin's eyes, she realized the girl was actually jealous of her. That left her rather embarrassed, and she quickly said that she was not that close to the boy after all. Arin pretended to believe her. Nigrathi felt that she would need to keep an eye on Arin for a while, and that she also wanted to beat that brat up when she finally found him. Then the scene shifts to the frozen lands of Fruina. A girl stared at a tree, wondering if it could really be true. She knew that if the black mist disappeared at that moment, only the intensity of light would remain in the world. She did not know whether they would be able to endure a world like that. Then the scene shifts to Cyan, leaving the subspace. He was much taller now, and it had been quite some time since he had first come to Nigrathi's office in this life. The first time he had come there, she had prepared poison tea for him. Suddenly, he had a happy memory of that moment. Out of nowhere, Nigrathi suddenly appeared. Cyan realized that she had completely hidden her presence and was trying to attack him by surprise, but only Nigrathi could do something like that. Seeing that he had noticed, she thought she had underestimated him. Cyan thought that was quite a violent way to say hello, but it still brought back good memories. They continued fighting. He wanted to see how much she had grown over the past 3 years, so he played along with her. He quickly used the Sphere of the Abyss, and that ability changed everything, especially since destruction began spreading around them. Nigrathi could not help but notice that he did not care about destroying the place, and that he absolutely should not destroy his instructor's office. But Cyan believed that was inevitable. Their fight was extremely intense, and soon Lunov sensed it. She asked Remy Haram about it, and he confirmed it. Lunov became very happy that she would finally be able to see Cyan again, while Remy Haram felt a little uneasy about the obsession she had with that guy. Then the scene shifts to Kundel Quizel, who was calmly writing a letter. He was already aware that the brat had started causing trouble the very first second he returned. In his mind, he had already accepted that things would be chaotic for a while. Soon after, Nigrathi arrived. She was extremely irritated when she saw that her office had been completely ruined, but Cyan blamed her for it. After all, she had attacked first. She wanted to know why Eru had given him permission to leave, but Cyan explained that he had actually left on his own. The perception manipulation that Eru had placed on him kept the mark from activating for about a day. He had been wandering around since the previous day, so that single day had already been used up. He apologized to Nigrathi, explaining that he simply couldn't stay locked up for that long. Suddenly the sky split open. Nigrathi thought he was crazy and demanded to know why he had done that, but he admitted that he had just been bored. Nigrathi immediately ordered him to return. She opened the subspace and threw him back inside, and the sky quickly began to close again. The scene then shifts to Eru, asking what the boy would do if the giants appeared. Cyan had already come back making a mess in his subspace, telling the two of them to calm down. Nigrathi blamed Eru for letting Cyan escape, which left Eru completely frustrated, claiming that she was being very unfair. Cyan then confirmed something. As long as he had that mark, he couldn't stay outside for more than a single day, which meant traveling far away was impossible for him. Nigrathi noticed that the mark had healed enough for her to apply the perception manipulation again. At the same time, she thought it was pathetic that the mark of the Supreme God had only lasted a single day. Nigrathi also noticed that Cyan had grown taller and even looked more masculine. Karam became angry at those comments and punched Nigrathi in the face. Cyan couldn't understand what was wrong with those people. Eru then told the boy that he should receive his prophecy. He explained that Cyan needed to go to Fruina, the frozen lands, where he would find the prophet. Cyan didn't really believe that nonsense. However, suddenly, he felt something. Nigrathi noticed that the energy of the mark was almost depleted. Eru realized that 3 years earlier, the boy's body had not been strong enough for his manipulation to work properly, but now Cyan finally met the conditions. Because of that, he could now remain outside for about 2 weeks. It wasn't a long time, but it was enough time to reach the ruins, far better than just 1 day. Cyan only needed to remember that once those 2 weeks passed, death would begin hunting him again. Within that short time, he had to change his destiny. Eru made it very clear that the boy needed to find the prophet. Cyan noticed that Eru was acting like a real god for once. He had always been used to thinking of Eru as an idiot, but suddenly he was acting correctly. Still, the two women were starting to irritate him. Meanwhile, Eru was feeling extremely proud of himself. The scene then shifts to the eastern district of the city of Ruin. A boy was complaining because he wanted to go home. The man beside him said he shouldn't complain, since this was for the good of Graham society. But no one came there anymore, ever since Regan caused that terrible chaos 3 years ago. Still, they couldn't abandon that magic network. The property of Graham society must never fall into the hands of Ushif or any other faction. Then someone suddenly appeared. It was Cyan, wearing a mask. He asked if that was the hidden teleportation gate. The mustached man became frustrated, wondering how Cyan knew about it. He then told the man beside him to draw his sword immediately. The man assumed he would have to release the power he had sealed in that place. Cyan saw that the two of them had become hostile, and quickly taught them a lesson. He then explained to the demonic sword that the teleportation gate had been frequently used by Regan, though this was also the first time Cyan had seen it in his previous life. If he wanted to reach Fruina within 2 weeks, he would have to use it, even if it was risky. Soon after he found the artifact, Cyan explained to Karam that this kind of thing didn't exist 3 centuries ago. If a source of mana provided energy, then the mana pathway formed by runes would complete the spell. Karam assumes that humans are good at improvising things, so she chooses their destination, the north of Fruina. As a result, they notice that the gate they had passed through has changed. The young man believes it worked. Karam, however, could hardly believe she was really seeing Fruina, but Cyan was in a hurry and urged her to move faster. He also wanted to know if she had ever been to Fruina before. The demonic sword realizes that he has no idea how old she actually is, confirming that she had indeed passed through there before. The real issue is that he had never brought her to that place, so he wanted to know if she had come with her inner master. Karam confirms it, and at that moment he begins to wonder if something happened to her previous owner. Suddenly, Karam smells blood. Cyan senses it as well, and immediately starts to find the situation interesting. After all, they would warm up that way. Meanwhile, two idiots inform Lunav that an invader has arrived at the teleportation gate of Regan's association. They apologize to her, saying it was unexpected, because not even the Thunder King of the Graham Association could withstand him. He admits that he was no match, explaining that the invader covered his face with a mask and hood, making it impossible to identify him. However, he said the man had a sinister smoke around him, which he believed to be a kind of mist. The other man tried to put all the blame on him. Lunav wanted to know what the invader smelled like, leaving the man confused since they were not sure. She then asked where the teleportation gate had connected to. The man replied that it led to Eastern Froana, and she decided to go there, ordering them to continue protecting the teleportation gate. She believed she knew who it was. Soon after, Cyan arrives at a location, believing he has arrived too late. He sees holy knights and white elves dead. He cannot understand why they fought each other. Karam then begins to believe that Aru's prophecy was correct. Cyan believes that the cause of the battle was that very place, and he realizes there is no other choice. He has to go there, following the corpses until he reaches a cave. Inside, however, the cave is well lit. The place is large enough for someone to easily get lost. Eventually, he realizes he has returned to the entrance, even though he had been walking in a straight line. He also cannot sense any mana. Karam declares that it must be sorcery, which makes sense since they are in the elves' territory. Cyan decides to check more carefully until he finds the correct place. The demonic sword assumes it must have been easy, but Cyan had discovered this in his past life, so he examines what was hidden there, using his mist-breaking ability to split a stone in half, revealing a staircase beneath it. At that moment, Cyan can finally sense mana after the barrier is destroyed, but the mist feels strange to him. Karam believes it is the divine tree, though he has no idea what that means. She explains that the past begins in its roots, and the future concludes in its leaves. It is a tree where everything about the world is recorded. Near where that tree stood, a girl senses that the barrier has been broken. She assumes that whoever was protecting the place must have been killed. Quickly, she tries to find a rather cowardly way to protect the others by grabbing a dagger. However, Cyan stops her from doing anything reckless by throwing a stone and shattering the dagger. He even apologizes for interrupting, but asks her to explain why humans were after that place before they died. Then he realizes he is talking to an elven child. She stands up and walks toward him, but she does nothing. She simply stares at his face. Cyan cannot understand what she wants from him. Suddenly, she grabs his hand and declares that he will die soon, because she has seen it. Cyan wonders if this is some kind of psychic resonance, and has no idea what she is talking about. He asks how she knows him. The girl then introduces herself. Her name is Hastia, the prophet of the divine tree. She asks why he is there, and whether he followed the prophecy. Cyan's eyes widen, believing he has discovered what the humans were after. They wanted her prophetic powers so they could learn about the future. The scene then shifts to a dead soldier lying on the ground. A group of people had arrived at the place where the body lay in the middle of the snow. A young man named Mihan Hasselus, a knight of the Saints' escort, sees that the entire vanguard had been annihilated, and declares that they must inform the others. In a way, he also felt some relief, because the enemies had fallen silent as well. The stench of blood in the area was very strong. It was the blood of both their allies and their enemies, which Mihan found quite strange, hoping that there might still be survivors. A girl who was the saint asked him what he was thinking about so much. To her, everything Nothing there was acceptable, since it was a sacred mission guided by Lumendel, and she was certain they would win. Mihan, however, tried to explain that the smell of blood in the place had made him nauseous. She apologized to him and said she would leave the cleaning of that place in his hands. In her mind, Lumendel was with her, and nothing could threaten her safety. She also noticed that the cave had a barrier, but something caught her off guard. Mihan asked the saint what had happened, and she explained that someone had already broken the barrier spell. Elven sorcery was not something humans could break, so she assumed that something non-human might be inside. Because of that, she felt they needed to hurry so the prophet would not be taken. At that moment, someone was listening to their entire conversation. The scene then shifts to Cyan, holding Hastia's hand. She was sad because everyone who had been guarding the entrance had lost their lives, and she blamed herself for it, even apologizing to Cyan. He didn't see the need for her to keep talking like that all the time. Hastia then explained that it was a curse called the silence of the sacred tree. The sacred tree had granted her the gift of foresight in exchange for her voice. Cyan then understood how everything had happened, recognizing that it was a heavy price. Even so, she accepted that it was inconvenient, and there was nothing she could do about it. Cyan noticed that the little girl could be quite rude when she wanted to be. Suddenly, they began to see the wall in front of them cracking. Hastia warned him that it was the woman. Cyan immediately asked if she knew that person. Hastia simply explained that she had been heavily hunted by that woman, and that she had been the one who ordered the massacre of the elves who were guarding that entrance. The saint appeared and asked for forgiveness for what she had done to the elven clan. She spoke very ironically when she said she had never intended to hurt them, declaring that she had done all of that because Hastia had disobeyed and refused to go with her. Therefore, she hoped Hastia would be kind now and come with her willingly, especially since their side had suffered a lot as well. However, she soon realized that someone had arrived first. Cyan informed the saint that his engagement had priority and that the order of arrival should be respected. The saint then realized she had forgotten to introduce herself. She explained that her name was Iris, and that she was the saint who served Lumendel. She had not expected to find Cyan there, and considered that a glorious day for Lumendel. Cyan was completely astonished to see that the woman knew who he was, and he quickly charged at Iris. He wanted to know what the saint was capable of. She managed to dodge, noticing that he was indeed as aggressive as the rumors said. She also had a mark on her hand, something that caught his attention. Hastia watched without knowing what to do. Karam then questioned her master, asking how that had happened, and whether the seal had been activated too early. A monstrous creature suddenly appeared between them, but Cyan knew there was nothing wrong with the seal. He had not summoned that thing. Iris had the same seal on her hand as he did. The saint then ordered the Titan to kill Cyan, calling him the Lion of Light. Cyan was struck with full force at that moment. The prophet grew very worried. Iris declared that they should leave the area immediately, since they should not interfere in the fight between those two. Hastia was surprised by the speed with which the saint appeared beside her, since she had not even seen her move. Iris seemed quite pleased to hear Hastia's voice, realizing that she needed to touch her in order to hear it. Hastia then asked if Iris was an elf. At that moment, the saint remembered that, in any case, she was close to the sacred tree, so she could no longer hide it. Hastia could not understand how Iris could do this to her own people, and she also asked what Iris wanted. The saint was very clear. She wanted Hastia's foresight, planning to take it for herself. Cyan realized that he was in serious trouble. He had not expected to see the Titan there again. Karam then began to understand that her master had stolen that elven child. Suddenly, Cyan remembered something, and when he looked toward the direction where the little girl had been, he saw that she was no longer there. Cyan became extremely angry that the Titan had appeared and interfered with his affairs, and he promised him a very unpleasant death. The scene then shifts to Iris asking Hastia to cooperate. Hastia did not see her foresight as something worth killing her own people for, and she warned that the saint would lose her voice in exchange, but Iris would do anything for her lord Lumendel. Hastia then informed her that the saint would also die. Iris took it as a joke, declaring that it was useless to curse her at that moment, but Hastia clarified that it was not a curse, it was a prophecy. She was simply telling the future she had seen. Suddenly they heard screams, so they ran outside. Iris asked Mihen what had happened, and he told the saint not to come any closer. Iris then saw something that made her eyes widen. The soldiers were fighting the man who had been listening to everything earlier, and he was managing to deal with all of them. Mihen realized that the elf was no joke. Something unbelievable had just happened before their eyes. Right before Mihen could land his ability, the elf stomped on the ground and lifted a rock to block it. Mihen began questioning himself, wondering if that was even possible. He then introduced himself and asked the elf's name. However, the elf said that the name of a dead man held no value. Mihen realized the guy was extremely rude. He knew that elves were famous as a people of bows and magic, so it was rare for them to train their bodies or choose professions from the warrior class. So he explained to the elf that he had seen how he blocked his divine strike, and he was certain it didn't look like magic, but the elf confirmed that it was magic, leaving the escort knight completely confused, since he had not sensed any mana. The elf simply repeated that it was magic. Suddenly, his ears lowered. However, Iris stated that that elf probably could not use magic. Mihan had not expected her to know that man. Iris then revealed that the elf's name was Garnian. He had been born without magic, but he was the greatest warrior of the White Elves clan. He had been living in seclusion deep in the Frozen Valley, and she had not expected to see him in a place like that. Garnian then placed all the blame on her, as the instigator, and ordered her to hand over the prophet immediately. Iris was about to introduce herself to him, but he declared that she was already a dead person, and that that he had no need to hear her name as he began walking toward her. Mahan grew worried about the saint. Quickly she placed a dagger at the prophet's throat, declaring that whatever happened to her would not come cheap for the prophet either. But Garnian snatched the dagger from her hand, as if it were a child's candy, and quickly snapped it with his bare hand, finding it pathetic. Mahan could not make sense of what he had just seen, and even Iris was shocked by it. Garnian declared that he had warned them that both of them would die. At that, Iris let go of the girl and began to run, asking Mihan to watch her rear since she would return with reinforcements. Mihan could not believe it. She had simply left and abandoned him. He was certain she would not come back. Garnian then confirmed that she was nothing but a coward. Mihan grew furious and declared that he already knew that, not needing anyone to emphasize it for him. Still, Mihan felt confident enough to fight the strongest warrior of the White Elves. He once again introduced himself, declaring that he had been the strongest spear of the Knights of Light. However, it was all words. He could do nothing as Garnian struck him with full force, making him bleed from the mouth. Mihan grew angry that the elf had attacked him while he was speaking. As he flew through the air, Garnian knew Iris was running, and warned her to stop immediately. She panicked, seeing him as a kind of demon, since even the man responsible for her escort was struggling. In the confusion, she collided with Cyan himself. To make matters worse, if she had already been feeling unwell, this made her completely lose control of her bowels. Cyan wanted to know where she was running to. She also wanted to know what had happened to the Titan, and hoped he had not managed to defeat a godly guardian. But Cyan was not willing to talk. He told her that it was not a real Titan, which left her in shock, trying to understand his point. Cyan revealed that compared to the foes he had faced before, this one was practically weak. Its weapons were easily destroyed, and the fake Titan had not even been able to regenerate after losing its head. He could hardly believe that Iris had called that mediocre creature a Titan. Iris found it impossible to believe. Since the power had been granted by Lumendel, the situation was becoming awkward for Cyan. Then Iris declared that what he had just said was blasphemy, and prepared to use her power again, but Cyan did not give her the chance. Finding her too noisy, he lifted her onto his shoulder, declaring that he would take her in for interrogation. In the end, he almost forgot Hastia, who hugged him, relieved to see him safe. She had been worried, but Cyan informed her that it was not over yet. Suddenly, Garnian attacked him with full force, but Cyan managed to block. He was left utterly confused, being dragged several meters by the impact. Hastia was very worried about what had just happened. Cyan recognized that Garnian was overpowering him with sheer strength, even though he had blocked the attack. He now wanted to understand what kind of elf he was dealing with. Garnian immediately demanded that Cyan hand over the woman on his shoulders. Hastia stepped forward to stop him, explaining that Cyan was not an enemy. Garnian recognized Cyan's surname and asked if he might be connected to a certain child, which made Cyan slightly worried, wondering if Garnian meant Alice. The scene then shifts to an elderly man thanking Cyan for protecting the prophet. He introduced himself as Elphorus, the village elder, welcoming Cyan to their village and offering him a place to rest, hoping he could feel comfortable there. Cyan, however, was far from comfortable, as Hastia clung to him persistently. Karam found her master's predicament quite amusing. Cyan, being rather gruff, wondered how long the prophet would continue holding on to him. Hastia explained that she needed to speak with him, and asked if this was uncomfortable for him. Garnian made it clear to Cyan that he had been very rude to Hastia. Cyan then realized that the elf could hear her without even touching her. Garnian explained that he had been blessed by the prophet, making him different from Cyan. A tense silence fell between the two. Elphorus asked everyone to calm down and invited Cyan inside. Elphorus approached Cyan, hoping that Garnian, despite appearing rude, would receive him well. Cyan made it clear that he did not feel welcome there. Elphorus explained that it was rare for outsiders to visit, so he hoped Cyan would understand. Cyan accepted it, wanting to know what they intended to do with the saint. Elphorus wanted to ask her why she had betrayed her own people. The scene then shifts to Iris, isolated with her hands bound. Elphorus approached her, surprised that he had managed to capture the saint. He said he had many questions, but the first was to know who the outsider Cyan Vert was, and why he considered her an enemy. The scene then shifts to the demonic sword, which informs its master that it has a bad premonition, believing it might be problematic to let them meet. Cyan, however, did not believe anything could happen. After all, the saint, the central figure of the Knights of Light, was an elf, so it made sense that her people would want to see her first. Karam still suspected something was wrong, but he had no idea. Suddenly, Iris pounced onto him with full force, making the poor man cough. The demonic sword tried to speak about the fake Titan, explaining that what Cyan had killed were merely remnants of the ancient giants. In reality, it seemed much more like a puppet. At that moment, Cyan rose in desperation, trying to understand what it could be. Karam realized she had been right to feel that something was wrong. The scene then shifts to Elphorus, who discovers that Cyan is from the Black Mist. He was anxious to learn that the one who had defeated Lumendel's successor was Cyan, and he did not know if this was the direction the prophecy had been guiding them. Iris explained that this was what she had believed until recently. She truly had faith that she was hearing the voice of Lumendel, but at that moment she was certain. Garnian, however, made it clear that it was too late, as she had already led many to their deaths. Elphorus remembered hearing her say that her name was Nephrodite Iris, but he knew no one among the White Elves with that name. He ordered her to reveal her true name, but before she could speak, she heard a voice delivering a new revelation, taking her by surprise. Elphorus could not understand what had happened, as she suddenly suddenly went pale. Garnian then told Elpharus to step back. Iris had received a new mission to kill the prophet. Suddenly she caused the area to explode. Garnian was unharmed, and a massive skeleton appeared, an ominous monster whose nature they could not comprehend. The elves were in danger. Suddenly the ground began to crack violently. Garnian saw that the place was collapsing, and part of the structure started to fall on the elven people. With full strength, Garnian tried to protect his people. Elpharus then told everyone to follow him, as there was no time to wait. The gigantic monster was searching for the prophet, invoked by Iris, but Cyan suddenly cut the creature into multiple pieces. Hastia heard all the noise outside and grew very frightened, trying to understand what was happening. She was certain it was not an earthquake and felt a very strong mana emanating from the area. Then she saw the massive monster, which she called the Ancient Giant, and became increasingly worried about Cyan, who had not expected that abomination to be summoned again. The demonic sword remarked that summoning such a useless opponent in a place like that was practically a death sentence. Cyan could sense that the saint was still alive because he felt the disgusting divine power she possessed. Karam thought that if Iris was willing to sacrifice herself to take the prophet, it meant there were other people behind everything. Cyan decided to question Iris directly to confirm if she was who he suspected. She was lying on the ground. Cyan knew she was not dead and ordered her to rise. Iris opened her eyes. He wanted to know who had given her the false titans so he could give her a less painful death. Iris, however, ignored his question and revealed that her true name as a white elf was Nerea. Cyan grew extremely angry, as he could not care less about that at the moment. Nerea explained that 100 years ago, she had been one of the candidates for the prophet. She had been chosen by the divine tree and sought to follow the sacred path of a prophet, but she failed to receive her powers. She had believed that her desire to become a prophet was stronger than anything else, but she could not accept her failure. She left to wander the continent, paying a cruel price for her decision. She had been deceived by a group of men and sold into slavery, eventually encountering an organization clad in armor. They claimed to be knights serving Lumendel, and it was there that she received her first divine revelations. She received a halo on her hand and became a saint. Cyan realized that she had actually been used. It made sense. They wanted to use her, as she lived much longer than 100 years. They could push the narrative that a person subordinate to God would not age. What intrigued Cyan most, however, was the voice of the revelation. He declared that the voice was not a true revelation and wanted to know what it really was. He ordered Boris to leave, stating that he already knew Boris was listening. Hearthcreason then revealed that the man from the Black Mist never disappoints and confirmed that Boris was already dead. Hearthcreasa, he learned, was a being far older than him. Cyan wanted to understand what that meant, but Hearthcrea only said they would meet later. Then he snapped his fingers and Nerea collapsed to the ground. Kairam announced that she was dead. Cyan did not understand what the voice had meant when it claimed to be much older than Boris. The demonic sword had a guess as to who it might be. Hastia then appeared behind him, hugging him tightly, overjoyed that he was safe. Cyan was growing tired of all this chatter. Elpharus appeared, stating that he owed Cyan another debt, and thanked him for his actions. Hastia also praised the two elders. Garnian, however, said he was simply doing his job. Cyan asked how Garnian could hear her. She explained that he was her guardian. The warrior who protects the prophet is called a guardian because he must safeguard her. He also receives the blessing of foresight, allowing him to communicate with her even from afar. According to her understanding, that blessing also guides Garnian on where he must go. At that moment, Cyan declared that he would be her guardian instead of Garnian. She was surprised that he wanted to take on that role. The white elf, however, was not willing to let that happen. Cyan made it clear that the prophet herself should choose. Garnian believed that such a role was too serious to be entrusted to a human. Elpharus apologized to Cyan for Garnian's stubbornness. He then invited Cyan to follow them. The scene shifts to a mountainous area. Garnian showed him Lake Ser, one of the few lakes in the land that did not freeze. He had trained there following the guidance of the blessing. He explained that the rules of the test were simple. Cyan had to defeat him. Cyan thought it would be very easy and declared that he would win, disregarding the rules. Garnian found the young man extremely presumptuous and charged at him. Cyan reacted with subtlety, dodging and taking advantage of the opportunity to counterattack the white elf. Garnian was hit, but he managed to endure the attack, surprising the wielder of the demonic sword. Garnian then tried to strike his opponent with full force, but ended up hitting the ground, completely destroying it, unable to understand how Cyan had managed to dodge his attack, until he looked up at the sky, and there was Cyan, preparing to attack. However, he made his fist graze past, causing massive destruction in the area. Garnian wanted to understand why his opponent had missed on purpose, and he was certain that if the boy had managed to hit him with that strike, he could have lost his life. He then realized that the outsider had transcended human limits. Cyan assumed that he had full autonomy to be the guardian. Next, Hastia was under the divine blessing of the sacred tree, declaring that from that moment Cyan Vert was the prophet's guardian. Cyan made a sour face, seeing that this was everything, and he simply didn't notice anything different. He also couldn't hear what she said until Hastia asked if he could hear her at that moment. He confirmed, proving that he was officially the prophet's guardian. Thus, he wanted to test what it meant to be a seer, asking what the weather would be like the next day, leaving her completely confused. She explained that in fact she didn't know. Cyan declared that her powers were useless, with a prophecy that was completely failed. Hastia then told him there would be storms and strong winds, but to him she seemed to be making it all up, and he began to believe he had become her guardian for no reason, adding another problem to deal with. But the little elf elf warned him that he should follow the goddess, for a path would open for him there. She explained that she had just received a prophecy from the divine tree, but he still couldn't believe her. She begged him to listen to what she was saying and also informed him that she had learned that his old family was in the area, which left him confused, so he went to where the white elves lived, asking Elf Ferris about Alice. He said he had met her but didn't know where she was, explaining that Alice had said she would go to the temple of Aquanus but hadn't returned since. Cyan realized that the white elf was talking about the goddess of water. All Elf Ferris knew was that Alice was in Fruina with the water spirits, but no one had seen her, nor did anyone know the location of the temple. Hastia then became happy, as Cyan saw she was not lying, and wanted to know if the little elf knew where the temple was, leaving her frustrated again, as he always asked questions. Knowing that prophecies came suddenly, he treated the prophet as if she were useless, until Karam informed her master that she knew the location and asked him to follow her. Cyan found it very strange, believing that the demon sword had something in mind, so he turned his back on the elder, explaining that he needed to leave. Outside, Karam noticed that he had problems trusting her. The white elves had some illusion magic that activated when someone was far away, making the area completely disappear. The demon sword revealed the location to him, which he found strange because it was near the elf village, and it even seemed like the temple where Karenhim had been sealed, assuming it was the same way to open it. He did the same thing, and the door reconstructed right in front of him. He realized that in fact the temple was much more impressive, leaving her quite frustrated because he was practically saying that the temple she had been in was terrible. Suddenly, the prophet arrived in desperation, telling Cyan that she would go with him. He didn't understand why she was there. Hastia explained that he was her guardian, and that there was also something she wanted to check. At that moment, Karam appeared to Hastia, asking if she wanted to be carried, leaving the poor little elf quite scared, wondering if this was the true form of the demon sword. Finding Karam intimidating, Cyan saw that the two were getting along, asking them to play there while he went ahead, but they also wanted to go, quickly following him. Soon they discovered that the place had many rooms. It was basically a labyrinth. Hastia explained that they could follow the water path and be on the correct route, proving that her prophecy worked. Then they arrived at a waterfall, showing where the water channel led. They found something they believed to be the entrance. Cyan was sure there was something very big they needed to worry about. Karam saw it was time to act, and suddenly a gigantic monster emerged from the water. Cyan wanted to understand what the hell it was. Hastia explained that it was the guardian of the ruins, known as the relic serpent. The demon sword was eager to deal with the snake, telling her master not to worry, as she wouldn't take long. Thus she charged at the creature, but the relic serpent didn't make it easy, also trying to attack her. Karam managed to dodge, noticing that the creature was quite slow, and quickly used the mist sword's ability, slicing the serpent into many pieces. She hadn't expected it to be so easy, which left her discouraged, declaring that the guardians of the ruins were trash. The relic serpent, seeing that this was the demon sword, didn't want her to defile the goddess's ruins, declaring Karam a heretic. Then Cyan approached the creature, wanting to know if it had seen a human woman pass by, making the demon sword furious, believing he was trying to steal the creature she wanted to kill. Even if the relic serpent knew, it didn't want to give Cyan the answer and ended up being stomped many times by him. Finally, the relic serpent admitted that a human had passed by recently. Cyan wanted to know the details, but the relic serpent really didn't know anything. The girl was surprised to see that the guardian had simply subdued the serpent, protecting the relic very easily, seeing Cyan as truly incredible. After Cyan had beaten the relic serpent, as if the beating from the demon sword weren't enough, he was sure the serpent was still alive, wanting it to rise and prepare itself. However, the water goddess arrived, wanting him to stop tormenting the poor serpent, and also curious how he had found this place, as humans should never know about it. She asked who had told him about this location. Hastia quickly recognized the water goddess, who was Marion. Cyan knew she was a rare being to see. Marion found it strange that she was coming to the boy for the first time, though it didn't seem like it was the first time he had seen her, and Cyan clearly knew her. He also knew her as the elemental dragon of Fruina. The most powerful ancestral dragons dealt with spirits and were bound by mysteries. Cyan had had the chance to meet Marion only once in his past life. He had entered Fruina searching for Kairam, the demon sword, but had been expelled. Marion had declared that what he was seeking was not there. He hadn't expected to encounter Marion again in such a way. Marion then spoke to Hastia, who bowed before her, greeting the water goddess. Karam, however, acted strangely, and Cyan immediately sensed it. Karam declared that she had brought him there, so he could kill Marion, and the water goddess saw that the demon sword still hadn't matured, wanting to repeat her own mistakes. Cyan tried to restrain the demon sword as much as possible. He didn't know that the two of them knew each other, and at the very least, he wanted Karam to explain the reason for all this. Marion, in any case, believed that Karam wouldn't listen to him, so she judged it best to calm Karam. She made the sword fall to the ground, while the prophet remained confused. Marion observed that the master's control of the sword was excellent, as it would be difficult even to stand. Cyan wanted the water goddess to shut up, since he was trying to speak with his demon sword at that moment. Marion was taken by surprise, because that amount of divine energy wasn't affecting the boy, and she wanted to understand who he was. Hastia then asked Marion to forgive what was happening, explaining that Cyan was merely there looking for Alice. After hearing that name, Marion wanted to know how Cyan knew Alice. He explained that she was his sister. Marion informed him that Alice had been there, but it had been a long time since she departed. Cyan wanted to know why his sister was there, but even the water goddess could not say, explaining that the place was the source of divine water given given to her by Aquinas. Since he had come looking for Alice, she wished that he would leave. Sion, having not found his sister, also saw no reason to remain there, so he turned his back, leaving the prophet confused about how he could leave like that. He also wanted to know the relationship between the water goddess and Chiram. Marion stated that he should simply ask the demon sword, but somehow Chiram remained quiet at that moment. Sion then took Hastia, and they left. Marion had indeed anticipated that this might happen. Alice then appeared, declaring that he was no ordinary person, and that her brother had truly grown. She was glad that he had left before meeting her, as she did not wish to see her brother yet. She had made a promise that she would only see him again when he became very strong. She felt that she was a burden to him, but Marion stated that Alice had already broken that promise. Alice was confused. Marion explained that he already knew his sister was there, and in any case, Marion assumed that he understood why Alice didn't want to see him and had decided to leave. Marion also felt that they would meet again in the near future. The scene then shifts to Alice entering the water. She called out to Lady Aquinas, the mother of all water, declaring that she had prepared herself to accept her power, and was asking Aquinas to respond to her prayer. Marion observed that the girl was handling it very well for a human. The relic serpent shrank, almost like a pet, and Marion remarked that it was the first time she had seen a human with such willpower. For months, Alice had been fully receiving the power of the water goddess. The water in that temple was the essence of the first water that God had given to the human kingdom. By fully accepting that energy, Alice would inherit the power of the water goddess and become her incarnation. However, it would not be easy to endure more than that in a human body. The relic serpent judged that she would not be able to ignore her physical limits. Marion was aware but wanted to stay and help as much as possible. The relic serpent then asked Marion about her relationship with the demon sword. Marion merely assumed it was a terrible relationship, explaining that she had killed Chiram's previous master. The scene then shifts to Sion, who only wanted to know what the sword's relationship was with the goddess. Suddenly, he heard a door open and threw the sword toward it. It was the prophet, who was startled and shaken. Sion, being reckless, wanted to know why she was there, but Hastia only wanted to know if he was okay. Sion truly didn't like the situation and wanted to know why a little girl like her was so concerned about him. She explained that she had seen his future through her clairvoyance. Again, he asked what the weather would be like the next day, leaving her very frustrated because things didn't work that way. He preferred to pretend that she was very reliable and wanted her to go to sleep since it was bedtime. Hastia was worried because she had truly seen it. The future he had seen was very near. The scene then shifts to Eru having tea. He was enjoying a quiet moment. It had been a long time since he had Nukrit. Seeing him like that didn't understand how he could be so relaxed, but he believed these were the ways of the gods. She knew he had applied perception manipulation to Sion's mark, but Sion couldn't take too long, as problems would begin to arise. Eru saw that she didn't trust Sion. In the end, he decided to prove himself, leaving her confused. Eru intended to show her that the 3 years he spent with Sion had not been in vain. The scene then shifts back to Sion, who walked, finding it anticlimactic to leave empty-handed. He had come to Fruina seeking a prophet, but felt he couldn't involve Hastia in his fight. Marion appeared, wanting to know if he was leaving, and he wanted to know if she was there to say goodbye. It was an honor to see the elemental dragon in person, coming to bid him farewell. She allowed him to think as he wished, stating that she was there to send him away from that land. He explained that he had no intention of causing more problems, and would leave quietly, so she shouldn't worry. Marion felt relieved that he agreed to talk, unlike his demon sword, and he wanted to know how much she knew about his sword. And once again she warned him that he should ask his own sword, believing that they had a good relationship. Sion didn't understand what the elemental dragon was trying to get at, but she was simply warning him that he would soon need the demon sword. At that moment, Sion felt something. The mark had activated. Marion believed that the spell cast on him was losing its effect. He couldn't believe that the perception manipulation had been dispelled. Marion declared that this was the end for him. Sion became very angry at at that moment. The scene then shifts to Eritu, who sneezed, believing someone was talking about him. Nikrit was certain that Sion was cursing Eritu for planning to kill his own successor. Eritu told her to calm down, assuring her that the boy would not die. She didn't believe him, as Sion's opponent was a titan, but he explained that he had trained the boy for the past 3 years, so he wouldn't lose. That was what the prophecy had determined, so she shouldn't worry. The scene shifts to Cyan, who blocked the attack of the massive titan at that moment. Many of them appeared, leaving him anxious, as this was a terrible time to have to fight. Chiram hadn't even bothered to show up. He worried that he would have to defeat all of them with his own power. One of the titans tried to hit him, and he dodged using the mist sword, employing a skill called Cutting Storm. He tried to strike several at once, but at the same time, he had to focus on blocking their attacks. Eventually, he managed to knock down one of the titans. He found it difficult to pierce the titan's armor without Chiram's abilities, considering them almost an insurmountable wall for a human. But the main point was that he wasn't human. At that moment, Marion realized he understood. She revealed her dragon form, declaring that he simply could not overcome a supreme god, as he was only human. She enjoyed watching the successor of the Black Mist, until suddenly Cyan drew his sword sword. She wanted to know what he was doing. Seeing that he couldn't surpass the challenge as a human, he realized he had to give up being human, preparing to deliver what Karam had been waiting for. Marion was shocked to see him trusting his body to the demon sword. The scene shifts to Hastia, who woke up very startled, worried about Sion, with tears welling in her eyes. Somehow, she knew that in this battle, it was no longer really Sion. Karam smiled widely as she attacked the Titans, believing this to be some kind of prank on her. She hadn't expected to gain control of his body like that, and she thanked Sion for it. The scene then shifts to Hastia running frantically. She remembered asking if the blessing of foresight showed the path. Phrygia, the 11th prophet, explained that it was a special privilege granted by the sacred tree to a guardian. Someone who must protect the prophet cannot lose their way. Hastia thought being a prophet was incredible, but Phrygia also stated that it was a heavy burden to bear. Furthermore, it wasn't possible to see everyone's future. Phrygia explained that if someone bore the authority of a dead or banished god, their future couldn't be predicted. She advised Hastia to choose her guardian carefully if she became a prophet. Hastia wasn't worried at that moment, as she had no idea if she would ever become a prophet. Then she panicked, running toward where Sion was, realizing how foolish she had been to make him her guardian. She had a bad feeling and didn't know how she could find Sion in such a vast place, until she finally saw them fighting. She was incredulous, certain that those were the giants he had seen in his prophecy, and felt she needed to do something for Sion. Marion declared that the girl shouldn't intervene, as she would end up dying. Hastia didn't understand why Marion was there, and Marion explained the situation with Sion. As the Titans were defeated, Marion believed it couldn't be predicted. She intended to stop Sion before things went too far. Hastia took the elemental dragon's hand, declaring that they needed to help him, but Marion saw her as foolish. The sacred tree that granted Hastia her foresight power belonged to the water goddess. If Hastia interfered, the goddess's power would oppose the judgment of the god of light. Marion wanted to know how the white elf would handle that, as she could ruin the future of Frowena and her entire clan. Hastia then let go of her hand. The elemental dragon declared that the best they could do was watch. Karam fought the Titans until she realized there was only one left. One tried to attack her from behind, but she found it extremely predictable and quickly used the authority of the god of the black mist, a skill called adamant bow, creating a gash in one of the Titans, forcing them to return to their father, telling him to come prepared. The demon sword knew there was something else to handle, and she ended up encountering Marion. Hastia saw an absurd recklessness in the demon sword, and quickly used her water ability to defend Marion, who ordered her to step back, as this wasn't something she should interfere with. But Hastia asked Marion for a moment, as she wanted to discuss something with Karam. The girl's voice had completely changed, and Marion recognized it as Aquinas speaking. Karam became very angry, as the little elf in her vision had been inserted. Aquinas appeared, declaring that Karam should stop, and the demon sword immediately recognized Aquinas. While Aquinas believed she shouldn't be bound to the past, as nothing would change, Karam declared that Aquinas knew very well her reasons. Aquinas touched the face of the demon sword, understanding that it was full of rage, but she shouldn't worry, as its current master would not die so easily, and she decided to show it the way. The scene then shifts to Cyan waking up. Hastia looked at him with wide eyes, extremely happy that he had regained consciousness. He wanted to know where he was, and she explained that he had lost consciousness while fighting the Titans, and that Marion had brought him there. Cyan had been out for about half a day. He remembered clearly having entrusted his body to his sword, but everything after that was a mystery. He also realized that Karam had fallen asleep. Hastia doubted whether she was really speaking with her guardian, until he asked her to tell him the weather for the next day. She became frustrated but confirmed it was indeed him. He said he was leaving, and she asked to go with him. The scene then shifts to Elphiris, discovering everything that had happened. He hadn't imagined that the Titans of Light were there. Marion told him not to worry, as the situation was resolved. She also confirmed that the spell was protecting the boy. Garnian, seeing how dangerous Cyan was, suggested eliminating him, leaving Elphiris indignant. Marion explained that the boy planned to leave Frowena, so there was no need for such a measure. She also had no idea why Aquinas had interfered, but as long as he left, he would not be a problem. Suddenly, something enormous appeared, and Marion began to fly, certain that Frowena was in danger. The scene then shifts to Lunav, who hoped they were in the right place, as she sensed Cyan's presence. Marion noticed Lunav's presence, which had happened for the second time recently. She decided not to repeat herself, telling the girl to leave, declaring that Lunav had a sinister energy. Lunav assumed that the elemental dragon was being overly aggressive for their first encounter, explaining that she would leave once she found the person she was looking for. Marion had already guessed she was searching for a human. Lunav wanted to know if he had a particular scent. Marion did not understand what the girl was getting at. Lunav described that his scent was like a huge pool of blood in a dark, damp basement. Marion grew increasingly confused. Lunav declared that it was a seductive smell to her. Marion realized she was paying attention to a crazy person, and warned that Lunav was late, as that person had just left. She wanted her to go and not bring the unpleasant demonic scripture. Remy Haram told Lunav to listen to Marion, explaining that Marion was not someone they could fight. She was a superior being among the ancestral creatures, an elemental dragon. Remy Haram hadn't imagined that Marion was still alive. Lunav understood why he knew so many things. Remy Haram had also lived a long time, but he considered Marion to be partly wrong and partly right. He had accumulated experience in the end. Lunav wanted to know if she, as a human, could acquire that kind of knowledge, but Remy Haram explained that such knowledge transcends lifespan. There was, however, a method to acquire it, using necromancy. Lunav seemed very interested in that. The scene then shifts to Sion returning to where Eru was. Nikrit wanted to know if he had managed to evade the Titans of Light. Sion noticed that she knew a little of the situation. Eru then showed Nikrit that the boy had returned unharmed, so he had been right. Sion threw Fruina Snow at Eru's face, demanding an explanation. After all, Eru had undone the spell. Eru explained that he wanted to see how much the boy had improved, but Sion was furious, as Eru had nearly brought his own successor to the brink of death. Eru wanted to know why Sion was separated from Karam. After an absurdly tense exchange, Sion explained that he had entrusted his body to Karam. Eru, seeing the sword, declared that she would not awaken for some time. She had completely cut her consciousness off from the world. He could even sense an unfamiliar aura, but had no idea when she would wake. It was not something Sion should worry about until Nikrit noticed a tiny figure behind him. She wanted to know what it was. Sion explained that it was an elf, and asked Nikrit to take care of her. Nikrit was quite irritated, as he could tell from her expression that she looked like a nanny. Suddenly, Hastia introduced herself to Nikrit with a big smile, but Nikrit ignored her, saying there were adults talking. Hastia apologized. Nikrit wanted to understand why the boy had brought a prophet, since she could have been meditating or doing yoga in the mountains. Sion explained that he thought Hastia could be useful because she can see the future. Eru found the elf cute and declared that she could visit him whenever she wanted, which made Nikrit even more outraged, as she was not the one who would take care of her. She already had enough work with Sion, and her patience was wearing thin. She was unwilling to care for the little elf. Sion saw that he couldn't waste time with her. The scene then shifts to Hearthcrea, looking at a statue, judging humans as simple. They are slaves who revere the most powerful being, so to him, humans were repugnant. He was still posing as Boris. Suddenly, Violet appeared, wanting to know why he wanted to speak with her. She reminded him that she was the princess of a nation, and couldn't waste time with him. Hearthcrea, still posing as Boris, explained that he was there to pay respects to the dead. Violet wanted to know who had died. Hearthcrea declared that Sion had killed the saint. Violet wanted to understand how that was possible. Hearthcrea explained that it was only the beginning. Sion's blade would be aimed at that empire. He would direct all his fury toward the one with the greatest power in the empire. Violet didn't know what to do. Hearthcrea also didn't know where Sion was, but they could make plans. He asked her to form an expedition team with the palace's elite knights. He would formulate a plan at an ancient ruin he had been investigating. Violet felt it wouldn't be easy. She wanted to know if that ruin was Romar. Hearthcrea then asked how she knew. Violet explained that someone else also wanted to go there. The scene then shifts to Aaron. She informed the academy director that she was going to Romar. He made it clear that the journey would be difficult, but she was determined to find something she needed there. Quizelle didn't know the connection Romar had with her former fiancé, but he gave her a book on the peaks of Romar to help her. He also admitted he had a bad feeling. Aaron told him to stay calm, as she was no longer a child. He then remembered that someone could accompany her. In the end, the journey would be undertaken by Aaron, Leximus, and Nikrit. Aaron was not happy that the instructor would go with them, while Nikrit noticed that everyone seemed to see her as a nanny. The scene then shifts to Hastia, who sighed. It had been 2 days since they arrived at the location, and she still hadn't received an appropriate prophecy. She was frustrated because of her guardian, and began to question her own clairvoyant powers, until she heard someone having a revelation session. The man wanted to understand why the spirits had said what they did to the woman performing the reading. That time, he felt a good sensation, and the woman with the prominent nose from the tarot declared that it was what he thought, warning that he would end up in prison. She reminded him that his reading had been correct last time. He should stop deluding himself and just focus on making money. So he ran out of the tarot session, thinking that the old woman had been very rude. Hastia then entered the old lady's cabin, who wanted to know what the child wanted. Hastia introduced herself and took the woman's hand, informing her that she was a prophet from the White Elves tribe, and she also wanted to know if the woman was a prophet. The woman with the prominent nose confirmed this, and asked the girl to share any concerns she had, declaring that the cards never fell wrong. Hastia observed the movement of the cards in the woman's hands, while the woman told her not to worry, as she was there to handle everything for her. At that moment, the woman asked the girl to choose one, and Hastia found the whole thing really cool. She quickly picked the 8 of Cups. The woman believed that Hastia was not satisfied with the situation she was in at that moment, certain that the girl had tried to help someone but had hit a wall. Hastia saw that the woman was indeed correct, and the woman showed the card that revealed the cause, declaring it was the Hermit. She also explained that the person Hastia wanted to help was very difficult, and the White Elf confirmed this. Thus, she wanted the woman to teach her the art of prophecy. The wide-eyed woman didn't understand where the little girl was trying to go. The scene then shifts to Leximus speaking to her princess, saying she didn't look favorably upon Nikrit joining their journey, as she was sure they could be hindered. But Aaron saw it as a good opportunity, since Nikrit was close to Cyan, although at the same time she felt that the old bearded man had only done it to keep an eye on them. Leximus then wanted to know what they were going to do about the other problem, and Aaron completely forgot. But Leximus reminded her that it was about an unidentified person who had been following her in recent days, and wanted to know if they were going to get rid of that person. At that moment, Aaron suggested that the person hiding should appear before her guardian knight could do something about it. Leximus then demanded that the person show themselves by order of the princess. The man revealed himself. It was Gale. Aaron knew him, and he was even surprised that the 5th princess remembered him. He also had no bad intentions in following her, apologizing for it, but Aaron knew he was lying. Violet had sent him. Gale noticed that the girl was clever, but pretended it was a misunderstanding. At that moment, Leximus approached him, but he managed to block the attack, declaring it was all a misunderstanding. He asked Leximus for permission to speak with Princess Erin, but the princess reminded him that she alone would decide if he could talk to her. Just the fact that he had been following her everywhere was bad enough. She demanded that he tell her what he had reported to Violet up to that point, so they could avoid bloodshed. Gale told her he couldn't lose to a child who had barely graduated, and at that very moment, Leximus put him in his place, making him crawl several meters. Gale declared that he would retreat for now. He had no right to interact according to the orders, but he made a cut on Leximus, so they would lose time dealing with it. He said a simple healing spell could fix the cut. Erin made it clear she would not forget what he had done, and he repeated again that he had no more intentions toward her. He was just following the orders given to him. He warned that many others besides him would monitor every move she made, as she was the former fiancée of the assassin Cyan Vert. The Empire would be watching her constantly. His words naturally made her very angry, and he turned his back. Leximus wanted to apologize to her princess, but Erin understood that Leximus was not yet strong enough to defeat that man. Gale had been a master swordsman among the Knights of Light, so even a few in the Empire could face him. After Gale stepped back a little, he threw himself to the ground, trembling and feeling intense pain. He realized that Leximus had hit him just right. He barely managed to block, acknowledging that she was skilled enough for the sword aura, destined to become a highly capable swordswoman as she grew. Erin had a very strong ally at her side. Gale thought it best to report it, until Cyan appeared behind him and quickly threw him to the ground after giving him a powerful cut. Gale wanted to understand who the man was who had just attacked him, asking himself if it was a royal family assassin. Somehow, he felt the person before him was extremely dangerous. He used his skill called Abyss Predator, but Cyan used the unique flash of the Mist Sword, breaking Gale's attack and causing him to lose an arm. He lay on the ground in immense pain. Cyan wanted to understand why Gale was working for Violet, as he was a loyal subordinate of Duke Willius Vert and had even been a disciple of Yulkin. Gale was shocked at how that man knew about him. In any case, Cyan had some questions. He removed his mask, telling Gale that his death would depend on how he answered. Cyan then remembered a battle from his past life, where all the elite knights of the Graham Kingdom were after him. They wanted Cyan to pay for the assassination of Count Pyron, but he quickly used the Mist Storm, feeling no threat despite their numbers. Suddenly, Cyan's reinforcements arrived. It was Gale, there to help, wanting Cyan to rest a little. Those wearing caps realized they were completely doomed. The fight was intense. Gale was a high-ranking Knight of Light, one of the few wielding a blade. He was a talented genius in both fencing and summoning magic, and one of Yulkin's few disciples. Cyan was very surprised that Gale was working for Violet. He wanted to know why the man had switched sides. Gale did not expect the youngest of the Vert family to recognize him, but Cyan didn't want conversation. He just wanted Gale's answers. Gale admitted that he had also researched Cyan, informing him that those were the orders of Duke Vert, taking Cyan by surprise at the fact that his father had sent him. The scene then shifts to the headquarters of the Graham Association. Regan Rainreaver asked his granddaughter how long he had been in that state, and she declared it had been 13 years. He saw that she had indeed cornered him, recognizing that she was incredible, but she simply assumed that he should have kept his hands away from what was hers. He also informed her that she was managing the association and that he could rest forever. He had heard from her that she had returned from Fruina, but the General Assembly was to be held that day. However, Lunav explained that she had her guardian knight Lamella handle everything in her absence. She had expelled all of her grandfather's trusted people. Regan saw that his granddaughter had really gotten the better of him, and she couldn't understand why he was laughing. In any case, she wanted to understand why he had done that to Cyan. Regan explained that he had merely been trying to negotiate the marriage between the two, but Cyan had simply refused. Lunav was shocked by what she had just heard from her grandfather. Regan further explained that he believed Cyan could help them dominate the continent. Nevertheless, he was sure she would do everything to get her hands on him, even if it wasn't for her grandfather, but she was truly astonished. He also mentioned that he had heard some interesting news. He had learned that she had been gathering information about necromancy. She confirmed it, saying she was there precisely for that, wanting to find some books. Regan Rainreaver informed his granddaughter that necromancy was banned, and books on the topic had long ago been burned because people feared that knowledge was far too dangerous. However, Lunav was certain that some had survived. To her, it was impossible that the Graham Association would allow such important books to disappear. Her grandfather explained that anyone who dabbled in necromancy would be consumed by despair and corruption, ultimately dying. Remy Harem told the girl not to worry, as he would not let death claim her. Lunav demanded that her grandfather reveal the location of these books, and he then unveiled the Forgotten Knowledge, a sort of exclusive personal library of his. She hadn't expected her grandfather to have something like that. This was his way of keeping the books that supposedly disappeared. He was certain she had never read any of them, and handed her a book, stating that she had been searching for it. Then he turned his back, advising her not to drown in curiosity like her foolish father, and told her to leave, as she had already obtained what she wanted. He wanted to rest. The scene then shifts to the Ushif Empire. In a secret teleportation facility, a subordinate reported that they had a problem. Cyan had returned. Outside, Cyan was confused by the number of people present. He began to suspect a misunderstanding. They blamed him for messing up Graham's teleportation system, but Cyan was confused because they were the ones who had hidden a teleport in a territory that didn't belong to them. The woman who had accused him found it cute how he responded. She introduced herself herself as Annie Murray, informing him that he wouldn't easily handle her, as she was a specialist in psychological magic, capable of probing him inside and out. Cyan allowed her to use her magic on him without issue, recognizing that it was a form of mental collapse magic. However, Annie was shocked when she saw what was inside him. His mind, as she perceived it, was bizarre. He appeared completely strange, and suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, leaving the men with their shields confused, not understanding what he had done to her. Her brother then declared that everyone should fall back, as Cyan was not someone they could handle. The men were perplexed and informed Murray that his sister had been defeated. He was asked if he would do anything, and he refused, leaving everyone confused. Cyan proceeded forward. He declared that he would continue using their services in the future. Murray was sweating profusely at that moment, recalling Lunav informing him that Cyan belonged to her. If they dared do anything against him, she would take all their lives. He had never seen her act that way before, and hoped they would never encounter Cyan again. The scene then shifts to Murray reporting to Lunav that Cyan had returned and used the Ruin Branch's teleport. He was reporting immediately as she had ordered. He also mentioned that Cyan seemed to be accompanied by someone, as he saw a girl following him. Lunav informed him that Cyan had gone to Mount Romar. Cyan looked at the location and remembered Gale, noting that Princess Erin was heading to Mount Romar. His mission was to report every step Erin took to Duke Willius Vert. The reason was to uncover the truth behind everything. Willius was certain that the Emperor's worsening illness was connected to Princess Violet, but he still lacked proof. With Princess Violet in power, Erin was in danger. Cyan didn't understand why his father was so concerned. Willius told Gale that he had made a promise. At that moment, Willius Vert was rejecting all requests for reinforcement from the Knights, using Ashel's last actions with the Knights as an excuse. Cyan believed this could be considered betrayal, and couldn't understand why his father would do that when he cared so much about his family's safety. Gale was certain that Willius was extremely loyal to the Emperor, and his sense of responsibility toward his children was even greater. He declared that he knew the Duke better than his own son, having spent 10 years on the front lines with him. Gale didn't know why Erin was heading to Mount Romar. The only thing he knew was that there were rumors about the place holding a secret capable of killing gods. This information took Cyan by surprise, as he didn't understand why Princess Erin would want something like that. Gale wasn't entirely sure either, but he was certain it had to do with Cyan, since he was her fiancé, and she cared deeply for him. She wasn't willing to give up, excessively gathering information about him, and it was precisely because of this that Gale discovered the truth about Cyan. Cyan wanted to know what Gale had discovered. Gale was certain that Cyan was not a demon, and that Ashel and Luenel were trying to take control of the Empire. Cyan declared that it was useless information. Gale agreed that it was already too late to clear Cyan's name. Gale was also in a terrible state at the moment, but was willing to help Cyan soon. Cyan, however, knew that Gale wouldn't be able to wield swords properly with that arm. He even felt a little sorry for what he had done. But Gale reassured Cyan that it was fine, as he still had his left arm. Cyan became even more frustrated seeing Gale smile so joyfully. Even after losing an arm, one of the most important parts for him to perform his work, Cyan was about to attack Gale, but held back near Princess Erin. Recognizing that he had overreacted, he knew Hastia was nearby, and wondered if she was going to show up at that moment. Hastia, in turn, wanted to know how he had noticed her presence. Cyan, clearly stressed, told her that she was very visible despite her small size. Hastia didn't understand why he hadn't taken her with him, declaring that he was a very cruel person, yet he was certain she would come, even if he ordered her not to. Hastia still didn't see a reason for him to do such a thing. Cyan reminded her that she was useless for not being able to predict the weather, but she made it clear that at that moment she could see everything. Quickly she drew her cards, sat on the ground, and asked him to pick one, explaining that this way she could answer any question he had. Cyan wanted to make sure she knew how to use them. He even remembered that idiotic god Eru, hoping it wasn't him who had taught those things to the White Elf. He decided to choose a card, and drew a knight. He explained that he picked a card because he wanted to know where he needed to go. He just wanted to understand what the hell was happening, and how she could interpret it. Hastia then informed him that there was a place nearby with warriors, and he could gather clues if he went there. Cyan found this suspicious, as they were in the middle of nowhere, and he didn't believe there would actually be warriors nearby. The scene then shifts to them arriving at a location, and indeed, there were warriors present. Hastia sought his approval, wanting to know if he thought she was incredible. Cyan told her that even a broken clock is right twice a day. Quickly, he pulled her hood down, asking her to protect her identity more carefully. They were heading toward a tavern, and Cyan saw that there were many people there. Hastia began to feel afraid, as she looked at the men and found them very intimidating. The men started staring at them. Cyan explained to the little girl that they were mercenaries, but he didn't think it would be so difficult to talk to them. Hastia began trembling heavily, until one man called out to Hastia, and noticed her very fair skin, considering it extremely rare. He approached the girl to take her hand and lead her away, but Cyan cut the man's hand, wanting to see if this was the right moment for them to have a conversation. The guy falls hard to the ground, shaking a lot after taking that cut. A white-haired man immediately recognizes that Cyan is a skilled fighter and introduces himself. His name is Rick, and he is the master of the Rusted Sword Guild, extending his hand to greet Cyan, but Cyan points the demonic sword at him. Rick then tries to explain that he just wanted to talk, and had no interest in the girl. Then they sit at a table, and Rick discovers that this is their first time in this place, so Cyan is not affiliated with any guild. Seizing the opportunity, Rick invites him to join his guild, but Cyan refuses without a second thought, leaving Rick stunned. Cyan then wonders how long this guy has been around, wanting to know if there have been any strange phenomena nearby. Rick comments that he has been there for 3 years and has seen mutants appear, said to resemble the monsters of Valemea. That's when all the mercenaries started gathering there too, resulting in significant losses and damage to the nearby civilian areas. Cyan spots an old estate nearby and wants to know if it has anything to do with the mutants. Rick asks if Cyan is referring to Mount Romar, but many ears are around and everyone is paying attention to their conversation. So Rick invites Cyan to talk outside. The scene then shifts to just outside, where Rick wants to know who Cyan is talking to, as he is wearing a mask. Since Cyan is interested in the estate, Rick wonders if he is a spy for the Graham Association. Quickly, Rick draws his sword and Cyan brushes past him with an attack, making him lose some hair. Cyan declares that he believes Rick knows something, but if he is just wasting time talking, he will end up losing his head. Mount Romar is a very desolate land. It is difficult for monsters to survive there, and even the grass struggles, but a strange aura has been emanating from that place for 3 years. After that, the mutants began to appear, affecting nearby villages. The Empire sent soldiers. Rick explains that they are mercenaries like him, protecting the regions outside the area. The Knights of Light were not present because Duke Willius Vert did not cooperate with them. Rick sees that the masked man is interested in the area and offers to show him the way, but warns that there will be monsters. Nevertheless, the monsters sell for a good price, as their blood is considered beneficial for humans' health. Cyan does not understand what Rick is trying to say. Rick begins laughing, explaining that monster blood is good for some special use. Obviously, Cyan takes care to shield the little elf, covering her ears so she does not hear such atrocities. Rick then leaves. Hastia is unsure whether they can trust the mercenary, but Cyan makes it clear that he trusts no one. Hastia is confused because Cyan had agreed to go with this guy. Cyan then explains to the little white elf that he is just using the man. Soon after, Rick returns, hoping they haven't waited long. He introduces the Rusted Sword Guild to them, saying they are skilled and reliable. In this guild are Marina, a poison assassination specialist, Malvek, the giant with an axe, and Altz, the fire mage. They all stare at little Hastia, making her feel intimidated. Rick tells her not to be afraid, assuring that they are kind and won't hurt her. Cyan then suggests he stop the small talk and show them the way. The scene shifts to Rick leading them through the shortcut to the estate, explaining that the terrain is difficult but hoping Cyan will understand. Cyan smells rotten flesh and blood, certain that many corpses are decaying in the area. Hastia tells her guardian that she has a bad feeling. Cyan asks her to listen carefully. When he signals, she should close her eyes and cover her ears. Hastia wants to know why, but Cyan only tells her to follow his instructions if she doesn't want to vomit. They continue walking, holding their hands to their faces, as Cyan notices the smell of blood growing stronger. Rick announces that they have arrived. Cyan wants to know if this was Rick's plan all along. Was he intending to throw them into a pit of corpses? Cyan asks why, and Rick declares that only Cyan would die, as they could sell the elf for a high price. The giant prepares to attack Cyan, who at that moment smiles widely, finding it cliché. The giant swings his axe at Cyan's head, predicting it all. Cyan quickly becomes a black mist, leaving Malvek confused. Hastia closes her eyes and covers her ears, just as her guardian instructed. Cyan uses his black mist authority to attack them all at once. Rick shouts for anyone standing to grab Hastia. Marina takes the girl and runs, but Cyan gives no openings, slicing her completely. Rick laments the mess happening around them. Altz tries to protect Rick, but it's too late. Altz suddenly begins spitting blood, leaving Rick confused. At this moment, the only guild member still standing is Rick. Cyan wants a favor from him. Seeing the mask and black mist, Rick can't believe he is dealing with someone like this. Cyan uses his dark personality ability on Rick. Soon after, Cyan finds Mount Romar's estate. It is vast and seems forgotten. He recalls what Gale said about the place having a secret to kill gods. A fitting rumor, as it is a temple to honor the goddess of death. If killing gods were possible, the other gods began to ignore her. Rick asks if Cyan needs anything else, declaring that he just has to ask, smiling widely and exaggerating his hospitality. Hastia notices he is completely different from before. Cyan tells her it's fine, as Rick is on their side. Cyan instructs him to go to the cave entrance. Rick questions why. Cyan says he should act as a guide for people wanting to go there, but lead them in the opposite direction. They are not to fight, only ensure they get lost. The scene shifts to the furious bald man in the tavern. He will never forgive Cyan for what he did. His hand is bandaged, and he hears from another mercenary that Cyan left with the Rusted Sword Guild. They know the guild trades slaves. The bald man grows even angrier, having failed to get his revenge. He is interested in the elf, knowing she's worth a lot of money, and Cyan's dagger also draws attention. Soon Hearthcrea appears, wanting to know more about Cyan. The bald man was completely confused, and seeing that Hearthcrea was surrounded by knights, he began to believe that he was from the Empire's army. Hearthcrea had no intention of giving information about himself. He only wanted the bald man to reveal details about Cyan. The bald man grew very angry, but before he could do anything rash, Hearthcrea tossed a bag of coins, assuming it would be enough to hire all of them. The man then explained that he had only heard that Cyan went to the Romar estate and was accompanied by an elf. Hearthcrea already suspected that it could be the white elf prophet. He offered double the coins if the bald man came with them. Quickly, the man stood up, even startling the knights around him. He thought everything was perfect, as Cyan owed him a debt, and he would do what was necessary. The scene then shifts to Mount Romar, at the teleportation gate, where Aaron notices how much faster travel is when using teleport gates. Lunav is happy happy that the journey was convenient for them, and is eager to bring Cyan to her. Naturally, Eren is not pleased at all. The scene then flashes back a little. Lunav explains to Kundal Quazel that she will leave to search for Cyan. He had already suspected it, since Princess Eren had left earlier as well. Quazel is concerned because she cannot send her guardian knight in her place, as she did with the Graham Association. Lunav explains that she received an offer to share some of the teleport gate artifacts with the Ruin Association. Quazel sees that the rumors were true. Lunav prefers to say it is for the sake of academic exchange with the Ruin region. The conditions are that Lunav can go wherever she wants, whenever she wants. Quazel also has a condition. Lunav must be accompanied by an instructor. The tension between Eren and Lunav is evident. Nekrit hopes that they get along, as she is responsible if anything goes wrong on the trip. She makes it clear that she wants everything to go smoothly, recalling the old bearded man wanting her to take care of them. Nekrit is in a difficult position. She has to care for these two girls, and now the director has added even more responsibility. She feels blackmailed, as he knows her weaknesses, but she does all this to protect Nana. Arin already knows where they are going, having researched the location extensively. Suddenly a man appears, wanting to know why they are there. He is certain Arin is from a noble house because of her clothing. He also declares that he does not go easy on women. It is Rick, the strange man. Lunav has no patience. They cannot retreat now, so they plan to force him out of the way. Rick notices their bravery. He quickly surrenders, after Nikrit almost cut his jugular, and agrees to guide them, leaving the other three girls confused. Nikrit wants to know what he is plotting. Rick repeats that he is just afraid to go alone, so he will guide them. Nikrit senses no murderous intent in him, and decides to go along. He introduces himself to them. Eren sees no reason to lack courage entering this place. Rick warns that there are strange things everywhere. The scene shifts to Cyan carrying the little girl, while a huge creature tries to attack them. Cyan is shocked at how ugly the creature is. These creatures begin hunting them out of nowhere. They are a kind of hybrid monster. Suddenly a bear appears directly in front of them, and Cyan cuts everything it sends their way. Even more monsters appear, clearly trying to block the entrance. Cyan tells the girl that they are about to fall straight into them, and asks Hastia to hold tight. He jumps onto one of the ugly vultures, and the poor girl can only scream. They crash into the monsters with a huge impact, Cyan stabbing Karam into the flying creature. He even thinks it was too easy. He looks at Hastia, wanting to see if she is okay. She is lying on the ground like trash, even fainted, making him very irritated at her uselessness. Regardless, he wants to know what the hell these creatures are. They don't seem like ordinary mutants. He can at least sense their mana. He decides to taste the blood of one of them, and finds it tastes like normal blood. There's no mana. Hastia, seeing this, asks what he just put in his mouth. Cyan declares that he is a savage, and explains that he needs to find out what those creatures are, since she cannot use her stupid clairvoyance. Hastia quickly grabs a card, showing him that it doesn't seem very important, leaving him puzzled. Hastia then explains that they need to focus on their path, using the strange symbols she sees as an example. Cyan senses a weak flow of mana coming from the symbols. He touches them, and uses his mist, revealing a secret passage. The white elf then asserts that she was right. Cyan notices something strange about that card. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the peculiar long-nosed figure. It is Eru, who realizes that Cyan hasn't noticed yet, so he needs to do a lot for his successor. The scene then shifts to Lunav, and the others walking with Rick. She believes Rick is unsure of the path, making them walk in circles. He uses the excuse that the area is a labyrinth, and as long as nothing bad happens, they are on the right path. Lunav begins to threaten him, showing her strength. Rick sees that she doubts him, and recalls Cyan saying it's fine if he needs to fight, but those following them are also skilled. Rick knows he must find a way to buy time. He then tells the girls that they have arrived, showing the entrance. Eren wants to know if anyone has passed through before. He pretends not to know, as few people know the correct route. Leximus worries that it might have been the Imperial Army. Eren thinks it's impossible, as she heard they did not enter. Lunav directly reveals that it was Cyan. Eren is frustrated, and wants to know how she knew. Lunav explains that she can sense his scent, urging them to hurry because they were getting close. Rick noticed that Lunav had immediately sensed things, and it hardly seemed like she was human. Nikrit then pointed to a path, asking where it led. Rick explained that it was the main gate, as they had taken a shortcut to avoid encountering anyone who might cause trouble. Nikrit decided to take that path while the others could go ahead. Eren was confused, but Lunav simply said they should continue on the path they had planned. Rick then pretended there was an obstacle, as the path seemed blocked, but Eren used Stellar Explosion and quickly cleared the way, leaving him completely frustrated. He had underestimated these girls, and had no idea that the fifth princess was so powerful. They saw that the area was filled with monster corpses, and also found the symbols Cyan had seen with Hastia. Lunav noticed something was off. She explained to everyone that she sensed Cyan's presence in that place, but it was as if there was a secret path. Rick grew extremely frustrated after hearing this, and tried to pull her away from Cyan's path, insisting that there was nothing there. Suddenly, a monster appeared. Leximus didn't waste a moment and used her quick blade ability in Valkyrie mode, cutting a huge gash into the monster with a single strike, leaving Rick splattered with its remains. He stood there mouth agape, as Leximus had destroyed the creature with just one blow, but the fight wasn't over. Eren warned everyone not to let their guard down as more monsters appeared. The scene then shifts to several knights being praised by Hearthcrea, who was still posing as Boris. They didn't understand why Boris was with some mercenaries. He explained that the mercenaries were there to help, and asked if anything had happened while he was away. One of the knights reported that the first group had entered. Hearthcrea grabbed the knight by the neck, demanding if he was absolutely sure he had ordered them all to wait until he returned. The knight apologized. Hearthcrea was furious, calling them worms, and demanded to know who led the first group. The knight said it was Niels, who took 10 people with him. Hearthcrea let go of the knight, believing he could no longer afford to waste time. In some way, Hearthcrea had a bad feeling, wanting to know what was happening inside the ruins, as a disgusting and familiar aura emanated from within. Suddenly, a knight stepped out, but was caught. Nikria had hit him while he was pleading for help. The scene then shifts to Hastia, asking her guardian to wait a moment, leaving him completely confused. The white elf explained that her legs were tired. He became furious, saying she shouldn't have gone with him. The poor girl, legs trembling, decided to sit for a bit. She also questioned if he didn't think they were walking in circles, having seen that statue many times. Sion did not disagree. He suspected some kind of device, assuming the owner of the ruins wanted something from them. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a monster lying with its head on the ground, the one Leximus had defeated. She reported that she had taken care of the last one. Erin confirmed she had finished her share. Lunov saw that everything was fine among them, but the person guiding them was missing. She suspected they had been distracted, allowing him to escape. In any case, she no longer saw Rick as useful and suggested they continue as planned. Arin noticed a problem. They didn't know the way. Lunov told her not to worry, as the demonic scripture claimed to know the path. Remy Haram corrected her, saying he didn't know for sure, but he could sense a familiar energy. Leximus and Arin were shocked, wanting to understand what it was. Remy Haram explained that he hadn't seen Arin in a while. She was confused, asking how he knew her. Remy Haram explained that they had met before. She had been unconscious, and he saved her, asking her not to forget it. Lunav then presented the demonic scripture to Leximus and Arin. Their eyes glowed as they saw the small artifact. Remy Haram said they couldn't waste time. Using Void Explosion, he created a sudden entrance. Leximus didn't understand why the creature had done that, while Lunav believed it was creating a shortcut. Remy Haram instructed them to follow the path to the end, to avoid the annoying monsters. The scene then shifts to Cyan and Hastia, who was very frightened by the noise Remy Haram had just caused. The prophet thought it was an earthquake, but Cyan explained that perhaps Arin and her group had arrived there. Hastia noticed something written under the statue. Cyan guessed it was an ancient language he couldn't read. Suddenly, Hastia began reading aloud, explaining that they should revere the goddess, the master of all darkness and death, called Caligorna. A wave of energy suddenly appeared in front of them. Hastia had no idea what was happening, while her guardian believed the inscription was the key to opening the door. The space seemed completely different, as if they were in an alternate dimension, but a tomb still appeared, fitting for a goddess of death in Cyan's view. Hastia found it all very sinister, but Cyan didn't care. Caligorna appeared, wondering who would dare enter that place, then realized they were the children of the foolish god, and Aquinas referring to Eru as an idiot. Cyan quickly deduced that she was the owner of the temple. Hastia was very surprised, as Caligorna seemed like a child. Caligorna introduced herself, and confirmed she was the goddess of death. She asked how she should address the White Elf's guardian, and Cyan introduced himself as the successor of the foolish god, going along with Caligorna's tone. She wanted to know what brought him there. Cyan, aware of Eru's reputation among the gods, was brief. He wanted to know how to kill a god, asking if such a method really existed. Caligorna found his ambition very interesting, and thanked Hastia for guiding him well. Hastia was slightly confused but let things flow. Caligorna wanted to check something, and asked him to remain still, leaving Hastia embarrassed. Caligorna simply hugged Cyan. He asked what she was doing, and she understood after hugging him, realizing that he had also been rejected by Lumendel, which was why he was trying to kill a god. At that moment, they were in the era of light, with darkness shrunken in a corner. Killing the god of light would destroy an entire era. Cyan quickly understood that killing a god would not be possible. Caligorna explained that it wasn't exactly how he thought. It's not just by death that a god disappears, leaving the two confused. Caligorna explained that she can erase a god from everyone's memory using her power. A god loses their power when no one mentions their name. She is an example of this. Cyan had thought it was necessary to serve a god to use their powers. He already possessed the power of the foolish god. Caligorna declared that he should simply accept her in place of Eru, gently lifting his chin. She came very close, asking if he did not want to become her follower. The scene then shifts to Nils, the knight who had been captured by Nikrit. Hearthcrea arrives and asks if he was badly injured, declaring that this was exactly why Nils should not have entered. Nils informs Hearthcrea, disguised as Boris, that he should leave, as a demon was disguised in the area. Hearthcrea then ordered everyone to pay close attention to what happens when they ignore his orders. Suddenly Nils began swelling like a giant toad and exploded. The bald mercenary seeking revenge against Cyan was terrified, not understanding why his employer had done that to his subordinate. Hearthcrea explained that in any case Nils was going to die anyway, and was just being used as bait. Naturally, bait is only meant to distract. At that moment, a demonic monster of greed appeared. At the same time, Hearthcrea used the sacred spear against the monster. The bald man only wanted to understand what the hell was happening. Hearthcrea warned everyone to be careful, as the fight wasn't over. A demon was staring them down, referring to Nikrit. At that moment, she used the secret technique of darkness, blinding everyone, and quickly began taking them down one by one. The bald man only listened as everyone everyone was attacked. Hearthcreo, completely unbothered, used the light of purification, illuminating the entire area and catching Nicrit off guard. He moved toward her, declaring that she should not attack others like a hidden rat. He had a skill called Hammer Fist, but she blocked his attack effortlessly using just her feet, leaving him genuinely surprised. Nicrit demanded he back off, declaring that she had no business with him. She then used her 12 pressure points technique, landing multiple strikes, directly targeting Hearthcreo, declaring that she wanted to repay a previous debt. Hearthcreo found her pathetic. She was strong, but only by human standards, limited compared to him. He could crush her with just a fraction of his power, until he was taken by surprise, sensing an aura. Quickly, he began dodging her attacks. Nicrit sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Hearthcreo, confused, started coughing up blood, asking what had happened. He could no longer use his divine power, and suspected that Caligorna had done something. Nicrit wanted to know who he was, but Hearthcreo merely stated that he wasn't an idiot who introduces himself to worms like her. The scene then shifts to Lunav and Arin arriving with Remiharam. Lunav sensed someone nearby who did not appear human, a skeleton sitting on a throne. They assumed it was the remains of someone, and couldn't understand why anyone would be there. Remiharam explained that it was a devout follower who had served the goddess of that place long ago, using his mana to protect the area. Arin speculated that the ruins were intentionally buried, and Remiharam confirmed it. Lunav suggested waking the follower using necromancy. Surprising Princess Arin, Remiharam thought it was a good idea, while Arin wanted to understand why they were discussing such dangerous magic. Lunav clarified that it was the only way to learn about the ruins. Arin felt it was unnecessary to risk themselves. After hearing this, Remiharam began to think that the princess underestimated him, assuring her that nothing would happen to them. Arin felt pressured by the two, and tried to pass responsibility to Leximus, who admitted she had no power to influence decisions. Lunav began the necromancy procedure, summoning the servant Bedu from the darkness. The being demanded to know who dared awaken him from the dead. Remiharam warned that the Veil's will was blocking her, so he decided to assist, telling her to continue. Remiharam instructed her to greet him once the ritual ended, as he would likely fall asleep from the necromancy's rebound. Lunav wanted to know if the awakened figure knew Remiharam, but he suggested it would be better for her to ask him later, focusing on the necromancy for now. Arin asked Lunav to stop, worried she might get hurt, but Lunav continued, believing that knowledge of the ruins could help Cyan. Determined, Lunav pushed through the risk, seeing Arin's resolve as weak, which surprised the princess. After great effort, Lunav collapsed, worrying the others. Arin supported her, but Lunav was satisfied since it had worked. The skeleton then asked if they were the ones who awakened him, noting it had been a long time since he had walked among the living. He showed gratitude, as his body had been restored, though he felt unworthy of returning. He explained that he had lived a failed life, unable to protect someone. He asked Lunav if she was disappointed, but she denied it, saying he was her first successful necromancy. The skeleton found her amusing, and pointed out a flaw in her statement. She didn't understand, but the skeleton explained that he wasn't old, so he couldn't fathom how someone elegant like him could be considered old, leaving all three confused. He then requested a mirror. The princess quickly handed it to him, and he was grateful. Arin suspected he still didn't realize how he looked in that moment. Lunav admitted that, since it was her first time, she hadn't perfectly restored his body. The skeleton's shock was so intense that he dropped the mirror, breaking it. He withdrew his praise, thinking it cruel to wake him in that state. Anyway, Lunav mentioned that her grimoire asked her to say hello to him. The skull knew Remiharam, and Lunav didn't expect him to know. The skull then introduced himself. His name is Valian Arcania. He was the one who built that temple, and is the former owner of Remiharam. At that point, the scene shifts to Caligorna, who wants to know if there was any reason for Cyan to hesitate in becoming her follower. He, however, wanted to know if it really wouldn't be a problem since he already served another god. But she didn't mind sharing, and she was also desperate at that moment. She's a goddess without followers, which isn't much different from a dead goddess. Cyan then decides to become her follower, and Caligorna smiles. Suddenly, she throws him into the water, leaving Hastia quite scared. Cyan didn't know where he was. There were some people there. They were all people he had killed before. Ashel declared that he wouldn't be able to kill them all and live peacefully. He would face many pains in life as a consequence of his own actions. They were all cursing Cyan. Caligorna then asked if the young man disagreed with the words he had just heard. Cyan wanted to know if she was there trying to make him feel guilty. Caligorna explains that all those voices were asleep within him. Guilt is just a part of memory. She wanted to know if he had the courage to face it. Regarding facing it, Cyan admits he hates complicated things like that. It would be much easier to just eliminate them all. And so he starts cutting everyone there, warning that they could go ahead and try to curse him. With a smile on his face, he was ready to cut them one by one as many times as necessary. He already knew he would become the curse of that world by himself. Meanwhile, Hastia was worried. She felt extremely guilty for bringing him to that place. She only hoped he hadn't died, not knowing what to do, until she saw a shadow in the water, and suddenly Cyan leapt, leaving the poor girl startled. She thought she was being attacked, while Cyan declared she shouldn't be so noisy. Only then did Hastia realize it was her guardian. He wanted to know what Caligorna was trying to do, showing him death again in such a sudden way. Caligorna explained that it was a kind of test. She wanted to know if he could truly be her believer. For Caligorna, when he was down there, he had shown true oblivion. It had been a long time since she encountered a human she liked so much, and for him, being her first encounter in this era, she granted him her authority, referring to him as the heir of the Black Mist. The scene then shifts to Rick. He was very tired, and at the same time in shock because he thought he was going to lose his life. He didn't know whether to run or fight, but he admitted that those girls were incredible. Anyway, he believed that dealing with those monsters was a huge problem, and hoped he had completed that mission somehow. At the same time, he didn't know whether to go back and wait, but was certain he had a strong desire for a cold beer. Then he came across a dead bald man on the ground. He realized it was the mercenaries from the village, and wanted to understand why everyone was dead there. Suddenly, an attack came toward him. He barely dodged it, only to see that it was nothing, leaving him confused. Then he looked to the side and realized that the woman supporting the girls was there, but her appearance was completely different. Hearthcrea didn't understand all that rejection, declaring it blasphemy. Nikrit then told him that it was even worse when he was being defensive, declaring that he had the worst expression she had ever seen in her life. Hearthcrea wanted him to shut up. She also warned that the stronger the sacred power, the worse the sensation, and that place was like a furnace of darkness. So Hearthcrea was just easy prey for the darkness. Hearthcrea was tired of so much talk and wanted to end it quickly. Nikrit made it clear that he could no longer bother Cyan and charged at him with full force. Hearthcrea didn't want her to underestimate him and fought her seriously, but somehow he ended up being hit in the back and was confused. At that moment, she used her ability, causing a huge explosion. Quickly, Hearthcrea returned to his original form, spitting a lot of blood after being hit, presuming it was impossible for him to be beaten by a mere human. Nikrit continued, making several cuts on him. Hearthcrea became desperate and felt he needed to flee immediately. Then he used the Angelic Descendants ability, unleashing an enormous explosion in that place. Nikrit began to believe he was trying to destroy the ruins. After several debris fell, she assumed he had lowered his guard. She hadn't expected him to destroy the entire ruin, but also didn't want to let him escape. Then she saw a body trying to attack her. Without wasting time, she struck it in the head. Nikrit wanted to understand why she hadn't seen any soldiers or Imperial Knights, and began to suspect that he had been using the mercenaries as puppets from the beginning. Then she heard Rick's screams asking for help. She quickly recognized the guide who had been with them earlier, and was confused as to why he was without the other girls, while he begged her to help him, with several zombies attacking him.